Hello there.
Hello.
I just wanted to ask you personally, how do you feel on a day-to-day basis? And how are you feeling right now?
It does not matter.
Okay, thank you. Have a good night.
You too.
And that's
You broke up.
I was asking, is there such a thing as a soul, and does it go through multiple births and deaths?
I do not know.
Hello. I was reading your book the entire morning and really glad to see you here. The question I had is the fastest way to, find the state of no mind, to look inside?
You are chasing it. You will not find it.
Hello.
Hello.
Would you agree that is the linearity of time illusory? And if it is, what is time? Thank you.
Well, perhaps the more effective way to say it was that everything in your life is illusory, not just time.
You are doing it for fun, right? Creating a group of all things are empty and you are enjoying it, shelling out your boredom with it, right? And answering all questions as no.
I cannot hear you properly.
Oh, I'm sorry. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
You are doing this for fun, right? Creating a group of all things for empty and shelling out your boredom at our expense.
You are free to think so. This was not a wise question.
Oh my God.
May I?
Yes.
Is there something as dropping it all at once?
There is, but it's not volitional. It cannot be forced.
May I ask another question, or is this limited
Okay.
one? So I've been an extrovert all my life, and when I started for the past year, I've been a lot by myself. And I'd spend the whole day without interaction with not much interaction with other people, and I could sit by myself. And I got on Clubhouse to ask you questions when it came out for Android in India, and then I started using it, and then I realized, in spite of all the search and what I want and all of that, I'm still drawn to people and interactions, and I've been trying to understand this. And I've not been able to get out, and I don't know whether it's an addiction. I look at it as an addiction, of course, and it's just a week, and the week has been. But there's the focus also. Sometimes, even if it's something as a room, and you're focusing, and there is the focus, but I don't understand this. I thought I'd dealt with the problem. It's there
I don't
always.
know what you're asking.
I'm asking whether we are drawn to other humans, and whether we want social interaction, even if we can go a year without much social interaction. When it comes back again, it's still like before.
The vast majority of human beings are drawn to other human beings and drawn to socialization, yes.
Thank you.
Hello, doctor.
Mhm.
Is everything irrelevant?
Yes.
Thank you.
Hi, Mr. Kapil.
Hello?
Why millions are starving and I have food on my table?
I don't know.
Hello.
Hello?
If an individual's mind makes him or breaks him, what does it mean when the mind is empty?
It does not mean anything.
What directs him?
I cannot speak for anybody. Every human being is driven by different things. Yes.
Hi, Siddha.
Hello?
Am I audible?
Yes.
Hi, Kapil. How do I control this urge to ever wanting to get more desires?
It's an ineffective question. There is no how to.
Hello.
Yes.
So, you have been talking about meaninglessness in life. So, my question is, what keeps you attaching to life? I mean, death is pretty easier than to live. But if so, what's your wisdom if you have?
Well, I cannot speak for why any particular human being is attached to life. Every human being has a different DNA.
Hi.
Hello?
Uh, Before I was exposed to your work, I was saying there was faults everywhere. Means I could see that, but still I was pulled into society and its rules and prescriptions. But after I was exposed to your work, it was like giving a permission to me. It was this dismantling completely. I felt free. But my question is, what is that deep knowing you had to come out of that, I would say, society as a black hole which pulls us in? What took you out of it and uh, stand it as a truth?
It's a good question. I don't know if I can really answer that question. I think every human being has a particular DNA, and I have never gone with people. I have never gone with society. I have always stood alone. It's not a good thing or a bad thing. There's nothing to be, there's nothing to emulate or be proud of there. It's not positive. But I've always sort of seen the falseness in the majority views of things. I've always gone against the world. Why that is, I suppose it's a DNA thing. I'm not really sure why.
Can I ask another question?
Okay.
What is the truth to see things as if we are seeing for the first time, every time?
Well, there's no intellectual truth to that. But if one recognizes that they do not really see anything, they view everything through conditioning, then there is a possibility for that person.
Uh, Hi, Siddha. I hope you and your family are doing good.
Thank you.
My question is, so recently, please do correct me if my question is very intellectual or if I'm questioning in a very wrong way. But my question is, recently or some from few months, I have been questioning everything because we have been living in a concept that we are conditioned to believe in. And while thinking about everything, I stumbled upon the word called freedom, and I started thinking about what actually freedom is. And while I was questioning it more, I came to a certain conclusion, which is not, I don't know if right or wrong, but which I believe the freedom is being free from all attachment and all feelings. But then, if we try to be free of all the attachments, all the
Okay.
feelings,
Well, stop right there. I mean,
done.
it can be defined in different ways. There's many ways to say something. Even what is every human being looking for? You could say peace. You could say joy. You could say bliss. You could say nirvana, realization, moksha, enlightenment. There's words are just words. Every human being defines things in their own way, and there's no wrong or right. But
Mm-hmm.
your the floor caved in on you as soon as you said, "But if I try to do that,"
Mm-hmm.
you don't try to do anything.
Okay.
If you try to make yourself do this and that and be, that's the self-help, and that's where you will be going in circles, and you will only make things worse.
Okay. So I should let it go in with the flow.
I did not say that, and that's what everybody says. Everyone needs a doing. If I say don't do that, they'll say, oh, so just be. I'll say no, don't be. They said, okay, so what should I do?
Got it.
And
Got it.
that's
Got
your
it.
conditioning. Your conditioning is to be a monkey. Your conditioning is to be a mouse and on a hamster wheel and jump and do and do and do. That is the
Mm.
poison. That is the virus that the world has infected you with.
Hi, Kapil.
Hello.
I have a question that what is happiness? And is happy, as I understand,
It
is
is a
happiness.
myth. It is a myth. Hello. Hello.
I think you already answered the question, so my apologies for making you repeat yourself. But do you feel constrained by the English language to talk like this? Is there any other language in which you could perhaps maybe conceptualize that phrase devotion to the truth?
Language in itself is a barrier because words can mean many different things for different people, and words cannot describe a feeling. Words cannot drive. Words cannot describe the feeling of arriving at something. So everything turns out to be conceptual to some degree. And that is why a certain degree of genuineness and sincerity is required upon the part of the viewer slash listener, because it is only then that they'll be willing to look beyond the words.
Thanks for having me on the stage. My question is, how can one be disciplined enough to conquer his or her destiny?
There is no, you have no, you have no idea what you're asking. Conquer your destiny. How can one be disciplined? There's just concept upon concept.
How can one live disciplined in a disciplined
There is
manner?
no how can one anything. You repeating the question is not going to make it true.
Hey, um,
Hello.
I'm Edie. Hey, my question is like, if everything you're sharing is not very novel and already like naturally be aware, so if one is not
Yeah,
trying to,
I didn't understand the first part. What did you say?
okay, so if one is coming from the direction of already being aware of this state, like what you're sharing doesn't sound novel, but trying to figure out a way to make a living in this so-called
Well,
world.
first of all, I did not describe any state. I don't know what you mean by it is not novel. I don't know what you mean by describing a state. I don't know what you mean by if one is already aware of this state. You're just making things up. It's just if upon if upon if upon if upon if.
Well, if I can't say any if, how can I share a state so I can ask my question?
There is no state. You are infected by all these concepts.
Um,
I'm not interested in convincing you.
If all things are empty, is it totally futile to fill up my big gulp?
But why do you think that all things are empty?
Oh, sorry, I just read the room title. Should I
Yes,
fill up?
yes, but there's no reason for you to believe that.
Okay, I don't believe all things are empty, but if they
Okay,
were, should I fill up my big gulp?
but if you don't believe all things are empty, then why do you ask if they were?
This big gulp exists in a hypothetical plane.
Your question exists in a hypothetical plane.
Your mom exists in a hypothetical plane. Strictly speaking.
Hi.
Hello.
Is meant to be the biggest lie ever?
There are many lies.
Hi, why to stay alive?
It's not a question for me to answer for you.
Do spirits actually exist?
Hi Kapil. Uh, as you have mentioned, you have not been conditioned by this world. What, according to you, is beyond thought?
Truth.
Hello. My question is, why is it, why does it make, why is it more, why does it have more sense to perform or to do any dramatic work than life, so to speak?
I don't understand the question.
Like as a performer, it tend to make more sense the in time, whatever the piece is, whether it's a movie or a theater piece, it makes more sense to performer as reality than the actual reality.
I still don't understand the question.
Hi,
Hello.
this is asking why help in the pursuit of truth.
No.
Hi, I'm curious if you still have any questions or matters that you're pondering or asking, and what those are.
Well, there are many truths to know. It does not merely matter what they are, but they're in all sorts of domains. There are many truths to know.
Hey, hello. Hello.
Yes.
Yeah. Hey. It is mentioned that all things are empty. So, what do you mean by things?
Your entire life.
Isn't devotion to truth too empty?
No.
Hi, Kapil.
Hello.
So when you wrote that when a man becomes nothing, he instantly becomes everything, right? So in the process of becoming nothing, isn't he losing everything?
No, he's already lost everything, whether he realizes it or not.
Hi, Kapil.
Hello.
In the state of emptiness, would I experience a state of true total freedom?
It does not matter. Because if I said to you, yes, what are you going to do? Chase it because it gives you freedom? There's no concept here to make you attracted to it so that you'll go do it. If you have to ask what the cost benefit analysis of something is, then you're not devoted. And that isn't a bad thing. There's nothing wrong with that.
Hi there.
Hello.
I wanted to ask what is truth, and if it varies across domains and planes, why it is
There are
not an illusion?
universal truths and there are truths that are situational.
I agree that chasing something is enslavement. So, but is chasing or trying to use power as a tool to reach truth is a good thing or nothing useful?
Nothing is good. Power is a vague word.
Would you say your beliefs about the world make your life enjoyable?
I don't think it's about beliefs, nor do I think is it about enjoyment. It is only about truth.
Hello, doctor. Thank you for having me.
Yes.
So, I have found myself on a river of never ending concepts where following one or chasing one leads to another and so forth. Um, to the point that I believe that my thoughts are a disease. My question is there a cure for such disease?
Yes. The cure is the truth.
Hello. Hi.
Yes.
Um, I was, Let me try and reiterate what I understand by um, devotion to the truth is the truth itself, and please let me know if I'm right or if I'm getting it right. Um, isn't it possible that I am completely devoted to my craft, and 30 years later I look back and realize that that devotion was empty too? Isn't there a certain truth to that?
It depends if you were doing it for reasons of pleasure and ego, which it almost certainly is the case.
Mm-hmm.
And that's not a bad thing, but that would make it empty.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes.
Yeah, how do you describe empty?
Meaningless, insignificant.
Hi, Kapil.
Hello.
So, uh, if you don't pursue anything, how can you expect different
I
results
never said that you shouldn't
from
pursue
yesterday?
anything. Did I say that you shouldn't pursue anything? When did I say
I
that you shouldn't
said,
pursue anything?
I thought the pursuit for truth meant no pursuit at all.
I did not say that. You said that. I never at all came close to saying anything like that. You hallucinated that.
Okay. Okay. Then, so I should define my own pursuit, or
You should not do anything.
what? Then what should
You
I
can
do?
you cannot hear the truth because you're just looking for an action. You're just looking for a prescription. You're not ready to ask
Okay.
questions.
Does suffering end when you know the truth?
In many ways, suffering is always there. But yes, if there is an end to suffering, it would be through truth. But if one chases truth as an antidote or a relief from suffering, it becomes a chase. And things don't usually work that way.
Hello, how do I know myself?
Hi, Kapil. Would you say each one of us listening here and coming on stage is nothing but, just looking or seeking a prescription?
Yes, and it is not anyone's fault. You have to understand that when something is all that one has ever known, what else can they say? It is that's the power of conditioning. There's nowhere in society which ever tells you that you should not seek prescriptions. And that very concept, that very idea, the very thought of that is um, completely maddening. No one would ever think of such a thing. Everything is based upon a how to. So the fact that there is no how is not really present anywhere in the world. And so therefore it would be unrealistic to expect people to not be infected by that. But that also doesn't mean that I'm going to entertain it.
Hi, Kapil. Am I audible?
Yes.
Um, can someone guide me to truth, or is it something that I should figure out myself?
It depends what you mean by someone. In all
Uh,
practical, in all practical, in all practicality, for the someone to guide you, he or she would have to be completely immune to the notion of prescriptions and wholeheartedly devoted to truth. And you may search the world over, you likely will not find such a human being.
Hi. Um Accepting
all things are empty.
I didn't ask
You're,
you to accept it. Why are
no,
you
no, no.
accepting it?
Can I just? Okay. Accepting. I'm just saying. Let me just complete my sentence. Accepting all things are empty would basically force me to view all the struggles or the purpose of my life as an external
No,
entity.
nothing. I don't need to let you finish your sentence
Okay.
because the entire sentence is false. There is no accepting. Why would you accept it?
No, it's a choice, right? I mean, if
No, it's not a choice. It isn't a choice. What color is your hair? Is that a choice? It's only a choice when it's conceptual.
Hello.
Hello?
Um, can truth be understood or is it experienced?
Well, it cannot be understood intellectually. It can only be discovered through devotion.
Devotion to truth?
Yes.
And what is devotion?
I don't know. Definitions are definitions. They don't usually go anywhere. I think you know what devotion is. There's no fancy Merriam-Webster dictionary definition that will do anything for you.
Hi there.
Hello?
Earlier you mentioned there are multiple situational truths. Is there a possibility that some of these can contradict each other?
No. There are always contradictions. And the contradictions exist because one views things conceptually and intellectually.
Hello.
Hello?
Is there any God?
Well, if you have to ask, then that will require a choice. And if there's a choice, that it's intellectual. Therefore, it has no relevance.
Hello.
Hello?
So if all things are empty, why am I seeing everything solid? I'm looking
Why
at
are you? Are you
problem with
not?
me.
Why are you believing that? Why do you say if all things are empty, as if I'm trying to convince you of that?
The topic
Why are
all
you
things
taking my? Yes,
are
but why are you taking? You don't need to take my word for it. If you were here for the talk, there is no need for you to take my word for it. So when you begin with the statement, if all things are empty, what you are saying is that if I am saying that all things are empty, then blah, 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 blah. I'm not asking you to believe it.
No.
You don't understand.
How does one know when one discovers the truth?
They just know. There's no sign on the board. Human beings have an inner sensibility to know such things.
Hello?
Yes.
Quick question. How do you transcend lust when it is bombarded everywhere in society?
Yeah, there's no how do you really do anything.
Is truth choiceless?
The devotion to truth is choiceless.
Would it be incorrect to say that all things are full? Full?
All things are what?
Full. Full.
Well, I'm not trying to convince you of anything. If this is what you have found in your own experiences, then so be it.
Hi.
Hello?
Should suffering be avoided?
There is no should.
Hi. Isn't
Hello?
love the most selfish thing?
Any question that begins with the word isn't a real question.
Hi, Kapil.
Hello?
My question is, once I complete a task, how do I basically get rid of the memories of that?
There's no
Or
how do I.
Hi, Kapil. Thanks for having me.
Hello?
Why is there so much illusion in the first place to get to the truth?
Because you're conditioned by all illusion and lies by society.
Hi,
Hello?
are truths subjective or is
There are
there a relational
universal
element?
truths.
Hi, Kapil.
Hello?
Hi. What do you think the difference between chasing and devotion is?
I think you know.
Okay.
What is the purpose of this discussion?
It has no purpose.
Hello, Dr. Gupta.
Okay.
Mira's devotion to Krishna was where she suffered, but it didn't matter to her because it was her devotion to him. But she caused a lot of pain, or the people who were around her, her husband, they all were in deep pain and in return caused pain to her. So my question is, if I go on the path of devotion, I'd be causing pain to my children in some way, and that kind of stops me from pursuing this, or it causes me to sit back and stay with them and do the duties that I'm supposed to do as a mother. And it causes a lot of confliction within my mind, and I don't know where I'm
I think
supposed
there's
to.
no way out of that. There's no right answer. If that's what you're feeling. If that's what you're feeling. There's no right answer. There's no, how do I stop feeling conflict?
So I just pursue the path.
I'm not, I did not say anything.
Uh-huh.
I didn't say just do anything.
Right. Okay. Well, I'll think about this more. Thank you.
First thing I thought about when I saw that title, when I see all things are
You
empty,
broke up.
I didn't see that if it's empty, it doesn't mean that they don't exist. In my opinion, is if it is empty, the word empty itself, it doesn't exist. Same thing with evil. I believe that
Do
evil.
you have a question? I'm not interested in your beliefs. Do you have a
Yeah,
question?
I want feedback on that. And why do you think I think that?
I'm
Like,
I'm not interested in giving feedback on your beliefs. If you believe something, then you believe something. I'm not here to tell you that your beliefs are wrong or right, or you should think this way and change. I don't care. If
what
you
does it
believe
mean,
X,
empty? How would you define empty then?
empty is meaningless and insignificant.
Hello,
Hello?
Dr. Gupta. My question is, was the truth found by Mira through complete devotion to God was different from the truth that Gautam Buddha found through conquering the mind?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Is your advice also empty?
I have no advice.
Is what you say any less empty?
If you think so.
Hello, Siddha.
Hello.
Does your heart set you free?
That has no meaning. I mean, you must have picked that out of a Harlequin romance book. I don't know what that means.
Would you like me to explain further, or is that it?
Not really.
How are you, Siddha?
Do you have a question?
Yeah. Hello.
Go ahead.
You're saying all things are empty. Can you explain that a little?
Well, I already did explain it in the talk that I gave.
Yes, hi. So, according to you, what is the meaning of equanimity?
Well, equanimity is a word. I think you know what equanimity means.
Who am I if I am not the mind?
Such things go nowhere. I could say you're a grape. It won't do anything for you. It's just intellectual, spiritual nonsense.
Hello. How do I know if I'm still experiencing my mind or I have come up to a truth on a particular matter?
You're experiencing your mind.
Hello. Thank you, Kapil, for and good morning and namaste. So I understand that no one here should take what you're saying as a word of mouth. But my question is that why are you doing this? Because if you think like no one
I
should take.
don't know.
Hi, Dr. Kapil. So, my question is, would you agree that what you seek is seeking you?
That's just spiritual jargon.
Hi.
Hello.
Why there is anything at all?
I don't know what your question is. What's your question?
Sorry?
What is your question?
Why there is anything at all?
I don't even think that you know what you're asking.
Hi, I'm wondering if you would share your internal dialogue during these talks.
I have no internal dialogue.
Thanks.
I'm just wondering what you would consider to be a good question worthy of answering.
It doesn't matter what's worthy or not. It's not my job to give you a question to ask. You don't
Thank
have to
you.
ask anything.
Hi. Does love exist?
Conceptually.
People deal with death. People die. Is there an approach you use to deal with people's grief?
No.
Hello.
Hello.
Why does God create something that is empty and meaningless?
Well, maybe you should ask him.
What is curiosity?
You know what it is. Why do you ask these questions and make them sound intellectual and spiritual?
Hi. Death is inevitable, yet why do we feel grief when the loved one, dies?
Because it's only inevitable intellectually.
Do you exist or not?
If I said yes or no, I wouldn't do anything for you.
Pranam Siddha. My question is, all things are empty. Does that mean, are you talking about silence?
No. All things are empty means all things are insignificant.
What are you looking forward to?
Nothing.
What's the world going to look like after this pandemic is over?
This world will always be the same, full of illusion and lies.
Hi. Is marriage really necessary?
Not if you don't think so.
Hello. Hi. Um, so, so generally speaking, I feel I'm a coward. I hide it under the guise of being nice or doing good, but I know it's a lie. My personal world in the past, has been filled with pain. So I don't want to inflict others. I don't want to inflict that pain on others. So it's almost as if it's a compulsion, some conditioning that I have. Um, so I'm not going to ask, how do I overcome it? Because I know you can't give that advice to me. But do you have any general thoughts on this?
No, I don't have any general thoughts.
Hello, Dr. Gupta.
Hello.
First of all, I want to thank you for all your contribution. I somehow know you are real. My question is, so I got interested in truth and enlightenment from at the age of 14, and right now I'm 26, and I'm totally confused, like where to go from here. I already have a business, and I have to
There is
support.
nowhere to go from here.
My question is, why do we exist?
I don't know. The question is, do you?
How can you know the truth and still function in the society, which it's almost as though it's based upon the anti-truth?
Actually, it's only the human being who knows the truth that can truly live anywhere. Otherwise, he does not truly function. He simply lives a reactive life as a slave to society.
Hey, my question is there anything more to life than saying, I've made it?
If that's how you conceptualize it, so be it. Yes.
Thank you.
Hi, doctor.
Hello.
Is questioning necessary to experience truth?
It depends what a particular individual means by questioning. Typically, it means intellectual questioning, and that will not get him anywhere.
Hi,
Hello.
why do you continue to exist?
As I said before, you may wish to examine if one truly does exist.
Hi, my question is why do I forget the things that I know, the things that I have realized?
If you truly have realized them, you would not forget them.
Hi. Who or
Hello.
what is controlling the world?
That's a very vague question.
Okay, so who was who is controlling the actions of society and the world, and who dictates, who is the overlord, who is overseeing? Is it an algorithm? Is it a
No, human beings have created the world through their own mental illusions. Society and the world are not real. They are a farce. It
who
is
create who create
the mind of human beings has created society.
Namaste. Why do I feel peaceful whenever I surrender to Lord Sri Krishna or to life or to the ultimate death? I feel peaceful. Why do I feel that peace?
Why does it matter why you feel peace? If you feel peace, you feel peace. Why would you question it?
Is truth and peace the same thing?
No, no.
Hello.
Hello.
Just wanted to understand, how do we measure the character of a person that we want to include in
There
our
is
life?
no such thing.
What is significant for the soul according to you?
You may wish to examine what a soul really is. It's a vague concept. Whoever is on stage, come forward.
How do you know that ego is dying?
It is not.
So basically, I have the problem like I'm absent of the mind in the reality. Like I'm not present in that particular situation. So how can I improve?
There is no how can I. Somebody's mic is on who's on stage.
Hi. What do you exactly mean by the title? All things are empty. What do you exactly mean by that?
Insignificant, meaningless.
Hello.
Hello.
I got a simple question. I'm just curious. Do you routinely wonder?
And it has no relevance. Whether I do wonder or don't wonder, it doesn't have any meaning for you, besides it's some intellectual curiosity.
Hi, hi, Siddha. Um, so, quick question is, if all things are empty, would it be best to just live in a farm and just like let things
Well,
go?
why do you say that all things are empty?
I'm just it's just if it's the title of how the
Yeah, why are you believing
um no I'm not sure. I'm just questioning it. I don't know if it's actually true. I'm just thinking. I'm just trying to understand a train of thought. That's
that?
all.
So if you haven't discovered that for yourself, then it's just
Ah,
intellectual. It's just intellectual
got
jargon.
it. Got it. Okay, I'll ponder on that. Thank you so much. I really.
Hi, hello. I want to ask like how to stop procrastinating.
There is no how to. If you are going to ask how to, your question will not be answered. If you're going to ask how to, you may put your hand down.
What is the ultimate purpose in your life?
There is no purpose.
Hello. Why is it so difficult to sustain faith or hope?
Because it has no meaning.
What's the difference between belief and truth?
What do you think the difference is?
Both are similar for me, almost,
Why do you say almost?
because what I believe is almost true for me.
So your beliefs are true.
Yeah, for me. I don't think for others, but it's for me.
I see.
آدم فلسطين.
Who are you?
Hey, Kapil. The truth isn't empty. The way we feel about our kids isn't empty. Our love isn't empty. Our
So do
duty
you,
isn't
so I'm
empty.
not here to discuss anything with you. You're welcome to believe anything that you wish. I'm not telling that you should not believe it. I'm not here to convince you of anything. You shouldn't even be here. You should listen to me.
I felt
Is destiny predestined?
It does not matter.
Hi, Kapil. Thanks. I know there's no prescription to the truth, but in what scenario would you share with me your path to truth?
There's nothing really to share.
Hi, couple. My
Hello?
question is, why is it so difficult to retain the truth or maybe practice it even if after you've heard it and you kind of like accept that this is the truth?
Because you've only had it intellectually. There's no such thing as practice.
How do I make more money?
Hi Kapil. In your articles, you talk about no mind and to go there through understanding. So, could you elaborate on that, please?
I've written extensively about that. There's nothing to elaborate about. If you have a specific question, you can ask it, but these open-ended questions about how do you solve all the problems of the world type of questions, they don't go anywhere. They're not serious.
Hello.
Well,
Can a nihilist ever be truly happy?
there's no such thing.
Hi. Is there anything, if at all, that is closest to truth? As in, let's say, if we are living in a lie in society, we see all the indications around us. How do we know that we are moving towards truth? What are the indications which will be surrounding us if we are making that path or that journey?
There are no indications. The understanding is that everything that you experience is a lie. All of society, all of the world, all of your friends, all of your interactions, all of your social gatherings, all that's in your head, all the books that you read, all of the austerities that you practice, everything is a lie. Now, that might take you 400 lifetimes to discover, or it might take you 2 years. I don't know. But that is the realization that must be had.
Hi, Dr. Kapil.
Hello?
Hi. Words are a bit clumsy sometimes, so I don't mean to be conceptual, but from my perspective, you're coming from a place that feels really embodied and mature in what you're experiencing. And assuming that your path of devotion was organic and choiceless, um, were there moments along that path that felt like a threshold that you crossed that was like no going back from this, like losing your virginity or something where you fundamentally feel that I understand this greater somehow?
Yeah, there have been many such things, but I don't look. I don't look for them. And
They
how
happen.
exactly they happen by themselves. Yes.
It's spontaneous, and the hindsight comes to you that uh, might
But
give
but
it any.
I will tell you that I think that perhaps any type of even and I'm not saying that you do, but it suggests it sort of in your words and your tone that I don't think that anyone should have any admiration of any sort for me. I don't think that anyone should look up to me. I don't think that anyone should look at me as someone to follow or to hold in any high regard in their mind. It just happened. I'm no one
Mm.
really to you know emulate.
And does that come from you feeling like you don't hold yourself in any regard at all?
I don't know where it comes from. I just feel that that's truth.
I
It's
feel it
it's a
too.
it's a journey inside of oneself. It is not trying to be like someone else, and uh, I don't think that anybody should be like me.
Do you have free will?
It
Free
does
will.
not matter.
Hello, Dr. Gupta.
Hello.
Is peace a prerequisite to truth?
No.
Thank you.
Namaskara.
Namaste. If all things are empty, would then an empty mind be all things in all mental states?
There's no reason for you to believe that all things are empty.
What's the title? I thought that was the title.
It is the title. There's no reason for you to believe it. Take it on faith.
Hi, doctor. My question is, if all things are empty, then why do human
I
beings
don't
desperately?
understand. I've answered this question several times tonight. There is no reason to think that all things are empty. There is no reason to say if all things are empty, as if you were taking my word for it.
Well, my question is, why do human beings so desperately seek fulfillment? That's the question.
They don't seek any. Why? What else would they seek? Whether it's fulfillment or freedom or peace or whatever it may be. I don't understand the question.
If all things are empty, should we just wait?
Okay. If anyone is going to ask me if all things are empty, lower your hand.
Um, Hi, I just had a question. I don't know if this was answered before. Karma, fate, and free will. Which of these three things out of this, which is the most truthful one?
Irrelevant.
Hi.
Hello.
How have you dealt with the kind of shock and the destabilizing effects of becoming more and more aware of how deep your self-deception runs.
I don't deal with things. There's no dealing with.
Does the adversary of truth differ from the adversary of finding truth?
Ask what you want to ask.
What is the adversary of truth?
Belief and opinion.
Namaste, Kapil.
Namaste.
If one is in silence and there are no questions, there are no interpretations, is such a state nearer to the truth?
It can be. It depends upon the context. Some people can manipulate that state for a few minutes, but that doesn't mean it's real.
Hello, this is Dr. Claudine, the Miss Global Peace. All things are empty. Everybody has their way to fill up the cup they need to fill up according to their will or their divine connections. So when each individual's fill up, can it be peace, can it be forgiveness, can it be joy? Do we have a way we connected to each other, or we just continue to fill up for each one according to how we can?
There's no filling up, number one. And number two, connection with each other is false.
Yeah, good morning, sir.
Good morning.
My question is how to empty my mind to learn the new thing is very important and is very
There is
difficult
no
for
how
me.
to.
It is how to. How means
Okay.
that there is a thing.
Hello.
Hello.
How does the uh, emptiness can hold the seeds of uh, this whole world?
I have no idea what you're asking, and I don't think that you do either.
What is the source of my creation?
It will do nothing for you.
Hello.
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 Yes.
Yeah. So I have a question for you. Can I ask?
Yes.
So does religion serve any purpose in today's time?
I don't want to try to change your beliefs. If you
No, just
believe it does, then it does. But no, religion is not about God.
yeah. But does it
Hi, Siddha. I'm deeply hurt and I feel empty. How do I stay with this emptiness if it is?
There's no reason to do anything. There's no how to. The only thing there is, and the only thing that works is the truth.
Hello, sir.
Hello?
Is the seeking of my ruby tooth a worthy goal for my life?
Repeat the question.
Is the seeking of my ruby tooth a worthy goal for my life?
What is a ruby tooth?
It was literally a tooth made of 100% ruby, but it's metaphorically a difficult mission to achieve so that my life will take me on interesting adventures and meet interesting people to attain this nearly impossible tooth.
Try it. See where it takes you.
Hello, Dr. Kapil.
Hello.
Thank you for bringing me up. So, my question is: isn't even the thinking that one day I will reach the ultimate truth an imprisonment by the self?
If you were doing that for purposes of relief, pleasure, and prescription, then yes.
Hello, Dr. Kapil. So, uh, my question is related to when you say what you want, what you become is in you, or what you like doing is already within you, and you have to just find it and maximize on that. Is the process of knowing what is in you purely intellectual, or is it just trial and error?
It can be whatever you want it to be. There's no defined process for that.
Hello, my question is, can one create art from nothing, or is everything just a reinterpretation of one's perceptions and experiences?
It's whatever you think it to be. What does it matter? Whether it's a reinterpretation or whether it's from nothing. There's no badge to be got.
Hello, doctor. Thanks for bringing me up. I just wanted to know, like, is it possible to live without money?
People live without money. They live in caves. They live as a homeless person or person who begs on the street. So yes, it's possible to live without money.
Hello, doctor.
Sure.
The question I want to ask is there life after death? Is there rebirth?
I don't know.
Hello, Pranam. My question to you is, what do you do to decide in life?
There's nothing as to what to do. It's not about doing anything.
Hello, I'm audible.
Yes.
My question is, why do we feel like to distance ourselves from these Homo sapiens after we have achieved the delta states of mind?
Who cares?
Nobody. No, like,
Uh, when did you realize that all things are empty?
What does it matter?
Hello. Hello. Am I audible?
Yes.
Uh, sir, sir, I have been struggling with this enormous fear of self-realization, the fear of a non-conceptual, non-perceptual reality. Even though I want to discover it, at the same time, there is this enormous fear that I've been struggling with for more than a decade. And
I cannot
could
give you
you,
a prescription to overcome the fear.
pardon?
I cannot give you a prescription to overcome the fear.
No, I'm not asking for a prescription, but could you comment on like what is it that I need to see? What is it that I need to realize in order to be free from it?
Where there is devotion, fear does not matter. Yes. Yes. Do you have a question?
Yeah. Hi. So I'd like to put it, in spite of this is with not regards to work, with regards to the relationship we create with people. Why is it that although we
I can barely hear you.
can you hear me now? Can you hear me
Yes.
now? Why is it that when we create connections with people, um, we sort of create a relationship in our head, but when there is no exchange, although we understand that we're not accepting, we're not looking for acceptance, we're not looking for a give and take, but we feel like it's empty.
You don't have a good connection. You broke up. I cannot hear you. Good night. Burn your books. This does not mean that you should. What this means is that for the person or an obsession or an extreme longing to discover the truth found through prescriptive means. The trouble with books is that books keep a human being on the hook. It keeps him chasing those who write are trying to get across messages. They're trying to convince and convey. And there is an extreme to providing how-tos and methodologies. This keeps one forever in ignorance. One could read 1,000 books. It will not to where he longs to go. Every human being is longing. Every human being craves. And that's something in the ultimate sense is the same for everyone, whether one calls it peace or realize enlightenment, wisdom, nirvana, whatever it, every human being is looking for that. Every human being is looking for something real, yet following something that is unreal. Unreal. Myth real. Precisely why the human being chases for his or her entire, and while there is nothing chasing, chases, chases. Books does not mean that you should. It is the realization is ready. That truth cannot be found through methodologies, convince, or any questions that may arise. Those who wish not to burn their books. There is no reason to ask, for there is no compulsion to burn your books. It is not recommended. If you books, it is fine. Burn your books. It is a truth. Do you have a question?
What?
No. You are searching for a question. Never mind.
Why this?
If you wish to be clever, go somewhere else. If you have a real question, ask it. If you wish to be spiritual and nonsensical, there are a million rooms. It is simply intellectual knowledge. Therefore, it has no relevance.
Greetings, Kapil. Thank you for your wisdom. I wanted to ask, thank you, is it possible to realize all of your gifts?
Well, everything is possible. The word all tends to stick in the throat. But whatever gifts a person has, everything is available to him or her.
Thanks for having me up. The question is, can there be any wisdom and understanding through the transmission of text or words that can be felt by a human being? For example, like there's been times where I've read, things that have truth in them before that I've certainly felt, but I know that the words that are containing those words are unreal itself. So the fact that I can understand the truth within the words, is that something that can be understood from someone?
Well, you can, if you hear something which resonates and you already know it, and then you read it in a book, it yes, you can understand it, but that understanding tends to be intellectual. The reason why books are written is the same reason why books are read, and that is for the exchange of information. And the information does not get one to ultimate place. Information is simply an accumulation.
Hello.
Hello.
My question is that what gives birth to the devotion for truth? In sense, how is true devotion separate from the self?
I don't know what gives birth to it. I don't know
And
why a particular individual is drawn to it versus another.
so, how can we can differentiate
You
that?
cannot. You cannot.
Okay.
There's no how can. You can. It is. You're getting into intellectual concepts. It
Okay.
is. The truth lies in the fact you're too ready to ask another question, and that sabotages your ability to listen. You are too interested to ask another question, and that sabotages your ability to listen. Devotion is the only thing which has the ability to get someone to the supreme in anything. And where that comes from, I don't know.
Hello, Kapil. I do have a question about books, but can I also ask one that's not related to books?
I'd like to stay on topic.
Okay, so about books, do you mean basically conventional books that attempt to give you an answer? I have read some of your books, and they only raise more questions. Do you? I know there's no best, but is that the only kind of books that can help
So
you
I
go
think it
somewhere?
would. I think that whatever I say, it is always wise to not look only at the words, but to look at the wider, more fundamental message. And that message isn't trying to be relayed to you to make it get across. It is simply there, and the person who's ready for it will connect with it, and the person who is not will not. Um, Books is not just books. Books is information in any media, in any form. The point is that prescriptions and methodologies and the thing that one visits information for is a non-starter. The very reason that one reads a book, the very reason that one attempts to gain information, be it from a book or be it from someone, whatever it may be, it is done for the purpose, and it is done through the belief that the garnering of information will lead them somewhere of any high level, and it will not.
Hello.
Hello.
What is the best way to erase books from the memory or unnecessary information from the memory?
There's no best way to do anything. There's no need to erase anything. Either you have understood or you have not.
Hi, thank you for doing this. May we all please know who your guru is?
I have no guru.
Hi, Dr. Gupta. It's an honor to be able to talk to you. My question is, I understand that books, methodologies are, they have to come in second before your purpose, before your goals, and to really the goals. Sometimes I like the goals are not really. Mm, it's how can I say this? I wanted that. I really desire the goal, but sometimes when I achieve the goal, I feel a certain emptiness in myself. So my question is, how can you really
You will have to find
know that?
a quiet. You have to find a quiet place. If you are not ready to ask a question, put your hand down.
Hello. Hi, thank you, sir.
which is not completely understandable.
I cannot
Can you
hear you.
continue it? Now can you hear me?
Go ahead.
Yeah. If we read a book which is not completely understandable, I mean, which we cannot go through or could not get the idea, we have to continue or skip it.
Yeah, you have a bad connection. I cannot hear you.
Hello.
Yeah.
My simple question is this entire education system feels like I'm just learning vocabularies instead of various
Wait,
languages, but
what education system are you talking about?
the regular one that I need to go to the university, the schools, and everything else.
Okay.
So it just feels like learning a lot of words, but those words really don't have real life instrumental value to it. Do you think in a similar facet is because all I'm doing is I'm remembering words, I'm understanding words, and I don't think it's quite substantially instrumental.
Well, schools and universities have nothing to do with education. I'm surprised they still exist.
So is there? I mean, I don't know if you could answer that or not, but do you think there's a supplementary process to it, sort of substantial learning to it?
Learning to what?
Learning to anything. Is there a supplementary
I don't
process?
know. I don't know what you mean by it.
By it, I mean that the learning process. Is there other way to learn rather than formal education or reading books?
Well, I think you have to discover. You have to discover what it is that you wish to learn. Formal education. Formal education does. A person can learn in the setting of formal education, but the things that they learn is the problem. So a human being is a learning machine, but it is what you are trying to learn.
All right.
It isn't about the act of learning. If you learn a bunch of nonsense, you learned. So from the standpoint of having learned, you did learn. You were successful. You learned. But what did you learn?
That's what I'm sorry to cut you right there, but that's what is my problem at the moment. Like, for example, there are thousands of universities that teach you political science, for example, and let's say learning a political thought about 16th to 14th century. What practical implication does it have? And if it does not, I mean, what good is it for? Is my question, but I don't know if I'm clear to you.
I've already stated that it's good for nothing. I've already stated in the first response that schools and universities have no place.
Thank you. I think I get my answer.
If you raise your hand and you are chosen, and you do not come to the stage, or you send a message which says that you don't wish to speak right now, you will be blocked because you are wasting my time by raising your hand. If you want to raise your hand, you can ask a question. If you don't, leave your hand down. If you raise your hand and you don't ask a question, when you were chosen, you'll be blocked. Yes.
Hello. My question is simple. Are you a prophet or a god?
It is really irrelevant if there really is only a devotion to truth, and whatever is said here may resonate with you and it may not, but none of it is good for you, none of it is bad for you, none of it is right, and none of it is wrong. If you find yourself staying, you will, and if you don't, you won't.
Okay, thank you.
Hey, thank you, Dr. Kapil. I just started following you, and I'm kind of curious to know about the responsibility whenever you said something what kind of responsibility you take. Like when you say that the university and schools are just like useless, so it's kind of you are taking responsibility for creating a kind of waves around the young generation, or you are just saying on this platform.
I'm not taking any responsibility for anything. I'm simply stating the truth. Now, if that is something that you don't agree with, it is perfectly fine. There is no reason for you to be here. I take no responsibility of anything. I have no interest in waving flags. I have no interest in having discussions. I have no interest in having debates. I have no interest in changing anyone. I have no interest in changing the public opinion. I don't care for the masses. So I take no responsibility for anything. If it resonates with you, you may stay. And if it doesn't, you don't have to. But nothing that I say is anything that I would like you to believe.
Hello.
Yes.
Uh, Kapilji, I've been listening to you for quite some time, and I've listened to Jiddu Krishnamurti. I keep listening to these thoughts, and somewhere I get it. I get it to a point where I can explain it to a bunch of people and can write a bunch of articles and blogs, but really I don't understand anything. Like I can pretend that I understand, and I can feel
So
superior over
do
people.
you have a question?
Yeah, the question is ki, why and how will this end basically? I get it and I can explain to other people and other people say yeah, basically you get it like no one does, but I don't.
What you call getting is not getting. What you call getting is simply intellectual knowledge. You only understand it intellectually, and there's nothing wrong with that. But that is the answer to your question.
Hi. Okay. Thank you for your time, Dr. Gupta. I have one simple question. So, can you trust what you don't understand?
I think you know the answer to your own question.
Hi.
Hello?
Is is God a prescription?
The word is not, but it depends how you approach it. If you approach it such
The,
that if I do this austerity and if I do this method, then that will help me find God, then that is a prescription.
do you think the the masses and the belief in God, most people's belief in God, serves as a prescription?
Human beings tend to believe in God out of fear. Devotion is extraordinarily rare.
Yeah, Namaste. You said before that you don't have any guru in this physical world. Do you have any guru in astral world while you travel? Uh,
You're getting way into the spiritual realm. I do not believe in gurus.
I want to know what's the like the path between when you leave your body to heaven or hell, wherever you go. I want to know what's the path after your body, like your spirit exits the body. I want to know.
Yes, I understand that you want to know. If you were
If you
invited to ask a question, you could.
Hello.
Hello.
Quick question. What brings you joy?
Hi, good morning. I'm a 26-year-old employee. I work as a marketer. I have a simple question. In today's world, there's a lot of social media, there are a lot of books, we consume a lot of data through the news. Is there a way that we can unlearn this stuff that we consume every day? It's causing a lot of clutter, is what I feel. Is there a way to unlearn all these?
Well, if you wish to unlearn it, then if any human being wishes to get themselves away from it or wish to unlearn it, then they would not be exposing themselves to it on a regular basis.
Is stopping the exposure to all this, is the only way.
Well,
How do I?
but I don't understand your question. If you are saying that you wish to unlearn something, and yet you keep going towards it, then something is off.
But my question is, today in the professional world, for a living, I have to consume some kind of data. Is there a
Well,
way I should limit?
there's no rule that you should not consume what you seek to consume, and whatever it is that benefits you, and whatever that is that informs you, whether it's in your life or in your profession, then there's no rule that you should or you should not. It is the understanding that to pursue method and technology, method and technique in any form will not get one to the ultimate realm in their profession or in their life. And perhaps the more critical message to that is that there should be no compulsion to stay away from media or books or methods or techniques.
Hello.
Hello.
Is there a way to intentionally quiet your mind, like stop it from overthinking, or even like?
And this is precisely the point. What you're asking for is a methodology. What you're asking for is a technique, because that is all you know. That is the only thing that society has ever told you. You have never been introduced to the truth, which is to say that there is no method, there is no technique. Therefore, that is the only language that you have. That is the only construct that you have. Now, can the mind become quieted? Yes, it can. But in order for that even to begin, one must completely and utterly, non-effortfully, divorce themselves from the ideas of prescriptions. And that in itself could take 42 years.
Okay,
but that's what must.
you.
Hello.
Hello.
Yes, my question is I always try to find the answer to this question, why do we dream? And I still haven't got a satisfactory answer. So can you?
Yeah, I don't know why we dream.
Hello, Siddha.
Hello.
Hello. So I heard your lecture, your wisdom at the start, and what I understood was that books lead to chases, chases lead to more chases, and chases don't lead to truth. So the end cannot justify the means because the means employed determine the nature of the ends produced. So I'm wondering, how did you conclude that information is just an accumulation? Could you elaborate on the different forms of accumulation?
Well, no, I don't need to, because if you're asking me how I concluded it, that means that you're asking me to convince you of something or to teach you something. And that means that it did not resonate with you on impact. Not that it should, but the fact that it didn't requires a discussion. And discussion is more information and more accumulation.
Hello, Kapil. I got a little
Hello?
question for you. The question is, uh, did we evolve? I mean, is the consciousness the product of evolution, or is it just an illusion that we're thinking of?
It doesn't
Thank you.
matter. It doesn't matter. That's all just intellectual jargon. It does not matter.
Hello. Hi, Kapil.
Hello?
Hello.
Yes.
Yeah. My question is is the desire to understand another, is it not another chase as well? How is it different from other
Wow.
chases?
It is. It absolutely is. If you are looking to understand to in order to achieve some sort of pleasure or accumulation, then absolutely it's a chase. But the things that are devotional are heartfelt. It is the things for which one has no choice. And if you have a choice for it, it's a chase.
Well, my question is, what's the difference between attention and concentration?
I'd like to stay on topic.
Hey, Shia.
Hello.
I have a quick question. Why are you kicking people out without them finishing their sentence?
Hello.
Yes.
All right. I had a question. Like, do you believe in God and all those religious beliefs?
Belief is irrelevant.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Do you have discussions internally with yourself? Thank you.
No, there's only the truth. Discussions arise
Thank
from
you.
the mind.
Hi, Kapil. I'm
Hello.
25. When I read your book for the first time some 2-3 years ago, it created an intense disquiet in my head, as if it's a compulsion, like I was fighting with those ideas. That sort of reaction, however, I still find myself keep going back to your book, especially Direct Truth. But that sort of reaction which I had for the first time makes me want to think that I probably don't have that DNA which I wish I had, and that makes me think that whatever now I look for, it will just be a chase. That's my question. Yeah.
But that wasn't a question. That was
My question is now, whatever I desire for, as in the truth, it will just be a chase. Is that the truth in its own self?
well, if you recognize that, and if you have a longing for the truth more than the chase, then naturally that is the way that you will find yourself going. One is not necessarily doomed, and if your realization that you have stated is true, then you definitely have a possibility.
I think I already heard your answer to the question I have when you said that, when you mentioned the heart and that you don't have a choice. But would you comment on the importance of devotion to the subject of the devotion? Thank you.
There's no importance. Either one has there. It isn't important.
Uh, I have a question. Is there any correlation between truth and peace?
For some, truth brings turmoil, but in the end, if the truth for longing is real in a person's heart, it is the only thing that can bring.
I want to shout out to friends comments. I want to shout out to Donna. I want to shout out to A Squared, P Squared. Thank you guys. Bye.
Uh, Hello, Kapil. Thank you for the opportunity. Can you hear me?
Yes.
I'm a student and an engineer by profession. Um, I have, whenever I work or study, and it's sometimes I will be in a painful or a situation, and I like to resonate myself in that state, and I like to be, and I like to somehow lost in that state, and I'm kind of trying to understand
You were
what's the.
chasing it. You were chasing it. It's not going to work. There is no. Some have already been blocked. If you raise your hand and do not ask a question or do not come on stage, you will be blocked. Put your hand down if you do not wish to ask a question.
Hi, Kapil. At times, when I'm reading someone's work, I get the sense that it's bringing me closer to truth or further from the truth. Is this feeling of proximity to the truth? Is this a trick of my
So
mind?
that has done. You have felt that. You have felt closer to the truth and further from the truth. So what? Look where you are. Wherever that may be, look where you are.
Thank you.
Hello, can you tell me how to find our career in early life? Like, what is the passionate about?
No, I cannot.
Hi, good morning. Does there
Hello.
come a point where one stops doing things or stops trying to do something about it? How does
Yes,
one know when
that
to
is
stop?
extraordinarily rare, and in the same way that it is also extraordinarily rare for an individual to have the DNA to devote themselves to truth and not prescriptions. But when one naturally does not wish to do things, it is because they have seen the futility of all doings. So is that possible? Yes.
Hello, Doctor. Um, I don't get the subject you mean today. Born your books. What is mean?
I gave a talk at the beginning.
Hello. Um, how uh how do you know when it's an insight from something beyond and when it's just another thought?
It's just another thought.
Hello, Kapil.
Hello.
My days seem to fluctuate between extreme motivation to the days where I am feeling this strong existential crisis. So I am able to see
Are
through
you going to
this.
ask me how to become motivated? Are
No,
you
no,
going
no,
to
no,
ask me
not at
how to
all.
get away with one? Okay,
No, no,
go ahead.
not at all, not at all. I'm able to see through this meaninglessness of life and how we just continue to numb that feeling to different experiences. So my question is that there's no how to out of it. I'm just asking, like, am I forever doomed to be in this cycle of motivation and crisis? Because these seem to go on and on and on.
Um, on a practical level, every human being is doomed to that. They are not doomed from the standpoint of an ultimate possibility. It is not impossible, but practically, that is what ends up happening. So, if that is not okay with you on something beyond an intellectual level, then there is promise for you. Yes.
Hi, good morning. I'm sorry, I was very excited to be here. That's why I was quite nervous on this. I would like to ask you a very good question that it's been bothering me a lot for a very long time. So I've been reading Zen, Stoic, and so many philosophies of life, and I get a thing called living in the moment, being in the now, and I really believe that's one of the key to be very happy and bliss about. So my question is, so what if I need something? Let's say if I need some bigger money tomorrow, so I have to do something about it.
You will
So
never get in the
how?
now. You are
Yes,
the per-
how I?
you did not listen to the talk. You will not get into the now. You are the classic victim of the prescription world. You can do every methodology and read those nonsensical books that you're talking about, And if you get into the now, good for you. There's no reason for you to seek anything else then. But please stop the nonsense.
Hi, Dr. Kapil. We all human beings are chasing something all the time. But if you find your truth, are you ready to die?
You know, I cannot speak for people. That's a personal experience.
Thank you.
Yes.
Hello?
Yes.
Well, can you, sorry for earlier because the surrounding is so it's a lot
You have
of
a
noise.
very
Yeah,
bad connection. I cannot hear you because you're breaking.
yeah. I'm sorry. So my question is, where do true desire comes from? Like I have desire, and when I fulfill it, I feel the emptiness in my soul. Like passing a test. Yeah, for 2 days I was
Desire
very
comes
glad, but then
from the mind.
yeah, it's all empty.
Hi, doctor.
Hello.
I'm just trying because I came like half an hour ago, so I'm just trying to figure out, if you don't mind, just basically what you covered, in the beginning about burning your books, because I'm not sure that everyone really knows, in terms of the content that came out before. Thanks.
Burn your books. Methodologies, prescriptions, techniques is all that's found in the media and the books. They will get you nowhere.
Hi, doctor. What does it mean by conquering the mind? And where do we start?
There is nowhere to start. Conquering the mind is freedom. There is nowhere to start. You did not listen to the talk. Not that you should have. But then you're asking a question which was discussed essentially in the talk.
I
There are no
missed it.
prescriptions.
Thank you.
Hello, Kapil sir. Sir, my
Hello.
question is that I often get the feeling of we are living with the luck, like how we born, how successful we born with privilege, or where we born in our countries, and how rich
Yes,
we are born.
everyone is born into circumstances.
Yes. Yes.
Some people
So I don't.
view. Hang on. Stop.
Okay.
Some people view luck as their god. Some people view
Yes. Yes.
luck as something that is incidental. Your question
Yeah,
was
but
about luck.
yeah. But I also don't believe in law of karma. Like it's not our fault, like how we born.
Okay, so what's
So I
your
think it's
question?
we are living under a luck, right? So it's not our fault.
Okay, so this is you're a perfect example of this. So you ask a question, I provide a response. You don't like the response. You keep talking.
No.
You ask more
No.
questions, and
It was my
even
question, sir.
now as I'm talking, you're still talking. I provided you the response, and this is not something that you did in any kind of derogatory or intentional way. The point that I'm making is that human beings ask questions and they look only for the answer that they're looking for. You could ask 5 questions, and I would provide you 5 truths, and they would do nothing for you because you're not ready to hear them. You are simply more interested in asking the question.
Hi. How do I break my emotional ties to the past to be in the now?
Were you here for the talk?
Unfortunately, I was not. I apologize.
Okay, you don't have to apologize. There is no how to. There's no method or technique for anything worthwhile.
Can we or do you consider mathematics as the language of truth?
I do not.
Hello. My question was, is there any greater truth than living your authenticity?
I mean, those are just words. That has no meaning. I mean, that could have meaning to you, and you know exactly what that means for you. But those are just words.
Right.
Hi, good evening.
Hello.
I'm the guy who spent too much time in front of his computer screen. But thank you for the answer, and I already kind of knew it, but thank you. I have a different question on the topic. I draw every single day / paint. Is there a point for me to pursue a active like a style, or will it just come naturally to me?
I'd like to stay on topic.
All right, thank you.
Hello. What
Hello.
is freedom? What is freedom, and does it really exist?
Yes, it exists. And giving you a simple definition based upon your question, you ask in a didactic way. Therefore, you're not ready for the truth. Because I could say A B C D E is freedom, and given the manner and the context through which you asked it, the A B C D E will do nothing for you.
Hi, I want to ask what causes expectation.
It doesn't matter what causes expectations. It only matters where one goes with it. It only matters the effect of that upon a person, and if they recognize what that effect is without subscribing to any ideal or philosophy or concept or how to or self-improvement or.
Hi, Dr. Gupta. Can you hear me? Hi, Dr. Gupta. Thank you for the opportunity. I don't have a question. For the questions kind of stopped coming since I found your work and read your work, listened to you multiple times. So just want to say thank you from the bottom of my heart.
Thank you.
Hello, Kapil ji. Namaste. Hello.
Yes, do you have a question?
When a spouse or a friend leaves your life after a number of years, does this constitute the discovery of a truth?
I'd like to stay on topic.
Hi. My question is: writing books is in the spirit of community. Does the path of devotion require you to stand alone, by definition?
Always.
They're on Kindle or in print when it is coming, like.
Recently, I lost a family member, and through that process, I saw that a lot of grieving doesn't come from a place of love, but like more so attachment between people.
So number one, I'm sorry for your loss. Number two, I must stay on topic.
The question that I'll cut to the question. Would you say between human beings, the only truth in a relationship would be
Well,
devotion?
How is that on topic?
Okay, sorry.
Hi, Dr. Gupta. Thank you. Okay, so now it's more quiet. So I, my question is, like, I know that I understand that books should come second, the one should come first. But when you don't want anything, so like, shouldn't we do anything? Like, we should stand still. If we don't do anything, it's
So this is
our time will be
this is the
wasted.
classic conundrum by those whose minds are absolutely wrapped and conditioned by prescriptions, which is basically everyone. I never said that desire comes first. I never
Uh,
said that that books should come second.
oh, okay.
I never said that you should do this or you should do that. In fact, I went out of my way to say that you should not be compelled to burn your books. If you find value in them, then keep them. It would be silly to get rid of them. So there's nothing. A human being's only language, his only understanding through his conditioning through society is what to do, what activity should I do. And if you tell them that there's nothing to do, then they will say, so I shall do nothing, which is what you just said. And if you tell them there's nothing to do, they will say, so shall I just stand still? I didn't tell you to do nothing. I didn't tell you to stand still. I didn't tell you to do something. I didn't tell you to read. I didn't tell you not to read. That is why it's all about understanding. It is not about prescriptions. And what you have just described is exactly how prescriptions are circular. They can never go anywhere.
Hello, Mr. Gupta. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I would like to talk about the topic at hand. For years, I was a reader. I was always reading in order to find something, never knowing exactly what it was. Reading books and items that resonated with me, but I could never get rid of the feeling that all the reading was never really getting me where I wanted to, and that all the time that I spent on it wasn't exactly getting me where I wanted to go. That all the information that I was collecting just wasn't getting me anywhere. So then what I would like to ask is then, what was I not understanding about trying to get where I wanted to go?
Well,
Is it
the
just that?
same thing that no one understands. Everyone has been brainwashed. It's not a good thing or a bad thing. It's just simply the way it is. Every human being has been brainwashed for their entire life since childhood to seek prescriptions, to seek methods, how-tos, techniques. And if there were no methods, how-tos, and techniques, there would not be a single book.
Thank you.
Hello.
Yes.
Hi. I've always been a reader throughout my life. But the fact is that why would you be against prescription or why would you be against books at all? Because
I
the
don't.
language that
Stop. This is the wrong room for you. I think that it would serve you best to consider me a fool and that I have no idea what I'm talking about, and for you to go to a room that actually resonates. I have no interest in discussions or to convince you.
Okay.
I cannot hear you. Yeah.
Actually, I am using this app for the first time. Myself, Sonam, and I'm from India, Sikkim. And I
It's
just
okay. You can just go back to the audience. This is people who have a question. If you have a
okay,
question, you can raise your hand. If you don't,
okay. Can
you're
you tell
welcome to
me
listen.
like, okay.
Hey, Dr. Kapil, thanks for inviting me here. So I saw your profile on LinkedIn. Is that correct? Like you're in North Carolina, Concord? Because I'm in Charlotte. Is it possible to?
Namaskaram, Siddha ji. Actually, my question was regarding these books. Can you just elaborate as to um why you have said this, or as to which particular books are you referring to?
Hi. Um, I have a very simple question. Is one's identity a creation of the mind?
You must stay on topic.
Hello. So the prescription failed because the truth, or in the domain of truth, you're not actually seeking for results. Therefore, no results means no
Prescriptions fail
prescription.
because prescriptions lead only to more prescriptions. How-tos lead only to more how-tos. Methods lead only to more methods. They only serve themselves. They never get one anywhere. They're simply circles.
But why is in the mechanical sense
Yes,
it works?
mechanically you can. Mechanically, there is a prescription. If you wish to turn on a computer, if you wish to turn a doorknob, you can have some prescription for basic mechanical things.
But in truth, it doesn't.
Well, anything beyond mechanical, you don't have to go all the way to truth. Anything beyond something simply basic monkey mechanics, there's no foundation. There's no place for prescriptions. But you don't have to believe that.
Hi, Kapil.
Hello?
So for beginners, books are necessary to get to maybe to a certain stage. But once you are there, you no longer need to depend on a book, but you should be able to find your way. Is that correct?
If that has, well, there's no correct or incorrect. If that has been your experience, then one must walk according to their own experiences. If you have found that books get you somewhere, wherever that may be, then it would be wise for you to continue it. There's no right or wrong. There's no rules here that I'm seeking to get across to you. There's no convincing happening here.
Okay.
Namaste. A couple of 3-4 years back, I bundled all my books, most of the books, and donated the books. Just saw you burn your books topics, and I asked, is there a necessity to? No, I find it's there no necessity to read books. Life is only experience. So I just wanted to. I'm feeling good. Thank you for this topic. Thank you.
Hi, Siddha. Thanks for offering your time. My question is, why are we as humans so desperate to find right or wrong ways to do things?
Well, if you think about it logically, why would you not? It's the only thing that you've ever known. Every single thing. You cannot expect a human being for it to be brainwashed and basically conditioned in every possible way according to certain concepts, and then hope or expect that they not subscribe to that concept. So however you are is because of what society made you. It isn't who you really are.
Thank you so much.
My question to you is like, what is the one thing that can
To develop your habits of reading books.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I think that you were not here for the talk, and therefore you missed the entire point.
Good morning. I have so many books, and some are good, some are bad. So how to choose which books to burn?
Do not burn any of them. If you are not ready to come on stage and ask a question, put your hand down.
Why should you burn your books?
You should not.
Hello.
Yes.
Yeah. So I have this question: like, if books are so bad, so why for millennials we are reading books?
Why do you say if books are so bad?
Then why do we need to burn your books?
Did I
So
say that you need to burn your books?
no, you didn't
I
say.
never said that you should burn your books.
So
You should not burn your books. You should not. In fact, you shouldn't listen to anything that I say.
okay.
You shouldn't even be in this room right now. There's
Okay.
nothing for you here to learn.
Hello.
Yes.
Yeah, my question is: is realization possible without language? And by language, I'm referring to
I
knowledge.
must stay on topic.
What do you mean by burn the books from your title? What do you want to explore in?
So if someone is not here for the talk, I don't have time to do the talk again or to explain.
Hi, I just joined this room. So, what's this room about?
Namaste, Kapilji. Who should we follow, or what should we follow? Is
You
it our
shouldn't
own
follow
inner
anything.
experience?
You should not do anything. There's no
So our
should.
own inner experience.
I'm
So you
sorry.
mean our inner experiences, or what we experience in this journey of life, is what we should
Well,
rely and count?
well, human beings' experiences are they have the possibility to provide him um, some level of knowledge because one has the ability to look at his experiences if he has the DNA to truly examine things. He does have the ability to look at his experiences in a retrospective fashion and discover what they really did for him and what they did not. And from that, something can arise. But people tend not to be this incisive. They tend to live monotonous, robotic lives. And it is exactly for that reason, coming back to your original question, why they do follow people. There is no reason to follow any doctrine, to follow any guru, to follow any prescription, any method. Because if you follow those things, then you are a blind man who is being led by a dog. Therefore, you will never know anything on your own. You will always be asking for the next step and for the next step. And this is exactly and precisely what has happened to human beings for their whole lives across all cultures because they have been taught that methodologies and techniques and prescriptions and good for you and healthy and not healthy and correct and incorrect and bad and good and holy and unholy, as a result, they live their entire life as a slave to these how-tos, and they waste their entire life.
I have a question. These books offer borrowed knowledge. So, is borrowed knowledge better than experiential knowledge?
Nothing is better than anything. Books
Thank
only
you.
offer methods, techniques, and prescriptions.
Thank you
Thus,
so
they are
much.
useless.
Hi, I agree that one should be following his or her
Well,
own
you
direction.
don't need to agree. You've already started off in a vein that is not going to be really in line with what I am talking about. Though I agree, I don't want you to agree. You're coming to a but, and I'm not interested in what your although is. I'm not interested. So if you have a specific question, you can ask it, which you don't.
Hello, can you hear? Hello. Uh, Forgive me if I'm misinterpreting, but I followed your writing. Um,
I
I,
did not follow any authors.
or
I
read.
have
Okay.
never followed any author in my life. And though I may have read things in the past, there is nothing that I have read that has taken me from one place to another. I have mentioned in my life people who are truth seekers, people who have found things of truth in their life, people who are genuine, people who are inspirational. I have never in any way, in any fashion, even implied that I have read someone and from that reading I went from this place to a higher place.
Hello. Yeah, you are saying these books are physical books, right?
If you are not here for the talk, don't ask questions.
Hi there. A lot of the understanding that we and clarity that we gain today on a day-to-day basis is by asking questions. And questioning, the mindset of questioning is inspired by our formal education system, which consists of reading a lot of books and the critical thinking that comes with it. Is there space for reasoning on the path to devotion and seeking the truth?
Yes, perhaps the reasoning, there absolutely is a place for it. And the reasoning is to begin in your own life. So the reasoning in this case, in this particular circumstance, would be to say that if I have read societal doctrines and I have followed prescriptions and I have followed methods. Examine for yourself. Have they gotten you to where you wish to go? And don't answer that question. I'm not interested in your answer, but that's an answer for yourself. So that is reasoning. That is the answer to your question.
Thank you.
Hey, is truth a pathless land?
So you've taken words from somebody else, turned it into a question, and brought it over here.
If you want to take it that way, yes.
If I want to take it that way, am I taking it a certain way?
I really thought that statement had some great sense in it, and
is that statement yours?
Nope, that's not mine.
Okay, so then why did you say that if I wish to take it that way, as if it was subject to interpretation?
All right, I've read it somewhere, and I made it like a question, and I'm asking you.
So that's fine. So I'm asking you, why did you respond with, if you wish to take it that way, as if there was another way to take it?
Okay, I apologize then.
You don't need to apologize. That simply isn't truth.
Hello, can I ask you on what you just said some time back, that human beings are conditioned in a certain way and that's why they are sort of wasting their life? I mean, how can they be wasting? I mean, if they're wasting their life, is there something that is to be done? And because they're not doing that, they are wasting it.
Well, I'm not sure if your question is really a question. There is nothing to be done, but I'm not sure that you are really here to ask a question. I think that you have an opinion. I think that you have
No.
taken a particular side and a particular angle, which is fine, but that really does not lend itself to a genuine and organic question.
Yeah, thank you.
I have a question. Ways of life.
No,
Do you think
I've written extensively about mentors. The answer to your question is no. But the answer to your question won't do anything for you, though, unless you understand the depth behind it. Me saying no to you will do nothing for you. So I might say to you, yes, mentors are wonderful, and that actually will probably coincide with what your belief is. And then you'll go on and find a mentor. I might say no to you. What does that do for you? Nothing. So it isn't about yeses and nos. It isn't. It is about looking into the matter. And if one is open to the truth, then he is open to not believing anything, but he is open to seeing the depth behind why I may say one thing or another without any sense that one should in any way adhere to what I am saying.
Hey, Siddha, thanks for having me. So my question is, when somebody discovers the truth in anything, in any field, why is it that when they start to write, that it becomes a prescription?
Because you're never in your life going to meet a human being who is not completely morbidly conditioned by prescriptions. So what else are they going to write? If you squeeze an orange, you're not going to get apple juice.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I missed the beginning, so I'm not sure if you already spoke to this. But is there any utility in books that aren't full of prescriptions that are simply stored?
Name one. Name one.
I guess I'm thinking of like the Gulag Archipelago, or that are stories of human experience and belief systems gone awry and causing problems.
And what you're basically saying is that you're looking to say that you find that some books are able to transport you from one level of place to another in terms of transformation. And if you believe that, then perfectly fine. There are no books that don't prescribe. There are no books that don't have a message. There are no books that may not give you a 5-step plan, but there is no author in the world who is writing books that does not wish to have an angle and convince you of something. That animal doesn't exist anywhere.
I see.
Hello, so I wanted to know that are people predestined? If they are predestined, so is it possible for them to
I
consciously?
must stay on topic. Yeah.
What's your take on history books?
Hello. Should we burn books, including yours?
I do not recommend that you burn any books. There is no should. And absolutely you can burn my books. There is no should. If you are relying upon me to tell you and then you follow me, then you're not seeing the truth behind it, and therefore you're just turning it into another prescription.
Hi. I see you are not wasting a single letter when you speak, and you are going beyond words when you listen to it. Is it, and in world perspective, it is a skill. Is it from no mind or decades of experience? I say no mind because I feel you're not thinking while you speak or listen. You won't come from past, future, pain, or other emotions. It comes right at this moment. What is that which is coming from you? Thank you.
It is not a skill. I have no interest in wasting time. I have no interest in convincing anyone. I have no interest in anyone liking what I say. I have no interest in helping anyone. Everything that I do, I am not the one who does it. It comes through me. And from where it comes, it just comes. And it comes at the moment that it happens. It comes spontaneously. It is very much like speaking in tongues. Where it comes from, I don't know. I don't seek to question it. But no, I do not. I do not rehearse things. And whether it is my writing or whether it is my speaking or whether it is answering questions, it simply arises, and it does not arise from me. It is from somewhere else, somewhere in the beyond.
So it happens when there is no mind.
I do not try to achieve no mind.
Thank you.
Hi, Kapil. This is Rishi here. My question is with respect to fear and anxiety. I was just wondering if you could give one
I
advice
must
to
stay on
conquer
topic.
fear.
Thank you.
It is all conspiracy. And everything in your head is a conspiracy.
Hello.
Yes.
Why did you put the title which you do not believe or advise?
There's no reason for you to be in this room. It will not benefit you.
Hi. I have a question regarding the approach to books. I do resonate with what you shared about how reading a book can oftentimes it does color what I. But at times I have also seen there are moments when it helps me as a starting point.
Okay, so that's fine. So do you have a question? I see where you're going with
Yeah.
this. Do you
So
have a
the
question?
question is, can books also help me to go
Yeah,
beyond
and
the
I
books
knew
I
that's where you were
experienced?
going. I don't hold any rules.
Okay.
If you find that X and Y and Z, then for you it's X and Y and Z. only speaking the truth. I'm not saying that you should imbibe it.
Hello there.
Hello.
How are you?
Hey Kapil, uh, thank you for inviting me here. My question is, sometimes I feel that I am a social human being and I want to belong to the people. But when I look at the world, for example, if the world in the world, if
I have to stay
everyone
on
looks
topic.
like
You're not staying on topic.
Hello.
Yeah.
You can burn your books, but how do you burn your knowledge? Because the one who is burning is the one, is
Okay.
the knowledge
You
itself. So
began
how?
you began with you can burn your books. You can burn your books, but I'm not telling you that you should burn your books. You shouldn't burn anything.
Hi, Dr. Kapil.
Hello.
I recently got your book, Direct Truth, and I was so relieved to see that there was no teaching in it. Um, and I've heard people ask you about your writing, about things you've said in the past, and you often say, I have no idea what I said, I don't remember. If you were to pick up your own book, what lens would you approach your own writing through? Would it
Well,
feel fresh?
I read it as if I'm reading it for the first time.
It comes fresh to you because it's written from a space of non-effort. It would be able to reflect to you like you're seeing this for the first time. And
yes,
this is the takeaway, or I hate to say the reason for doing it, but the enriching quality of that act, looking back at the reflection of the book itself is its only value. Is that fair?
I don't do it. I don't write a book for the value. I wrote those books because I was compelled to write them, and so it would even be incorrect to say that I wrote them. They were written through me.
Yeah. I hesitate to even ask what could inspire you to pick up the pen. It has to be, the answer has to be the only thing that compelled you is your devotion.
Yes, I write because I have to.
Hi, Dr. Gupta. Thank you again for doing this. This was very entertaining. Have a good evening.
I don't wish it to be entertaining.
I know that, but thank you.
Hi, Kapil. Thank you for having me on. I appreciate it. I was curious. You often reference the heart. Sometimes it feels like the heart is literally has a voice.
I
Am
have
I
to
crazy?
stay on. I have to stay on topic.
Sorry. Okay.
Hi, I joined this conversation late, so you might have already covered this maybe. But when you say burn your books, um, what is, as per you, the best way of knowledge or information or learning? What do you say about it? Should we?
Devotion to truth.
How to find the truth if you say devotion to truth?
Hello, everyone. I just wanted to say that how do we pass on the baton? Does it mean book is just a metaphor here for passing on of the knowledge? We do it through stories. We do it today with videos, audios, and people did it through books.
I'm not
So
interested in the discussion. Do you have a question?
no, I just want to say that if everyone has to find his own truth, then how does somebody passes the baton that yes, I have achieved something and I
Okay.
want to,
So
I can take it forward from there.
okay. I will answer it for you very succinctly. You may understand. You may not. I do not know what your level of
That's fine.
sincerity is, but I will tell you. Buddha became enlightened. Is that correct?
I mean, I don't know actually, but that's what we learned.
That's a fair answer. But let's assume that he did.
Okay.
And then he wrote the Four Noble Truths and the Eightfold Path. Or at least the Four Noble Truths and the Eightfold Path are the messages that were gleaned from him and written down in a book. Is that correct?
Yes.
And those books of the Four Noble Truths and the Eightfold Path are on every shelf in the world. How many enlightened people have you met in your life? Number two, the Gita is in every Hindu household and perhaps even millions and millions of non-Indian households. How many gods do you see walking around? What you do see is parrots. Books create parrots. So what you do see is those who take the book of the Four Noble Truths and the Eightfold Path and the Gita and whatever else it may be, and then have lectures about them. And to tell others that you should do this and you should do that, because it is said in the book that this and this and this, and you should adhere to this and you should adhere to that. It's not a crime to do that. But if you look at things from the sky, if you look at things from 30,000 feet, if you look at things from a bird's eye view, what you see is that human beings learn nothing from books, because you can learn nothing from prescriptions. And even the texts that profess to have the truth, and they may. There are a lot of truths in the Gita. It is not fluff. But the effect of that is not the creation of gods. The effect of that is the creation of intellectuals and parrots. Parrot.
Hi, Kapil. Uh, as a parent, I have all the power to choose for my kids what to read, what to like, yeah, what they read. Are they victim of me? What is like?
Yes, they are a
Yeah.
victim of you.
hmm And me understanding that, is it a truth about?
Yes, it is the understanding that every parent ruins his or her children. Obviously not by choice. Obviously not by intent.
Mhm.
But it is the examination of into what is one's level of realization. And parents do to books what books do to humans. They all prescribe and they all talk nonsense. And in the end, no one really gets anywhere in this world.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. Some of your writings, I not just agree to it. I can kind of feel what you're saying, and the rest I cannot understand. So I have a question that in the past I had a teacher, and I think this person would qualify as what you would say a teacher in the purest sense of the word. And unfortunately, she's not in this world anymore. And she helped me reach a peak, a real peak in my life, which I could uh, really feel based on what you describe as a peak performance. And is it wise? Is it effective to look back and emulate what happened there, or is that a wrong way of seeking
You
truth?
can, but it will not lead you anywhere. But having said that, you should not use my words as any barrier against doing so.
Right. And
Hello.
Yes.
Hi. So I just joined this play group. group, and I just wanted to understand, because I like reading books and I think of books as a source of information. So
Hi,
Hello.
how are you?
Hey, Siddha. So, yeah, in my journey of transformation, I also burned all my books because there was no need. However, I want to ask you, if you burn your books, then what do you study? Or do you stop studying?
Well, if you're asking what do you study, that means that you find value in studying. Is that correct?
Yeah.
So if you find value in studying, why would you burn your books?
How do you burn our books?
Hello, Siddhi, hello.
You have a question?
How can we get knowledge without from the book?
Keep reading your books.
How do I get rid of my perspective and prejudices?
I must stay on top.
Hello, Dr. Gupta.
Hello.
I'm a college student, and I've been reading your material for the past 2 or 3 months. And whether I like it or not, my current life revolves around book. It's just a part of the education system. So my question to you was, can truth have any sort of footing in the current education system
No.
whatsoever?
Hello. Hi. My question is, if you have a way to convert a knowledge to wisdom through a book, then why not read a book? Why should we burn the book?
You shouldn't.
It's
I
good.
agree. Why not? I agree. Read books.
I have a question. So when it comes to books, um, we are turning extremely logical, especially considering how many books we have. Where does logic fit in this entire spectrum? Because Bhakti Sutra talks about logic as the lowest form of wisdom. So I would love to know from you.
Logic only goes a certain length. After that, it leaves you high and dry.
Um, my question is, what may be a reason to burn a book?
There's no reason. There's no reason to burn it.
Good evening, Dr. Gupta. My question
Hello.
is, of books of the books that I have read, shall I burn them? Sure. What of the books that I've written?
What about them?
Are they of value to keep, or should they be tossed?
I cannot tell you if they're of any value. I can guarantee you they're not. But what use is that? If I tell you they're of no value, it only matters what your heart says.
Thank you.
Naman, sir. This me is wanting to clean up itself with all the concept, thoughts, knowledge, and those all the things for my spirit. I stop reading books. I don't care where they are. I stopped listening speeches. Then I started. There are some thoughts. There are some
You have a question?
thing. Mind. Does that books symbolically says those thoughts, those concepts which are making burden to our spiritual journey. That's why it is Burn Your Books.
Spiritual journey is an idea you got from a book. It has no meaning.
Hello, Siddha.
Hello.
Can you explain why do you decide not to read books or burn books?
I gave a talk in the beginning. That's okay.
Dr. Kapil.
Hello. I have to stay on topic.
Hello, Dr. Gupta.
Hello.
So I've read Atmaman and your other two books, and I like to believe it changed me and it gave me a lot of value. What are if it was not for these books? Let's say we burn these books. What was another way I could
Well,
get the same thing?
I would say that not that they should have had any kind of profound effect upon you. That wasn't my intent. They were just written. But if they did have any type of significant effect upon you, that was because they are completely free of prescriptions.
Okay. Okay.
Hi, Kapil.
Hello.
The question I have is why do success?
Well, every human being is going to do that which they are conditioned to do. So every human being is conditioned by prescriptions. And if you combined, in the sense of the author who writes a prescriptive book, which is basically every author in the world, you combine the ego with the need to garner favor, with the desire to help, with the desire to convince and celebrate their own viewpoint by having it imbibed and recited and agreed upon by others. Those combination of desires leads to the reasoning behind why that happens.
Hi, Kapil. What are the symptoms of a prescription-free life?
Well, one doesn't have to look for symptoms. It is really what you're asking for is um, lucking into it, and then it would be nice if you did that. And that that isn't truth. Truth is not even seeking a prescription-free life. Truth lies in a mature fashion on one's own to examine the details and to examine the effect of prescription upon one's own life and to examine what it has done to him and where it has ever gotten him.
Hello, sir. My question is, what kind of mindset mindset we should have a part of?
I could not hear.
Hi Kapil, sorry for taking so long. Uh, is our existence nothing but concoction of prescription?
Are you asking, is that what it was meant to be? Or are you asking if that's what it practically is?
If that is what it practically is.
Yes.
Hello, doctor. Uh, I hello. I come from teaching profession, and uh, this session has been an excellent demonstration for me. Like for almost ages, we are trying kind of shift from imparting knowledge to constructing knowledge of domain. And what I have experienced right now is kind of it's a wonderful experience for me. Coming to my question, like you have used books as kind of a metaphor for any or all kind of prescriptions, and we are so conditioned, kind of, we've engaged with books all our lives, so we kind of, we've conditioned to think that answers are in the books. uh, when you say burn your books, what would you suggest? When do we do it? Before?
Well, I don't
While?
suggest that. I don't
I
suggest that you do.
Right. I understand. I
If you
understand
happen
that.
to,
Right.
if it happens to resonate with you that
Right.
prescriptions and how tos and methods and techniques have
Right.
gotten you nowhere, and they are circular, and they
Right.
lead one upon chases, then
Right.
one will understand.
Mm-hmm.
If one has not understood that, and they just come to the idea of burning the books because the title says burn your books, then there's no reason to do anything, because then they haven't really understood. And that's just an empty action.
Right. Thank you so much.
Well, but your incisiveness of understanding is very keen. And in the profession of teaching, the trouble with school is that they believe that the student is an empty slate upon which they must write something and deposit something. And there is nothing in this society more damaging than school, because school absolutely provides an education. But the education that school provides is the education that one gets from a nightclub. All of the habits that one has in his life, all of the social habits are learned from school. It will perhaps and likely not one day be recognized in the world, perhaps centuries from now, that to put people together of a similar age in childhood does not bring about healthiness. It brings about doom.
Thank you. That means a lot.
Hello, Siddha. Burning your books is your thought, but how does your subconscious works on it? Or how does your insight works on it?
There is nothing to work on.
Hello, sir. My question is, can innovation and happiness go hand in hand? So, if we see the countries that tops the innovation charts are not happy themselves, but those who are in happiness charts, happiness index, they don't do well in terms of innovation. So, does these things go hand in hand, or is it sort of personal? We don't need to index it. That's my question, sir. Thank you.
You may wish to discover for yourself what type of individual could possibly create something called a happiness index. If that is
Okay.
not the greatest demonstration of fluff in a society,
Mhm.
then what is? And let me tell you the truth about happiness across societies, whether they are developed societies or developing societies. No one is happy, because happiness is a false construct.
Hi, I just joined the room when you're speaking about school. My son is now 5 weeks old, and I often thought about, like, before he was born, this idea that I would like to homeschool my kid was always been prevalent. But as I come close to it, now that it's real, I often wonder, and this is the one feedback that you get from whenever you speak about homeschooling, is that how would you take care of the socializing aspect? Kids need to socialize. Man, after all, is a community sort of a we live in
No,
communities.
well, everything that you're talking about has come from books. Man needs to socialize. After all, man is a communal creature. You're
Right.
conditioned to believe all these things, and I have no interest in arguing with you. But because you believe all these falsehoods, then they're going to color what you do. They're going to influence what you do.
Right.
Parent, I have lots of questions because I'm listening to you, and what you are telling us is a huge challenge as a parent, especially
Well, I
in a
think I
society
think
where
I have to stop you for a minute there because I don't know what you mean by telling. Because by telling,
I mean,
what you are
okay,
what you are implying is that I'm trying to teach you something. That I'm trying to have
I
you
agree.
look at
Let
things in a
me
certain way,
rephrase. Let me
and I'm
rephrase.
not.
Can, can I? Uh, okay. We really, as parents, struggle with children with the kind of structured learning that they get exposed to. How do I introduce innovation in thinking, which is not fixated to books? Because I heard you. I don't want to repeat questions, but a limited point was this: that how do parents inculcate this? Because it takes time for mind, it's easy to train muscle, not.
So if you look at things from a very from a general level at first, um, you cannot prescriptionize what I say because you will completely dilute what is being said, and what is being said is not to make you understand or make you believe anything. The truth is that if you discuss two evils, let's say, and let's say that the books, you have a book which obviously is full of prescriptions, but it's a book, and on the other hand, there are video games. The child is better off reading a book, but there we're talking about a very specific context. So in that sense, a child is far better off in a library than he is in a nightclub, or than he is in front of an iPhone, or than he is in socializing. So in that sense, but that's only in a relative sense. Um, I'm not talking about how to parent children in this particular clubhouse session. It really is about understanding for a mature adult that prescriptions lead people nowhere, and that's what this means. But as a parent, there should be no, there should not be any compulsion to take children away from books, because quite frankly, books could actually be a place which keeps them protected from bad habits. The irony is that all of these habits of socialization and social media and bad language and all of the garbage that is composed of today's movies and books and media and whatever it may be, those are all learned in school. So a child does not go to learn to school to learn information. And while he may be going to class, most of his time is learned in the hallways between class. So a child's education at school until one.
Thank you very much.
Hi, Kapil.
Hello.
Is there Hi? Is there a book that you resonated the most with?
Did you not understand what this talk is about? What is the title of the room?
Yeah, it says burn your books. But I'm speaking more in the context of as a researcher. Uh, I'm sure we all need to read books to just understand context of the past. Just trying to understand if there's any books that has impacted you. If not, great.
when I look at myself and try to see two desires that are cropping up, and the existence of both are
I have to
not
stay on
possible.
topic.
From the premise that all conditioning and prescription is futile and undesirable,
But
uh, what?
but why? But it is not a premise. It
Okay,
is the
all right.
number one. Number one, it is the truth. Number two, you should not in any way imbibe that, because
All right.
the way that you started the sentence makes it very clear that you are using my words,
Yeah.
and the truth lies in you seeing for yourself if you have found that prescriptions lead nowhere. So you cannot use it as a premise.
Okay. My question was that while reading Bhagavad Gita, you see that Krishna is prescribing something to Arjuna. So why does he do that while being the knower of truth?
That's exactly my point. You
Yeah.
will not find a single book that does not prescribe.
Right. Thank you.
Hello. So isn't truth something you want it to be true?
Hello. uh, my question is, uh, I have heard that someone has told me that uh, when the aspirant improves, he gets many experiences, and we get confused. Is it true experience or just illusion? And different kind of, and at that point, different kind of our spiritual books, we go through on it, and we get there are many experiences that are described, and he told me that those books are not to we read without we got experiences. We have to that match that experience. If that
Okay.
our
Do you
experience,
have a question?
uh
Do you have a question?
yeah, I mean, I get different type of experiences, and I cannot verify experiences, or is it true experience, or just my illusion. Uh,
Well,
so
I've heard you. I heard you say several times that someone told you.
yeah, yeah,
Someone told you.
yeah.
Okay. Well, I would suggest that you go ask that someone.
Very good morning to all. I'm new to the discussion. I want to know why we should burn our books.
You should not.
Hello, lovely ones. Thank you for letting me speak here. For if there is a book with just one word, and if there is a mind, which it is, it will make a meaning out of it. Even if I give you an empty book, you will think about silence or something else. Even if I give you a tree, you will think of something else. So instead of burning the books or the trees down, this
Do
identification
you
with
have a
the mind has
question?
to be burnt.
Do you have a
This
question?
is no. This is the answer to the burn your
I'm
books.
not interested in any lecture.
Hello,
Yes.
good morning. Why do one seeks for self-preservation but tries to destroy the other?
I must stay on topic.
Hi. Biographies doesn't prescribe you anything, and why do you think you have to destroy, burn your biography book?
Did not say that you have to do anything.
Hi everyone. Hi Siddha. Siddha, just wanted to know whether you are a rationalist or an empiricist.
I am no ist.
Hello.
Yeah.
Yeah, my question is on the tag. Let's say it's burn your books, and I'm in confusion that we must be a man who can create a book, and we must be a man who can
Do you have a
burn
question,
books.
Captain?
My question is, hello.
Yes.
Uh,
Yes.
Hi. So I've been homeschooling my children since they were very little, not with any particular goal. It just sort of felt natural to do it that way. But as they've gotten older, it's been a struggle to um, still prize them away from electronic devices and uh, and without sort of replacing that with some other kind of I don't know, thing like a book or something that entertains them or engages them in a certain way. Um, so I don't really even know how to frame the question, to be
Yeah,
honest.
you're
But
looking for a
do you have any
suggestion as to
thoughts?
how to do that,
Well,
and
even just a way to look at it and think about it. Yeah, it's a real struggle.
the struggle is that every human being is destroying their lives, and electronics is absolutely at the center of that. And so,
Yeah.
whatever comes from that realization, whatever actions come from there, it comes from there. But the depth of the realization will determine the action.
Hi there. What is the most effective way to convey truth?
There is no most effective way. Truth depends upon the readiness of the receiver.
Thanks, Kapil. My question is there a way, is there any difference between guidance and prescription?
You will not find anybody to guide you who does not prescribe. You can search every country, every continent, every village, every town. You will not
Can
find one person to guide you who will not prescribe to you.
Hello, Siddha. I just wanted to ask. I can burn the books physically, but what about all the so-called learnings and teachings that have been imparted in my mind? How do
You don't need to burn them. You don't need to burn anything. There's only truth. Hello.
So my question is, basically, I feel most of us we read books to escape our present or our reality. Uh, so I would like to know. I mean, I feel we constantly want to change our present, and this is our desperate attempt. Uh, so don't you think that that's the real issue, and that is something what needs to be addressed?
So when you ask a question which says, "Don't you think?" that means you already think, and you're looking for me to come on your side.
Maybe
That is not a
yes.
true question.
Hi.
Hello.
Uh, my question was the root of all anger is said to be fear. So when I get
Well, I have to stay on
uh,
topic.
Hello, Siddha. My question is when and how will I be ready to receive the truth?
I cannot answer that question for you. If is also a part of that.
Hi, sir. Is logic in any way filtering out the way we look at life or the way we perceive it?
Logic is very limited. It plays some role, but it's very limited.
Hello. Yeah. So my question is, Dr. Ambedkar did burn Manusmriti. I just want to know your view on this.
I have no idea who you're talking about and what you're talking about.
It's
But there's no point in reading something else and then asking me to comment upon somebody else's writing. If somebody else said something or writes something, the best thing to do is to ask them.
Hello.
Yes.
Hi. In the past, whenever not whenever, like many times when I've dropped all the knowledge acquired and all that from that space, and like when I was in mindless space, I've gotten a lot of this from somewhere that I got this knowledge or like it, and that knowledge
it's kind of helped me to find the peace, and not only find the peace, but also to find the material gain and all that. And then at some point, I was really confirmed that there is such
Do
space.
you have a
If
question?
yeah, I do have a question. And then now, whenever I try to go into that space, I cannot access it. Like, why is that?
Because you're chasing it.
Am I audible?
Okay, I'm tired of that question. If you
Okay,
come on
sorry.
stage, if you come on stage, anybody who comes on stage, you're audible. Go.
Okay, sorry. Sir, my question is, what it is that that blocks me or any other person from giving up hope of attaining, reaching the solution? Because even though hope is causing a lot of pain and struggle, but still I'm not able to give up hope completely. I mean, partially maybe, I don't know, but what is it
Well,
that is
that was part of the talk. Is that a person will almost no one will come to the realization that nothing works because they will always believe that there's one more thing they haven't tried, and there's one more thing they haven't tried, and the spiritual realm, the self-help realm, and all of the gurus and all of the minions and the books and everything will always keep stringing people along by telling them, well, you just haven't worked hard enough, and you haven't meditated for long enough, and you haven't practiced for long enough. And that statement, that concept is very reasonable and in the mind of the listener, and therefore they keep doing it forever and ever until they die and never reach anywhere.
Hi, Kapil. Thank you. And I'm not sure I'll be able to put my words, like my thinking in words, but I have seen on myself, like as you said, like being nobody. When I think I'm nobody, then that gives me that immense freedom to be anybody, and perhaps like the perception of that,
So how
as you
is
said,
this
like nothing.
question related to the topic?
No, I mean, I'm asking like this perception of nothing work, like that kind of provides that space to be creative and inquire everything by myself. So I was just like, I know like there is nothing to confirm because yeah, there's no meaning if I don't see things by myself.
Right, so there's no question. Well, that's fine.
Hi, thanks for having me up. So, one of the core understandings that I've reached from following you is that the solution always lies within the problem. When I think about what most in society try to make work, the prescriptions we're looking for, they are for chases, they're for trophies, they're for keeping up with the Joneses, they're keep for the next rung on the corporate ladder. And it makes me think, does nothing work because these problems fundamentally are empty chases? They're untruthful. So, of course, if you look within those empty problems, you will
Well, if
find empty
somebody, well, no,
solutions.
I think that I mean, you could say that about anything then, but there are reasonable things that a human being searches for. Peace, it's a reasonable thing. I mean, to look for peace, why not? I mean, that's not a pie in the sky. You know, there's a reasonable thing. Success, to be able to support yourself and your family, and to never have to worry about financial struggle. That's a real thing. The, you know, harmony, um, some sense of freedom, clarity of mind. I mean, so all these things are, relatively tangible things, very tangible things, and uh, so they're not ephemeral. They're not concepts, and so the human being searches for all of these things, and nothing works.
Hello, thank you for giving me a chance to speak, Siddha. Siddha, bro. I want to ask you a question. Please don't send me to our audience after asking you a question. Would you not mind to give me the answer of are we immortal? Please give me in yes or no.
Thank you very much, Dr. Gupta. My question is, as an artist that wants to achieve success, what is a question or examination that could lead me to find what really works for me.
As I said, the most effective thing that one could gain from this, not that they should, is to come to the genuine realization that nothing works. And almost no one will do that. Not that they should, just because they don't have the DNA for that. They will always basically respond to that in this way. Okay, yes, yes, I got it. So what does work? Yes, yes, I got it. So what does work? Okay, yes, yes, I got it. So what does work? That's where everyone is. And what they don't realize is that by doing that, that's exactly why nothing works. What they have just proven is their addiction to prescriptions. That even no prescriptions leads to more prescriptions. Okay, fine, I got it. No prescriptions. So how do I get over no prescriptions? Well, there is no how to. Okay, so how do I get over no how to?
Apple. Thank you so much for having me up here. I really appreciate you. Kapil, my question is, I have a hard time connecting with women in a romantic sense, and I'm wondering if it's not too much to ask, or I'm not trying to be prescriptive, but what would be something that I may consider to maybe connect with them better,
I
when to
think you
maybe
have
not?
the wrong room for that, and it's not on topic.
Hey, Kapil. The, nothing works. Is it because we're changing the goalpost for the things that you were mentioning? You know, the success, the happiness, the financial freedom, or is it because we just don't
No, you
understand
don't
what
have to.
really we want?
You don't have to change the goalpost. If you want peace, let's use that as an example. If someone wants peace, he's not changing the goalpost. He wants peace. Okay, so in society and in self-help books, spirituality, all these things all around the world, um, there's there's 600 million different prescriptions. Do this, meditate, mindfulness, sit quiet, be kind, meditate on compassion and kindness, whatever it may be. There's millions of things. And truth lies in seeing that none of them works. And that isn't theory. No goalpost has been changed. And those very experiments, those very chases you yourself have been through. And so it's not about following what I say. I'm not telling you to follow anything that I say. It's about looking in your own life and seeing that for yourself, that in fact, your whole life has been an empty chase.
Thank you, Kapil, for giving me a chance to speak. I want to ask you a question. Are you enlightened person?
I'm sorry?
Are you enlightened?
Hi. Um, I feel that whatever understanding always comes from within. No matter how much I've listened to a certain teaching, all of a sudden one day in the morning the understanding is there. But sometimes I have these ideas, and there's no way to know for sure. How does um
If it
at this
works or if
point
it
I
doesn't
don't know
work,
how to go
if it
forward.
works, if it works or if it doesn't work, that will tell you. If someone's looking for, and like I said, to use the other example that I was using, if someone's looking for peace and they find peace, then that means it worked. But I will give you a hint that if that peace is found through having done something, it won't last.
Yeah. Hi, Kapil. Harsh here. I have felt this numerous times that whenever I've come to the realization that say self-help books don't work, or certain prescriptions don't work, firsthand. So I stop. I kind of become more cynical, and kind of do not do certain things, or a lot of things which otherwise I would have done. And there is the thought processes and the thoughts that come up while I read those books, or do those things, have kind of dropped off. So have I made myself clear, or would you like to know some more information?
What's your question?
So if I'm ignoring the self-help book which I want to, if I'm not following any prescriptions, uh, the direction which I want to go to, I do not have a lot of confidence on it, or there's a lot of cynicism out there. So it might be how to question, and you might not like it, but that is genuinely my
The very
current feeling
fact that
which
you
I'm going
think that you've heard, the very fact that you believe that I won't like it precisely shows that you haven't examined for yourself the superfluousness of prescriptions. It has nothing to do with what I like or don't like.
Hi. When I understand that nothing works, there is fear. I don't know why it is in such way, but I feel I'm, I don't know. There is just fear of losing something, or I don't know why
Okay.
it is. Yeah.
Okay. There's nothing that I can prescribe about that. Okay, there's fear.
Hi Siddha, how would you describe the state of a person when they realize nothing works?
What do you mean? How do I describe the state of someone? Who cares?
Like,
What if I just their state is beautiful? What does that mean? What is
I would
that?
like to know how it feels to
Who
realize
cares?
nothing works.
Who cares? What if it felt? What if I told you it felt wonderful? What does that do for you? These are just theoretical questions. It felt supreme. How's that? Did that do anything for you?
Uh,
Namaste, Siddha. So my question is, will be staying, like since there are so many, like everyone and like everyone has discussed, there's so many ways of self-help books and whatnots. But will staying rooted to a mantra destroy the
No.
kind of complications?
Um, are all insights truth?
Or what?
All insights.
I don't know what you mean by your definition of insights.
I mean, like intuition.
No,
Are
no,
they?
not necessarily, because your intuition has been poisoned by society.
Good morning, Siddha. I just wanted to say I have fallen in love with your writing and I really appreciate that you're there. Just words of gratitude I have for you.
Thank you.
Hey, Siddha, thanks for your time. Would you say that finding meaning to life is a waste of time?
Well, there is no meaning.
Gotcha.
Hello, Siddha. Thank you for this opportunity. Can I know why we are distracting from what are the things we have started?
That is not on top.
Is the, I guess, arrival or undertaking or process or whatever of seeking truth or being present in truth necessarily a lonely one?
Well, there's no rules, but it always is.
is there a question that you really want to answer right now? Like,
No.
Thank you, Doctor. Sorry for the background noise. I find this stance of nothing works as kind of liberating from the
Well, it
ego.
isn't, but it isn't a stance. Like it isn't some flag that I'm waving.
Okay, but I kind of find it liberating from the ego traps of me as a doer. And as I was listening to you and to the questions that were posed to you, and I find a connection or a kind of a relevance of your talk in, I'm sorry, in context of Gita Updesh by Lord Krishna to Arjun. wherein he's kind of telling Arjun to do your karma and forgo the thought of consequences. So as
Well,
I
but
was
that's a prescription.
right, yes. So as I was turning this theme of nothing works, I realized that the
And even
moment
that wouldn't work. Even that won't work. What he told him to do, that's not going to work.
right. So, as I further analyzed this, I came to realization that moment I start thinking of nothing works, and I realize suddenly everything works. Would that be a right interpretation?
Well, you're sort of becoming abstract. What do you mean by everything works?
Uh,
If you've been looking for peace and you have found that nothing works, so then by recognizing that nothing has worked, all of a sudden you'll find peace?
as I said, I was finding it kind of, liberating for me from the sense of that I am the doer. That the
Yeah,
things which
I don't think that you're ready for that. That's more Gita stuff. And it doesn't mean that it's incorrect. But as I have said before, the things such as the Gita really can only be understood by one who is already enlightened. Because even if you look at what you just said, there was no reason to tell Arjun that he should. Was it that you said? Abandon. What did you say that Arjun was told to do?
that you kind of carry on with your karma, do the action
Okay,
and forego the thought of consequences.
sure. And so if he does that, it won't get him anywhere. Now, the only saving grace in that particular circumstance is that he is hearing the words directly from God, whereas no one else hears them directly from God. But even having said that, if you listen to what happens next, every prescription that Arjun is given, he responds with more questions. He responds with, well, how do I do that? And how do I do that? And then he gives him another how. And then he responds, well, how do I do that how? It's all very plain to see.
Thank you for the opportunity, Siddha. My question might sound a little absurd, but the prescriptions and the self-help books, whichever people are using to come to get peace or achieve something, does they propagate toxic positivity?
Well, that's just a kind of term. What do you know, don't bring terms, toxic, positive. It's like these intellectual terms that you pluck from the tree of society and you bring that little cherry into here. Don't use terms. Don't use intellectual terms. Talk English. Don't talk like a science professor. Toxic positivity that really marks you as an intellectual, that you have read books and you have brought these terms. Speak like a human being, not like a professor, not like a not like a an intellectual. Speak in English.
I'm sorry, sir, to use that word, but does that make us ourselves get confused in doing or achieving what we want to do?
I don't understand the question.
The prescriptions, the self-help books, does they really help or confuse us more? This is my question, sir.
Well, there's no reason for me to answer that question because it won't do any good for you. I have spoken endlessly about prescriptions. I have written endlessly about prescriptions. There's many podcasts out there in which I've discussed prescriptions. If after all of that you have to come to me and ask me, will prescriptions help or hurt? It has no meaning. And not that you have to listen to any of those things, and not that you have to believe any of those things. But if you haven't examined it for yourself, it doesn't matter what I say. Therefore, I could say whatever I want. It has no experiential meaning for you.
Hi, Kapil. Thank you so much for doing this. I'm just joining, so if ever I ask something that's been asked before, I'm sorry. Um, I have a particular question regarding something that involves children where their parents are being.
Is it on topic?
Perhaps because nothing works so far from what I've done. So um, I guess I want to understand what is a role of someone like me whose the children are not my children, but the parents have certain tendencies, certain addiction issues that affect the
Yeah, I cannot give you a solution for that. I cannot. I mean, it's you
children.
cannot bring a problem and then I tell, well, I think you should do this and this and this and this. I really have to stay on topic.
Hey, Kapil, I appreciate having me up. Having me up. My question is, amongst the elite in society, there's always individuals that have made it quote unquote success for whatever it may be for them, and in my life, I've seen how nothing works, and experientially, I've seen how all the things I do in my life doesn't work. But elite individuals, even though they're not searching for the truth or they're not devoted to the truth, has something worked for them? I'm not saying I want to copy them, but has there been
Yeah,
something?
sure. Yeah, no, yes, yes. People, obviously, if someone comes to an elite level, then they have found something that works for them. That is a true statement. The trouble is that they often get stuck, and then when they try to get to higher and higher levels, and even if that higher and higher level isn't necessarily in the domain in which they were successful, for instance, such as business or sport, if the higher level happens to be, let's say, in their life, then they will always pursue it in a prescriptive way, and they will begin to pursue things. They will tend to do things opposite of what they did in their profession, which allowed them to find things that worked. Yes,
Okay, do I go ahead?
yes.
Yeah, so my question is that how do we reach the answer to the question, who am I?
It's totally irrelevant. You are not ready for that answer. You can ask, who am I till the cows come home? Nothing will change.
Okay, thank you.
Well, thank you. Um, I found myself analyzing this exact question today, actually, that um, everything I've done, everything I've listened to, everything I've tried hasn't gotten me where I want to go, um, and I don't know why that is, but I find that I'm not okay um, accepting or believe not believing, but um, I revolt at the fact that nothing works because something has to work,
Yeah, and that's what I
because
said.
otherwise what am I doing?
That's exactly where everyone will be. They will never be able to come to that realization that the voice in their head, which says, well, this, I realize the last 217 things haven't worked, but the 218th might. And even if the 218th doesn't, the 219th will. The possibility for a human being to come to that realization that nothing they will ever try will ever work is extraordinarily rare. And that
I,
is why the human being is left on the hook forever. Because that thought, that idea, is simply impossible to imbibe.
Hi, Siddha. Can you hear me? Hello. Can you hear me? Okay. Um, well, when you find something that works and you know that it works for you and others, you know, witness that it actually does work for you and it does transform you um into something new or your true potential, you know, essentially whatever you want to call it. But when you tell them what works for you, they go and follow it and they don't go anywhere.
It will not work. And that's what nothing works. Because as soon as you tell someone else, it becomes prescriptive.
Hello, Kapil. When I examine things in life, there's a very, 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 very small percentage of things that I have examined for myself, and I know they work for me. But I find that they arise from some hook, or some hook onto some idea or concept that I've probably picked up somewhere, and I can identify that that is external. So how, I mean, can I differentiate?
There is no way that it would work for you. There was
Okay.
no way. There was no way that it would last for you. If it is an external concept that you have followed or been prescribed or tried to live up to or turned into a prescription or an ideal, and you followed it and lived up to it, there is no way it can work for you.
Okay. Um,
I'm sorry.
Can you hear me, Monk?
Hi Siddha, I have a question. There are times I fall into peace and then everything makes sense. But then again, my dad comes in and tells me my responsibility, and then I fall out of it. This keeps happening over and over again. Is this a trap that I'm in?
How would you answer that?
It is a trap that I am in, but I'm confused right now.
So, if you know it's a trap that you're in, then why are you asking if it's a trap that you're in?
Good morning, Mr. Kapil. Like to ask you that what if a statement like everything works is opposing nothing works? Why do you support nothing works over everything works?
Well, I'm not here to convince you of anything.
Hi Siddha, I have a question. So these days, like everything that I say or do, it just feels really fake. It's not like real. Everything that I do and say is coming out of a conditioning because I've learned it somewhere else, and I really don't know. Like, will I ever come above this conditioning, or?
I don't know if you ever will, but um, if
I
what
mean, I
you
really.
have if what you have stated and do not respond to this, because you will respond in the affirmative and it'll be a reaction, it'll be a reactive response. So this is basically just between you and you. If what
But
you have just stated, you're just too interested in asking a question, do you want to ask more questions or do you want to hear a response?
because I'm seeking for the truth, and like when I sit still and ask myself this question, is it coming out of
I've
natural
already
place?
I've already heard you. You're just repeating yourself.
But
So
that is coming out of the
if you're interested in more questions, I'll just send you back to the audience and you can ask yourself. Do you
I
want a
would like more.
response or do you want to keep asking?
I want a response.
Okay. The response is you've already wasted 12, 15 seconds. The response is that if what you have stated is genuine, and I don't want to hear if it is or not, if what you have just stated is genuine, that everything that you do is fake and artificial, and it comes from outside yourself, it's from something that you have picked up from somewhere in society. If that is genuine, then there is a real possibility for you. There is a real possibility that you could come and naturally move away from those things. If what you have stated is not genuine, then it is much less of a possibility.
Thank you. When you say nothing works, do you mean that specifically that nothing prescriptive works?
Do you know anything in your life that is not prescriptive? Have you ever in your
Maybe
life, how old are you?
23.
Okay, so in 23 years, have you ever done anything that is not prescriptive?
No, I don't think so.
So then why are you asking, do you mean prescriptive? As if you are suggesting that you have two columns of existence in your life, some things that you do that are prescriptive and some things that you do that are not prescriptive. If everything that you do is prescriptive, what is the point of asking, do I mean only the things that are prescriptive?
Uh,
Hey, hey Siddha, is it like nothing works or it's like nothing works, like pointing to nothingness?
You were not here for the talk.
Hi, Siddha. My question is that when we're dealing with a problem and we're going at it with multiple solutions, and we gradually reach to that realization that none of those solutions are working, and we are left in the state of this hopelessness, despair, is that the suffering that all humans are bound to have throughout their life? And what is the cause of that? Like, why does it happen?
Human beings suffer because they don't have the truth. And when you mention that you tried all the solutions, it isn't just the solutions at hand. It is the recognition that all of the solutions everywhere in society that you could be prescribed to for the next 1,000 years. It isn't just the ones that you've tried. It's the realization on your own that all of the things that come from society, self-help, spirituality, books, mentors, gurus, all these things, anywhere and everywhere that you've heard things from, nothing works. And don't believe that. But that's just the truth that is being revealed.
Hi,
Hello.
I see that I have a lot of load on my back, which is from the conditioning belief and the society, which I haven't seen yet, and I'm seeing it every day, which is affecting me. It is very heavy load. Even though I have dropped at once after exposed to your many of your work and discourses and solo podcast, it is too heavy. My question is, what is it to see truth deeply, completely at this moment and right now? Thank you.
It's too vague of a question to ask what is it to see truth. It the the fact that you're beginning to perhaps, if what you're saying is genuine, to realize that you have been conditioned and that the beliefs are a heavy load, and even seeing the truth behind nothing works is a heavy load. The truth is very heavy. The truth is too heavy for the vast majority of human beings. But the very fact that these are things that you seem to be genuinely and deeply interested in suggests that you have the perhaps the DNA or the proclivity or the genuine longing that is required to pursue the path of truth.
Hi, Kapil. Um, right. I mean, my question was if does nothing work mean that I abandon my responsibilities?
I have no prescription for you.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any philosophies that you have lived by that helped you reach truth? Or
No,
perhaps
I don't have any philosophies. Philosophy is simply intellectual jargon. There is
what
only there's only the pursuit of the truth, and the pursuit of the truth is seeing what's false, is seeing the falseness of one's life. And a human being lives a false life because he lives a life that is societal, worldly, spiritual, self-help, social. Everything in a human being's life is false. But that it would be a misinterpretation to try to put that into your pocket as some kind of teaching. One must examine for themselves.
do you believe you also live a false life?
I'm devoted to the truth. It's not a good thing or a bad thing. And whether my life was the most true of all or the most false of all, it would have nothing to do with you. You are simply skirting the issue.
Hi, I have a question. Like, if you're saying everybody is living a false life, like due to their conformation to the society, so it is like understood that everybody is living an illusion. But isn't it
No, no,
paradoxical?
no,
Like,
no, 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 no. You're getting into spirituality. You are you are cleverly avoiding the practical and going into the spiritual so that you may cleverly avoid the practical. I'm not trying to convince you. I could tell by the tone of your voice and the content of your words that you haven't seen any of this, that you don't realize any of this, and that's fine. But I'm not here to try to convince you that your life is false or to make you feel as if you should try to live a true life. I'm not here to tell you anything at all. If you don't realize something and you don't have the desire to realize it, that isn't good and it isn't bad. There's just nothing to say.
Hello, good morning. My
Good
question
morning.
is that which truth are we supposed to seek? Because since we know truth is subjective and there's a universal
Well,
truth, and
no, first of all, you have a lot of assumptions.
right,
Number
okay,
one, truth is not subjective.
okay.
Number
So there's
number number
this,
number number two.
yes,
Hang on. Number
okay,
two, there is no truth that you should seek.
okay.
There is nothing. This is not a classroom
So
that
how
I'm
about,
trying to teach you something
right,
and then you're supposed to go do it.
right.
If
So why
something
are we
comes
known as
across to you,
seekers?
I'm sorry?
Why are we known as seekers, universal seekers, seekers of
Which
truth and
spiritual book did you
reality?
read that in? Whatever, okay, I have an answer for you, okay?
Okay.
Whatever spiritual book or bumper sticker that you read that in, I suggest that it would be most logical to go back to that bumper sticker and back to that book, since it is the thing that told you that, and seek answers from that.
Hi Siddha. I try to keep awareness at every point of my life, but sometimes
Why? Why? Why do you try to keep awareness?
if I don't keep it, I
Who
keep
told you
getting
to do
into
that?
because if I don't do it, I'm getting into a cyclical thoughts or something
Okay,
which will
so if what you call keeping awareness, let's say it's working for you, then why are you asking any questions?
because I can't maintain it throughout a day or throughout my life.
And there you go. That's my point. It doesn't work.
Hello, sir. My
Hello?
question is, does giving up on everything works?
No,
Okay.
because that's just another clever way to have things work. That's yet another clever prescription. Just because it sounds so-called spiritual, in fact, the more spiritual it sounds, the more nonsensical it is. The more spiritual it sounds, the more ineffective, the more certain it is not to.
I was not trying to be spiritual, but
Hi, Dr. Kapil. Uh, Earlier, you said something about consistency, and it compelled me to ask you about a more grounded, like practical approach. I feel this prescription problem dichotomy. It feels very of the mind, but you often hear things about repetition and results, right? Like practicing your swing 10,000 times or 10,000 hours for mastery. And this gives you some kind of result, right? I would imagine if you sat down to write every single day, it's gonna produce something for you, but but you don't actually stop and measure those results, do you?
What do you mean by you?
If you're repeat if you see that repetition,
Who is the
right, is
you that you're talking about?
like you've written books in the past, and you must not have approached it with, here's my process, I'm going to repeat an hour of writing every day, and when I'm done with that, I'm going to count my pages and I'm going to measure it, and then that works for me. That's not like, it's not like it's not an equation you're using to
No,
drive
I don't.
goals, right? So
Correct.
is measurement itself, is stopping to measure everything and get results, is it just, it's just another exercise in trying to figure out what works, right?
No, it's an exercise in trying to gain pride in one's ego.
Yeah.
Hi, Siddha. This is Murli. My question is, um, I develop a talent, a kind of a talent to achieve something, in order to say that it works for me. When you say that nothing works, uh, what's the point of me to develop a talent? And the person who has not developed any talent, I'm so equal to him.
I didn't tell you there was a point to develop talent or not talent. I never talked about that.
Hello. Is there an afterlife?
Question has no meaning. Number one, it's completely irrelevant. Number two, it's escapism. Number three, it has nothing to do with the topic at hand.
Hi. So my question is, isn't it obvious by now that prescriptions to find truth doesn't work?
Why are you asking me this question?
Because the insight that you are teaching is prescriptions do not work. I get it, but can we move on now? Uh, is that all?
You are the poster child of a cautionary tale. You are exactly what I said would happen. Yes, yes, I got it. Can we move on now?
Hi, what made you pick this topic?
Hi. In my experience building my product, I have found that really nothing works when I try to create an outcome, like increase retention and stuff like that. The only thing that has worked, like 3 years ago, was in a moment of chaos when the company was about to fail. My back was against the wall, and out of nowhere, in just one night, we created, or I created an idea, and that has been the only thing that has worked. But since then,
Okay.
3 years
Do you have a question?
afterwards. So the question is, I guess that it is impossible to create these moments because you cannot fabricate them.
Well, that isn't a question.
Hi, Dr. Kapil, and it's an honor to even speak here and ask a question. And my question is, what is the morality behind mastering nothing?
There is no morality. Morality is a farce.
Can you just give me
Thank you, sir. Sir, I am at a point where I know the solutions of the problems, but I'm not able to make an action plan.
That has no meaning.
Um, I would say it's not such an honor to be here. I would say it's really scary to be here, but I wanted to, and that's why I raised my hand. When I was born, I don't think I knew anything. I just kept doing what came in front of me. I tried to make meaning, temporary meanings to get up in the morning and do something. And then there is no question, right? So is it okay?
I don't know. Do you have a question or not?
No, I don't. There is no
Okay.
question, I guess.
Then why did you raise your hand?
To say that there is no question.
Hi Kapil, does economics works towards the truth?
Well, if you look at the title, that'll answer your question.
Hey, how's it going? I just wanted to ask, what are we asking questions about? Oh, I'm up. Okay, hi. Sorry, my app froze. So it seems like if nothing works, we should just give up then. Like, just.
Siddha. Hi Siddha, I have a question. How nothing works?
Hi Siddha, I have a question. If nothing works, what are we supposed to do with life? I mean, if I am working.
Hi, I have a question. Why does anything exist at all?
So, hi Siddha, I have a question that what do you think is the purpose of life?
Why is there a compulsion to always have things work?
I don't think this strategy does anything at all.
Hi, thanks for the session. My question is, how do we know we have arrived at the truth? Uh, is there any way we could know that?
Look at how you're pursuing the false.
Good evening. I have recently lost about 30 pounds. I am now at high school weight as a 54-year-old man. This past 4 months, I have been simply calling it the truth. As I move on to a next phase or issue in my life, am I on the right path?
There is no right path.
Namaste. Hey, why are you ignoring people's question? That is too offensive. That is not true.
How one can resist the shiny object syndrome?
I'm sorry.
How can anyone resist the shiny object syndrome of overwhelming options and possibilities and stuff like that?
There's no such thing as how can one resist.
Nothing works.
Hello. I'm scared that nothing works and living in constant fear makes me not want to seek anything. What do I do?
Hi, I just wanted to ask, what else can you do when nothing works and you're trapped in your mind and you're trying to live every day in the moment and you try to meditate, take walks, eat healthy, but it doesn't seem to work. What else can you do?
There's nothing else to do. It is the realization that your entire life is the chasing of prescriptions and not turning that into a bad thing, but to see it maturely that all prescriptions fail. But you can't see it intellectually. If you see it intellectually, you will still be bound by prescriptions.
You are very true. Nothing works here.
Is there something that can be said about truth which is more than just its negation?
It's not negation.
Hello, Namaste, Siddha. I want to see your real gross self in the profile picture. Is it possible? Your gross self in the picture. I mean, the picture is not real, I guess, in the profile picture.
Hello, Siddha. Could you please tell us a story about your journey? It will be more helpful than asking a question.
How do you solve for personal guilt?
I was wondering, why is seeking prescription bad?
You must be new here.
I am.
Yeah, I've never said that seeking prescriptions is bad.
Or I suppose
You are free to
it's
do
not.
so.
Okay,
There's
thank
no
you.
Hello, thank you for having me. I just wanted to ask, what is nothing?
And either you're trying to be spiritual and or you were not here for the talk in the beginning.
I was
You from living truthfully?
I'm sorry?
Have the relationships you have in your life, either currently or in the
I'm
past?
not sure why you're so interested in me. It has nothing to do with me. You're the most immediate issue in your life is you and all that it entails.
But by through asking questions about someone else's personal experience, I believe It
Yeah,
helps
I
guide
know. I know
you.
that you believe that. I know that you believe that, and that I will refer you back to the statement, which is the title of this session. You believe that learning about someone else's story or journey or whatever it may be, or is going to help you, and it's not. It is squarely about your unique, personal situations.
Okay, thank you so much.
Hi. Nothing works is subjective, but then again, when we keenly observe a leaf falling down a tree, it gives me an experience. But is this observational state can be maintained 24 by 7, 365 to the lifetime?
It will not work.
Hello, sir. So, why does nothing work, and towards what?
Hey, don't ignore the people's question.
Siddha, some time ago you mentioned something about awareness. I want to know what you mean by awareness with respect to the choices we make in our daily life.
Well, I have no idea what you're talking about. I don't remember what I write. So you're asking some vague question about something that I said in the past. I don't know.
Um, I'm sorry, I don't remember exactly how it led to this, but you were talking about how how the choices that we make, if they are not internal, and as in if the final choice we make is something that comes from an idea that is external, that it's
Yeah, I'm
probably
sorry.
not going
I
to
don't
last.
remember. I don't remember. I'm not in a conscious state when I write, so it simply comes through me, and I don't remember. I don't know what you're asking.
Oh,
Um,
it was
and I
it was
and
in
I
this
also
conversation.
I also must stay on topic.
Uh-huh.
And I don't remember saying anything about awareness. I'm not saying that I didn't, but I don't recall saying anything about awareness, anyways.
Okay.
Hello. Why do I have a need to get somewhere?
I don't know.
Is it okay not to have a desire?
There is no okay or not okay.
I raised my hand. You brought me up to ask a question.
Therefore, there is at least one thing I can make work. How can you say nothing works?
Like appeal, does creating something genuine and from the heart fall into this category?
Fall into what category?
The nothing works category.
Depends what you're trying to make work.
I mean,
If you create something from the heart, then you create something from the heart. What are you trying to make work?
mm-hmm.
Hi, Siddha. My question is, prescriptions don't work for me. So where does that leave self-belief and self-confidence? I'm trying to think about, like, is that really just another prescription?
Well, you ask, where does that leave self-belief and self-confidence? Did prescriptions give you self-confidence?
No, it didn't.
So then I don't understand the relevance of the question. Because your question sounds as if you were saying that when you are following prescriptions, it gives you some sort of self-confidence. But in abandoning prescriptions, now what do you do with self-confidence? I don't
Uh,
understand the relation between self-confidence and prescriptions if you say that prescriptions did not give you self-confidence. What does the
right.
abandonment of prescriptions have to do with self-confidence?
I get what you're saying. Yeah. Thank you.
Hi, Siddha. Thanks for letting me ask question once again. My question is, in nature we see fruit get ripe at the right time, means which involves time. So is it uh, for myself as well? Is time involved to see the truth?
Time isn't involved to see the truth only because one will keep becoming wrapped up by the mind. One will keep returning to prescriptions in one form or another. One will keep returning to their societal conditioning as much as they try to condemn it. They will keep returning to it. So the conditioning you will keep returning to, the society, at least in your mind, you will keep returning to. All your conditionings that you will keep returning to, and those are the things that will make it a very prolonged journey.
Thank you.
Hi, Sita. So, how do we do then deconditioning?
Yeah, there is no.
Hello, Kapil. Um, Everyone will say that they're looking for something as the ultimate goal, may it be peace, bliss, happiness, freedom, whatever, even though the dictionary definition for these words is different. Since you have consulted with thousands of people, I wanted to ask you, like, is even though they define it differently, is that they're looking for the same thing? Is it common across
Yes,
all
everyone is looking for the same things, just as a
the
human
that is
organism. I'm sorry.
but they define it but they define it because they want to like put it in words, but uh, with the feeling of it is the same, like that
It's the
is the
same.
same.
As you have mentioned, everyone has their own word for it.
Yeah,
Some call it bliss, some call it happiness, some call it freedom, some call it realization, some call it enlightenment, nirvana, moksha, whatever it may be.
yeah,
Everyone is looking for that thing and just defined it by different words. Yes, but everyone has been taught to achieve that thing
yeah.
through some type of method or prescription or
Mhm.
whatever, austerity or whatever it may be. And those things all
So,
fail.
would it be fair to assume that they want consistency in the that, which is why, like, some people pursue like success in athletics or their job or even substances, even with the hope that that will be consistent and last their life. But what they fail to understand is it doesn't. And
No, I mean, what do you, I'm not sure what you mean by it doesn't. It
I
cannot
mean,
be
they have,
had. It cannot be
yeah.
had. It cannot be, it can be had, but it cannot be had through through their practice and through their methods and through the things that society has given them to try to achieve it through the vehicles that society has suggested to arrive at it through. Nothing works.
Hi, Dr. Gupta. How do you know that you're not mistaken about the nature of truth?
You're much better off asking yourself why you listen to me in any way. That would be a far more effective question. If you do not have a question, or you will be blocked.
Kapil. Uh, what my question is, what can help to live in disease-free body?
Too general, irrelevant.
Thanks, Kapil. My question is: does extraordinary existence matter, or is it something we tell ourselves about?
I don't understand the question.
My question is: does extraordinary existence matter, or is it something we tell about?
Repeating the question doesn't help to make one understand.
Yeah. So the topic is based on beyond an ordinary uh, existence. So my question is, so when we have, when we taking a journey, a spiritual journey, and the mind goes beyond the current reality of life. So I just have a conflict of understanding the person who really faced the reality and you know
No, the reason that
being
you have a
in.
conflict of understanding is because there is no such thing as a spiritual journey. It has no meaning. It is simply pie in the sky fluff.
Hi Siddha, I have two questions which are interlinked between them. One is, do you believe in God?
To want to have an existence that is ordinary, or to achieve something greater, does wanting have an effect, or is it all natural? Is it all
Well, this is not about achievement.
right? Okay.
If there was a wanting, there was a wanting to see reality. There was a wanting to see truth. There
And
isn't
it's achieved
an
naturally. It's not,
intellectual
there's
wanting.
no work towards it.
Well, I just answered the question. The problem with follow-up questions is the follow-up question, the person's busy creating the follow-up question as the answer is being provided. And there's no reason, if one wishes, to imbibe in any way the answer. But then they shouldn't ask the question.
Um, what keeps someone tied to an ordinary existence?
Nothing.
Nothing.
Hello. Hello.
More important, wisdom or intelligence?
How does one keep a difference between seeing the truth and then eventually leading to nihilism?
If we are the creator, what's the best way to close the gap and narrow that gap and be a little synonymous to creator?
Well, examine your life. Is your life the life of a creator?
Okay.
Hi there.
Hello, Siddha. Uh, how is your experience, living experience, different from other normal people? Is it like, do you not feel emotions, or do you feel emotions in the way that Zen masters do, like how they say, emotions arise like anger, envy, jealousy, uh, compassion? All these emotions are not muted for them, but they just arise and then dissolve like bubbles, placid water. Um, they do not carry the emotions, but emotions do arise in them, and they do feel emotions, just that they do not carry them forward. That's the only difference between um, their living experience and other normal people's living experience. Is it the same for you, or is it any different for you? That's it. That's the question.
Your life is more important to you than my life. Your life is more important to you. Learning you is more important to you. What happens to you is more important to you. How you live your life is more important to you. How what you feel is more important to you than what I feel and how I live. It is all about your life, not mine.
Hi Siddha, is there anything ordinary?
I don't know. Look at your life. What do you find?
Thank you.
Thank you for your time. Why would one aspire to be anything beyond ordinary?
I don't know who the one that you're speaking of is. It's if you do, you do. If you don't, you don't. There's no reason to. Those who raise their hands and decline coming on stage, those who raise their hands and do not respond are blocked. If you have no question, do not raise your hand.
Hey Kapil, there's times in my life where I have complete silence, and then I'll observe something or I'll see something, and then there's a involuntary thought saying, "Oh, that's nice," or "Oh, that's beautiful," and then I have a problem where those thoughts, whenever I try to go to the source of those thoughts, it's like those involuntary thoughts, I get mixed up in my life and what is and what's not. And those involuntary thoughts, I'm not asking how, but what is the nature of those involuntary thoughts and why do they come up for me?
Everything that you're describing is mental imprisonment, nothing more.
Good evening. This is my first time in the room. I am training to become an end of life doula. And part of that training, I have to read a book called Who Dies by Stephen Levine. And throughout the book, he refers to something called a spaciousness.
I think you should go ask him.
Over the last few years, I've started to think more and more, and as I introspect, uh, the thing called excessive introspection, or introspection to a point that it starts harming the individual. Does the journey of self ever end?
It is a disease of the intellectual.
Hello. Hi, I'm new to this. Can you help me understand what this?
Hello, Siddha. My question for you is I seem to be stuck in a universe that is making me forget what the true essence is, right? So, what I mean by that is when I listen to my guru or when I listen, when I read the scripture into the essence, I immediately make the connect and I have that feeling even during my meditations when I, think about when I am
Yeah,
with.
you are not a candidate for the truth. You will not find the truth in this lifetime.
Okay, thanks for that. Thanks for that.
Hello, Siddha. Do I appreciate people that are in my life?
There is no such thing as how do I. There are many people like the gentleman who asked a question a minute or so ago. People who are beholden to gurus, people who are beholden to meditation, people who are beholden to austerities, people who are beholden to scriptures. Such people do not find truth. The reason they do not find truth is not because it is not a natural possibility for them by virtue of nature having given them the opportunity to do so. The reason they will not is because such the belief in gurus and scriptures and meditations and prescriptions and austerities is simply too strong. It never goes away. There may be a rare individual who comes to the realization that all of those things will actually stand in his way. But that's extraordinarily rare. When a person has that level of belief in something, that sort of belief on a practical level never goes away. Therefore, the person is doomed. He's doomed to a life of austerity. He's doomed to a life of chases and hopes and prescriptions. It is not good or bad.
Hello. What's there beyond an ordinary existence? Is it ultimate truth?
What do you define? How do you define truth?
Siddha. My question is, when I came back from dying, everything was very beautiful and still. And since that happened, which was years ago, I have a very hard time seeking things in this world that other people seek. And my question is, how do I bridge the gap between myself and other people to make them more
Well, there is,
comfortable?
number one, there is no how do I.
Okay.
Number two, bridging the gap between yourself and other people is attempting to bridge the gap between you and illusion. Other people will not do anything for you. Chasing connections with other people will only take you further and further into disappointment and further. Having said that, there is no compulsion to do that. Having said that, there is no compulsion to stop your desire to connect with people. If that is what is within you, then that is what you will do.
Thank you, Siddha.
Hi, I don't know um, what to do anymore. There was guidance. It stopped. Why, I don't know. And I'm in a place there's no going back. There's absolutely no going back. But this place is extremely uncomfortable.
There is nothing to do. There is nothing not to do. Attempting to chase comfort will lead you nowhere. Attempting to face discomfort will lead you. No one knows.
My question is, what is the purpose of spirituality?
Spiritual has no purpose and no meaning. It is irrelevant.
I want to be more in the present moment, but I find it very hard to because either I'm in the past or in the future.
It is not hard.
So
It is
how
impossible.
how do I catch myself?
You are too beholden to ideas. Society and spirituality have sold you. You have been duped, and you don't understand that, and you don't need to understand it. Some of society and spirituality and the self-help culture, which teaches you to get into the moment, and you do not need to take my word for it. You can try for the next 4,000 years, but don't believe me. Keep trying, and you will find out.
My question is, where do we go after we die?
Where do you go when you
Understand?
live?
So, what if us, besides or beyond our basic biology, is just our brain playing games?
Even if that were true, how does that change your life?
If I could realize that, then maybe.
Well,
mm
you can't realize it because you seem to have an intellectual mindset.
so I think about it, but I'm not actually. I mean, still, I could not control my brain, right? So just think about that.
It
That
has
we're
nothing to
just
do with
basic biology.
Who am I? Who am I? Thank you.
Hi. So why do we have so much unwritten rules in our life? Being in society or not in society, why do we have so much unwritten rules everywhere?
No, that is what society is. Society is a flag waver of rules, endless row of commandments from spirituality to self-help to the entire world. That's what society is.
So is it okay to be not in society for some part of your life, or
So,
so
so
even
what are you asking for right now? You're asking for another rule.
yeah,
This is
no.
what society has done to you.
Great answers. What is stopping me to realize it experientially that otherwise I have a feeling that I have understood it intellectually. What is that pain within me allowing me to either cross or be there?
When the sincerity and the longing arises for truth, it arises. It cannot be forced to do so. But if there within a human being is the DNA, truly see the reality behind things, to truly turn their back upon the world, to truly be devoted to truth, then such within a human being. If it is not, it is not. If it is, it is. And if one is desperate to find it, that means that there's a fair chance that it might be there, but it has not reached a level of maturity yet.
Hey Siddha, I heard you saying, and I just want to share my truth. So I followed my guru and I found a higher truth and I aligned myself with the divine and the elixir I feel every moment that I don't feel here. And my friend, there is no ordinary and extraordinary.
Hello, my question is, how do I take life and myself sincerely without also losing the joy in the process?
Everything that you just said is from a bumper sticker. It is not real. You basically recited 7,000 spiritual books which have come through your lips. Not a single word that you just spoke is your very own. That isn't good or bad. You have done nothing wrong. But if you have a particular DNA, you will seek the truth, realization behind that statement.
You are enlightened ego.
Hi Siddha, I just want to know where or how can I find the absolute freedom?
Freedom is not a geographical location, but if your heart is pure with regard to finding it, you will make your way
So how
towards it.
can I?
So, from what you are saying, what I could deduce that uh, uh, we have to accept pressure. That's it seems like that we're content to say. And second, only the special people can realize. You mean that, right?
You have
Hello. Question is, can the act of acceptance be non-prescriptive?
no.
Thank you.
Is science real or religion?
Hello. My question is that how to be fearless in this materialistic world.
There is no how to.
Wisdom. Do you think uh, enlightenment and authenticity are phases or parts of reaching to truth?
They're just words. If you have no question, put your hand down.
Yes, Siddha, I have a question that I am at stage of my life where I have achieved so much through spirituality, but I want to know that how can I, that how what is the purpose of soul that it has that body?
If you have achieved so much through spirituality, then why are you still asking questions?
I'm asking that question of soul, a purpose of body that I already
Why
know.
would you have more questions? If
I
you've
want to know
achieved so
about
much through
soul because
spirituality, okay, then
uh,
why don't you go ask the spiritual world what is it? You're in the wrong place.
no, I
Yeah, I love your. Thank you.
Hello. Hi, Dr. Gupta. My question is life only about seeking truth eventually?
If I said yes to you, what would that do for you?
I would constantly look for it or seek it, maybe.
And if I said no to you, what would that do for you?
Mm, I haven't thought this through from the no
Yes.
perspective.
Yeah, your question has no meaning.
I set up existence.
So what is your existence? Right now you're existing. What is your existence?
It's not non existence.
I didn't ask you what it was not. What is it?
To be.
Is that what you're doing all day? Being? Can you say a single word that isn't from a spiritual bumper sticker? Do you have any real answers? If I were to shake you, would something come out? If I were to punch you in the arm, would an ouch that is real? Do you have anything? Are you a politician? Do you have any words that are not rehearsed?
Hi, Siddha. Is it humanly possible to get 100% control over your thoughts?
What if I said to you it was? What would you do?
That fo- the next question is, how do you attain it?
Exactly. So do you really believe that I could tell you on a session on Clubhouse the greatest elixir of overcoming the mind? That I could give you an exercise that you could do, that if you did it, it would happen. You really believe that there's an exercise that exists?
I don't, but
The question.
I just want a path.
I'm sorry?
I'm just looking for a path, not one exercise.
Okay. Path. You can call it austerity. You can call it a ritual. You can use whatever word you like. You ask, how do you do it? That means you're looking for a method.
Yeah, you can say that.
Okay. Therefore, you believe there is a method for that to happen.
If it is possible to get a control over your thoughts, I'm looking for the method.
Yes, you and everybody else. And that is why you and everybody else get nowhere. Because they believe in prescriptions.
Hi. Hi, can you hear me? Hello.
Hi. My question is, can spirituality be really expressed?
If you believe in spirituality, you can never know truth.
Okay, I see there are two people. Kapil, can I go?
Yes.
Okay, myself Rakesh, and I'm from India, and I've been facing this with my mind, with my mind, especially from my childhood. That I've been seeking truth, and I've been following truth as well. And when I follow the same thing with respect to people around me, or with respect to the society, every single thing disappoints. Everything that is happening in my life seems like just another, realization. So in this case, even right now, when I'm doing my day job and as well as working part time and other things, everything seems like a prescription to me. How do I live with this, and or not giving me any prescriptions, but I'm really looking forward to understand.
I have no idea what you want to understand.
Hi, Siddha. So, can I go ahead?
Yeah.
So, my question is, what is love?
So I'm not sure of the meaning of this question. What if I said to you that it was ABC or XYZ? So what? What is that going to do for you?
So, we live in a world
Where do
where.
definitions go?
So, my question was based on my experiences. So, we live in a world where we experience different types of love, genuine, fake, and people who purposefully fake it. So, how do we define love in a world where, how do you identify true emotions and which is true?
Why does it matter? How is that? How is that immediately relevant to your life? How is a definition of a word immediately relevant to your life?
So how does it is when you, for example, if you're going to choose your partner and you don't know who is true with their emotions, so how do you deal with that?
So it doesn't matter who you choose at the end of the day, because what you're looking for doesn't exist, and you are not ready to hear that. And that isn't good or bad. That is just where you are.
Hi, Siddha. What I want to ask is, what is the ultimate destination of a soul, if there is any?
So right now, regardless of whether you think you have a soul or not, you do have a brain, you do have a mind, and you do have a life. Is that correct?
Right, right.
So then, why are you interested in a soul? Have you figured
Because
everything out with your brain, body, mind, and life? Have you figured everything out?
because every act we do, that somewhere I heard that leads the way towards the
Somewhere you
soul.
heard. Somewhere you heard.
Uh,
So in other words, you are spending your life chasing something based upon something that you heard somewhere from someone.
so
Okay,
it's
it's not
just
wrong or right. It's not wrong or right. I'm just putting that back to you.
yeah, it's about what I heard as well as what I have felt. There is a soul inside me.
Okay, so
So,
what if there is?
beg your pardon?
When you so what if there is? So when you wake up in the morning and you have problems in your life,
Yeah.
those are not most immediate to you. Your soul
Yeah.
is.
Yeah, those are immediate problems to me, but still, the way of solving problem, like by affecting others, not the soul, or just, accumulating bad karmas, or just doing, in a good way so that not affecting other soul as well as my soul. So to solve the problem
Yeah,
which I have,
it is.
yeah.
You are a unfortunate victim of spirituality, and you cannot be helped.
Uh,
Hello. Actually, what I would like to ask you is, do you believe in God and the ghost?
Hi, Siddha. Good morning. My question is, if this life is for us to seek, then what is the seeking for? And what is the reason that we have this life?
Well, I did not say that this life is to seek anything.
Okay.
I'm not saying it is to seek. I'm not saying it is not to seek. I'm not saying you should seek. I'm not saying you should seek. I'm not saying you should listen to me. I'm not saying you should be here. I'm not saying anything. So you have come with assumptions that if this and if that, then why should I do that? Why should I do that? If the very floor is empty clouds, then you can't put anything upon empty clouds.
So then what's the purpose?
There is no purpose, and nothing that I say will help you. You're not ready.
Hi, Kapil. I really enjoy reading your discourses and listening to your media interviews on your. So thank you for keeping them public. I wanted to ask, you say so much about the mind and your journey, sort of, I guess, to freedom, but you never talk enough about the heart, which you do mention here and there. I'm not seeking prescription, but just curious, is the heart, in your opinion, is that what leads to beyond an ordinary existence? And what the heart is, I
I mean,
guess.
the heart is an organ. I mean, you're asking a very general question. You basically come in here having an ulterior motive, which is to center everything around the heart and to turn it into some kind of dissertation. It is all about where you wish to go. It is not about singling out some concept and saying, can you speak? It has no meaning. It will go nowhere. You are asking questions that are basically at arm's length on a purely intellectual level. They have nothing behind them. There is no immediate transformational possibility for you in asking this question. It will simply me saying X, Y, Z, D, E, F, G, H, I, and you saying, okay, thank you, goodbye. And that has no meaning.
Transformation. How can I break the same matrix? Hello.
There is no how.
Hello, Dr. Gupta. Two questions. So I read your book, Direct Truth. And at the end of that, you say to pursue the way of Siddhartha. And I mean, after that, I read that book by Herman Hesse. But
Well,
that guy,
I never said anything about for you to pursue the way of Siddhartha.
yeah, but that's what you mentioned. My question is that two questions. First, how do you think about the role of bliss, and how do you think about fear? Is fear an illusion, or is it just how, how do you
Well,
think about that?
you begin with a false premise. I stated that it was a false premise, and you blew it off.
Hello. Hi. Uh, I don't understand what you mean by an ordinary existence. Can you elaborate on it?
Do you believe your existence is ordinary, extraordinary, or anything else? What do you
I
feel your
don't
existence
believe
to be?
my existence is ordinary, or I think it is unique, and I think that's it.
So when you wake up every single day, and then during the middle of the day, and during the evening, and during the night, you
Yeah.
live in an extraordinary state. You feel the extraordinariness of your life. Is that correct?
So every time I get up or I'm doing something, or is there something new that I get to experience? I think it's an extraordinary achievement, not achievement, but extraordinary experience for me.
So you must be experiencing something new every minute of the day. Then is that correct?
So maybe not every minute of the day, but I do think like every day I find some one thing that I get to experience that is new.
Okay. And so whenever you experience something new, you feel extraordinary. Is that correct?
I do.
Okay. So then you feel that you live an extraordinary life.
The problem, sometimes I'm drawn to moments where I feel the experience was extraordinary, but if I see my life as a whole, it's not something that is extraordinary.
So then why are you asking the question? Then what is
Uh,
extraordinary and not extraordinary?
because
If you just stated that some of your experiences are extraordinary, but in the background of the whole of your life, it is not extraordinary.
yeah,
Hey, Kapil. My question is if living life with total freedom and conditioned by society is what you mean by an extraordinary existence or is an attribute of it? Thank you.
There's no definition of an extraordinary existence. It is the title of the room is the title of the room. There's no dictionary that must be required.
Hello, Dr. Kapil. My question is in this journey of life, will we ever stop seeking the truth?
You haven't started.
Hello, doctor. Someone asked that what difference between lucid dreaming and real life. So, can you tell what is the like reality between them? Lucid dreaming.
Good evening, Dr. Gupta. I want to ask you if pain and despair are necessary condition for one to arrive at truth.
They are not necessarily necessary, but they often do happen in those individuals who develop a strong devotion to truth. Not all, but they often do.
Can I follow that up with another question?
Namaskaram. I have one question. Do you believe in God?
Hi.
Hi. Um, I would like to know what can I do to increase my willpower?
Hi, good morning. I'm very much interested to know the answers for the every question the participants are asking here. So could you please elaborate?
I wanted to know how does one fix
Fixes do not fix anything.
existence itself is extraordinary. Is that not true?
Isn't a question. It's a comment in the form of a question.
No question, just a thought. I think when you say ordinary existence,
Okay, so what is the difference between having a purpose and your calling?
I know for a fact that I'm going to die one day, and if death is the end of it, there is no incentive for me to keep going. I might as well die right now and be done with it. What justification do I give myself to keep going?
Oh, hi. I just have a question. Like, when you're going down, like, what is the one thing that I should hold on to? Is it hope? Like, I actually don't know.
Hey, so why are you here in this room?
What is beyond this ordinary existence? What we can expect beyond this ordinary existence?
Well, if I explained it to you, it would only be intellectual. I could tell you that it's flying angels. It would not do anything for you. So that you can only ask questions that are relevant to your experience of life where you are.
Yeah, my question is, having arrived to the truth, now what vocation to choose? May I choose anything, or is it has to be some?
Siddha, what's the most difficult thing that you've overcome in your human experience, and how did you do it?
Um, Hi, Dr. Kapil. Enjoying this topic and Q&A. I have a question. So I work in the blockchain space, and I'm pushing myself to be a female leader in this space, and that's a challenge that I embrace. But in my
So
professional life, but
you said that you wanted you're trying to be a leader, and then you corrected
yeah,
that
um,
by saying female leader.
yes, but
Why is that?
well, in of my region in APAC, there's not that many of us in the space who are.
So why does it? So why does it? I see a lot of this in the world today, particularly among intellectuals, and it.
Mhm.
Why does it matter that you're a female leader?
Um,
does that not diminish yourself?
It differentiates me
From a
in a
male
way that
leader, obviously. But why the asterisks? Are you not enough as a human? Why should you get points because you're why should you get points because you're a female? Why should you want because you're a female? Why should you get points because you're a male? Why should you want points because you're a male? And why it's truly extraordinary doesn't matter if you're a goat. If you have something that's truly extraordinary, does it not diminish to say I'm a female leader? Is it not about the insight? Is it not about what has been created, what has been discovered, what has
yeah.
been realized,
Mm-hmm.
as opposed to trying to get points because you're a female?
Yeah. I think that it's not about getting points per se, but access to have my voice heard. So those avenues where they say, "Oh, okay,
So
this is."
if somebody hears you because you're a female, then I suppose I fail to understand why that individual will be worthy of hearing you.
Yeah, that's an interesting thought. Well, maybe because like I have the mindset of earn my place.
Well, wouldn't one earn one's place by the quality of their creation, not the gender of the creator?
Yes, I agree.
If someone creates something that's subpar, you know, should they get extra points because at least a female did something half good?
Mm-hmm.
Should the merit not discussed based upon should the merit not rest upon the quality of the creation as opposed to the person who created it?
I definitely agree on merit-based creations.
See, I find that females, they demean themselves. They look for, perhaps this should be a talk on its own,
Okay.
but they look for validation in the world.
Yeah.
But in essence, they destroy themselves. Because it is the very idea that you would create a female conference or a female get together or female empowerment. And this is very small thinking of small people. If even a quarter of that energy, of that focus and attention went into the creation of the thing, opposed to the gender of the creator, then the things that would be created by a female would be infinitely greater, and therefore one could not ignore the quality of the creation as opposed to trying to get recognition for it being female or male. The person who considers something good because a male created it isn't worth listening to. And the person who is good because a female created it isn't worth listening to either.
Yeah. I hear you on the merit-based performance. It's and I wonder the whole narrative around empowerment, women in tech especially, is celebrated. I observe it being celebrated because there needs to be some sort of awareness, I guess, to raise the uh, confidence of women, I suppose, to enter the field.
Well, but if you have to buy your confidence, then that's not confidence. If you have to raise awareness to say, "Look at me, and then people come to the audience and say, "Rah rah, you're a female." If you get confidence from that, then you might as well get confidence from a puddle of insects. You may as well get confidence from pocket lint. If empty people come to praise you because you asked for the praise, all that confidence, then that confidence will be gone the moment they stop praising you.
Mm.
This whole female empowerment is a bunch of crap.
Yeah, I'm generally neutral about the story, but I just think that it's an the channel for me to be heard. Yeah. But I was pushing myself to try to embrace other roles in a way that I can embody my own authenticity. And I guess that's for me is the struggle.
Yeah, your struggle is that you want to be heard, and you don't
Mm.
deserve to be heard.
Mm.
It is only the power of the creation. It is only the
Mm.
quality of the creation. It doesn't matter if you're heard or not.
Yeah. Oh.
And ironically, the powerful and the higher the quality of the creation, the heardness will take care of itself.
Interesting. I used to, hair up, head down, just get my work done, but it
Well, I'm
it's
not talking about productivity.
oh, okay.
I'm talking about creating something that's true, genuine, rare, not found anywhere in the world. And a person who does that doesn't have to be male or female, and they certainly wouldn't spend their time celebrating the fact they're male or female, because that wouldn't be where their allegiance would be. Good
Yeah.
luck.
The words coming through is so powerful, which is carefully chosen. Even though it is carefully chosen and it is beyond words throughout all your work, I recently saw that I had mentally buried reality inside the word truth, which is I made truth into a concept which is very subtle to notice, but it freed me a lot. I want to ask question on what is devoting entirely to truth is.
What don't you understand about that?
Sorry, not get it.
What do you not understand about devoting?
Is it uh, uh, I really don't have the answer for that, but I right now as well I am seeing that mm, there is a my something is interrupting to answer this your question as well. Uh, I will get back to you. Thank you so much.
Greetings from Turkey, Istanbul. How is there a purpose for living, and should one search for the
No,
purpose of
no.
each living? No?
Hello. Why is it so hard to understand yourself? Is it even possible to fully understand yourself?
What do you mean by that?
Just to know yourself, you know, what kind of person you are. I have a hard time. I
What does
just,
that mean?
I'm sorry.
What does that mean?
Mm, to look inside you and to um, get to know yourself, like
What does it
who you
mean to get
are.
to know yourself? What do you mean by
Yeah.
who you are?
Um, I don't know, the person that's inside you.
I think that you know what you're asking. There's a very good possibility that you were brought to this through spirituality.
Hmm.
That's why you reach a dead end. Because spirituality only produces dead ends.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. Hello, Dr. Gupta. It's an honor to be able to talk to you. Thank you for picking me. My question is, um, how does one really, not how, but, some people to want to be great. They like everything seems to just come to them, and some people they struggle a lot. They hard work, they do lots of stuff, but
Everyone
they never arrive.
struggles. Everyone struggles. It's what everyone's DNA is. That's what will shine forth.
Hello, good morning. Um, my question is, what is being an ordinary experience?
Just look at your life. You will find an ordinary experience.
Okay.
A very good morning, everyone. Question is, how are humans evolving? I believe it's spiritually, but how do I evolve?
What does that mean?
Um, right now, it's not like the mental evolution that's happening, but spiritual evolution to take us to the next uh, day. So, how do I
So
evolve?
number one, I think you're in the wrong room. I don't think that you will understand anything that goes on here. Not because you have any lack of intelligence, but just because you're not ready for this. It isn't a good thing or a bad thing.
All right,
This
no
is just
issues.
not the
I'm
room
a
for
listening
you.
person.
Hello. Hi.
Go ahead.
Hi Siddha. So my question is, I have been I have been wondered by this of flickering intuitions, as like evolution has endowed us with this system or tool that our intuition is designed in such a way uh, that we see the symbols or around us, but we often ignore that in our life and end up not exploring the full potential of our life. So I was confused about the things that I look around my life, and I often feel should I follow my flickering intuition every time or not? Because this idea of not
Yeah,
living your life to the
you're
full.
asking for a prescription. There's no
No,
should you follow.
not for a prescription.
You are. You're saying, should I follow this? Should I follow that? Should I follow it or should I not follow it?
That
And that answer won't do anything for you. And you're not even going to accept that you're looking for a prescription. Therefore, there's nothing more to say. Yes.
How do we unlearn?
I'm sorry.
How do we unlearn the things we've learned? I hope this question is relevant.
Why do you wish to unlearn it?
Um, Usually because, sometimes when we go about doing things and if we do things in a manner or how we have known, I think it leaves very little space for us to learn new things, to put things behind.
So are you saying that the things that you have learned do not work?
Possibly.
Well, it's not possibly. Is that what you're saying or is that not what you're
Yes.
So if something doesn't work, why do you need help unlearning it?
Well, maybe just this time it might work. That sort of feeling, maybe.
Okay, then that means that you have not realized that it doesn't. Therefore, it would be best to continue doing it until you realize either it works or it does not work.
Good evening, good morning. Not sure exactly where you are in the world, sir.
Go ahead.
I guess when I read about what you write in Becoming a Legend in Your Field, and you say that one must train on an entirely different level, and that the approach is on beyond the conventional mind, the understanding of the conventional mind, and that it's an emergence. How does one recognize that emergence?
There's no how.
What are the signs of such an emergence?
As long as you're looking for the signs, you will not find it.
Okay, so the emergence just occurs.
Emergence.
No, I'm just asking a question.
I know, and therefore these questions are intellectual. They go.
Uh, if infinity and nothingness are the same, and can suicide.
Hello. Many people before me have come asking for the answer. I wanted to ask a question.
My question is my life is ordinary. I want to come in terms with it and accept it, but there is always a that it could be extraordinary. So, do I silence that
No,
thought? Or
you have no. There is no do I any. You are asking for a prescription.
What is life?
came here to say thank you. Last time I asked you a question that if I was in a trap, and then you asked me that question again, are you? And then I was speechless for a while. Then I went back, then I thought about it. I thought about it a lot. And then you made me realize what I was trying to convince people how I saw the world because I see beauty everywhere. I see beauty as the grass moves. I feel like it's the same as the movement of my hair. And I was trying to tell people to see this, and then I was kept getting dragged down, and then you said that, and it helped me so much. I just want to say thank you from the bottom of my heart. That's all.
Okay. Okay.
Namaste from Nepal. I'm a high school student and I'm an obese person and want to do a lots of things and I lack courage, confidence, even to do something. And I have a great fear for my future and what people think
You're going
about
to
me.
ask. You're going to ask for prescription for courage and confidence.
Sorry. So means just I have
You
uncertainty.
didn't. You
So
didn't. You didn't answer my question.
sorry.
You didn't answer my question.
So can you just say the question?
What do you think I said?
I'm so sorry that I could not just get it.
Are you going to ask for a prescription for courage and confidence?
So,
Hello, Dr. Kapil. I don't need a prescription, but my question, like mine and many people around me, their existence is ordinary. Is it even possible to have an extraordinary
What if I
existence?
said? What if I said yes, it was? What would that do for you? What if I said no, it's not? What would that do for you?
It, I always struggle have that, concept of being an ordinary person.
You didn't answer my question.
It won't make me happy.
Well, it's not going to go anywhere.
Well, thank you for letting me speak. I want to know what is the thing that is worth doing the most out of all the things I could be doing.
Hello, Kapil. Thank you for being here. Um, creating art, and if the purpose, if you just want the art to be heard, then is that even art? Or like if I just want to be successful just to show people that I'm successful, why
I
is
think you
Mm.
that?
already know the answer to your questions.
Thank you, Kapil, for letting me speak. Uh, I had just one question. When did you, Dr. Kapil, as a person, realize you are beyond an ordinary existence? Thank you.
What does it matter?
Just curious to know.
I have no time for curiosity.
Um, hello, doctor. I just wanted to ask you that if somebody gets up from the bed thinking about his day, how one can decide that, yeah, these actions, these thoughts, gonna make an ordinary day or an extraordinary day. And another one follow-up question is, suppose we got problems like a lot of problem, courage, confidence, whatever it is. What are the solutions? Not the solutions. I mean, where to look at it.
Given where you are, any answer that I provide, you're not ready to receive it.
Hey there. I've realized that a lot of things that I do out of pure conditioning that has been planted in me without any conscious awareness. So, how can I go about deconditioning these impulses through the mind that has been conditioned?
Yeah, you're an intellectual. It won't work.
Siddha, what is the purpose of this room?
There is no purpose.
Do you ever get tired thinking that you know something others don't? In fact, you're stumbling about in this world just as we all are.
What are we doing here?
भोक लाग्यो खानेकुरा देऊ
Everyone is asking questions and want to learn, understand, or getting curious about you. But I'm enjoying the moment, and this is ordinary for me.
Hey Siddha, uh, can you really tell about to how to not procrastinate?
Hello. Since the topic is about beyond an ordinary existence, I want to know if you have achieved complete freedom.
Hello, hi, Kapil. So, is it the pure devotion towards creation which you are good at in your field, and the true love or the bliss that you experience is what an essence of beyond an existence means?
There's no definition.
Um, hey, I wanted to ask if
It's possible to understand time.
Yes.
Hello. The application in this room is creating a lot of curiosity. I think the message should be simplified so it can be helpful to the audience. Is it for the monthly subscription or how? Still creating confusion. Thank you.
Are you saying that I am creating confusion? Is that what you said?
I have a lot of expectation with the subject line, ordinary experience, but I waited here, but I didn't get the picture. What is the message?
There's no reason for you to be here.
Thank you.
I have a question. Like this room title looks like a young and powerful state. But like most of the time, we fail to. I personally also fail to achieve, and I know there is that is a pretty powerful state. But like what is the way why we fail to at least to get that nectar of the that state?
Because you're looking for a state.
Hi, Siddha. I really enjoy your book, The Direct Truth. I think there's a lot of things that I can resonate with but can't fully understand. So my question, just one question today is, why can't we fully express ourselves, both physically and vocally?
I have no idea what you mean by express oneself.
Hi, Dr. Kapil. Um, so just for context, when I drive a car, I feel like I need to keep my hands on the wheel. I need to maintain this certain quality of alertness to keep my eyes on the road. Um, I can't tell myself that I either have it or I don't, right? I feel like I have to operate it. In your living experience of moment to moment in the depth of your devotion, do you have a similar orientation? Do you feel like you have a quality of alertness that's required to
No,
maintain?
I fail to understand why people are interested in me. Everyone themselves is at the center of their own life, is at the center of their own existence.
It's
And
because you're speaking truth direct, and when I see it reflected in you, it gives me that insight. And in regards to the devotion,
I'm irrelevant. It is all about you. I have no interest in speaking about myself.
Hi, I just want to ask how can I reset my sleep cycle?
You're in the wrong room.
Yeah, my question is, sometime back, I stumbled upon a where I felt I had the perfect understanding of everything, perfect understanding of who I was. But the thing was that lasted for some time, hours, and then I lost it. So the question is, if one can stumble upon the truth,
Yeah, there's no how.
can
There's
it?
no how to get back. There's no how to get back.
Hi, doctor. My question is, if spirituality doesn't, if spirituality leads to a dead end, uh, if materialism also leads to a dead end, religion also leads to a dead end, what is
But
that
why are
school of?
you saying? Why are you saying if?
Okay, it does lead to a dead end, but I
Says
don't know
who?
what that. You just said,
How do you know it leads to a dead end?
because you
What does it matter? I could say that the sky. I could say that the sky is purple and pink. What does that matter?
because I'm trying to put a
Why are
stake.
you believing me?
I'm trying to put a stake in the ground. I'm trying to go somewhere.
Well, if you put a stake in the ground, how could you put a stake in the ground based upon somebody else's ground?
Clueless. I have to look out somewhere.
Okay, then if you don't know, then you have to go find out. But to simply believe is the same. The whole reason you're in this predicament is because you believe the spirituality. Now you're going
No,
to believe me.
that's why I use the word if.
I had asked you a question regarding the devotion. So you had asked me back what I don't understand. I could not answer at that moment. It could be because of my fear. I was not able to think clearly. But when I saw that devotion is nothing but seeing what it is, and it is the freedom from the society beliefs and knowing about it. Uh, so, so thank you for asking me that question. But so until we see, which I haven't yet seen yet, so I won't be able to get free completely. Is it that way?
Yes, it's about realizations. It's not about doings. It's the pursuit of realization, realizing things, not just not understanding them intellectually.
Hi.
Go ahead.
I'm a student on in these times, like especially we have lockdown here in India, and I feel like so depressed about my future, especially online classes. Can't even concentrate, and I feel like am I into this phase of depression or something like that? So how could I don't know. Is there anything that would help me out?
How old are you?
I'm 16.
And young people, social media, electronics, all of these things tend to create chaos in the mind. You may wish to look inside yourself, not share your problems with friends, but to look inside yourself to discover what you can discover. Beware of friends. Beware of electronics.
Okay, thank you. Well,
Go ahead.
I feel like I'm stuck in a loop of monotony, which makes me highly unproductive and anxious all the time for quite a while now. If only I'd, see a direction or maybe find a way out of the monotonous life.
You're asking for a prescription. I cannot give you one.
Okay, thank you. I don't know who you are.
What does it matter if I live on Mars?
Sorry?
What does it matter even if I live on Mars?
Hi Siddha. What's the strongest thing in the world?
Hello, Kapil. I'm sorry I missed the talk earlier. I got a little late, but this question may be arising from a completely deluded mind. But here it is. When I read your article, discourses, and you talk about mind, like meditativeness, with regard to as opposed to meditation. It looks like at the beginning I couldn't really understand like the discourse or what you meant, but as more I became available to really immersing myself in whatever I do or be disciplined in the way I talk or walk, it feels that my understanding of it, of meditativeness, increases. And it's like a positive feedback loop. And I don't know if meditativeness and understanding it better and like is that
So
the same?
as you're explaining it, what you were basically saying, and it is correct, is that the meditativeness arises, and the reason that it arises is because it has a chance to arise, and the reason that it has a chance to is because not fall into the trap of trying to attain it through prescriptions and austerity, such as meditation. Meditation is a farce. Meditation is a dead end, and meditation does not lead to meditative. But as you've discovered, meditative is something that arises because it was given the chance to arrive because of lack of falling in the trap of trying to do something.
Right, right. May I ask you another quick follow-up question?
Okay.
Um, uh, okay, so maybe that's a little bit intellectual, but I just should understanding and being available to to that, to meditativeness and understanding. Is that the same as understanding one's nature or wisdom? Or is it coming late? I mean, I don't want to say which one come first, which one later, because that makes it little academic.
Yeah,
But
it's not a question that's answerable because, as you said, it is intellectual. It becomes conceptual.
right.
But all I can tell you is that if a person is devoted to truth, if within the person there genuinely more of a devotion to truth than their prescriptions, then that person has a real chance.
Okay, thank you.
Hello, Siddha. I have a question. So I was reading some articles on your website, and this particular article about the didacticism, how it destroys. So you explain how, some truth is taken to the lab and like, phonics and all the vocabulary that is developed out of it. Basically, it's like a trap, if I understood that correctly. But my question is, not just you, but a lot of other spiritual and other kind of leaders that a lot of people follow, including myself. A lot of times, it's so difficult to understand. Like, I mean, especially for people like who, I don't know. I mean, it is so difficult to understand with a lot of different words, put in a different way. So isn't it better to just kind of simplify how all these messages are delivered so that it actually gets to more people around the
Yeah,
world?
dumbing it down makes people dumb, and those who are dumb and need things dumbed down will never get it anyway.
But
And
then,
those who give to, I'm not interested in arguing with. I have one response to give. And those
but
who dumb it down, you're asking again. Those who dumb it down for the masses, they deserve the masses, and the masses deserve them because they have no truth to deliver.
Hi, Kapil. You mentioned in the talk about how this like strange irony between so few people getting to this dimension, yet somehow it is meant for humans. Is that sort of saying that there's, even though we've deviated so far, that this dimension of living is our human birthright, so to speak?
There are many things that are the human birthright, but there is the human birthright, and then there is the practicality. So one's potential, no matter how grand it may be, what a person actually lives and tastes, experience, is only that which is practically possible, not practically possible on an ultimate dimension or an ultimate level, but practically possible on what he actually will receive or experience in this lifetime. And that practical possibility for the vast majority of humans is to live a traditional life of illusion and chasing. And that is the way that it always has been, and that is the way it will always be. And there is nothing to change that. Each human being is unique in themselves. Only the individuals who survive in the sense of even taste their ultimate human potential are the ones who have that DNA to, as I mentioned, turn their back on the world, seek the truth, move away from prescription, and that is an indescribably low number of people or small number.
Hi, Kapil. Do you believe that everything in this life is preordained, or can we make our own destiny in this life through action?
It doesn't matter. Many have already been blocked. Those who raise their hands and refuse to come on stage, you will be blocked. Do not raise your hand unless you do not waste my time.
Is awareness the same thing as meditative?
No.
Hello, I am dead. I'm sorry. Hello.
Hi, Kapil. I want to know from where those likes and dislikes come from. I mean, I know likes
It
and
comes from
dislikes.
some comes from the same place, but the entire life that you know comes from. It's all your mind.
Hey Siddha, my question is, do you know how will you die?
Namaste, Siddha. Uh, I want to know how we can just be with the ups and downs of life and the waves of the mind.
You have been too poisoned by spirituality. From where you're asking the question, from where you're all that you can accept an intellectualism, therefore irrelevant.
Is suffering necessary for enlightenment? Is it married to?
It may be necessary, it may not be. Nothing is necessary. What's necessary is devotion. What's necessary is DNA. But it often does have that suffering plays a significant role in the genuine seeking of that path. It often does happen.
Hi, Kapil. Should we see things for what they are, or should we see things as they wish them to be?
Do anything.
Atma Namaste.
I would like to ask about the how to live in present by attaining the knowledge of past and future.
This is where spiritual poison, self-help, self-development, spirituality have no place. This is what you've been.
Hello, sir. This is Riddhi, and I want to ask a question that when I start with self-talk or something like self-examination, it usually ends in some form of prescriptions. So, am I being non-serious, or
It
am I
does
being?
not end. It does not end in prescription. It began with prescription.
Hello, Kapil. I feel as though my longing for truth maybe distanced myself from a past romantic partner. My question is the road of truth a road of loneliness?
The road of truth is not available to the one who believes in loneliness.
Hi, Siddha. I wanted to ask that giving up human emotions like jealousy, anger, and everything, does it lead to truth? And if so, then won't we be humans no longer if we give up all these qualities and just seek truth?
Do you really believe you can give them up?
No, we can't give that up. So, can we
Then why are
still
you?
attain truth?
Then why are you asking?
So, we can still
You
pursue
said
truth?
you're not hearing. Just asking the same question again and again doesn't make you understandable. You said if giving up X, Y, and Z, will that lead to truth? And then I asked you, do you believe you can give them up? And you said no. Then why did you ask the question?
Hi. Hello, hi, Siddha. So we know that we have to follow the truth or seek the truth.
No, you don't.
Mm-hmm.
You don't have to. You don't have to follow the truth.
Mm-hmm.
You don't have to seek the truth.
Hi, I feel like many of the questions are asking how to get to that different dimension. And I understand that you don't get to it by following prescriptions, but people seem to always want a path to follow. So, my question is what can people hope to get from the discussion? Is it meant to just stop them in the research?
No, it is not meant to do anything. I'm not sure why anybody's here.
Thank
Hi, my question is, does love and kindness have anything to do with the different dimension or with the truth?
No.
Adding on that, does behavior has anything to do with the?
Thanks for having me up. Some of the earlier questions prompted something that I've thought a lot about as I've learned more about your work, which is, we in this audience and those of us that follow you, we have you as an example of someone truly dedicated to the truth. That said, your craft is one that borders on art, right? You're an orator, you're a writer, you're a public speaker, and we often talk about art and artistry and craftsmanship when it comes to the pursuit of the truth. Yet, I came into your work, Siddha Performance, from the perspective of business and sport. I was a competitive athlete. Now I work in finance and trading. And I'm sort of wanting, and I'm sure many of the people in the audience are wanting for an equivalent example of someone dedicated to the truth, but working in what I'm struggling with might just be society created career paths or false objectives of success. Because every time I ask myself, what am I not understanding about an achievement in finance, trading, performance, business, I come to the conclusion that all these things are empty chases. And I tried to sort of ask this last time I was up, which is if the question is false to begin with, is there no such thing as a truthful answer? But I'm just curious if you have any guidance on those of us that have you as a model for truth, have artists as models for truth, but we're trying to apply this to, business, finance, something more analytical like that.
Well, as
Do you have any
you,
guidance for us?
I think that you've answered your own question because you have just stated that that business, finance, and all of these things are empty in themselves.
Mm-hmm.
So at the end of the day, everything is empty. Nothing has any meaning. But it is precisely the devotion that one brings to something that gives it some relevance in someone's life. But
Mm-hmm.
as for the thing itself, the thing itself has nothing.
Mm-hmm.
So the trouble is that human beings live in the society, and while living does not necessarily have to create problems, the trouble is that they believe society. They believe in society, in the principle, and they believe in their culture, their subdomain of business and sport, whatever it may be. They
Mm-hmm.
believe in those things, and they listen to the prevailing dogma of those,
Mm-hmm.
and they buy into those things, and therefore they are blindfolded and they are assaulted and they live a life of torture because not because they did something wrong, but that is the natural result of buying into something that fundamentally in all forms of culture, in all forms of society, in all forms of people, in all forms of the world, in all forms of institutions, in all forms of groups, or all lies. And now that does not mean that you should not listen. There is no should and should. It simply means that if one subscribes to lies, what can he realistically expect besides frustration and disappointment?
Hello. How do we know if we are on the right path? Do we really need gurus to follow spiritual paths
Number one, there is no right
in
path.
our
Number
spiritual
two,
journey?
number two, gurus are false. Number three, spirituality is a lie.
Hello. Hello. Is inspiration the best thing that a sincere person can take from a source of truth, like either the God Krishna or a natural truth-seeking system like evolution?
No, there is no best, but yes, inspiration can have a powerful effect on a human to go in a certain direction. If that inspiration arises, even though it may arise from having seen something that resonates with them, so long as that inspiration is true and genuine, the trouble is, does not last.
Hello, Kapil. So, my life has both happiness and misery at times. And in your work, you have written that happiness and misery exist as the two sides of the same coin, and one cannot exist without the other. My question is, why does misery tend to be more than happiness?
Both are the same.
Hi Kapil, I want to ask how to be a sincere human being.
Know how to.
Hello, Mr. What is true nature of oneself and who you are and whatever appears in this world is in reality?
Hi Siddha, mindful aware towards a
It's an intellectual question with a bunch of spiritual work. You've been afflicted by You've been afflicted by spirituality. You're not available to truth because all of these things have been drummed into your head. You've just been conditioned, and when anything is conditioned, it's like a steel armor. The truth cannot penetrate. I could tell you all sorts of, but you're not ready to hear them.
Hello. Hi Siddha, I just wanted to ask, is chakras for real and the colors that resembles reals? And then does it really has a color?
Hello, Dr. Da. Um, a while back, I had a question about physical illness, and essentially, I've been very fortunate to be so aware of death from my entire life that I I eventually came to understand that being a patient was comfortable and easy, and that it was actually not the obstacle for being to be fully alive, but the distraction and almost excuse to not live fully. And I guess my question is, I don't understand why just where I am now, like I feel that my entire life is full of lies and prescriptions and imitation, and there isn't
I
like
don't
a
think that you
moment
have. I
to
don't think that you
waste.
have a succinct question. So come back when you have a succinct question.
Hello. Kapil, I wanted to ask, does having a companion affect your journey when you're looking out for truth in any capacity?
I think that's an question that you can answer yourself.
Hi, I'm sorry, I do not know what this room is, so I'm trying to learn about.
Hi, Kapil. Just said that a lot of these constructs are lies and subscribing, causes. Although I get what you're trying to say, or I think I get the opposite now believing. I know a lot of believers who live a lot more contented
The
life.
opposite. Wait a minute. Stop. You have so many assumptions. The first thing, you only so-called understood intellectual. Number two, you made the cardinal sin of jumping to the opposite. Number three, you believe in belief. You haven't listened. You haven't read any of the discourses or my work. Not that you should. I am simply making that point that because you haven't, you have come with all these illusions and then dumped them on the table. When if you want to come and ask a question here, you are best served to first learn, perhaps attempt to decondition yourself. Otherwise, all the questions that you ask will have no meaning with.
Hello, Kapil. Does the awareness of having being too conscious have an effect or cease from being completely ourselves?
You have no idea what it's just like spiritual vomit.
Hi, Siddha. Actually, just I want to ask one question because I have been also following some sorts of like a spiritual path as a following, but I want to know from you, like, how you define like different dimensions of living?
There are no different dimensions. There's a different dimension.
Like,
So
how you
what are
define
you
it?
what are you really? You're asking for a dictionary definition. What are you
Not
really
necessarily
asking?
dictionary. No. For example, I've been going through Bhagavad Gita. I was reading Bhagavad Gita as a books for like a spiritual knowledge and trying to follow that. So because I came first time.
So why are you trying to follow that?
No, I want to know about dimension. How you gonna define
No, but
like different
why are you
things?
trying to follow? Why are you trying to follow the Gita?
Because Gita is a because before we have to be disciple. Before then, we want to become a guru. First, we have to become disciple. That's why I'm taking as a first as a knowledge, and then I will apply, and then I will get to know.
So I'm not really sure what can be said to you because you're basically like a university student, but your university is spirituality. You're fed in your traditions with all this hierarchical nonsense. Your traditions are nonsense. They have no meaning. To become a disciple and become a guru, it's all just putting on a bunch of robes and talking nonsense to people. In fact, what your traditions are actually are part of the reason why everyone's illusioned because you sprinkle a bunch of prescriptions upon them and do this and Om Shanti Om, and it's all nonsense. It's complete garbage.
Can I ask you
There is. I'm not interested in arguing with you. I'm just telling you that's just the way it is. So this spiritual
yeah,
disciple guruship stuff, it's just like getting a degree, and nothing in university or
not
college
like
is
that.
truth,
I
and
think
nothing
I just
it is just like that. It is all didacticism, and you can follow the Gita. You can follow the Gita until you're 495 years old, and that won't do anything for you. It'll just give you more and more knowledge that you can pass on to others, and they will just repeat it like parrots and goats to others, and that's what happens. That's why you have 600 million gurus and not one single enlightened person. Have a good night.
Hi, Siddha. I just want to ask, who the fuck do you think you are, huh? To say that to him? A fucking guru? Who disrespect?
Hello, Siddha. What can be done to clear the illusion and the garbage which you just referred to, like this illusion of prescriptions and whatever it is, and becoming an enlightened person?
Nothing can.
Hi Kapil, thanks for bringing me on. I've been following you for the last 1 year. I don't have a question today. I just sincerely want to take a moment to express my gratitude for everything.
Thank you.
I've been working towards truth realization for the past 9 months, and I'm curious, is the state that you reach once your work is complete, does it feel much different than how it may feel before then? I know that's a vague way of phrasing.
Well, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what it feels like. Who
It's
cares?
just out of curiosity.
Yeah, curiosity is just wasted my time.
Hi, Dr. Gupta. It's an honor to be able to talk to you. So my question is, can you give me an example of perception training? I think it is like seeing the truth, right? Not trying whatever subject that
No,
I am.
I can't give you an example of it, but there's been direct truth podcasts done about it. It's been maybe some discourses written about it. I can't really go into an in-depth thing about perception.
Hi, Siddha. Should we be asking?
No.
I've been reading and following work and your Direct Truth podcast. Sometimes I feel like I tend to attempt to follow them, so hence prescriptionize some of what you say. Is there a particular way I should approach some of your work so that I just internalize it but don't
Well,
try to?
the realization that you prescriptionize them is perhaps an effective beginning.
Hello, Siddha. I don't know who is in your DP, but why he wearing the colors?
Hi, Siddha. From my experience in any given circumstance or an environment, two person can experience different dimension of living according to their mindset. That is what my understanding is. But I would like to ask if there could be a force outside of their mindset that one person could be experiencing and other could not be. Is there a possibility of that?
It has nothing to do with mindset.
Hi Siddha, this is Kushal here. For the purpose of this question, I will call myself as the speaker, and I think you know why. So, the speaker at some point realized that he's just an accumulation of thoughts and memories, and when he realized that, then there was nothing there to which he could point towards and call it as himself or his self. Now, in such a state of existence, the speaker wonders what is the speaker's relationship to other people or to the world around himself, or to the world itself. Is there a difference between the speaker and the world, or they are just the same? Would you like to go into that with the speaker?
You only recognize that intellectually.
Sorry, I came back, but the reason was like, it is the way you communicate the people. I don't know how people are just being together because there should be like a right way of communication. No?
Hey, Kapil. Thanks for being so patient. I wanted to get your thoughts on humor in the context that when I hear good humor, I could be witnessing pure art. But do you think it could be
This is
pleasure chase?
irrelevant. Irrelevant.
Hi, Kapil. I can't. I'm trying to make this question concise, but it's kind of hard to. So I'll try to explain as best as I can. I remember once you stated that, like, when you try to question your conscience in and of itself, what quote unquote, right? In and of itself makes you question, makes you feel bad about questioning your conscience. And I've kind of, and I've been trying to understand and trying to deconstruct the intellect, but when I'm trying to deconstruct intellectualism, the questions I have to try to deconstruct it, I feel like are intellectual. So I, I just wonder if.
No, it's not going to work.
Wait, can you explain?
You only have intellectuality as a tool. That's why you always go in circles.
What different dimension of living meant your lot?
Siddha, can you explain it? A different dimension of life?
A talk was given at the beginning.
First thing, Siddha, your voice is a little. We cannot hear your voice, and the question is, different dimension of living in is in religious aspect or a spiritual aspect.
Hi, Siddha. I've got to know your work through Naval, and I was going through your work, and I noticed you have 3 books, and one of them is about the truth. And honestly, I couldn't find it online anywhere to buy it, and I wanted to ask, where can I acquire it? Thank you.
Hello, good morning everyone. Chidanand Upahash. Hello Kapil, consider yourself enlightened and how are you sure that only one person?
Hi, good morning. My question is, do we have any control over anything? I feel, and I could be, I don't know. I feel that life just arranges itself in a certain way to get a certain result. Is that so? I'm trying to understand this. If you could help me.
Control can be viewed in many ways, and typically it's viewed controlling things in order to give oneself happiness. Life does not care about your life is life. The question does not arise with regard to controlling life. The question are to one's DNA, one's devotion or lack thereof to truth.
Hi, I'm pretty much agree with you about controlling life. Rather, we must spend our to manage life instead of.
Hey, Kapil. In one of your recent podcasts, you mentioned about allowing yourself the permission to move a level up. I know this was in the context of super elite performers. My question to you is the fact that one realizes that you need to give yourself a permission, is that a starting point?
No, because you're viewing it prescriptively.
Hi. To a different questioner in a different session who said he had arrived at the truth and he had lost it. You mentioned that he lost it and he's unable to go back there again because he's chasing it. I'm in the same situation. I read it once and I lost it. Can you explain the difference between chasing and wanting it? I do want it.
Well, you never had it. You never had it. Human beings taste these things at various moments in their long life. But because if you taste the drop of rain, it does not mean that you own the sky. So one never really had it. That's what needs to be understood.
Hi Siddha, I just want to know like what is your take on absolute truth?
There is no take.
Hi, Siddha. I have a question about what are your thoughts on?
I have no thoughts.
What I feel is that there are 300 fools here asking question to a person who calls himself Siddha. So that's my thought on it. Thank you.
Hey, am I audible? So why do you call yourself a Siddha?
Hi Siddha. From our education, we have learned to think both sides of things. Like when we think if something is, so if something works, we also think the ways it doesn't work. So we have doubts about everything. So to experience this different dimension of living, is it necessary to get rid of those doubts? Do we have to get rid of our skeptical instinct?
Well, all you can have are doubts because you don't pursue truth through knowledge and you pursue education. So in such things only be doubt.
Having no thoughts is also a thought. Just wanted to say that.
Is there a possibility that one might learn in isolation more than what one might by connected?
I'm not even sure.
So, my question is, are we qualified enough to talk about different dimensions of living? I don't think we mastered our present three-dimensional life.
I have no idea what you mean by three dimensions.
Question is, where does one really exist?
Hi, my question is people who see truth after meditation, are they actually being fooled because of neural plasticity, that their brain is getting organized and they're seeing something which is part of their brain?
But no more than you are being fooled by science. You must be a scientist given the terms that you're using. So
Yes,
their
I'm a doctor.
level, yes, so their level of being fooled is no different by meditation or spirituality than your level of being fooled. Terms such as neuroplasticity. What's the difference? Everyone's being fooled.
Can I ask a follow up?
You can ask a follow up, but you haven't understood the answer to the first one yet.
No,
I don't think you have. You believe that you know something about the brain. And the reason that you believe that you know that is because you read it in a book and because a professor said it to you and asked you to regurgitate on a stupid examination. What experiments have you done on the brain to teach you what the reality is?
right.
What experiments have you done on yourself related to the brain to learn what neural networks truly do? What do you know about the brain that you haven't read from a book?
Uh, would you agree that what the imaging, what the PET scans show, do they show any part of truth?
The trouble isn't with the imaging. The trouble is with the extrapolations.
Yep.
So you may see an imaging which shows the anatomy of a particular organ. The two hemispheres may show the glucose uptake in certain. But so what?
Yeah.
What is
So
it? Doesn't. It is an enormously limited amount of information. And basically, scientists are just addicted to talking to themselves and getting their names on scientific papers so they can rise up the ranks from associate professor to. It's all a shell game.
Hi, Kapil. Thank you. So I have a question, but before that, I just want to thank you for doing this clubhouse sessions because even though I had read your book earlier, since you have started doing these sessions, my the number of insights I'm getting on a day-to-day basis and the truths I'm uncovering that have massively accelerated. So thank you for that. So my question is, I just recently it just dawned upon me how I constantly live, for the lack of a better term, periphery on the periphery of the mind, if that's a word, and the peace is not there. Means peace is not at the periphery. So I constantly live in that dimension, but I keep falling back in that periphery because the lure and the craving of that is so strong. So I don't know. That thing is what is troubling me. So please,
Okay,
please help,
there's
master.
nothing help. There's no help. Your question isn't going anywhere. You've stated that you're troubled by the mind.
Hi, thanks for allowing me to talk. I have one question regarding this. Do we have choices to make, or our path is predefined by, the Almighty? What do you think about it?
It doesn't matter.
Hello, sir. So I wanted to ask, what is the significance of silence in meditation? Is it anywhere near
Yeah,
to the
you're new
dimension?
here. You're new here. You don't know what you're
Yes,
asking.
sir. No, sir. I know.
Hello, good morning, Siddhaji. I don't want to ask you one question and go back. I would like to connect with you. How can I do?
Um, I think the creator of Clubhouse, they read prescriptions and they read books and learned the skills and then created this Clubhouse that me and you are benefiting from them.
So why
So
don't you follow
else,
prescriptions? Who's
what's
stopping
that?
you from following? I'm not stopping you from following prescriptions. I know where you're going with this. Did I ever come to you and say don't follow prescriptions? You can follow prescriptions morning, noon, and night. I couldn't care less.
Hello, Siddha. The last time I asked you a question, you told me that I would not realize my truth in this lifetime. So, how do I go about at least going closer to that truth in this
Well,
lifetime so
there's
that
another reason why you won't, because you're interested in how-tos. And as long as one is conditioned by that, there is no chance.
Hello, hi Sita, good morning. So I just wanted to ask that the concepts of God that we have created, right? Is it also a form of social conditioning?
Everything that is in your mind is social conditioning.
Hey Siddha, so what's wrong about everyone is doing? And then what you are doing? Everyone is right, right? Why do you need
Did
to
I
impart
say?
this knowledge?
Did I say that anyone was wrong?
Now, why are you important here imparting this knowledge? Why?
I have no reason. Although maybe the better question is, why are you here?
Yeah, so I have my intention. I have interest here. That's why I'm here. I have
Okay.
interest in knowing why you want to impart this knowledge.
I have no interest. I have no interest, and I have no idea. It's just happening.
Hi, I really do not have a question, but I want to say previously when I asked a question, it was you said that it did not kindle within to answer. That is a wall which you put, and you said I felt that I should not go in that direction. So it helped me go in a different direction and to seek the truth. And I just want to deeply thank you so much and for your time here. Thank you.
Thank you.
So, good morning. Actually, I want to know from where I should start my journey, my spiritual journey. Exactly, I don't know how to start, or right now I'm in a point like each and
There
everyone
is
in this
no
room, I guess. I
spiritual
don't know.
journey.
I'm stuck in this
Hello,
universe.
hello, hello. There is no spiritual journey.
Good morning, everybody. The topic here is the different dimensions of living. My experiences and the way I look at things is
Well,
that
if you have a question, you can ask it. I'm not interested in having speeches.
how many dimensions are there for a human being in which through which
I
he
don't
has
know.
to pass?
Those are all intellectual concepts. They have no meaning. But there was a talk given at the beginning which discussed a different dimension of living. But it has
Okay,
nothing
maybe
to
I
do with
joined late.
how many. That's okay. There's no such thing as having many different dimensions, naming them and numbering those, because those are just conceptual. But one may wish to look at his own life and see if the life that they are living is a life of truth or not, and also to free oneself from the compulsion that they should.
Hi, this is my question. By gaining the knowledge of truth, can I think that I am the superior person
No.
or other set of minds?
Well, there is no knowledge of truth. Truth is not knowledge.
How, as a question, is somewhat about spoon feeding an answer. So I used to think, why is a question which solves deeper inquiry? But the more I ask that question, I feel it only gives a momentary satisfaction, but it does not actually suffice the understanding. And perhaps I wonder if the answer to our living experience could even be answered by a question. How then what could be the right question actually to ask for?
Well,
Thank
the
you.
question is not an intellectual question. All that human beings know is intellect, because this is what they've been taught in their educations, and this is how they relate to others, and what society preaches with all of the books that it publishes and all the media that is out there. So the human being only knows through the vehicle of intellect. Therefore, asking a question through the vehicle of intellect leads only to concepts, and concepts do not have nothing whatsoever to do with truth. So it isn't about the intellectual question. It is about the level of genuine.
If letting go is the way, isn't
Who told you
wanting,
letting go is the way? Do not come with pre-made, pre-packaged concepts in red wrapping paper. Who
but
told you
isn't,
letting go was the way?
but
I didn't
isn't,
tell you letting go was the way.
but isn't
So don't
wanting to
come with
let
a
go a
pre-made
desire?
question and then ask questions based upon a pre-made assumption. That isn't a real question. You're bringing baggage.
Is this a cult?
What is the theory of karma?
Is knowing the truth is the ultimate.
The truth is all there is.
Yeah, hi.
How do we know that this is the dimension we have to live in?
What does it mean having a different dimension of living?
Hey, Kapil. It's a little frustrating, at least for me, and it's not the way the questions are being answered. But here's the problem. We cannot ask anything starting with how, because that becomes a prescription. We cannot ask anything
Okay.
with why, because
I'm
that
not
is very
interested in your.
subjective.
Stop. I'm not interested in your complaints.
No,
You
I'm
don't
not
have to be. You
complaining.
don't have to be here.
No.
Namaste, Siddha. I'm just wondering, every question is being cancelled. So is there expectation in terms of what kind of question you are expecting, or I'm just wondering. I'm sorry, I just joined and I don't know.
No, I have no question.
No, but
Wherever there is an organic response that arises,
sure. Thank you so much.
wherever there is no.
Thank you. I just joined, so I don't know what's going on. But
Yeah, sure.
the topic really attracted. It resonated with my energy. But at the same time, I was wondering, a lot of questions are being cancelled, and I have a lot of respect for you. I was wondering what the room. Are you here? Are you answering questions?
Well,
Or
listen.
yeah, thank you
No,
so much.
well, maybe I've answered. I don't know how many questions, many, but I have no particular question in mind. The fact is, any human interaction, particularly in the setting of a group, the majority of people, and therefore the questions that arise, be very top of the head, not truly incisive, and therefore they're not worthy of a.
Thank you. Thank you. I understand. Yes. Thank you for pulling me up.
Go ahead, ask your question.
No, I just love the space. Just wanted to be part of full energy. I was just confused when people were asking that. Um, I don't know. It was being cancelled, but yes, thank you so much.
Okay.
Would love to hear more. Would love to your guidance. Thank you so much. Namaste.
Thank you. Thank you.
Hello, Siddha. Can you hear me? Hello?
Does awareness of seriousness inhibit seriousness? Thank you.
It has no meaning. It's just an intellectual question.
Hello, hi Siddha. My question is, why me?
I think you need to find a spiritual.
Hi. So from the beginning of existence, like there has been suffering, and some people finding the truth were able to find the truth, and it's been going on and on and on, like for thousands, millions of years. It's gonna be that way. Some people seek truth. What is the point of all? Where is this God? Is there an end?
Well, I don't think the people who found truth are asking that question. I think only the people who are suffering are asking that question.
But still, I don't know where. I mean, is there an end to all this? Why is
You
for
didn't
years
answer my
it has been
question.
that?
But you didn't answer my question. What do you mean by an end to all this? It depends what you mean by this, because the person who has found truth is truth, and he is not asking what is the end to it. So it's only the sufferer who is asking where is an end to this.
So it sounds like it will be there forever.
Well, it doesn't matter. The fact is that the vast majority of humans are born will die ignorant, and every human being suffers sooner or later. But there is a small number of human beings who will find truth. The overwhelming majority, the overwhelming will not. And it will always be that way. But that is not because of some preordainment. That is because human beings believe in socialization. They believe in society. They believe in the world. They believe in unity. They believe in other people. And so long as that is there, maybe you should ask that. When is that going to come? Because if that comes to an end, the thing which you're talking about will automatically come. But you cannot expect that people do things that are all based upon lies and then ask the question, well, when is this going to come to an end that people don't find truth? There has to be some level of personal responsibility, should there not? If a person does not devote themselves to truth and instead devotes themselves to lies, what right does he have to gain truth? What right does the universe have to give him freedom or freedom from suffering? Why should he? Nothing in this life is free.
But people who are in this path have got the
Who's on this
opportunity,
path?
right?
Who's on this path?
I mean, okay,
What do you mean by
whoever
people on
is
this path?
seeking truth, whoever is seeking
Yes.
truth,
Well,
they got some
who
sort
have
of
those
opportunity.
right. Well, no, I don't think so. Opportunity is
But there are
created.
people suffering, even
You're
suffering
not
for food,
listening.
and
You
they
keep
don't.
talking. You keep talking. You're not listening. If you want to talk on your own, then I can move you back to the audience and you can talk on your own.
Go on.
The people who find truth are not the ones who find truth on any preordained path. And all the paths that are in society, from the spiritual path to the self-help path to the self-development path to the guru path to the this path to the stoicism path, all those are garbage paths. They just lead to more circles and dead ends. So no one on those paths finds truth. Those rare individuals who find truth are the ones who walk away from all societal. And because there is no individual who is willing to shed society and the world, there's no individual who finds truth. And that is perfectly fair.
Hi, how am
It is a guru is completely irrelevant. A guru will lead you astray. It is not about a guru, because a guru will prescribe to you. And since all prescriptions lead only back to themselves, you'll move in circles forever.
So you're saying not having,
I'm not saying that at all. And I know what you're going to say because all conditioned people, because I have said that, now you will ask, so you're saying I should not have a guru? Truth lies in thinking for yourself. If you don't see, and it appears that you don't, and there's nothing wrong with that, that's perfectly fine. If you do not see how prescriptions destroy human beings and prevent any possibility of arriving at where to go, the lack of that realization will lead you to questions such as, should I or should I not have a guru? So the serious person will try to realize, not ask which one should I do. And the moment that they're told that the guru has no meaning, then they ask, well, then should I not have a guru? This is exactly what you will get.
Hi, thank you for letting me speak today. So I think I remember in one of your clubhouse talks you mentioned, maybe you don't remember, but it's like most people start thinking about truth only when they are in some sort of trouble or in an unhappy state of mind. If in that case, I think even I came into that path probably because of that unhappy state of mind. But is it even right to assume that truth will lead to happiness?
Well, your trouble is that you believe in happiness.
Mm, okay.
Yeah.
So
Well, why do we?
What else are you gonna?
That only brings everyone has. Why do we keep doing that?
You didn't answer my question. You
Peace,
asked
I
a
guess.
question. You
Everyone is
asked a
looking for
question.
peace.
I gave you an answer. Then you repeated your question.
Hi, Siddha. Um, so, embracing truth and following truth has its own consequences, isn't it?
Well, it depends. If one does so based upon the reason that
I can't hear
they
you
should.
properly.
Well, you can't hear me because you're coming from a place where there's noise.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, yeah. Can you speak again?
It depends if you come at truth because you should or because you think it's healthy or proper.
Mm.
And whenever you come at something from those reasons, it's insincere. Therefore, insincerity always has consequences.
Hello, I'm very new here. You recently, right now, said truth is all that is. I want to ask you, what do you mean by truth? Because truth is a relative term. What is truth for you might not be the truth for me.
No, that's not true. Truth is not a relative term. Belief and opinion is a relative term.
So how would you define truth? You said truth is all that
You
is.
have an option of seeing truth. If you dissolve and you burn all your opinions and your beliefs, those are relative.
Hello? Siddha, are you there? Who are you and why should I respect your opinion? Are you trying to be the guy in the profile picture? Because you don't sound like you look like that guy at all. You're sitting on a couch talking into your iPhone. You're not the Buddha. You don't have any control on how people think.
Hello, Siddha. My name is Jan from Germany, and I have a question to you. Thank you very much for answering. When people come to me and ask for guidance, then they walk away and selling their knowledge, their new knowledge of their own, and this hurts me very much. What can I do? Thank you very much, sir.
What can you do about what? So it hurts you.
Yeah, hello Siddha. I just because out of your compassion for us now, you have reached a stage of compassion, and that is that the highest form of flowering of.
No, I don't know. I'm doing. There's a possibility that for too long in the future, I don't know, trying to this or that, whatever someone has to get, that's because they got it. But they should. The person who's here tonight spouted obscenities at me.
So there is.
I guess even giving a name to is not true.
I just want to know a simple. It's a simple question. Like you can answer. Peace. How can I achieve it?
So why did you say it's a simple question? And
I think so. Answer that.
I know that. That's why you said you can answer that. I'm asking you why
Yes,
you said that.
because I'm not able to understand. I might need some.
Why did you say, for the third time I'm asking this question, why did you say it's a simple question, you can answer that? What was the point of saying that?
Because I think so.
Hi, Siddha. Yeah, my question is, I know people who are born with Down syndrome and autism and like who are mentally not right from the birth, and this is affecting the way they want to live in this life. So my question is basically, is it because of the things they had done in their last lives, or
I don't know why. I don't know why people are born with certain diseases or illnesses.
sorry,
I don't
sorry,
know
I
why.
didn't hear you.
I don't know why they are born with diseases.
Hello, hi Siddha. I would like to ask you one question. I'm an angry person, so I have a lot of problem. So how will I overcome the angriness?
How you doing? Just wanted to ask you, let me see, what is your purpose in life?
No purpose.
Hi Siddha, not
Then that must mean that you found it, right?
we can
If
also
truth is
kind of
all,
say it
if truth is inside you and all around you, that must mean that you found it.
same way, our air,
You're not answering my question.
we
I
can
asked you
also,
twice.
how can I say the
But
search
it's
is,
all around you. Why wouldn't you find it? It's all around you. It's inside you. It's everywhere. That's what you said.
there are
Why
a lot
must
of
you
people,
leave society to find it, right? So if it's all around you, and
So
it's
there are a lot
inside
of
you, and it's
things.
everywhere, and it's right in front of you. Why haven't you found it?
Even bacteria and viruses were
Yes,
found.
but you found those. You found those. You have seen
Of course,
bacteria
but
and viruses. You've perhaps in school you might have seen bacteria under the microscope.
yeah.
If you go online, and you type in bacteria, that'll show you many pictures of bacteria that live on your skin and live as flora in your colon. So there's
Of
plenty of
course.
evidence for that.
So we take
So
some steps.
if truth is around you, and truth is inside you, and truth is right there for the taking, why haven't you found it?
So I have found my own. What
Oh,
I'm
you
saying
have?
is.
You have found your own personal truths? Okay. Then there's no reason for you to be here.
Am I audible to you?
Drop the notion of love and drop the notion of happiness. And number three, it will never happen because everyone's conditioned with these concepts.
Siddha, a question. So we all are conditioned to this transparent definition of happiness or bliss, right? So according to you, how can you define happiness or peace?
Why do I have to define happiness? You don't know what happiness is?
I know, but I think it's a definition given from this physical ego. But I want to know if there is some
Whatever it is. I mean, look it up in the dictionary. What do you mean by how you define happiness?
property satisfaction.
If you think so, whatever you say.
What do you think about humans eating a meat-only diet?
I don't think anything.
The way you respond to every question itself is a great insight. So much for that. I have been listening to, I'm into StockIt and I've been listening their advice, make a lot of losses. And then I realized that I need to do analysis and I started doing that and that now I want to go further into this diet. So what along with sincerity
Yeah,
will...
I cannot tell you how to proceed. I've done a lot of writings and podcasts which address that to some degree.
Yeah, that has helped me a lot in
Sure,
following that.
sure, thanks.
Hello, Namaste. This is Sanjeev from Nepal. Is there any correlation between satisfaction and peace of mind?
I don't know. These are all words. If there is for you, then there is. I mean, there's no standard definition of peace of mind, satisfaction. These are all just descriptive terms, and they mean for everybody.
Hello, Siddha. Just now I heard you answering somebody, go to detach from the world, detach from people. I have a doubt.
Okay.
Expressing yourself.
Hang on. Number one. I didn't tell anyone that they should detach. I didn't tell anyone that they should detach from the world. Number three, I don't care about you because I'm not telling you to do it.
Okay.
Hello, Siddha. My question is, do we have to believe in something? If yes, then why?
Why would you believe in something?
So there is no need to believe in anything?
What does belief mean?
Yeah, that's what the next question was. What belief is?
Okay. So if you don't know what belief is, then why would you ask if you should believe in something if you don't even know what belief is?
Okay, thanks.
Hi there. How are we to know anything?
You don't know anything, and that isn't something that anyone really ever comes to realize.
So does truth matter?
For you, no.
Hi, I just want to ask what is and is it fear?
Listening to if you have an anxiety, you have to look at the particular sensation or at the body where it is. I'm a practitioner of Vipassana. I wanted to ask realization which comes from Vipassana. So a normal human being, which is day-to-day life, can that realization happen in a normal person life also?
According to you, you're already having the.
I'm practicing Vipassana. Yes, I am.
Okay. And when you leave it, you don't have it, right?
I have it normal day-to-day life.
Okay.
But
So then you've already attained realization.
Realization of that particular sensation or whatever the
realization of sensation.
Yeah, I mean the truth that particular trying to give or tell me.
So your realization is of sensation, of feelings.
Kind of.
So you think that's a realization?
Yeah,
I'm not saying it shouldn't. I'm not saying it shouldn't be. If that's what you're looking for, so be it.
No, thing I was trying to understand was a normal human being which is going from the waves of life. He's traveling. Certain ups and downs come in his life. So when he reaches that particular realization at the end of that particular down or that up, is that familiar? Does that sync with that particular realization when we are doing Vipassana or going through our sensations?
Well, number one, I will state that these things that you're mentioning that you're doing that you think are going to give you realization, they won't. Number two, don't even listen to what I just said because you're not ready for it. Number three, don't stop doing it. But I have no interest in changing your belief or thinking or opinion in any way. But if you're asking me the question of, is the realization that you have when you're doing the technique the same realization that you have when you come out of the down or out of the up? I would say that you're not having realization in either. But I'm not telling you that you should stop. But you asked me the question, so I'm giving you an answer.
Hello, Namaste, doctor. I wouldn't have a proper question. As such, I've been a part of these sessions that you do, and I've been listening to the podcasts. And yeah, I would always also be like many people here, chasing prescriptions and believing in concepts. I don't have a question. I just what was coming through me was I wanted me to say that to you, and I wanted you to witness it, and I wanted to tell you that some of the things that I've been exposed to through your work have left an impact. Thank you so much for that. Yeah, thank you.
Sometimes lately I've been feeling numb to everything. So whether it's any condition, situation, it just feels like, I don't care about it anymore. I'm just numb to it. I guess what I wanted to ask was, does this feeling play a bigger role in the larger pursuit of truth? Is it something should be holding on?
Well, I don't know, because different people have different vocabularies to describe. One could feel numb to something, they're upset. One could feel because handle it anymore. There's 16,000 different that one could be feeling. Words do a very a very limited job of communicating where one is. So I can't tell you, quote, that's on the path or right or whatever. All you basically had said is that that's what you feel, and that's the truth. That's what you feel.
Atma Namaste. Hi Siddha, can you share some tips to relieve stress?
No.
Ask a question. Situation in life, new and made, I was aware, and Mrs. There was one harm that happened, and I wonder how might, if you are to guide and
I
trying to
can't help you.
understand.
I can't help you. There's nothing that I can say to you that help you
No,
to
it's
go
to,
one way or the other.
no, no, no.
Help you feel better. Well, whatever I say, you're going to say. So you are looking to feel better, whether you like it or not, whether you admit it or
No,
not. Number one.
no. I'm
Number
trying
two,
to
you're
understand feeling.
right, but that's what I'm saying. The only reason that you want to understand the feeling, if you were feeling good, you wouldn't want to understand the feeling.
I feel good now. That's the
Okay.
point. Trying
Well
to
then,
understand why did it.
but doing those things will only lead you to a circular chase, because all that you're feeling and all that you're thinking are all mind. It will simply keep you squarely within the mind, going in circles. You will not have an intellectual understanding that will free you from that. No, because you're pursuing it from an intellectual perspective. Understanding is only under is free of the mind. It is much more about realization. Intellectuals, you might say, you felt this way because of X, Y, and Z, and you felt this way because of X, Y, and Z. So what? It's not going to change your life. It's not. It's not going to put you on a whole new trajectory,
It will
because
help because it
no,
was
it's not.
surprising.
I don't think that you're ready to hear this, because all you do is argue. You're not ready to hear this. I'm not telling you that. I'm not telling you. There's no discussion. There's nothing to discuss. Discuss is, you say this, I say this, you say this, I say this, you say this, I say this. That doesn't go anywhere. There's only realization, and when there's realizations, there's silence, and when there's not, there's endless questions.
Yeah, hi, this is my question. While I'm knowing the truth, am I evolving? Am I evolving from one person to another? While on this process, did I think I'm superior over other set of normal minds?
There's no such thing as knowing the truth, and there's no such thing as evolving.
Hi Siddha. I know that I lack sincerity or integrity, but I also know that there are no ways to improve or to be more sincere.
Right. So then you're going to ask me what to do. There's nothing to do.
Hi Siddha. I wanted to know, when is the next talk and how do I get that info?
What talk?
Your talk that you get.
No, I have no idea.
Hello, Kapil. Good morning. My different dimension of living is, I believe life is like a jungle, and you have to commute
So
through.
I'm not interested in your beliefs. Do you have a question?
Question is, what is this ultimate dimension of living you're talking about?
I gave a talk before the question, and
Oh, I'm sorry.
it's okay.
Years ago, I experienced nothing about it right now, and nothing tried has brought me to
No,
does.
there's nothing that I can tell you.
Hello, Siddha. Is truth and silence both go hand in hand?
Hi Sita. How can one just be and have a goal?
Hi, namaste again, Siddha. I'm back again on stage and really happy to be on the stage with you. My question is, what is ego to you? What does it mean? I wanted to ask specifically to you. What does the ego mean to you?
Every single thing that you think about yourself is ego. Your entire life revolves, every human's entire life revolves of ego. Everything is, there is nothing in your life that is not one thing.
So, my follow up question would be somebody who has attained a certain, I would say, let's say nirvana or certain place in their life. Do you, or rather, would I ask you, do you think that you have that ego, or are you, can somebody able to eradicate that ego ness about yourself at some point?
The answer to that is yes. However, it is the same answer as with truth. Because everyone will come at it from a prescriptive viewpoint, practically the answer is no. You find a person who does not come at it from a prescriptive viewpoint, which is essentially nobody, then the answer is no. But yes, if there is a person who does not come at it from a prescriptive viewpoint, then absolutely they can live without ego. They can arrive at that. But because the conditioning of human beings is so complete and so ubiquitous and so pervasive across all domains, across all cultures, the number of human beings in this world who would not come at anything from a non-prescriptive place is, you probably could count on one hand.
Thank you so much. So it is possible to be egoless.
Yes, yes.
And if I may ask you, are you in that place today? What does it take?
My honest answer to it is I have little to no interest answering questions about myself. What does it take? Like everything of any value, and it requires a sincere devotion.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Hi, Siddha. I have a question. What is inertia, and how do you find out, an inertia that controls the life of a human being?
I think I did a discourse on that a long time ago.
Oh, okay. Well, I wasn't aware of it. And then, do you know where I could find it?
Perhaps you should just Google it.
Google what, your name?
Or the title.
Just inertia, and then you're the only one who's gonna pop up, or what?
It's just related to the title that you just asked, the question that you just asked. I'm not sure what it was called, but it was related to inertia.
All right. So, in inertia, what is your definition of it? Like, how would you describe it, as opposed to the literal meaning and a literal definition from a dictionary?
Well, the definitions don't go anywhere. It doesn't matter how. These words are words. They don't go anywhere. I could define it however I want to define it. It has no
Exactly. So,
meaning.
how do you
Yeah.
define it? Is my
It doesn't
question.
matter. It doesn't matter. I don't think about it. I wrote a discourse about it once, and I wrote something about it. So you may want to just look in there. I don't think about words. So I don't think about definitions, and I would define it in this way because they don't go anywhere. It's just chit chat.
Thanks, Kapil. Truth is everything, and suffering is not optional. It's inevitable. It's not going to break us. Therefore, constant suffering is the only way.
No, suffering exists because one does not know truth. When the truth is realized, suffering eventually goes away.
Hello, good morning. This is the first time I'm joining this group, and the question which wanders my mind is I'm already on my spiritual path, and as you said, that I've already wore that lens to see the world in a different way. But a lot of barriers are coming, and it sometimes breaks me in between, then I have to get up again. Why am I getting so many challenges over and over again, even after coming to this best path of life?
What is the best path of life that you've come upon? What do you call the best path? What do you mean by new lens? What new lens are you talking about?
The new lens to look at the best in every situation, in all the sufferings.
Why do you look at the best in every situation?
Even when somebody is behaving odd with me and I find it not justified, I try to keep myself calm as a still water and
okay. And so has and so and so so yet despite that you find that you are still bombarded by problems, right?
Yes, I'm still bombarded.
Okay. And so that means that the end of those problems do not come through the things that you're doing. Is that correct?
No, I do get my solace even after getting the problems, but
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if you get your solace; the problems come back, right?
they do come
Okay,
back.
so your change of behavior, and you're looking at the bright side, and you're trying to stay calm like still water.
Yes.
Has that ended your problems?
A lot, I would say. I,
Okay, then continue to do so. Then continue to do it. Then why would you stop continuing to do that?
it stops me. It stops me from following it. It breaks me down sometimes, especially when it's a close one who is coming with a stick to justify or to judge me all the time.
I mean, I understand your efforts, but they will not get you to where you. And you should not listen to what I just said. It's a realization that you'll have to have for yourself.
Hello, Siddha. One question. When did you discover the truth?
I mean, if I told you it was on a Wednesday afternoon at 4:25 p.m., what difference would that make? At the end of the
At what
day,
age?
it's only about you. It has nothing to do with me. Who
Will
cares?
it take?
Hello. I just wanted to ask, do Siddhis, aka supernatural powers, exist?
What does it matter?
Uh,
That isn't the most compelling issue of your life. Therefore, it's just chit chat.
Hello.
Go ahead.
Hi, Kapil. One of the truths that you elaborate upon that confuses me, and I really want to understand, is that you said that all humans are precisely where they want to be. I just wanted to ask: are our efforts to change or our situations self-deception? Can you help me see that?
Oh, I mean, self-deception is lies in self-improvement. The the attempt to improve oneself and better oneself, and while it may be viewed as noble effort, um, the reality is that it doesn't take anyone anywhere. So the deception lies in self-improvement, self-development, um, behavior change, all of these things. One cannot behavior change their way to realization.
Hey, thanks for bringing me up. I just have one question. Do you think we're taking ourselves too seriously or not seriously at all?
I'm going to put you back to the audience, and then I'm going to speak on this type of category of question. Um, those who have come to this room, you're welcome here. But if you've come to this room and you have not read any of my materials, and you have not understood where I come from in terms of uh, no prescriptions and no methodologies and no techniques, and sort of the lens of my work, there never feel any compulsion to look at my work. I don't recommend it to anyone. I genuinely mean that. Uh, but nothing that I say really will make any sense to you. The people who belong in this room are the ones who either wish to learn something and filter it through themselves, or they have already been through my work and therefore they are seeking truth. These the questions that I get from the people who have not read my work are very superficial, cosmetic, and there's nothing against the people who ask those questions, but this is not the place for them. They're better off asking these questions in spiritual forums and in self-help areas, and maybe asking therapists or whomever they are moved to ask. This is not for you. So if you have come here unvetted, unself-vetted, you're welcome to listen if you wish. I'm not sure what you will get out of it, and if you do, only you can answer that. And if you do, that's great for you. But if you have not read my work, don't raise your hand.
Hey Siddha, is there anything constant across time? Thank you.
If you ask questions that are theoretical, if you ask questions that do not have an immediate effect on a human being's life, if you ask questions that are science related or science fiction related, you're better off somewhere else. This is for serious individuals. This is for sincere individuals who have a sense of desperation in their lives to seek the truth. Sitting back in your high chair in front of your PowerPoint screen, this is not for you.
Hello, how are you? Good evening.
Yes.
I do have a question as to, I read a little short biograph of who you are, and I do have a question as to what you are offering us, I guess, the collective.
I'm not really offering anything.
So are we supposed to seek? Is that the thing, and then we come to you to validate our...
I can't answer this question. No one's supposed to do anything. And this is exactly what I mean. Because you only read the bio, you have no idea who I am. You have no idea what I do, nor should you. I'm no one special. There's nothing that I have here to help anybody or to offer anybody. If something in the discourses causes you to have a question and something in the writings causes you to seek truth, you're welcome to come. But if without that self-vetting, this is just a waste of time. The title says select questions will receive a response. Any question that is not genuine, sincere, and vetted will be sent back to the audience. If you are invited on stage, you may ask your question.
Namaste. A few months ago, I read a tweet of yours, which I couldn't really quite understand. The tweet is, "Hope has no place in a sincere man's life." What happens if there is hope in a sincere man's life?
Hope is a myth. It is a fabrication of the mind.
Hi, shall I go first?
Sure.
Yes, please.
Yeah. So, is it okay to be mediocre, or should I be worried that people might judge me? Because I'm okay being a mediocre. Should everyone strive for success, or is it okay to live a complacent life?
There is no should and there is no okay.
Hello, Doctor. Thanks for having me and thanks for hosting this. I have been wondering among philosophy to try to find the truth, but I figured out it's full of concepts and empty concepts. I'm just wondering, is the truth hidden between these concepts, or
no? The truth is
above?
beyond all concepts. All you will find in spirituality, and all you will find in self-help, and all you will find in the world, and all the experts, is concepts. That's all that exists are concepts. And the truth is not conceptual. It is for that very reason that the intellectual can never know truth, because truth is beyond the mind. And for the intellectual, God, for the intellectual, the mind is as God.
Hi, Siddha. Why is the truth not obvious to all human beings?
Yeah, that's a very good question. If you are looking for a ball, and the ball is behind you, but you are looking the other way, will you ever find the ball? Will the ball ever be obvious to you?
No, never.
Right. Therefore, every human being is filled with conceptual thoughts Every human being is awash. Every human being is busy. Everything in a human being is filled up. All of the empty spaces, so to speak, are occupied. The human being lives his life awash in concepts and ideas and beliefs and opinions and techniques and methods. And there is never a time when he isn't doing something, trying something, chasing something, hoping for something, reading something. Because of that, truth can never get in. If a glass is full of water, then no more water can enter. Therefore, the human being, and even if for a minute the spaces in the human being's mind became empty and available, he would occupy them immediately with new methods and new techniques. He is so completely smitten and conditioned and brainwashed by society to look for the how-tos and the methods and the techniques and chase this and chase that, that the truth can never possibly be obvious to him, number one. Number two, the truth tends to be hidden practically, strategically, in places where no sane human being would ever seek to look, would ever think to look. And the only person who would is the person who has recognized that it cannot be found anywhere in society.
Thank you.
Hey, thanks for having me. My question is, how do you find the true and peace or freedom when you're completely psychologically broke?
There's no how to find these things. It is about reorienting oneself towards discovering truth as opposed to discovering ways to feel better and discovering therapeutic modalities and discovering methods and techniques. That's the shift.
Hello, thank you for taking my question. My question is, I find myself doubting a lot and in trying to understand why. I find that maybe it's because I still believe in right or wrong. So I was wondering if that's the only place from where doubt comes from.
Doubt comes from not knowing the truth, and not knowing the truth comes from not investing oneself in fully seeking the truth, not devoting oneself to it. And without that, there will always be doubt.
Hi. I have a question. Like I have heard a phrase called "whatever you are seeking is actually seeking you." Can you please explain me that?
Hi Siddha, I have a question. In terms of seeking truth, any person who seeks other person help or who listens to expects other person answers, will he ever reach the truth?
If he is looking for answers, he will end up finding prescriptions, and therefore those can never lead to truth.
Hello, Siddha. Question about as you learn, so as you let go of the human to become art, how in your experience with working with other clients, has it been hard or for them to become that art? How do you know what art? As you dissolve into it, how do you know it? How do you know what that is for you?
I don't understand the question.
Sincerely struggle with letting go of not being able to fit in to struggle with the laws of society, and there are these moments of clarity where you just feel connected to who you are. But I'm sure other people have struggled with that, to let go of what they're supposed to do.
There's no how to. There's no letting go of this and letting go of that, and make sure that you move towards art and not towards society. There's no such thing as that. It doesn't exist. The person does whatever he's moved to do, and whatever that is, that is. There's no hack. A hack is for hacks.
My question is there any relationship between knowledge and the truth?
No.
Hello, Dr. Gupta. I apologize in advance for my ignorance. I have not read your work as of yet. However, I always come to this room whenever I see that you're hosting one, because certain things that you do say do resonate with me. My curiosity today was, is there a connection between once you do find the truth of attaining inner peace? Is there a connection between the two, or?
Well, I mean, why is it that a person does not have peace? Whomever it may be, why is it that any human being does not have peace?
Reliance on society pressures and whatnot.
The reason that no one has peace is because what they believe to be true is not true.
Okay.
So if you have a swimming pool, and you should be putting chlorine in that swimming pool, and you're a swimming pool expert, therefore you know that you should put chlorine in there, but instead you put acid in there, and you jump in the pool, you will suffer.
Right.
And it has nothing to do with jumping in. And what everyone does is they pour the acid, they jump in, and then they try to find ways to ease the pain and the burning of the acid. And they spend and that's where all the community of experts come in, and the gurus and the books and the speakers and the priests and everything. They're all there to put balm and ointment on the acid. And therefore, your entire life, you end up seeking different treatments for the acid. That's your whole life. But the only reason that you suffered in the first place was not because you didn't find the right treatment. It was because you did not realize that the pool required chlorine and not acid. Therefore, the cause of suffering, the cause of not having peace,
the root is incorrect, basically.
That is not knowing the truth.
Got it. Thank you.
So I have at least 3 talents, passions, obsessions, I'm not sure what to call them, that have been with me my whole life. And for each of them, I see ways to further them, but I am so dismayed at what it seems a world that will basically never get it and get why it matters, such that I don't see why to try, or I don't try. I feel like I should try, but I don't, because it's just why bother?
So what's your question?
So, can that be a correct assessment, that one's talents just don't find a place in the world?
Well, nothing of any true art finds its way in the world.
Hello. Everybody asks different question. Like my question is, you're telling the truth, so how can other people experience the truth? So how is it possible to experience the truth?
Hey Siddha, just want to ask about the life.
Hey Kapil, thanks for having me up. Just had a quick question. So I see from the moment a child is born onto this earth that it is almost inevitable that they are born into illusion, and some very small percentage of people actually are devoted to truth, whereas some aren't. Why is it that a human being is inevitably born into illusion in ways where their parents put on their beliefs or whatever they have, whatever they want the child to be like?
Because they're not born to a Buddha or a Jesus.
But if they're born to a Buddha or a Jesus, wouldn't they just be putting their conditioning onto the child, even though, for example,
No,
they
a
have
Buddha
truth?
or a Jesus would not be putting the conditioning, because those were masters who had discovered the truth, and the person who discovers the truth has no need to condition anybody else.
Hey, just had a quick question. So, isn't truth for the most part very subjective? Don't we go by the benchmark, which is majorly
No.
set by this?
Hi, Siddha. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Um, so, Siddha, I have been experiencing, you can say, awakening in the terms of modern spirituality, but I have started to feel that nothing exists and I am a pillar of light and this is all a dream. Nothing is bad, even if something seems bad. And I'm desperately looking for Guru. Like, I'm so desperate, I dream of it. And I just don't,
Why would you be looking for a guru?
because sometimes I feel I'm going crazy. I don't see, if somebody tells me that this is bad, I don't see bad. And I feel instead of heartbeat, I'm vibrating. Sometimes I'm in high vibration, sometimes I'm in low vibration. And I can jump from one place to another place, hop countries, universe. It's crazy how
Then
I'm
why would you
feeling.
need a guru?
I don't know what's happening to me. I don't fit anywhere. Like, I cannot get into conversation with people. I feel they won't understand what I want to talk, and I cannot do the conversation they want to do.
Yeah, it is not about finding answers. It is about learning from the depth of what you were experiencing.
You know, when I meditate, I feel I go to the real place through my heart, and that place is so
Yeah,
empty.
so you actually are your own guru.
Hi, good morning. My question is how to build a trust for oneself and so that we can manifest that outward also.
Hi, I was listening to Osho the other day, and he was talking about uh, why the path to enlightenment is uncertain. And so, I would like to ask whether all these people who teach various practices of meditation, is it actually, because in the end, you are your own, you're with yourself.
What's your question?
I was asking, the need for having a guru, the need for having a certain mechanical practice, like people have meditative practices. So does it lead anywhere, or is it just fake practices?
All methods lead only to more methods.
Hi, Siddha. It's been said that the truth will be revealed in front of our eyes if we drop our baggage that we're holding on to. And I'm wondering if there's truth to this phrase from your perspective and what that baggage would be.
Well, it doesn't really matter what I say. The very fact that resonated enough for you to bring it to me means that there's something in there which speaks to you. So then the wise thing to do for you, because it resonates with you, is to experiment and try it and see what happens. And you will find the answer, whatever that answer is.
Hi, Siddha. I just wanted to ask, what's the purpose of this life? Why do I live?
There's no purpose.
Hi, I wanted to ask. I learned how to heal people with Ayurveda, and I feel very oppressed by society to do the healing. And I don't know how to find the courage to hold my ground and protect myself from.
No, I can't help you in finding courage. You must. I can't help you there.
All right. There is no purpose of life, as you said before, but there's a purpose. Thank you. I have no question to ask to you. Thank you so much.
Hello, doctor. My question is, in like one stumbles across so many realizations while they're going about their experiences. Does the truth seem markedly different? Like how would they know if what they've realized is the truth and is different from so many falsehoods that they have been encountering all their lives?
Because it is not intellectual. It's not a belief, and it's not an opinion.
Thank you.
Hi, this is Arvind. Can I just share my thoughts?
No, I'm not interested in your thoughts.
No,
If you have a
no,
question, you
it's
can
not
ask a
about
question.
thoughts. It's not about. It's a question which has my thought in it. Is it okay?
If you make it brief.
Yeah, I just went through your websites, profiles, and things. So, it looks like you're a Western fraud Swamiji who has roots with Indian ideology.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Hello?
Go ahead.
What's the difference between understanding something intellectually versus viscerally?
I don't know why you would know the answer to that question. That's as basic as it gets.
Hi, Siddha. How do we overcome the inability to act when we know we have to do something but we're not able?
Hi, Siddha. So there has been so many times that I wanted to have asked you a question, and every time that I've thought of a question, the question either dissolves or I somehow have found the answer to it. But today there's something that I would want to ask. So I acknowledge that I feel lonely, and I also see myself distracting from really experiencing it through different ways. It could be meeting friends, being on Clubhouse. So the question then I would frame would be, what about what? Why am I not allowing myself to feel? What about experiencing loneliness has in it that I am avoiding it?
I don't know. Only you can answer that question.
Hello, Siddha. Pranam. My question is that is it free will or our destiny that govern our lives?
It doesn't matter what governs your life. It only matters what you really want out of your life.
Hello, thanks for having me here. So my question is good faith in people and future is the truth. Am I right?
I couldn't hear you. I'm sorry.
Yes, I said good faith in people and future is the truth. Am I
No,
right?
it doesn't. It doesn't. It's not about asking me if you're right. I mean, every person experiences and views life through their own lens, and everyone has things that they prioritize, and everyone has things that mean something to them. And so, if that means something to you, there's no question of it being right or wrong. That's simply for you. Go ahead.
Hi. So what's happening here? I mean, I just wanted to know.
No.
So my question is, who has created us, or what is the existence of this universe? From where we have?
What questions do I ask myself to know how to deal with anger and frustration?
Nothing really is dealt with. If you try to deal with things, which is what the world teaches you to deal with things, nothing ever gets dealt with because dealing with things is just an attempt to swirl muddy water. In the end, it's about discovering the truth about the things that you are feeling and going on that journey, as opposed to lessening or alleviating or bettering yourself.
Thank you.
Hello. Hi. I have the things. I go on living, and then after a while, I realize that the mind has taken over, and then when I know that the mind has taken over, all this anxiety and happiness and all that things comes back, and once I remind myself, "Oh, okay, it's taken over," and then I go back to whatever that non-self or whatever, and then I keep on going, and after a few months sometimes it comes back again, and then I have to remind myself that, oh, okay, I have the mind
So
has
what's your
taken.
question? What's your question?
Yeah, so isn't there a way to be there all the time? Why do I have to
No.
remind
There's
myself?
no way. There's no way. There's no method. Can you get there? Yes, but rare is the human being who's willing to absolve himself of all methods.
Are you perfect?
What does it matter if I'm perfect or the most imperfect human being in the world?
How do you achieve something without methodology?
Well, you're not ready for that. You're not ready for that because you believe in methodology. Therefore, anything that I say will bang into the wall of your beliefs.
Is it possible to um, do things better when you're in the flow, or is it possible to have a natural flow?
Yes,
That doesn't
if
get
one
you.
understands where things come from, absolutely. The answer to your question is yes. In fact, it is the only way to do it is through natural means. You cannot, as the term goes, hack your way into it. That's all what the
How do you know what I'm
psychologists
talking
said.
about?
I'm sorry?
How do you know what I'm talking about?
Why would I know what you're talking about?
I don't know. Cause you said you can only do it if you're in the natural flow or something.
I have no clue what you're asking now.
Oh, okay, never mind then. But thank you. Okay.
Sir, can I ask the question?
Yes.
Padmanabhan, what is the criterion for your decision making?
I'm sorry?
What is the basis for all your decision making?
I don't make decisions.
Hello, how are you? My name is Emerson. I'm from Live, Peru.
In body and spirit? Is it not all just but one thing?
I don't know what you mean. What are you asking? What if it is or it isn't? Who cares? What is it that you really want to know? Are you asking an intellectual academic question from a university? What is it that is really relevant to anything that you're asking that is an academic theory?
Nothing is. Thank you.
Hi, I'm 25, and should I call myself single or unmarried?
Go ahead.
Hi, can you hear me?
Go ahead.
If there's no methodology, how do you keep yourself from self-deception?
I realize you've had a few questions since the topic of methodology come up, and you haven't answered them, but I'm just curious as to your outlook on what is beyond methodology.
Well, first of all, I think the important thing to realize is that no one should take my word for anything. If someone brings up a question which begins with "if there is no methodology," what they are saying is that that I have posed something which they have not themselves realized, and they are waiting for me to provide an explanation against their belief for which there is a methodology. I have no interest in doing that. I'm not interested in here having a discussion. One must filter everything that I say through themselves, through their own experiences. One becomes one's own greatest teacher. So it isn't about believing me. One must filter everything through themselves. Methodologies don't go anywhere, but you should listen to that. If you're a person who believes in methodologies, quite frankly, the most honest thing for you to do would be to pursue methodologies, never to abandon them to listen to me.
Lots of things in my life are decisions are highly connected to my emotions, and I fear going beyond them. I seek guidance.
Hi. Do you have any thoughts or tips for meditation?
I don't subscribe to meditation.
Hi. I was reading about seriousness that you had wrote, and so my question is, I had a point in time where I was serious about not allowing things to, have an effect on myself, understanding that I have control over that, and at the same time, I can't find a seriousness within finding, I guess, financial freedom, right? Because going to college and
Then
which
if
I'm
you
doing
don't
right.
if you don't have the seriousness, then you don't have it. There's no way to manufacture it.
Hey, my guy, I had a quick question for you. Do you? I subscribe to by math. I don't know if you watch a YouTube video by they did a math equation and said that there
No,
is
I
a
haven't.
God. You do not. All right. All right. There was they did a math equation and said that there is a possibility. There's a like a great possibility that there's a God, because there is no way that the earth was created and the sun is a perfectly away from the earth, so we don't burn away. Of course, we're not cold enough.
Yeah, I'm not sure I'm the best person for this. I think that you can find someone else who would be more suitable for this question.
Hi, Siddha, can you hear me?
Go ahead.
Hi, thanks and appreciate your patience with all the questions that you're getting. So I have a two-part question. I'm the seeker, still seeking the truth, and I appreciate you saying, none of the truth matters unless you find your own truth. All the 7+ billion people, a lot of people will die without seeking the truth. So what is that you have to say for those people? What happens to the life after death? Because I have not experienced death.
I don't know what happens to life after death, and I'm not even interested. I'm only interested in life.
Okay, so what is your perspective about people who will die without seeking the truth in this lifetime?
I have no perspective. That is the reality.
Okay, thank you.
Hello. My wife passed away early of breast cancer at the age of 39. How
I'm
do
very
I
sorry to hear
deal
that.
with Thank you. How do I move on from death so I can start living life?
And I cannot tell you how to move on. There's no lessening of sorrow. There really is. Any attempt to make yourself feel better about it will only exacerbate your pain.
Thank you very much.
There is nothing to tell any human being that they should do this or they should do that. No human being should seek truth. No human being should not seek truth. Pursuing methods and techniques will lead someone nowhere, but no human being should listen to that either. It must coincide with their own experiences. All things must be filtered through one's own self. To listen to someone else in order to find the answer is to invite illusion. Human beings are fundamentally unhelpable. They will do what they will do. When someone is ready, they are ready. And when they are not, they are not. When a human being is ready for the truth, they will open themselves up to it. When they are not ready for the truth, they will seek prescription. This human life is an opportunity to discover truth. It is not a good thing. It is not a proper thing. No one should do it, because there is no should. But in the end, the truth is the only thing there is. Good night. Examines it from the standpoints of events and circumstances, and then he grades it according to the positive and the negative things that are happening to him. This is a very small life. This is an entirely limited examination. And such a thing is not living at all. There is no compulsion to live. There is no rule or law which states that one must live in a certain way. But rarely one may wish to examine why is it that they're here, not from the standpoint of purpose or meaning, but from the standpoint of the nature of their daily existence. The human being ends up living his life in order to do chores. Domesticity is, in many ways, a criminal affront against the natural state of a human being. And while from a practical perspective, things do need to be done in order to live in this world, things that may be rather routine, some human beings' imaginations tend to drift towards the possibility of what it may be like to pursue and or explore a life that is uncommon. And commonness is perhaps the gravest error of all. As always, it is never related to what should one do and what is the proper way to live. There are no such distinctions and there are no such definitions. And those who tell people how to live and what is proper and what is correct and what is incorrect and what is right and wrong and what is holy and unholy and healthy and unhealthy, such things only make one into more of a cardboard cutout than he already is. And instead of being his own version of a cardboard cutout, he then becomes perhaps a more proper or healthier version of a cardboard cutout. Rarely rarely does one examine, but the rare person does. What is his life? What is it that he does every day? Not that he should be doing something different. Not that he should be doing more of this or less of that. But what is the difference between the way he is living now and having already died? The human being is alive only in a clinical sense. But it is the human being who searches for a life that is beyond simply the clinical, that has a possibility. A person wakes up, he does chores, he or she works, makes money, buys things, makes deals, carries out his or her responsibilities. Then the day ends. Then one retreats to a bed and goes to sleep and does it again the next day. And a cosmetic way to view what was just said would be to say that one should have more fun, and one should take more breaks, and one should take more vacations, and one should live a happier life and not be so work-oriented and gain more work-life balance. But in looking at it this way, that would just be more chores. Taking a break from something implies that the thing that is being taken a break from is not worth doing. And taking a break to do something pleasurable is simply a short-lived treat. And if one recognizes that he or she, within moments or days, is about to once again return to the doldrums, of what use is the break? It is simply a prolonging of the inevitable. So work-life balance and all of these things are once again an example of society's ways of putting band-aids and plastic patches on things. The real questions are never asked, and the real things are never explored. It would be incorrect to assume that what is being said is that one should live his or her life, that one should gain more happiness. Whatever one gleans from this, they glean. Whatever the words create inside of a human being, they create. There is no prediction of what they might create, and there is no hope that they should create X or Y. These words are simply being spoken. The rare person examines his life not in order to improve himself, but because he finds that something is forever missing. And something is missing in everyone's life, and it's the same thing. And giving that thing a name may be a matter of debate. But whether one is rich or poor, famous or unknown, the thing is missing in everyone. Therefore, a serious person examines what that thing is, not to give it a name, but because he cannot help but to examine it. to follow prescriptions of betterment and to improve one's outlook and to better one's habits. These are all swirling, muddy water. For while they may provide an uptick in the number of doses of perhaps happiness that one may gain, no sooner do they arrive than they are gone once again. The world tells the human being what he should and should not do. And because the human being spends his life following these tenets, ideals, concepts, and prescriptions, he or she never truly has the occasion or the intent to explore their life. Not from the standpoint of success and not from the standpoint of gain, but in order to discover the essence of things, in order to discover a cure for things, in order to discover a permanent way out of the confusion and the misery and all the sufferings that are replete within a human being's life. There is nothing to do, and there is nothing that one should learn. For to do and to learn implies an ulterior motive, and the ulterior motive is forever short-lived, therefore it has no currency. The land of sincerity provides no definitions, and the land of seriousness contains no prescriptions. Questions may be asked, the questions that are asked that relate to how to, or disguised as a how to, will certainly not receive a response, but a rare question tends to elicit a response, and if it does, it does. And if the question does not, on its own terms and of its own quality, elicit a response, then the person will be sent back to the audience. This is not a reprimand. There is simply nothing to say. If you are invited to the stage, you may ask your question. I will state that if you are not familiar with, there's a great hesitation to call it my work because it does not emanate from me. It comes from somewhere beyond, through me. But those who are not familiar with it will perhaps have far more confusion than solace. They are welcome in the room, but they will likely not have the self-vetting to ask a question which will receive a response. Having said that, sometimes innocence is often powerful in its own right.
Will the Falcons win the Super Bowl ever in my lifetime? Please tell me.
Hey Kapil, thanks for having me on. So basically, I've seen some of your videos online and interviews and stuff, and I've heard you talk about like moving to ulterior motives and how the
Well, I'm
ulterior
not sure. I'm not sure if you've seen. Do you mean a video interview?
an interview on YouTube, yeah.
Yeah, that was not me. If you've heard audio,
Yeah, no. Sorry, not video, not video. Audio on the Arrival podcast. I think it is on the Arrival one.
yeah, I'm not sure because sometimes I think there's another person by the same name,
Yeah, no,
and
yeah, I've seen.
others have asked me about that. Who's the gentleman is, forgive me, but sort of bald.
Yeah,
And
no, I've
yeah,
seen him. Yeah, I've seen him. Is
okay.
it? Yeah,
I
the
was
one.
I was just clarifying just to make sure.
No worries. I'm speaking about, I think, a video of yours where it was like a podcast or so from the PGA Tours when you're talking about the person who comes to the golf course looking for an ulterior motive or looking for win, looking to win has already failed or something along those lines. So I'm in business and I'm always moving towards goals, and the main thing that I'm trying to accumulate is financial success. And sometimes in the businesses I'm building, I'm asking myself, because there's an ulterior motive, because I'm looking for financial success, no matter how honest the business I'm building is that the hindrance towards me actually reaching that goal? And
Well, it is about honesty, and it must be stated that honesty is not a good thing. It is simply it. There's no rule. There's no morality. But if one is dishonest, they pay a price. So it is honest to say that the reason that one builds a business is to make money. So there is not there. The difficulty comes when people tend to create rules out of my words, and they try to create prescriptions and turn them into some ideal to follow. And there is no right or wrong. And if one wishes to make money, then he wishes to make money. It is far more honest to say that than it is to pretend that one is not. And so I think what you may not understand the answer to this question, and which happens a lot of times, is that a person asks the questions and the truth is given to them, but they didn't have the ears to hear it, therefore they ask it again. And I'm not going to respond again. So I will tell you that here's the truth about what you're asking, and that is that, and you may not have the ears to hear it. I don't know. You'll find out for yourself. The truth about that is that whether you come to win or not, if you do, then you do. But to try to subvert and to try to deny that, or to try to say, well, that's against the rules, therefore I must stop that, that will lead you to more problems than straight honesty.
okay, thank you.
Thank you for inviting me to the stage. What is the truth behind feelings of loneliness? Thank you.
The attempt to stop being lonely, to have other people around, in order to lessen one's loneliness, will only provide temporary relief. The truth lies in the fact that every human being is alone. They are simply under the guise and under the pretense that they are not.
Hello, Kapil. Thanks for having me on. My question is, when you do come across the rare individual who's serious and is doing everything they can to reach their higher self, how do you differentiate these people from, the window shoppers or things like that? How do you know when you're dealing with the real deal? Is it the eyes? Is it the voice? Is it the work ethic? What's the distinguishing factor?
Well, I don't try to make that distinction on purpose. I mean, if I'm working with a private client, that's, first of all, they would not be accepted until that was clearly demonstrated. And if it's someone in the public, I don't. It's very clear. I mean, I'm not really interested if they're serious or not. It doesn't have any influence on me one way or the other. If they're serious, not serious because of me, they're serious because being serious will get them somewhere. So it's all about them, not about me. But unserious people are basically almost everyone, and they're searching for prescriptions and how-tos, and they're completely lost and attached to the culture.
May I ask a follow-up question?
Okay.
If you were a serious person that had isolated yourself from society and did what you needed to do to evolve, how would you go about reintegrating yourself to quote unquote fit in once you've already made the necessary time away to evolve?
I mean, there's no how-to. Firstly, there's no reason to isolate oneself from society. And the reason that is said is because people are very, very prescriptive in the most clever ways. And so they will isolate themselves from society because they think that does something. And if it's a natural isolation, that's one thing. If they do it in order to prove to themselves that they are not a part of society, they'll just be thinking about societal things while they're isolated. And there is no reintegration. Wherever one is, one is.
Thank
Hello, thank you for having me. My question is, when you're uh, like addicted to a substance or whatever in life, what is your take on how to change yourself and be better, and what's the best way to do it?
I cannot really provide advice about that because that's a very multifactorial and involved topic. I cannot just tell someone, well, go do this, but I will say that the very desire to no longer be addicted to something is perhaps the greatest factor, which determines whether he ends up succeeding in becoming detached from it or not.
Hi. Do all our actions in life stem from desire?
I mean, that's a very academic and broad question. That's a question that is asked from arm's length. Ask what you really want to ask. Don't dress it up.
Okay. Are there any selfless acts? Can we do things that aren't selfless?
And why would that matter, whether there is or not? I mean, let's say tomorrow that you did a selfless act. So what? How is your question anything beyond academia? How is it personal? How is it life affecting? How is it that you're drowning and you need to keep your head above water? The worst questions are the academic ones. That's why intellectuals have no chance.
So, would you say that what you're doing is based on desire or not?
I have no idea why I do what I do. The words are simply being spoken. This is turning into a discussion.
Hey, hi Kapil. I want to get some understanding on the subject self. So I've been studying this subject Vedanta, and I understand that
Hi, Kapil. So it's a slightly long question and a personal one. Basically, these kind of questions, what is God and what is the meaning of life? They started happening to me when I was like 10, 12 years old. I don't know why. I didn't.
Hi, Kapil. Can you hear me?
Go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Go ahead.
Hi, Kapil. This is Frederick. I was wondering, when it comes to your work in all various forms, does it have any purpose what's being written, or is that only going to interfere?
I don't know what you said because you broke up.
You, when I'm exposing myself to all your different work in all various forms, does it have any purpose to think about what's being explored, or
Well, what I will say is this: when you read the words, you may think you understand, and in some cases, you may very well understand. But it would be wise that when you read the words, or when you hear the words, to bring with you a very intense possibility that what you think is being said is not what is truly being said. That simply the words at face value, that something perhaps far beyond what you think is being said is being said.
Hello. So my question essentially is, do we construct our morality based on the ethics that are present in the society, or the construction of morality is innate to a person?
There is no morality or ethics. Those are societally created phenomena.
Hi. What are questions I can ask myself so that I can become my own teacher?
I cannot give you the questions to ask yourself. It is the investigation of one's own level of sincerity or seriousness without the compulsion to feel that they should be sincere or serious.
Thank you so much for inviting me here. My question was simple, that thus one's success can be defined on the basis of how much money they accumulate, or on the basis of how much.
Hello, I want to ask, who are you? Thank you.
Hey, hi Kapil. Am I audible?
Go ahead.
Okay, so I have a very simple question. Why do we have seat belts on planes and not on buses? I mean, if a bus crashes into something, all passengers lurch.
Hey, how's it going? Um, I've been meaning to get into Ted Lasso season 2, but my experience with season 1 just isn't like up to what everyone else was talking about the show, and it's like critically acclaimed. It's won a couple Emmys, but
Hello.
I've always been amazed at the apparent wisdom of the very old and the very young. Do you think this is more than an appearance?
Who cares? Every human being is suffering in their life in various forms. And while there is no compulsion for them to explore their suffering, this is not being recommended. They tend to find every way to waste their lives even further by asking things which have no instant relevance to their life. It literally is like a person who is drowning, but they're worried about their acne because they want to avoid the drowning, and not that they should face the drowning, but it is an illustrative example of how skillful human beings have become at wasting their time and their lives.
Sede Namaste. I know that you interact with many people in the high level of society. My question to you is regarding the truth. When they're looking for the truth, what's the difference between the CEOs, athletes, and artists, the top of them, and the difference between the average citizen when they're looking for the truth?
All human beings are the same. One's real worth comes from one's level of sincerity and seriousness. It is the sincerity and the seriousness which determines where they go in their life. Not how much money they have, not how famous they are. That sincerity and seriousness is between them and them.
Hi, Kapil. Thanks for adding. This is a question that bothers a lot of us youngsters, especially me, but you haven't spoken much about it. It's about sexual obsessions and fantasies and
Hi, Siddha. Good morning. Am I audible?
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, hi. How do I get a gym body without going to the gym?
Hello. Are you a GPT-3 algorithm trained on the annihilist teachings of Jiddu Krishnamurti?
What do you think determines someone's value?
Can you hear me?
Go ahead.
How do you love yourself?
Hi, can you hear me?
If you're invited on stage, ask your question.
Hi. On rare occasion, when I'm in nature, in silence, sometimes it feels like ancient words of wisdom come through in audible format, but in my mind. And I was wondering, what is that?
Hello, I have one question. What if we are living in a dead world? Like, we can see the people who are alive and we can only see who are dead. Thank you.
It only matters if you're dead or alive.
How does one evade the constant cycle of despair, followed by motivation, achievement, destruction, self destruction, and then despair?
If you have a how-to question, you're best to lower your hand.
Hi, I want to know what exactly are you smoking today?
Hello. I had listened to one of your discourses one time where the the you had inquired who the thing that I truly am was, and you had engaged with that. And in that moment, when I was standing in the bathroom, and I listened to that, I was without any socialized or um, I was without any socialized way of thinking about the world or feeling things, and I felt completely devoid of regarding things the way I do. And ever since then, I've been trying to, well, not even trying to, it's not even been my choice, to reduce all of the thoughts that I have, the decisions I make, the relationships I have, down, down, down until I can't seem to understand what the true engagement would be in the socialized world, that I can only ever pursue the truth. But when I try to engage with the being that I truly am, it can only be posed as a prescription to myself. And so when I try to do that, I can engage with it.
The person of truth can only walk alone.
I understand.
No, you don't.
What is the absolute truth?
Hi, I just had a question. How do you do what you do?
I don't understand the question.
How do you go about coaching people?
I don't coach anyone.
What do you do?
I don't know. It happens.
I'm audible.
Hi. My question is, what do you mean when you say that peace happens when you become out of mind? Like it's through no mind? Like I don't really understand how one could exist
Well,
without.
what you have, first of all, two things. Number one, you seem to have picked something out of one of my discourses. I don't remember anything that I write, or very rarely. Therefore, you've asked me something out of context. I have no idea what you're referring to. Number two, I believe that you said, I don't understand how, with no mind, X, Y, Z. It isn't my place to make you understand. And these are things that are very, very deep.
Yeah, audible. I wanted to ask that while you're being effortless, while you're following the truth, while you're impulse to do it and not just prescribe, does
Why do I keep wasting my life, even though I've noticed over and over again how miserable that makes me?
That's a question for yourself.
Okay.
I keep seeing this number 1111 quite often.
What do you get out of being on Clubhouse?
Nothing.
Hello. So you make truthful statements where you state things the way they are, whereas almost every single other person I know states things the way they should be. So in the journey towards understanding where things come from, the source, as opposed to how to do it, what does one obtain and what does one remove by stating things the way they are? Thank you.
I'm not interested in what it does for one. I'm not sure what you're asking.
Okay, now what role, how important is it in terms of finding the truth, basically?
Well, if you ask that question, that means you're not ready for the truth.
Hi.
Much good evening. When you know there is a constant exposure to truth, we get to know about a particular thing. We arrive at a particular place. Uh, what do you mean by that constant exposure, sir? Is that I always be in a no? I always imbibe myself where the goals are where I want to arrive, or the system where I want to arrive. What is that, sir? Constant exposure to truth. What does it mean, sir?
Are you constantly exposed to air?
Sir?
Are you constantly exposed to air?
Yeah.
Okay. So are you doing anything about that?
No.
Okay. That's what exposure means. Exposure means constant exposure to words or dialogues or discourses or whatever it may be. That is absolute truth.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Thank you for hosting this. I'd like to say that sometimes I let anger get over me and it just happens. And I feel really bad afterwards. Like, I should have not done it. It's unacceptable, but it just happens. And do I have to accept that as a reality? Is there any other alternatives to this?
No, there's no prescription for that.
All right, thank you.
To pursue the attempt to become less angry will only lead you further down into illusion.
Uh, Good morning, sir. So, my question here is I know clarity comes from inside, but is it okay to just search clarity from outside at times when you are not, like when you feel connected, certain times, certain spiritual, messages comes to you and all that, but still when you're not completely clear on certain aspects, is it okay to search the side, or clarity only comes from within?
So I am certain that you have attempted to search for this clarity outside before. Is this correct?
I'm not able to clearly understand what you're actually asking me. Can you repeat that again?
I am certain that you have attempted to obtain this clarity from the various sources outside before. Is this correct?
Yes.
Okay. So, did you find it?
To certain extent, in certain aspects, I can have clarity, but yet not in all the aspects or all the questions that I'm searching for.
Okay. So, if you have looked outside and you have not found it, then of what value is it to ask if it is okay to keep looking outside?
Hey, Siddha. Thank you for bringing me up. What is the deepest desire that you've had in your life?
Hello, Siddha. Is life purely phenomenal or purely intellectual?
Namaste, Dr. Kapil sir. I wanted having followed your work for a few years, and also having seen a lasting impact of it on my life. This is something that I encounter rather frequently. I have noticed that after going through your work, I developed these new insights. However, on being confronted with reality, I find myself having a lack of clarity on the necessary aspects of the implementation of it. So I wanted to understand from you, where am I going wrong?
There is no implementation. You are prescriptionizing my words.
If one has exposed themselves to your work and the forms that they have available to them and found some additional suffering as it's broken pieces of his life, yet they don't find the sincerity to change or to consistently pursue truth, is that individual doomed?
I think you can answer that question for yourself.
Um,
Good evening, Kapil. After years of being like very goal oriented, trying to be helpful to family and friends, and try to be, useful for people around me, and so that was a way of living that put constant pressure. And now that it's been maybe 6 months or that I kind of separated uh, completely from everything that I had before. It's like now life, I feel like it is a huge weight that has been lifted. I feel ridiculous when I get up and I don't have worries. And it feels completely different. As much crazy that I feel like if I get up or not get up, it wouldn't really change anything, and that makes me like free, and making me like laugh at how stupid I was before. I don't know how long I'm gonna live, but is that feeling of really not being useful and not needing anything and not needing to interact with anybody and not do anything really important, like, is that a mind-made thing, or is that a natural state of being that I am experiencing? Is that
I think the natural states of being arise when one has an understanding of the truth. And when one does not have an understanding of the truth, then the person begins to live according to concepts. And when a person begins to live according to concepts, then that person begins to judge himself or herself according to whether or not they are following the concepts or not, and therefore they become good or bad in their own eyes and in the eyes of society. So this is not for me to tell you that the way that you are feeling is correct, and that is proper, and that is the right thing to do. It really comes down to you searching inside of yourself to discover if these things are the natural occurrence within you based upon the things that you have understood, and if they are, then they are. But as soon as you harden it into something which says that good for me, I'm doing the proper thing, then the floor falls out from beneath you.
Hi. You said something earlier where you mentioned the person of truth can only walk alone. So I'm wondering. I don't know why it just spoke to me. So I'm wondering, what is a person of truth? I understand honesty. I understand speaking truth or thinking truth. But
Well, a
what do you
person of
mean?
truth, there's no dictionary definition, but when from a just in this vernacular, what I'm speaking about, a person of truth is an individual who is sincerely, not and unconditionally and non-prescriptively, um, without the banner of self-help or self-development or the poison of spirituality, is for whatever reason devoted to discovering the truth.
Hi. So I just want to know if what happens after death.
Hi, I just want to know, why does the mind seek pleasure?
It's a very insightful question, but one that is very deep and very complex to simply provide a response to in this forum.
Hello, Siddha. My question is, so I believe what I see is what my mind creates. So if I change how my mind sees the reality, would my own form of reality, my mind, can change much? And if it does, would that help me a lot to reach the truth?
No.
Thank you.
Hi, Kapil. I just wanted to ask a quick question about the relationship between pleasure and pain. I know you always say that where there's one, there is the other. I guess when would you compare what I'm just trying to understand how it works. Let's say if you were to take a drug as pleasure and you feel the high, and is the low after you come down, is that the pain part where you feel that sense of withdrawal from not having that pleasure, or is the low coming from the fact that in the pursuing of pleasure, you make yourself unhappy until you get that gallop or that moment?
There are all kinds of pains. You've just mentioned a couple of them.
Hello, I have a question. So, do you think that people really enjoy pleasure?
Hello, Kapil. Um, I've been reading your work for the past 3 months, and before that, I've read Osho's work since I was 17. I'm 23 now, and whenever I read these Osho's works and your works, I've seen truth, and I was able to resonate with whatever was said. It was only when I read your work that I had a deeper understanding of the truth, and what I had a much deeper understanding of the truth from your work. And this realization, which had always been there, it hit me even deeper, that the mind is a constant chatterbox, and it just doesn't end. One thought after the other, one thought after the other, and I really don't see. I don't see an end to this, like, because it's been long, and I really don't see an end to this. It's just it's a very, 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 very I wouldn't say painful, but it's just not the way to live life.
Okay.
Thank you for the opportunity, Dr. Gupta. I feel like I have arrived at very few truths about the society myself, or if not, very close to arriving at those truths. And when I see you talking about certain truths about society, sometimes I feel like maybe I'm using it as a justification to arrive at an end to my process. It's just an inexplainable kind of feeling. So my question is, how do the exposure to the truths that happens from going through your work, how do we receive it? Or does
There is no how.
getting exposed to certain
Whatever,
truths?
whatever, whatever. Do you drink water?
Yes.
Okay. Is there a how? That once the water enters you, that you must do something about it?
Hey, Kapil, thanks for bringing me on. I wrote down my question because I'm already kind of anxious right now. My question is, what's the truth behind the anxiety which takes over my mind before starting the easiest of tasks like cleaning my room or doing my taxes, despite knowing that there's no one to
Yeah, it's
judge me?
perhaps one of the most pervasive diseases of mankind is anxiety. Um, Perhaps the more insidious disease is trying to find a how out of it. No, there is a cure, but it does not come in the form of a how.
Hello, Siddha. I want to know if there is no how and there just is, then whatever is happening, whatever it just is. Everything is complete within itself, no matter what is happening in the moment.
I think that these are things that you're talking yourself into. I don't believe you have a real question.
Thank you for the opportunity. I'm curious if you believe in any kind of universal design, life path for individuals, that what's come into their life has kind of come there because it's who they are, or at their core. Maybe I'm not asking it in the best possible way, but maybe you have thoughts towards what I'm saying.
Perhaps the best thing would be for you to examine your own experiences and to compare the things that happen to you to see if those things were complementary to you, and if the things that happened to you that seemed random, that there was a system, some system to the randomness. That even though things that happened to you apparently randomly, they tended to provide some sort of effect. That would be perhaps the wiser pursuit than to ask it as an academic question.
Hello, Kapil. So I have a question. Recently, I broke up with my girlfriend, and I know that every relationship brings more pain than joy. And I realized that it's for myself, it's true, and it's every times in the end, it's only pain. And I heard one of your thoughts like you should find it in within, but I feel so empty and I can't find anything in within. I mean, I understand that you can't give me like the answer. I just there is the way armor your heart, like it's so fragile, and I like one of the thoughts like the state alone but not lonely, and it's just the thoughts. I'm sorry for my bad English.
Hello, Kapil. I wanted to ask that in many of your discourses, you have said that whenever you try to tell something, it gets tainted. You don't have to uh, say that. And what I have come to understanding that whenever a human being tells another human being something, the shared realities and experiences will be totally different. They will not be same for the both human beings. So does that comply with the universal truth too? Like if you are explaining us the truth, uh, will the universal truth be the same for us when we reach or experience that?
If the truth is stated, then that has a way of, for a given individual, finding a place within them. It does not mean that it will. It does not mean that it won't. And in whatever form that happens or does not happen, it is an organic thing.
Hello. All the problems that I have in my life, is it me who has the problems or is it my mind?
It is one of the central truths to learn that one is not one's mind.
What is the emergence of societies caused by?
If one is not one's mind, who are they?
Who am I?
Can truth itself be used for me to decide whether to get vaccinated or not?
Hello, Kapil. And be free of a problem. Does it matter for the cause of the problem to be known? To give you some context. So over the years, I felt like
Well, you already asked the question. Just ask that question to yourself. It's fairly straightforward. The only thing that hinders you is the conditioning of society, which teaches people to look for solutions.
What is light and how do I trust it?
Hey, how's it going? So, I was curious, what are your thoughts on seasons 1 and 2 of Ted Lasso?
Is it serious?
So my question is, since childhood, I have been around creating videos and creating photographs. And as I started my career, I felt, yeah, maybe this is the calling that I should be going ahead with.
How do I get back down to the audience?
Hi. So I have a question. I've actually worked on meditation myself, and my whole life I've struggled with anxiety. During anything, whether it's a relationship.
My question is, why are we in the earth? Why are you in the club house? What's the purpose? Thank you.
Can synchronicity be used as a tool for discernment and decision making?
Hi, Master. Thank you for your time. My question is basically, I'll give you just a quick background. Just growing up, I've experienced a good amount of abuse, like emotional abuse, verbal abuse mainly, and a bit of physical abuse from my father. The physical, I mean, I know it's a bit. Anyways, I'm 26 now. The first 18 years of my life was pretty crappy due to how he was in the house and how he treated my mother and all this. And I guess my question is, I'm 26 now. I'm fairly independent, rather relatively successful product designer in tech and all this stuff. And, I have a talent at it. And I've been listening to your work. I've been reading your work and listening to your work for quite some time now. And intellectually, I understand that everything I think about with him, about like how he treated me in the past and all this, and I still think about him daily because me and him really don't speak. We haven't spoken in about a decade. Well, a little less than that. And intellectually, I understand that all this memory, all this thought about me and him is all in my mind. And I know it's not really me, and I know it's not really real. This is all just past. And I guess I get frustrated and a little fed up because when I'm alone, like, if I'm driving alone and stuff, this anger comes out of me and I kind of, manifest in different ways, but it comes kind of against him in a way because of all the unfair treatment and all this stuff. And again, I understand intellectually this is all just fake. Well, a human being does not know why the things that happen to him. To the human being looks at things very simply. Either he looks at things from the standpoint of someone did something to him, or he looks at it from the standpoint of he should forgive. Right. The truth is, you don't know why these things happen to you. No human being knows why these things happen to them. The truth is that you live in pain and you live in suffering because of it. Yeah. So therefore, it is not about him. It is about the hesitations that you have to stop blaming him. Therefore, in the end, your greatest problem is an imprisonment by your own ego. The modern day society has devolved in ways that perhaps nature could not have even predicted. The things that become fashionable in society, and if one had a litmus test, and if one created an experiment in which whatever society did, they would deny it, one would obviously be well suited to do that experiment on their own and examine the results for themselves. But one thing can be stated for certain, and that is that if one follows society and its fashions and its dogmas, it will ruin their life. And that's why every human being's life is ruined. It has become fashionable to blame parents. It has become fashionable, and it is almost considered shameful to either live with one's parents or speak well of parents. And this is not a surprise, because everything that is holy and everything that is of a divine nature and everything that is even semi-pure cannot survive in the plastic soil of society. Only false things can survive in society. No human being in a non-realized state is perfect. And in every relationship setting, and particularly in the family setting, there are an enormous number of mistakes that are made from all members of the family. And while it can be stated that the children are the most innocent, particularly in the younger years, truth never lies in blame, and truth does not lie in forgiveness. Truth lies in the understanding that one does not know as much as he or she thinks that they know. And perhaps the most practical truth in the most immediate time frame is to turn one's back on all of society's fashions, because society is among the greatest enemies of a human being. And the person who embraces society and its cultures and its flags and its way and its notions and its concepts will suffer endlessly throughout their life.
Hello. Is everything other than yourself society?
Well, take a look inside yourself and see if you have not imbibed society.
Master, I was wondering, I had a change of vision, and I've known how you've spoken about how Siddha training begins with a vision. But does my change in vision mean I'm straying from the truth?
It's too general of a question.
Hi. Do we need to humble ourselves and become less of us to learn, or do we need to become more of ourselves? Also, what are the experiences called where one doesn't humble himself?
Well, oftentimes I have conversations with my younger nephew, and my question is it possible to have a worthy conversation without levying my conditioning onto him?
Have a conversation and examine for yourself.
Morning. I want to know, how do you deal with the pain of a broken heart?
Hello, Kapilji. My question is on habits, on the power of habits. I've just started my.
Hi. So my question is basically, so I feel like life inside me, but it just does not seem to care any bit about me or even anyone. The more I connect with it, it takes me in a sort of a direction where even I start questioning my existence. Like, I don't know how to like put words to it, but like I don't know, there is practically no one I would even want to like talk about it in general, like and like it makes me question, like even would I like even do I exist, and like it is like not my life, it is like, it is just.
Hello, doctor. Doctor, being human, can you tell us the minimum hours of sleep per day is a
Hello, Santa. This is the second time I met you. I have one question about this topic. I know that life is not what it seems, but what is when you're on your bed, like dead bed? What is what is life is about? Like for yourself, I guess.
Hello, Siddha. How do I know if I am living a life of truth?
You know inside if someone is there isn't an objective measurement. Really, it is the sincerity that one can um, can feel within him.
Thank you for bringing me on here. Regarding your last note, my thought is, doesn't that just come down to being hyper aware of your thoughts? Even though people lie to themselves all day long, and I think a part of that is you're living a lie or not. You don't see truth or understand it, but when you become hyper aware of your own thoughts, you're watching them all day, you're able to
The best way to answer that is if you do that and see what you get from that, and whatever you get from that, that'll give you the answer.
Is creativity spontaneous? Does best decisions or best form of art come from being spontaneous?
Does it mean
Hey, Dr. Gupta. You've spoken before about not pursuing things just for the sake of the happy feeling or the pleasurable feeling that you get from pursuing them. What would then motivate someone to, devote their life or devote their
First of
energies?
all, I think that your question becomes invalid. And the reason is because you began with that I've spoken about not doing X. First of all, I've never said to anyone not to do X. That's what you extrapolated from it. I explained that if you do things for happiness, that you tend to fall flat on your face. I never said not to do it. And there's a miles and miles of difference between saying not to do it and explain what happens when you do. I don't care if you do it. So when you assume that I told you not to do it, then you're going to come back and ask me, since I told you not to do it, then what should I do? The whole question falls. The structure falls away. This is a common occurrence, and it is very, very prevalent to those who read my work and they prescriptionize my words. And it is very understandable because every single piece of writing and every single domain and every single book that one has read and every single podcast or lecture or speech that one has listened to, in every single element of one's life since they were born has been related to what should they do. It's all been related to prescriptions. There is no prescription-free element of this world. There isn't a prescription-free guru. There's not a prescription-free motivational speaker. There is not a prescription-free priest. There's not a prescription-free author. There is no one and nothing in the world today that is prescription-free. Therefore, since that is the conditioning of the human being, then naturally and logically so, when he comes to my work, he will do the same thing. What's the message? What should I be doing? And therefore, even if I explicitly say that there is nothing to do and that to do something will cause you problems, even then, they will view that as I told them not to do it. They will even view that as, well, you said no prescriptions. I never said no prescriptions. I've explained the harm of prescriptions and that one should investigate for themselves in their own lives and in their own experiences where they have gotten with prescriptions. And that will give them their own answer. It is not about taking my words and prescriptionizing them and believing them and using them as some sort of ideal or commandment. Because if one does that, then they will then depend upon me to give them the alternative as well.
What drug have you taken today? Are you on drugs today?
Hi, Siddha. I have a question. What is the meaning of life to you?
Hello, sir. Sir, my question is that what is it that one need to realize about greed?
Namaste. So, the words, the thoughts, the visuals we see in our day-to-day life. So, how do we stay out of it so that it doesn't affect our life anymore?
Hi, Dr. Gupta. Thank you for what you're doing and what you have done. I've realized that everything that I've done throughout my life is an attempt to make me feel better. And lately, what I've realized and began to understand is that I see myself and my thoughts outside, and I'm looking at them and I'm seeing them trying to lead me in different directions. And I've become very angry with my mind, and yet I'm still in my mind. And I don't know from where I'm looking and from where I'm seeing these thoughts outside of myself, but it feels much more at home and much more like me than the chases that I've been led on throughout my 50 plus years on earth. And I've become angry with my mind, and it's a very confusing place. And I just I've just began to realize slowly and slowly that my mind has led me astray, and it's not doing that, but I don't know what to trust. I don't know. I guess what I'm saying is I feel lost because I've only strengthened my mind. I've only trained my mind. I've only built it up with, as you call them, prescriptions. And now I see them out there, and they're not me. But I don't know. I don't know what to trust because that's all I've known. I'm not sure if there's a question.
No, there's not. That's all you've known. That's the conditioning. That is what society does to every human being. That is the danger of society. That is the danger of the world. It conditions and brainwashes human beings into becoming prescription chasers.
Hi, Siddha. Thank you for hosting this room. So, in my life, I've had maybe one major thing that I've been pursuing, and I think it was sincere. And I still feel that there is within that realm a thing that I greatly desire to work toward. But now the thing that I feel compelled to do is a thing that is in a different direction. And the way I see it, one is sort of a foundational thing. So the question is, in a sincere pursuit, can it be that sometimes the sincere path is the one that may seem rather indirect?
Well, there are no rules. There's no permission one way or the other. There's no ideal to live up to. There's no, is it okay if this happens or this happens, or can it sometimes look like this but actually is like that? And whether I say yes or no has no meaning.
Hey, Siddha. I don't know who you are or what this room is about, but it looks like it's a selection process to get up here. So thank you for having me up here. Just a quick question to notice the room is life is not what one thinks. I'm just curious, what did you think life was, and what do you think it is now?
There was a talk at the beginning. You seem to have missed it, which is fine.
And thanks so much for taking my question. And thanks so much for your work. I first came upon your work whenever a loved one was diagnosed with a terminal illness. And because of the random shock that put on me as an individual, like the visceral confusion, I started to be able to latch onto a lot more of the things you were saying with like related to how we can't even understand this life, and how, I guess my question is like, is this understanding that I've gotten from this, is that something that society beat out of me, or like is it something where like is what was the use of society beating this understanding out of me? Like why?
I don't know what society. I don't know what you're talking about as to what society is doing. Everything society does is negative.
Is
society
the?
did.
I'm sorry.
Well, what are you asking?
I'm asking because of the I basically the death caused me to go, okay, this world has been complete confusion this entire time. And is that a glimpse? I guess I'm asking, is that a glimpse of the life that you're talking about that we're all kind of being prescriptioned away from?
Yeah, I still don't understand what you're asking. But if if a painful or a difficult time makes one search for understanding or for truth, then that's what it does for an individual, and oftentimes it does. But it doesn't really matter how you categorize it. I mean, to say, well, is this what you're talking about? Who cares? I mean, it's about learning the truth. It's about discovering the truth behind all the facades that we see. And even when I say it's about, it doesn't mean that one should. But if one seems to have the seeds of that within him, and a difficult period in their life happens to reveal that, then it does.
Hey, Siddha, I just wanted to say thank you for, how do I say this without just showing up as you have so that I can interpret it in the way that I have, which then leaves me with no question at all, not at least for you.
Well, that's actually one of the most wise and sincere things that someone has explained and expressed. And the reason for that is that there was a neutrality to it. When something is stated, it is everything. I want to take what you have said and springboard upon it, because I think that it's a point that is very, very fertile with wisdom. And that is that when any human being reads any work or listens to any person, some authoritative figure or whatever you want to call it, or they think them to be an authoritative figure, they're always listening with an ear for what to do. And the reason that they are listening for an ear with what to do is because the expressor of that information is giving what to do. And so that is what everyone has become. So therefore, there is no neutrality. Everything comes with ulterior motive. And ulterior motive isn't necessarily evil or bad or negative. It isn't. It isn't an evil ulterior motive to show up and say, "This is what I'm going to. I'm going to tell you to do this today, and then tomorrow do that, and then prescribe 5 steps." That isn't evil. It's just ineffective. But since that's what the world, as one of the previous listeners have stated, that's all they know. It's all the world ever knows. And there's never a neutrality. And what must be understood is this: when there is no neutrality, then there is no fertile soil upon which something can grow. Because if there's an ulterior motive from the individual who's teaching and giving prescriptions, that's his ulterior motive, and then the listener comes bringing his or her ulterior motive to gain the prescription. Then each one is looking for something specific. Therefore, neither of their hearts can something true naturally grow out of a non-ulterior motive, organic neutrality. And that's what you have just expressed.
Brilliant. Brilliant. Thanks.
Hi, Kapil. I've had the ability recently, because of your work, to disassociate myself from certain pleasure chases, such as certain attachments, because it was easy for me to see there was more misery and pain involved in that chase than pleasure. But I've found with addiction that pleasure, usually there's the pain that comes from coming down from the high of a pleasure when you do something like a drug, if you want to consider pleasure a drug. But I found with addiction that it's harder to give up, because it feels as if that pleasure, that low doesn't come because you continuously supply it with the high. So I asked for you to help me see the misery. Is it just opportunity cost of the fact that I'm doing this with my life as opposed to something else? The misery of addiction, or specifically this pleasure chase. But I guess perhaps I'm just looking for prescriptions. So if I don't know if this is a sincere question, and I'm asking for prescription to stop being addicted, even though it's just a desire not to be addicted. So if you could shed some light, I'd appreciate it.
You have answered your own question.
With the shedding light.
Something new after reading your work. It's like one moment the mind plays its tricks, or anything we call it, its game, and then the next minute I realize that I see what has been played, or the trick that it just played. So it has been going on and off, and I wonder if it is just another pattern I'm setting for myself, like I've always done. Um,
Well, clearly,
what
it is
do
not
you
in
think?
your. It is not. It is not in your hands. So therefore, the question doesn't have any relevance.
Hello. In the movie The Last Samurai, which I thank you for recommending, I truly loved it. Katsumoto says that you could spend your entire life looking for a perfect blossom, and it would not be a wasted life. I don't think he's only describing the tree. So is he also talking about what you would call an arrival, or really owning the craft of becoming a master of the sword
You
or
know,
whatever?
wherever there is a devotion to something, it cannot be a wasted life. Good night. Of any value, not to others, simply to yourself. And in this examination, if one is able to avoid the pitfalls of societal conditioning, which are difficult to impossible to avoid for the vast majority, the pitfalls of judgment, the pitfalls of prescription, the pitfalls of replacing one thing with another, the pitfalls of self-improvement and self-development and New Age and spirituality. These are not small hurdles. A direct, pure, and genuine examination of the value of one's life. What does he do all day? What does she do all day? What does one do aside from so-called work? And even in one's work, is it simply work or is it devotion? Not that it should be devotion. It is an examination. Once again, there is no judgment. If one examines their life in this way, if one is sincere and if one is serious in their examination, they may discover something. They may discover something of great value. It may be for the first time in their life that they were sincere. When no one was watching, when there were no pats on the back to be had, this is a worthwhile life. The serious person who explored in this way has the opportunity to produce a truly valuable life. A life that stops taking from him all that he has. And all humans feel, whether they express it or not, whether they admit it or not, that life has taken everything from them. And if everything is not yet gone, it is slowly on the move. But if one can find something that is of lasting value, that does not leave, that is substanceful, that has the opportunity to lead one to permanence and provide for them at least a fraction of what they have always longed for, then they have the opportunity to create a valuable life. Well, you haven't really examined. I mean, you haven't really explored, because the only tools up until this point that you've ever had are prescriptions. And therefore, you've always looked at things from the standpoint of, what did I do wrong? Who's to blame? How could I have been better? And all of these things. And so the only tools that you had at your disposal were the ones that society gave to you. And therefore, until you discover the realization in yourself, not because I say, but on your own, that those tools are not effective for you or for anyone. And you cannot say that you've already found that, because you haven't. You haven't been following my work long enough to know that yet. So until that realization dawns, that those tools of prescription and rightness and wrongness and betterment and improvement and modification and strategy and routine and hacks and all of these things and methods, until those are seen to be ineffective and utterly wasteful, that's what you have not seen.
Hello, Kapil. So, what is the role of truth in someone's life who's trying to be financially free? In one of your talks, you said that someone who's busy feeding his stomach might not be, have such a strong seek for truth. But in my case, though I'm not financially free, I have a very, I don't know why, I'm just attracted to your work and these things. So, what is the role of truth for someone who's trying to be financially free?
Well, if someone is seeking truth, then everything has truth. So there's no reason to go live in a cave. In whatever one's work is, there is truth. Unless one does it in a cosmetic fashion, or unless one does something that one has no or limited talent or limited interest for, then there's absolute truth in everything. So truth is not distinct from life. In fact, it is the only relevant portions of life. Everything else is insignificant.
Oh, I'm sorry. I pressed the raise hand button by mistake.
Hello. Hello. Am I audible?
Hello, Siddha. My question is, what is the difference between a human life and a non-human life, if there is any? Thank you so much.
Which one do you have? Did you hear the question?
I'm sorry, I didn't.
Which life do you have?
Human life.
Is your human life perfect?
I don't believe so.
Have you arrived to where you wish to arrive?
I feel like I have.
Okay, so you've overcome your problems?
I don't. Yes. If I see problems, I don't really dwell in them.
Okay, so then why would you say that your life is not perfect then? If you have arrived where you wish to arrive and you don't really have any problems, that's pretty perfect.
Thank you.
Hi Siddha, how are you? Hello.
If you are invited on stage, you may ask your question.
Siddha, I am very suffer from humanity. So what should I do?
14 jumping jacks, 3 sit-ups, and 1 mile around the track.
Hi, couple. Thanks for having me. My question is about arrival to a valuable life, because I feel like I live a valuable life by default, but I get kind of like hooked on to these pitfalls, like pleasure chasing or many of the pitfalls that you discuss. And I feel like I'm slowly spending less time in those pitfalls. I'm being more aware of them and becoming less less frequently hooked on. And I'm just trying to understand, is truth seeking in your experience something that is gradual and almost a difficult process? Sorry?
Why do you think that you live a valuable life?
I feel like when, like kind of by default, like before I was really, is it all right if I think about it?
You can come back when you're ready.
Okay, thank you.
Hi, Kapil. Is the source, with regards to human activity, is it caused by? I don't want to ask. Is it caused by something, because I don't know if that'll help. I just want to understand why it occurs. Why we humans feel inertia and don't. Is that question kind of clear? I know it's a little messy.
Yeah, I'm not sure what context you're using inertia in.
The context I'm using it in is in the sense that I remember you put out a tweet once, men coast, but even when they realize progress isn't actually getting to where you want to get, progress suits itself. It's a chase for itself. You realize that people don't really do anything. It's almost as if we run in place instead of having our desires take us from one place to another.
Well, no, that's absolutely true. The human being does run in place. But that shouldn't be that you take my word for it. That should be fairly obvious. And if it's not, it's okay. It just means that one has to examine to see how he is running in place.
I guess that makes sense. I just wanted to understand. I guess it's self-image. I don't want to just throw out like, oh, it's just the mind. It's just self. I don't want to throw out a cliche answer, but
it's important to remember one thing. Intellectualism is the enemy of truth.
Again, so there's a few reasons I think, or the way I look at what a valuable life is and the way I live. For example, kind of having a state of flow, being very immersed in what I'm doing, at the same time kind of feeling like I'm very aware in that meditative state. And then also kind of the feedback I get from other people saying that that my voice kind of cuts through the noise, or I look at things very clearly. I know it's kind of cliche, but a few things like that I think is my default state of living, but not necessarily where I spend the majority of my time.
Okay.
And so my question is, you talk a lot about arrival, and in my experience, I'm spending more time as I become more experienced in the pitfalls and understanding how I can avoid them. And is it, in your experience, is it kind of a gradual process that you continuously improve at, or might it be more effective to look at something that's more of a sudden arrival?
Well, transformation does happen in an instant. There is no such thing as building towards. Progress is a myth, particularly in things. The things that I discuss are not mechanical, and so it's going to be the opposite of mechanical. In the world of mechanics, you can give a prescription. In the world of mechanics, there is progress. If you're building a house, there is progress. That now the foundation is done, now the first floor is done. But in the realm of the mind, in the realm of human transformation, there is no such thing as collecting enough points gaining enough rewards, putting in enough time, doing enough good deeds, practicing enough austerities, meditation hours. All of those things are counter to truth. They don't go anywhere. So if there is something that allows someone to get somewhere, it truly is seriousness and maturity. And if something takes time, it is probably that. It isn't, the arrival is not being prevented by not doing the right thing or not practicing enough austerities. The arrival is being prevented by the fact that you don't really want it enough yet. And the moment that someone wants it, then they're all in and they expose themselves to truth 24/7. And that's a person who demonstrates that to himself, that that's what they truly want.
Kapil, why is it that when I hear the truth, I get feelings in the first place, in the beginning, but then I return to the same old place again, and that loop keeps going?
Well, because you understand it only intellectually. And the feelings arise from the fact that if it's really truth, then it stands starkly in the background of the falsehoods that you're used to, and therefore it provides a feeling. But it doesn't last because it isn't truly understood, it isn't truly imbibed.
Hello, Kapil. I believe I have built a valuable life, but I struggle with this last humming 5% of anxiety. Will that always exist?
No, it's not 5%.
Or 10%?
It's the undercurrent. And will it always exist? That depends entirely upon one's dedication to discovering the truth about that. That's what it entirely depends upon.
Hi, Kapil. I just want to know if someone is trying to fulfill a desire, whatever that desire may be, whether it's more women, more money, is that just them trying to run from the truth or stopping themselves from reaching that truth?
Well, whatever desire a person has, he has. So it doesn't matter what it is. So if you were told that it's X and Y and Z, is that going to make you stop having the desire? So the question doesn't, it's just chit chat.
Hello, Kapil, can you hear me? Hello?
The questions seem to be diminishing over time, which is a very effective sign. It is a sign that perhaps the human being is recognizing that much of the questions that he has are cosmetic how-to prescriptive questions. And that tool being taken away from him leaves him nothing else to ask, which demonstrates very clearly that the only thing that a human being knows how to do is to ask how-to questions. And it is precisely for that reason that humans don't get anywhere. Because how-tos and prescriptions and methods and techniques and hacks are the blind leading the blind.
I just wanted to thank you, Kapil. That was truth. Thank you.
Truth of inferiority complex. I suffer from it a lot. I don't know from where it's coming.
I cannot hear you.
Inferiority complex. I suffer from it a lot, and I don't know from where it is coming. What's the truth behind it?
This is not the topic of the.
Hello, Siddha. Thanks for letting me speak. My question was: Can exposure, can a constant exposure to the non-truth at the mental layer, intellectual layer, conditioning layer, or the ego layer, can that constant exposure and better understood the opposite? That seriousness is manifested as desire to understand the non-truth.
Well, I think that's there's a very easy way to answer that question, is by examining your own life and by the examining of the life of the people that you know, and examining the life of all the human beings at large. That's exactly what has happened. It is a lifelong, constant exposure to untruth, and examine what has happened from that. Has the result of a constant exposure to untruth from society resulted in people seeking truth?
Thank you for that answer. So the opposite doesn't happen. Like the truth is seeking to discover itself, and that is leading to recognizing everything around somebody as untrue.
Why would the truth want to discover itself? Truth does not give 2 cents about a human being. These are all just spiritual quotes that you've picked up. You are seeking it is seeking you. These things are really, they should do a stand-up comedy routine about these things. And then they should do a scientific study. And since you happen to love science and others happen to love science, do a scientific study. How many human beings who follow all the austerities and can preach the gospel and can tell you every single minute of meditation that they did, How many of them have to actually get somewhere in terms of permanence, be it enlightenment or realization or freedom or whatever it may be? I don't mean 5 minutes of feeling a modicum of peace. I mean truly where after which a before and an after to which they're totally transformed.
Hi. I meant to ask this as a follow-up question last time I was here. I'm just curious why. Like,
that isn't a question. That's just spiritual mumbo jumbo. So ask what you want.
Why Siddha performance?
What does that mean?
I'm asking you directly.
I don't know what you're asking.
Is there a driving force behind how you show up in this way?
What does you mean?
I guess I only know you as how I've always known you.
Well, I don't know if you're using you in a proverbial sense, or are you asking me how I show up?
Not how, but why.
To what?
To this message.
I don't know. It just happens. Everything happens. Everything happens organically. There is not. It isn't motivated by strategy or. There really isn't anything that I get from this, to be honest. So I don't know why. It just happens, and the moment that it happens, I find myself here like you find myself.
So it's not by decision, but just because.
That is correct.
Okay.
That is a very wise thing that you said. It is absolutely not by decision. Actions that are driven by decision and choice are very limited actions. And in the world of truth, the motivational aspect, the engine behind things, is an unpredictable spontaneity.
I guess to me, decision is what cuts a motivation, like a motivational source. I guess just the way I perceive it is just it doesn't have to be a motivational or purposeful thing, but at the end of the day, you log on here and you show up, and that doesn't just happen. That is, the app doesn't open itself, and you don't. There is a voluntary aspect to it.
Yes, you could say there's a voluntary aspect to it, but the voluntary aspects all ride the vehicle of an unseen force.
That's fair. Thanks.
Hello, Siddha. Thank you. I'm very proud to be, I believe, the first trans woman of color here. I guess the question that I would have for you is, how would you rank each of the races?
Can you live a valuable life without a God?
Um, I've heard you before, and I'm always curious to know what are those universal facts or truths that you talk about? Can you name a few?
Can you name a few?
Good morning. Am I audible?
Hi, Siddha. Earlier you said that when there is choice to be made, you just do it spontaneously. Is that by gut feeling or because what I find myself is like after uh, disregarding the beliefs, when there are choices to be made, I'm usually in a state of confusion. So I wanted to know, like when you say it happens spontaneously, is it the gut feeling or what is it? How does it happen spontaneously?
There's no how. Spontaneous is as non-how as you get. If you're going to turn spontaneous into a how, then you're not going to stop at anything. If even spontaneous is going to be a how, then that invalidates the entire word of spontaneous.
Good morning, Siddha. Why people have fear of success? That's my question.
Good evening, Kapil. There are two things that I feel have been preventing me from living a valuable life. One, I've been plagued by a sense of loneliness for many years, from relationships with other people just dying or fizzling out. The second thing is been plagued by self-doubt with achieving my career aspirations. I've explored these things for a long time, and I feel I'm gotten nowhere and I'm still stuck. And I suppose my question is, what am I missing? What have I not seen? Thank you.
Examined. I mean, you haven't really explored, because the only tools up until this point that you've ever had are prescriptions, and therefore you've always looked at things from the standpoint of what did I do wrong, who's to blame, how could I have been better, and all of these things. And so the only tools that you had at your disposal were the ones that society gave to you, and therefore until you discover the realization in yourself, not because I say, but on your own, that those tools are not effective for you or for anyone, And you cannot say that you've already found that because you haven't. You haven't been following my work long enough to know that yet. So until that realization dawns that those tools of prescription and rightness and wrongness and betterment and improvement and modification and strategy and routine and hacks and all of these things and methods, until those are seen to be ineffective and utterly wasteful, that's what you have not seen.
Thank you.
Namaste. Sitting with you in the clubhouse, most of my questions disappear by itself. But one of the questions, actually one question that I have is, what is love?
So there have been three or four people in the last 15 minutes who have come on stage and not said anything. If you were invited on stage, you may ask your question.
Thank you so much. By coincidence today, I was talking about how I was hoping that your room would come up because I love your room. And my question is, you're welcome. My question is, during these pandemic times, what are some, I guess, advice that you can bring to people who wish to continue to perform at the highest of their abilities?
Well, when has it not been pandemic times?
Oh, I love that. Good question.
I think that I did a discourse about this. It's always been a pandemic time. If it isn't coronavirus, it's your own anxiety.
Yes.
If it is coronavirus, it's your anxiety about coronavirus. And it's your anxiety about, were you a living Buddha before coronavirus came? So these things are all details. They have no meaning. So everyone is just a cosmetic chaser. This is a very societal question, because everyone in society just looks at the current events and then organizes their fears and their anxieties around the current events like a swarm of bees. A human being has lived in a pandemic since the day he was born. He has lived in a Holocaust since the day he was born. He has never known a life free of fear, free of anxiety, free of sorrow, free of pain, free of tragedy, free of confusion. Therefore, it has always been pandemic times. And as for something to say, there is no balm. There's no good feeling. You're better off chasing the self-help experts. If you want a dose of good feeling and put some ointment on your wounds, this is for serious people who truly want to get somewhere in the life that they have remaining, in the years that they have left, to truly arrive at somewhere transformational and permanent. That by the time they die, they can say that they arrived somewhere. At least they have tasted a fraction of what nature intended for them, instead of chasing nonsensical, prescriptive routines and austerities and self-helps and feel-goods and bumper sticker and Yahoo and laugh it up It's all so shameful.
Thank you, Dr. Gupta. You just said that this room is for serious people who want to experience something fundamentally changing permanently. Now, the experience I had once is that truth is like running on treadmill. You have to experience it every moment to moment. You cannot have a permanent experience. Can you have a permanent experience?
It isn't about the experience. It's about realization.
Hi, thank you for letting me speak. So I guess my question, I guess just to start by saying that I do believe that everybody is living a valuable life, just predestined, but that value gets lost in chasing what society has defined to be the value of human life. And obviously, to come to that realization, there's a lot of unlearning and relearning that needs to be done. But I feel like taking that path also involves a lot of intellectualism. And you say that intellectualism is the enemy of truth. So do you think that intellectualism is part of the process in getting to the truth?
Not for the intellectual. There's a lot in your question which relates to I said this and I said that. What I say doesn't matter. It isn't about believing me. It is about what you see for yourself. So it doesn't matter that I say that intellectualism will lead nowhere. That doesn't mean anything to the intellectual. Therefore, he's better off not even hearing it. It's if the person recognizes for themselves that the intellectual will view everything as an intellectual concept, and he will intellectualize it forever because he believes that intellectualism is his God. Therefore, he will always keep everything at arm's length, and nothing will ever get into his bloodstream. But it doesn't matter that I say that. The key is that the human being has to recognize these things for themselves. Otherwise, they'll just be adding more belief systems, and beliefs have no value to anyone.
Namaste. Is God the only truly valuable thing in life?
It depends who asks the question, and it depends where they are, and it depends which context we're talking about, and it depends what their level of sincerity is. So my immediate answer would be that the question isn't real, because the number of human beings who are life devoted to anything in this life is virtually zero. So it's a difficult question to answer because I don't know where it's truly coming from.
Hello, Dr. Gupta. So recently I discovered that my family is narcissistic, and so knowing this truth actually liberated me in a way, but that's not the outcome I wanted. So is the truth always not liberating, or it's not
well, what you have
helping you
found,
arrive at the right
what
place?
you have found is not a truth. That's just a word. That has no meaning. Do you not have ego?
Have you conquered your ego?
No, but narcissistic is much stronger than
No.
right?
Sorry, no, it's not. That's just a made-up word. These words have no meaning.
I mean, like, there's no way I can tell you the behavior. Like, I can describe you the behavior.
There's no way. There's no way that someone who believes in these words is ready for the truth. Nothing more for me to say.
Yeah, the
Thank you for bringing me up. If we choose to do good to someone, adding value and trying to make a positive difference, but if that person do something bad to others, what will happen?
Well, you seem to be speaking from experience. What did happen?
I may feel bad.
Okay. So you have just provided a prime example of why it's no point doing good for others. These are just falsehoods. It doesn't mean that everyone who does for others is being false. It does not mean that. There are some very truly sincere and giving human beings in this world. There genuinely are. But the real reward for a human being, and not that he's chasing a reward, but just as a natural byproduct, the real benefit of a human being, the real value to a human being comes when he puts all of his attention on discovering truth in his own life and to discovering purity in his own life, as opposed to trying to do good things. There isn't a human being on earth who does a good thing without in some way feeling pleasure for it and feeling that he's going to get points for that. And it doesn't diminish what they did, because they likely had a very positive impact on another human being's life, and so it doesn't diminish that. But the ultimate is all that matters, the height of heights. And that comes from the examination and the exploration of the value in one's own life.
Thank you.
Hello, Siddha. I know this question doesn't really. One of the answer I expect for my question is that does it really matter? But I think I'm gonna put the question because it's a question for me in my mind. Do you think is human race a genetic mutation or an accident, or
Thank you. Is there any way, organic way to arrive at truth?
It begins with devotion. There's no prescription. And when you immediately ask for the way, and that's very prescriptive.
Okay.
Hello, Siddha. I have a quick question. People say we achieve permanent happiness with leaving all the negative shades, let's say ego, jealous, etc. But will we appreciate good without seeing bad?
Neither has any
Hi, Dr. Gupta. I've been following your work for some time and received your private discourses. Thank you for that. My question is, I'm gaining more and more understanding about the falseness of and the patterns of my mind, and my question is, who is understanding? Because I see my mind over there doing what the mind does, but I'm not sure who it is that's understanding. Who is it that feels a deep
any response
connection?
that I give to you will be only viewed as intellectual. These are things that have to organically arise.
Thank you for having me up. I have one question for you, if there's an answer at all. If at all, at what point can intellectualism and spirituality harmonize?
Never. Both are falsehoods. Both are societal creations. Therefore, they're by definition false.
Hi, Siddha. Thank you for having me. I have a question. Like most of the times, we know what to do, but our tendencies and the inertia of the mind and the body, it tends to overpower us. How would you suggest we get over these tendencies?
Hi, Dr. Gupta. I have a question or maybe a clarification. I thought I understood something I don't think I fully have. When you mentioned like the valuable life, and you said like value and exploration of one's own life. So I guess it's a clarification in regards to two parts. You said giving and then effectiveness. Do you mean giving in regards to other people and then effectiveness?
No,
I don't know.
What life gives to you.
Okay, giving. So giving, and I don't think I quite understand. What do you mean by giving in that sense?
What life gives to you. So far, life is taken from you at every turn.
Okay, I'm going to think about this. Thank you.
Hello, thank you for having me. My question is, what does humanity means to you and to the world? Thank you.
Nothing.
Hello.
Hello, Kapil. My question is, why is health such a difficult topic for me to seem to understand?
I cannot say why something is difficult for you. Are you finished?
Yes.
Allow.
Do you think the path of wisdom is the only path? And because you're
How does one decide what is most valuable to them?
Kapil, you're so valuable to me that I don't want you to host these rooms anymore and answer stupid questions. I don't want you to waste your time. I don't want to hear all of this. Thanks.
Can sincerity be cultivated, or does it arise?
I sometimes have a desire, and I wonder whether where it came from and whether I'm in control of it. Where can it be said what produces desires and how one is to determine whether they are true or not?
For practical purposes, all your desires are untrue.
Hello, Kapil. Thanks so much for taking my question, as always. Is devotion voluntary, or does it come from a sense of will?
Well, it is not by choice, and nor is it by will. Nothing that is sincere, and nothing that is genuine, nothing that is serious comes by way of will. It is something that is deep within the human being, that is organic and spontaneous. It is not.
Therefore, it is about understanding. It isn't beating oneself up for not getting it, for not doing the right thing, or for not working hard enough. Nor is it patting oneself on the back for giving it their best and failed. It's understanding how things work. And what a person becomes is what he exposes himself to. If he seeks to become truth, then he must expose himself to truth himself, according to exposure. This is the power of exposure. Therefore, one must be very systematic and one must be very surgical in what they expose themselves to. Therefore, if a human being wanted the truths in life, then they would find a domain which gives them that truth or the closest thing to it and expose their brain to it on a regular basis. But that isn't what happens. Instead, the human beings expose them to prescriptions and societal jargon and concepts and theories and religion and spirituality and positive talk and self-help and self-development and all of these things, which don't get anyone anywhere because they're not truth. They're simply a bunch of doings. Therefore, it'd be comforting to know that if a thing doesn't work, it's because it doesn't work that way. Therefore, there's no mystery there. If one wishes to become warm and he enters an ice bath, it's comforting to know that shouldn't be a mystery that he didn't become warm. There isn't a dictionary definition. Truth is that which is non-prescriptive. Truth is that which is fundamental, indivisible reality. And every situation has a truth. Every topic has a truth. Therefore, truth is not divorced from the reality of business and sport and life, whatever it may be. It is involved in the deepest, grainy reality of everyday life, in everything. In fact, it is untruth that has no basis in anything.
Hi, Kapil. After exposing myself to your work, I have developed a sort of filter within myself where I can see some of the lies that pop up and arise throughout the day. My question is, what is the danger in a lot of the filter is built up with ideas that have come from you, and is there a danger in using that type of filter in it not being organic?
Well, if someone attempts to copy me or make my words into rules, then yes, because that isn't really trying to see the truth. That's just replacing one set of rules for another set of rules. So it really is about understanding the essence. And if one develops a filter, it's a filter to be able to see if they are if they have exposed themselves enough to truth, or is there still a significant amount of poisoned remnants of looking for prescriptions. If a request is submitted, the request should be to ask a question. If there is no question, there is no need to make a request. If you are invited on stage and you say nothing, you will be sent back.
Just in relation to truth, if the individual exposure, so to say, to a situation will differ, would that also mean that the truth experienced by every individual will be true? And I'm sorry, I'm having some connectivity issues. I'll probably stop my question. I'm not sure if this is getting through.
I didn't understand your question.
So I was listening to one of your podcasts, Legend is Uncompromising, and one thing you said that going into the interiority of yourself might be not be a dangerous place, but why dangerous? Like, I have been reflecting on some things, but I did not.
I don't know. You are taking something from something that I wrote and then asking me a question about it. I don't remember what I wrote. And therefore, when I write something, it doesn't come from me. It comes from somewhere else. And therefore, I was in a particular state when writing that thing, and it was in a particular context. And so to pluck that and ask me outside of the context at a different area of space and time, I don't know. I can't answer that question.
Can you hear me? Seems it's not working.
Hello, Kapil. My question is in regards
to imbibing truth and being what you're surrounding yourself with. What I take from that is essentially success leaves clues, and you want to be around the right cats because
Yeah, the success leaves clues, and you use the word cats, and therefore you're already invaded, even in your use of language, by the culture. Using the words cats and success leaves clues is a popularistic metaphor, and popular phrases used by motivational speakers and such. The very fact that your DNA is given and attracted to such things really places a limit and a hindrance upon you. The people who truly get somewhere really of a unique place in this world are those who don't really take things from society, who don't use words like cats, and who don't use words like success leaves clues, because those are not your words. And so the people who are very sticky, they walk around almost like a Velcro, and the things that society says, they stick to those terms. Those people tend to be very limited because they have a sensitivity to society and what they hear.
Hello. So I understand how you say that you hear the voices in the moment and whatnot. I also am creative and am wondering what are the things that you do to stay connected at any given moment, let's say?
I don't do anything. Only those who wish to ask a question should be sending requests.
Hi, Kapil. Kapil, I'm very fascinated by this idea that we should be listening. I don't want to prescriptionize it, but I want to do this, that I want to expose myself to truth more and more so that the brain wires. But at the same time, I don't want to prescriptionize it. So what's the best way to approach this where I can expose myself to truth and at the same time not prescriptionize it?
Well, the first thing is that you have to expose yourself. So the prescriptionizing and not prescriptionizing is the second question. If one does not even expose themselves, then the possibility of prescriptionizing does not even arise. What must be understood is if the fear of prescriptionizing prevents someone from exposing themselves, then they're gone anyways. Then they're not going to get exposed to it anyways. So that's a secondary problem. First comes the exposure. And then as long as you're asking the question about prescriptionizing, then it seems that you already are aware that that is a problem. And the fact that you're aware of it means that you have indeed the possibility of not prescriptionizing it, as opposed to the individual who isn't even aware that he might prescriptionize.
My question is, I find myself more often than I would like caught up in a sort of what I think is only willful denial of a sort, I guess, and I recognize it afterward. And I'm wondering if you can say something about releasing attachment to untruth.
Well, do you think untruth is valuable?
Well, there must be some reason to hold on to it. I feel like maybe it's comforting in some way.
Well, that's because if you're holding on to it, that means that you think to some degree it's valuable. And so as long as you think that there's value in untruth, not intentionally, but for whatever reason, as long as you see value in untruth, it is silly to try to detach from it. And this is precisely the sort of convoluted conundrum that society does to a human being. It says, do that, or unattach yourself, or walk away, or whatever it is. And that's really kind of silly, because why would someone walk away from something if there's value there? So everything is cosmetic. Everything is by force. Everything is prescriptive. Everything is do this and do that. Nothing is ever taken gently from the root and allow it to dissolve all by itself. So where there is value, it is stupid to try to detach from it. Why would you detach from value? Begin there.
Hi, Kapil. How can we detach from depression if we're so preoccupied with the mind?
There's no how to.
Hi, Kapil. So I guess my question is becoming truth or discovering truth the status quo for everybody, and it's only a matter of or is it a matter of active effort that leads them to become it?
What do you mean? Is it the status quo for everybody? Who is it the status quo for? Who knows that is exposing themselves to truth as the default? That's like saying, is it the status quo that the world is wise? Why would you say that? Based upon what? I'm rather shocked that you would say that. Do you live in Atlantis or something?
I'm sorry, that was a bad question. I will.
No, it wasn't a bad question. I just don't know why you said it. There's nothing bad about it. Why would you say that the default or the status quo is for everyone to expose themselves to truth? What told you that?
I guess I didn't really mean it as, or at least I meant it as, in the direction in which people travel, either intentionally or unintentionally, is towards some form of, or not some form of truth, but to becoming truth. I guess I'm not really understanding the concept well enough to even be asking this question, but
No, they don't. No one is trying to travel. No one is traveling towards truth. Everyone is traveling towards whatever they've been conditioned and brainwashed to travel toward, which is prescription. So the question should have been, since everyone is defaulted and everyone is conditioned and everyone is brainwashed and everyone has a status quo of traveling towards prescription, ... Yes, that's true. But there's no one virtually who is exposing themselves on a regular basis or even has that intent for truth.
What do you think about consciousness? And do you think it has got a higher trajectory than the brain?
Hi, Kapil. Question I have is, I've noticed in my own life that there is a pressure, mostly coming from society, mostly coming from things that have been spoken to me amongst peers, to persist in a job I don't like. And I know within me, I'm only staying for superficial reasons. I'm wondering how we can determine when something is sunk cost, what we should actually listen to, society's voice or our feelings.
If you have to ask if you should listen to society's voice or yourself, then I mean, if that question has to be asked, then you're really a far away from being ready to hear the answer.
Hello. Yeah. I guess my question is there some sort of like existential truth in procrastination? Like if I'm avoiding something, is that something that I shouldn't be doing?
There's no should. You can procrastinate or you can not. One is not good and the other is not bad.
Hi, Kapil. I guess I have a question around how does one know when someone is receiving truth or in the presence of real truth and you're not falling victims to truths that are really untrue?
Well, it isn't intellectual. I think the human beings within them have receptors for truth to some degree, regardless of whether they intellectually understand it or not. Many times a person will come across something and it will strike them a certain way as being as striking them deep in the heart of hearts, because either it coincides with their experiences of life or it just feels like absolute truth, explain it or not. If something has to be put into a pie chart with diagrams and a line down the center with pros and cons and 14,000 statistics and put on a PowerPoint presentation, it's garbage. So something is either instant and spontaneous and recognized on a visceral and biological or deeper than biological level. And it tends to be, has the possibility of being truth, where that is intellectual and academic is usually garbage.
What do most women find attractive in the opposite gender?
Hi, Kapil. I just wanted to ask, you had suggested that being surrounded by untruth prevents one from seeing the truth, or our search for prescription prevents us from finding the truth. I wanted to ask if, I guess the implication, at least for me when I was listening to it, is that these sources are fundamentally like from other humans. I was curious as to if natural environments can be a source of truth or untruth. Is there
No, it's a fair question. Now, I would say that all of your friends speak untruth.
Okay.
All of your teachers speak untruth.
Is there something?
All the books that you read speak untruth. All your teachers and mentors speak untruth. All the newspapers and media that you watch or read speak untruth. Everything around you speaks untruth. Now, if you find a particular source that, whether it's in speaking or in reading, which strikes you as entirely different and entirely unique and entirely opposite of everything that you ever heard, and for whatever reason that you can't necessarily explain, it strikes you deeply that something is there, then you may be onto something.
So, for instance, like this summer, I saw a waterfall that spoke to me very deeply. Is there truth in that waterfall, or could there be?
There could be, but that's irrelevant, though. That doesn't solve any of your problems. I mean, so you could be experiencing that as a nice, beautiful, peaceful experience. So, is there truth there? Sure, there's truth across all of nature. Absolutely, pure nature is truth. There's no question about it. But typically, human beings are looking for ways to solve the many existential and acute problems of their lives. And looking at a waterfall is more of an escape than anything else. So I'm talking more from a truly utilitarian perspective.
I'm wondering if there's some people whose speech or writings or messages of truth resonated with you. Example, I guess, Krishnamurti.
No, I don't. I can't really say that many. I would say actually that some of the things I wouldn't say it's what necessarily any teachings, but people such as Buddha and Jesus, I think, are very inspirational people.
Hi, Kapil. On one of your private discourses, you had mentioned one who has attained truth never leaves another human being astray. So
do you mean the public discourses or the private discourses?
I don't know the exact term. It was on SoundCloud or YouTube. It was one of those two.
I see. Okay.
So I'm curious if my profession, I'm looking to find truth in my profession, and it is to convince others to purchase a solution. Am I prescribing those individuals and leaving them astray?
Yeah, I mean, if anyone who has to convince anybody of anything is nothing more than a salesman, right. And there's nothing at all wrong with being a salesman. I'm not here to downplay anything.
Right.
You could sell rocks for a living. It doesn't matter to me. There's no evil, or unless you're doing evil, of
right.
course. But yeah, I mean, if you have to convince someone to buy something, you're selling used shoes. Your thing, to me, a thing doesn't really have any value. If I have to convince someone to buy something,
right.
If I have to talk them into it, I guess for me, I come at a very opposite perspective. Like I don't even want anyone to buy my
right.
stuff because I don't think anyone deserves it, to be honest with you. Because you have to demonstrate a certain degree of honesty and sincerity to benefit from it anyway.
Right.
So I don't like providing truth to people who are really insincere. It's a waste. It's a waste on my part. Right. So that's the answer to you. That the word convince is a deal breaker right there.
Okay. So, I mean, every business leader has to drive revenue to their company. So how can they go about that without prescribing solutions?
Yeah, I mean, there is a genuine way to do things in which things happen by themselves. And this is not the forum to go into that. I mean, that's a long sort of systematic approach deep into oneself to find out how that can organically happen. It absolutely can happen, but that isn't just do this.
Understood. Thank you.
Creates a filter. No good or evil relates to morals and how we see it. Does that mean our consciousness or our default programming is a filter?
The default programming is to believe in concepts. The default programming is to be bashed over the head with do's and don'ts, shoulds and should nots, goods and bads. You are good, you are evil. You've done the right thing, you've done the good thing, get a gold star or get a smack in the face. That's the conditioning. That's the filter that's been put upon human beings.
Sometimes there is a seeing or a recognition of something on myself or anything that happens without the mind. Same thing, for example, with a feeling that's like a wordless kind of question inside myself. But the moment right after it, there's a thought that tries to kind of explain it or rationalize it, and I feel that it takes from the essence of the original feeling or seeing. What's the reason that that thought arises?
Because you've been conditioned to be intellectual and prescriptive, and therefore that doesn't go away very easily. And in all honesty, it'll likely never go away at all.
Two following things to be true. Nothing can be taught, and only when the student is ready, the teacher appears. How do you would like to hear your perspective on these two things?
It's too open-ended of a question. If you have a specific question, you can ask it.
Specific question is, if these are indeed true, what causes you to teach? I find your teaching to be true, but if it is indeed true that nothing can be taught.
Yeah, I don't. Well, first of all, no. I mean, you brought that. You brought the nothing can be taught part. Okay, I didn't bring it. And number two, I don't try to teach anybody anything. The learning happens by itself. I never give any prescriptions. I never say that you should do this. I never give you any method or technique. I never hope that you listen to what I say. In fact, I go out of my way to do the opposite because I don't listen to anything that I say. So I can hardly be described as a teacher. So I don't try to teach anybody anything. I don't enjoy teaching, to be honest with you. Where there is sincerity, learning will happen.
Great. Thanks.
How does one become a good custodian to someone who's vulnerable? Say you're a parent of a 5-year-old boy. How can you keep yourself away from offering those prescriptions which might lead him down the wrong path?
Well, there's no way that you're going to be able to do that because you're asking for a prescription as to how not to prescribe.
Hi, I was wondering, can you think of point at like a specific time or time period where you personally felt like you transformed in your life or you became devoted to the truth?
No, these types of questions really are like questions they ask in interviews, and they have no meaning, and usually the answer is a lie. No, there's never really this before and after moment. I mean, it's never that clean.
Hi, Kapil. I've been following your work for a few years now. I've probably read all your books. I've watched all your videos on YouTube. I've listened to all your podcasts. This is my question, and I really, really need a genuine answer because it's been on my mind for quite some time. Some of my friends don't communicate the best, whatever the problem may be. I don't know why. Some of my friends communicate a lot better than others. I guess my question is, why do some people communicate better than others and some don't? Is it...
You had mentioned that you shouldn't have prescriptions, but to eradicate, for example, the ego, wouldn't you?
Okay, I never stop. Well, hang on. If you think that's what I said, then the rest of your question has no validity.
Okay.
Because the rest of the question will be based upon that false foundation. I never said that you should not follow prescriptions. That's not what I said. I could not care less if you follow prescriptions. I never said that you should not follow prescriptions. You will not find that phrase anywhere in my writings.
Okay. It's more about not allowing prescriptions to...
I'm not saying that you shouldn't allow prescriptions to do anything. The words are very, very important.
Right.
That this is not just semantics. If you have the desire and the longing to look into if prescriptions have helped you or not, then you may. But to take my lead on it, my lead isn't to lead you. I simply say the way things are. But I never say that I should convince you of them or that you should believe me. Don't believe anybody. If you wish to look into it for yourself, you can see for yourself where they have gotten you. And if you find that they've gotten you somewhere, you should never listen to me again.
Understood. Thank you.
Hey, my name's Alex. I read in your book, Direct Truth, something about you can either have your mind or you can have the moment, but you can't have both. If you could maybe say something about that, that's really been something I've thought about a lot. Thank you.
What don't you understand?
Can't you be in the moment as well as being aware you're in the moment? Or if you're aware of being in the moment, does that take you out of the moment? Kind of, yeah.
Well, I didn't say anything about awareness.
Okay.
I was comparing the mind to the moment.
Okay, thank you.
Hey, Kapil, what are the questions that a master asked himself to make the mind his slave?
I'm not sure. That sounds very much like you perhaps picked that up from Discourse and then are presenting it to me.
No, I haven't. I just have been thinking about that.
What is a question that a master asks himself for what?
To make the mind his slave.
That's too. That isn't a natural question.
Okay, thank you.
Hello, Kapil. My question is about. I'm curious to whether you have if you know for yourself that there's no value or any honor towards society whatsoever. I can see how there's like a pollution side to an individual from society, but for myself, I can't see how that society is not integral to an individual as well. That's my question.
Well, that isn't a question. That's your belief and your opinion. That's fine.
Well, I guess.
Why are humans obsessed with creating prescriptions? What is the value humans gain from giving prescriptions to other humans?
The human being is mired in cosmetics. The human being is a cardboard cutout. He's a plastic creature. He's really a semi-human. Therefore, he will look for the cosmetics in everything. He will look for the superficial in everything. He is not real. He is not deep. He is not genuine. He is false. And he lives in a world of cardboard cutouts and neon lights called society. That's why.
The DNA that you usually refer to, the DNA that is needed to be serious,
Is that DNA present by birth, just like some ability like sprinting? Some people just have.
It's a fair question. The DNA that I speak of is not genetic DNA, but the DNA that I speak of is more a sensibility DNA. The almost how the individual is wired, what his nature is, not what his biology is. So it should not be confused with chromosomes.
So
it should be it is more along the lines of one's nature. And some people's nature is to be common, which is basically almost everybody. And then there are those rare individuals whose natural proclivity, their natural bent, their natural default, for whatever inexplicable reason, happens to be towards things that are not common in society. And because that DNA is very rare, the individuals who find truth or become supernatural in any field are rare.
Hello. Am I audible?
I didn't hear you.
Hi. Is there any thought which is not conflictive?
It's way too general of a question. I don't know what you're talking about.
Thank you for taking the question. I find myself more attracted to seeking truths when my life isn't going well than when it is going well. Is that a sign that I'm not truly sincere? Is it just the present?
No, that's a fair question. And when someone's life is not going well, it isn't that they're seeking truth or seeking relief. So the individual who is seeking truth is, even when your life is going well, there are problems and there are even things in your business or it may be that you're trying to tackle. And each one of those has a practical truth to it. So what you're referring to truth as a scapegoat, as a pill to take for relief. And I'm speaking of truth as there being nothing else.
Thank you.
Hi, Kapil. What is your reason behind having this open live discourse?
No reason.
Hey, Siddha. I joined a little late, so I wanted to know what is this about. Could we keep the conversation going?
Trying to look for where exactly I'm being insincere and unserious. I'm sometimes confused because there might be things that I don't even know that to look for that. So I wanted to ask, what does insincerity and unseriousness look like?
Well, to ask that question means that you must live in sincerity and seriousness, which you may. If you're having a hard time finding what insincerity and unseriousness is, then perhaps you're living in seriousness.
Hi, Kapil. Is there any nuance in how one seeks truth, but then also would be attracted to something that's contradictory? And I mean from like a genuine desire standpoint. Could someone be deeply attracted to truth, but then also be, say, deeply attracted to pleasure seeking?
Well, there's no rules. There's no contracts. There's no guidelines. If someone is attracted to truth, then they are. And if they're not, then they're not. And if they're attracted to this and that, then they are. But there's no gold star or a slap in the face. It really isn't. You're asking a question that's downstream and irrelevant. The real question is, does someone value truth? Not that they should. Does someone see that truth is the only thing there is? That's the real question. That's as it pertains to what you're asking. That's a more effective question than the one that you're asking. Because if you see that the truth is all there is, and when you remove yourself, the more you stray from truth, you move into disaster, which is untruth, and you bring harm upon yourself, whether it's emotionally or financially or whatever it may be, then naturally you will not leave truth.
May I ask a follow-up question?
Hello, Dr. Gupta. My question is, have you ever encountered a situation where you faced conflicting truths? If so, how do you weigh them?
Hi, Kapil. In one of your previous discourses, someone asked, what is truth? And your response was, truth is a genuine or sincere longing to finding the truth is itself the truth. So to be honest, this response seemed like a conundrum to me, maybe because I don't have a bandwidth to understand. And I think I got this at an abstract level or superficial level. Therefore, I'm wondering if you could help me understand what untruth is or how untruth is different from truth.
Everything that you're surrounded by is untruth. How is untruth different from truth? Untruth is untruth, and truth is true.
Yeah, hi, Kapil. I have a question. Basically, seeing at your title, it reminds me of one of the point what I think Dr. John Werwicki has mentioned in his YouTube lecture.
Hi, Kapil. I'm going to try to keep this question pretty concise. I attempted to stop. I think I was chasing a state of not wanting to chase because I felt this immense desire for pleasure. And over the past few years, I just gave into it, right? And I just thought, since technically there's a desire there, perhaps just continuously pursuing pleasure will eventually lead to its abatement. But it doesn't. It feels as if even if we run out of pleasure to seek in specific areas, right, or specific categories, like let's say you're addicted to specific alcohol, then you run out of alcohol to be. I guess the question I have to ask is the mind's pedal for pleasure. Is that a result of not having a specific, not knowing exactly what you want? Is that like a default state of the mind if you're not moving toward a location?
Yes.
Hello. So I have like a deep-rooted question for a person who is living in a society. There is usually a sort of confusion. Should we chase the contentment part, or
Once one has found truth, how does one ensure that they stay true? More generally, how does one avoid complacency? Should one avoid change?
First find it.
Hey, couple, can you hear me? Okay, so I was wondering, why do we do what we do, and what is the alternative? Thanks.
Work while seeking out truth.
So lonely.
Does truth veers off, or is it insincerity? And does meditation helps in clarity and seeing the truth? And how to meditate?
You can try it for yourself. There's no reason for me to say yes or no.
I understand.
There are millions of meditators in the world. How many of them do you know that will become realized? You have meditated yourself, most likely. If you had found clarity, then you wouldn't be asking me this question. So it doesn't matter what I say. You have gone through those own experiences yourself, and you've actually discovered for yourself that it didn't really do anything.
Hello, can you hear me?
My question is that if we pick the desires from society randomly, then is it possible for us to tame our desires and redirect it towards the truth and its devotion?
Well, anything at all that you get from society will not be transformed into anything but more untruth. Truth is the only thing there is. A person who moves towards truth, moves towards glory, moves towards peace, moves towards freedom, moves towards success, moves towards all that they've ever truly wanted in their life. And truth comes from exposure to truth, exposure to truth, exposure to. Therefore, it is about understanding. It isn't beating oneself up for not getting it, for not doing the right thing, or for not working hard enough. Nor is it patting oneself on the back for giving it their best and failed. It's understanding how things work. And what a person becomes is what he exposes himself to. If he seeks to become truth, then he must expose himself to truth itself, according to exposure. This is the power of exposure. Therefore, one must be very systematic and one must be very surgical in what they expose themselves to. Therefore, if a human being wanted the truths in life, then they would find a domain which gives them that truth or the closest thing to it and expose their brain to it on a regular basis. But that isn't what happens. Instead, the human beings expose them to prescriptions and societal jargon and concepts and theories and religion and spirituality and positive talk and self-help and self-development and all of these things, which don't get anyone anywhere because they're not truth. They're simply a bunch of doings. Therefore, it'd be comforting to know that if a thing doesn't work, it's because it doesn't work that way. Therefore, there's no mystery there. If one wishes to become warm and he enters an ice bath, it's comforting to know that that shouldn't be a mystery, that he didn't become warm. There isn't a dictionary definition. Truth is that which is non-prescriptive. Truth is that which is fundamental, indivisible reality. And every situation has a truth. Every topic has a truth. Therefore, truth is not divorced from the reality of business and sport and life, whatever it may be. It is involved in the deepest grainy reality of everyday life, in everything. In fact, it is untruth that has no basis in anything.
Hi, Kapil. After exposing myself to your work,
I have developed a sort of filter within myself where I can see some of the lies that pop up and arise throughout the day. My question is, what is the danger in a lot of the filter is built up with ideas that have come from you? And is there a danger in using that type of filter in it not being organic?
Well, if someone attempts to copy me or make my words into rules, then yes, because that isn't really trying to see the truth. That's just replacing one set of rules for another set of rules. So it really is about understanding the essence. And if one develops a filter, it's a filter to be able to see if they are genuinely, if they have exposed themselves enough to truth, or is there still a significant amount of poisoned remnants of looking for prescriptions. If a request is submitted, the request should be to ask a question. If there is no question, there is no need to make a request. If you are invited on stage and you say nothing, you will be sent back.
Just in relation to truth, if the individual exposure, so to say, to a situation will differ, would that also mean that the truth experienced by every individual will be true? And I'm sorry, I'm having some connectivity issues. I'll probably stop my question. I'm not sure if this is getting through.
I didn't understand your question.
So I was listening to one of your podcasts, Legend is Uncompromising, and one thing you said that going into the interiority of yourself might be not be a dangerous place, but why dangerous? Like, I have been reflecting on some things, but I did not.
I don't know. You were taking something from something that I wrote and then asking me a question about it. I don't remember what I wrote. And therefore, when I write something, it doesn't come from me. It comes from somewhere else. And therefore, I was in a particular state when writing that thing, and it was in a particular context. And so to pluck that and ask me outside of the context at a different area of space and time, I don't know. I can't answer that question.
Can you hear me? Seems it's not working.
Hello, Kapil. My question is in regards to imbibing truth and being what you're surrounding yourself with. What I take from that is essentially success leaves clues, and you want to be around the right cats because...
Yeah, the success leaves clues, and you use the word cats, and therefore you're already invaded, even in your use of language, by the culture. Using the words cats and success leaves clues is a popularistic metaphor, and popular phrases used by motivational speakers and such. The very fact that your DNA is given and attracted to such things really places a limit and a hindrance upon you. The people who truly get somewhere really of a unique place in this world are those who don't really take things from society, who don't use words like cats, and who don't use words like success leaves clues, because those are not your words. And so the people who are very sticky, they walk around almost like a Velcro, and the things that society says, they stick to those terms. Those people tend to be very limited because they have a sensitivity to society and what they hear.
Hello. So I understand how you say that you hear the voices in the moment and whatnot. I also am creative and am wondering what are the things that you do to stay connected at any given moment, let's say?
I don't do anything. Only those who wish to ask a question should be sending requests.
Hi, Kapil. Kapil, I'm very fascinated by this idea that we should be listening. I don't want to prescriptionize it, but I want to do this, that I want to expose myself to truth more and more so that the brain wires. But at the same time, I don't want to prescriptionize it. So what's the best way to approach this where I can expose myself to truth and at the same time not prescriptionize it?
Well, the first thing is that you have to expose yourself. So the prescriptionizing and not prescriptionizing is the second question. If one does not even expose themselves, then the possibility of prescriptionizing does not even arise. What must be understood is if the fear of prescriptionizing prevents someone from exposing themselves, then they're gone anyways.
then they're not going to get exposed to it anyways. So that's a secondary problem. First comes the exposure. And then as long as you're asking the question about prescriptionizing, then it seems that you already are aware that that is a problem. And the fact that you're aware of it means that you have indeed the possibility of not prescriptionizing it, as opposed to the individual who isn't even aware that he might prescriptionize.
My question is, I find myself more often than I would like caught up in a sort of what I think is only willful denial of a sort, I guess, and I recognize it afterward. And I'm wondering if you can say something about releasing attachment to untruth.
Well, do you think untruth is valuable?
Well, there must be some reason to hold on to it. I feel like maybe it's comforting in some way.
Well, that's because if you're holding on to it, that means that you think to some degree it's valuable. And so as long as you think that there's value in untruth, not intentionally, but for whatever reason, as long as you see value in untruth, it is silly to try to detach from it. And this is precisely the sort of convoluted conundrum that society does to a human being. It says, do that, or unattach yourself, or walk away, or whatever it is. And that's really kind of silly, because why would someone walk away from something if there's value there? So everything is cosmetic, everything is by force, everything is prescriptive, everything is do this and do that. Nothing is ever taken gently from the root and allow it to dissolve all by itself. So where there is value, it is stupid to try to detach from it. Why would you detach from value? Begin there.
Hi, Kapil. How can we detach from depression if we're so preoccupied with the mind?
There's no how to.
Hi, Kapil. So I guess my question is becoming truth or discovering truth the status quo for everybody, and it's only a matter of or is it a matter of active effort that leads them to become it?
What do you mean? Is it the status quo for everybody? Who is it the status quo for? Who knows that is exposing themselves to truth as the default? That's like saying, is it the status quo that the world is wise? Why would you say that? Based upon what? I'm rather shocked that you would say that. Do you live in Atlantis or something?
I'm sorry, that was a bad question. I will.
No, it wasn't a bad question. I just don't know why you said it. There's nothing bad about it. Why would you say that the default or the status quo is for everyone to expose themselves to truth? What told you that?
I guess I didn't really mean it as, or at least I meant it as in the direction in which people travel, either intentionally or unintentionally, is towards some form of, or not some form of truth, but to becoming truth. I guess I'm not really understanding the concept well enough to be asking this question, but
no, they don't. No one is trying to travel. No one is traveling towards truth. Everyone is traveling towards whatever they've been conditioned and brainwashed to travel toward, which is prescription. So the question should have been, since everyone is defaulted and everyone is conditioned and everyone is brainwashed and everyone has a status quo of traveling towards prescription, ... Yes, that's true. But there's no one virtually who is exposing themselves on a regular basis or even has that intent for truth.
What do you think about consciousness? And do you think it has got a higher trajectory than the brain?
Hi, Kapil. Question I have is, I've noticed in my own life that there is a pressure, mostly coming from society, mostly coming from things that have been spoken to me amongst peers, to persist in a job I don't like. And I know within me, I'm only staying for superficial reasons. I'm wondering how we can determine when something is sunk cost, what we should actually listen to, society's voice or our feelings.
If you have to ask if you should listen to society's voice or yourself, then I mean, if that question has to be asked, then you're really far away from being ready to hear the answer.
Hello. Yeah. I guess my question is there some sort of like existential truth in procrastination? Like if I'm avoiding something, is that something that I shouldn't be doing?
There's no should. You can procrastinate or you can not. One is not good and the other is not bad.
Hi, Kapil. I guess I have a question around how does one know when someone is receiving truth or in the presence of real truth and you're not falling victims to truths that are really untrue?
Well, it isn't intellectual. I think the human beings within them have receptors for truth to some degree. regardless of whether they intellectually understand it or not. Many times a person will come across something and it will strike them a certain way as being as striking them deep in the heart of hearts, because either it coincides with their experiences of life or it just feels like absolute truth, explain it or not. If something has to be put into a pie chart with diagrams and a line down the center with pros and cons and 14,000 statistics and put on a PowerPoint presentation, it's garbage. So something is either instant and spontaneous and recognized on a visceral and biological or deeper than biological level. And it tends to be, has the possibility of being truth, where that is intellectual and academic is usually garbage.
What do most women find attractive in the opposite gender?
Hi, couple. I just wanted to ask, you had suggested that being surrounded by untruth prevents one from seeing the truth, or our search for prescription prevents us from finding the truth. I wanted to ask if, I guess the implication, at least for me when I was listening to it, is that these sources are fundamentally like from other humans. I was curious as to if natural environments can be a source of truth or untruth. Is there
No, it's a fair question. Now, I would say that all of your friends speak untruth.
Okay.
All of your teachers speak untruth.
Is there something?
All the books that you read speak untruth. All your teachers and mentors speak untruth. All the newspapers and media that you watch or read speak untruth. Everything around you speaks untruth. Now, if you find a particular source that, whether it's in speaking or in reading, which strikes you as entirely different and entirely unique and entirely opposite of everything that you've ever heard, and for whatever reason that you can't necessarily explain, it strikes you deeply that something is there, then you may be onto something.
So, for instance, like this summer, I saw a waterfall that spoke to me very deeply. Is there truth in that waterfall, or could there be?
There could be, but that's irrelevant though. That doesn't solve any of your problems. I mean, so you could be experiencing that as a nice, beautiful, peaceful experience. So is there truth there? Sure. There's truth across all of nature. Absolutely. Pure nature is truth. There's no question about it. But typically human beings are looking for ways to solve the many existential and acute problems of their lives. And looking at a waterfall is more of an escape than anything else. So I'm talking more from a truly utilitarian perspective.
I'm wondering if there's some people whose speech or writings or messages of truth resonated with you. Example, I guess, Krishnamurti.
No, I can't really say that many. I would say actually that some of the things, I wouldn't say it's what necessarily any teachings, but people such as Buddha and Jesus, I think, are very inspirational people.
Hi, couple. On one of your private discourses, you had mentioned one who has attained truth never leaves another human being astray. So,
do you mean the public discourses or the private discourses?
I don't know the exact term. It was on SoundCloud or YouTube. It was one of those two.
I see. Okay.
So I'm curious if my profession, I'm looking to find truth in my profession, and it is to convince others to purchase a solution. Am I prescribing those individuals and leaving them astray?
Yeah, I mean, if anyone who has to convince anybody of anything is nothing more than a salesman, right. And there's nothing at all wrong with being a salesman. I'm not here to downplay anything.
Right.
You could sell rocks for a living. It doesn't matter to me. There's no evil, or unless you're doing evil, of course. But yeah, I mean, if you have to convince someone to buy something, you're selling used shoes. Your thing, to me, a thing doesn't really have any value. If I have to convince someone to buy something,
right.
If I have to talk them into it, I guess for me, I come at a very opposite perspective. Like I don't even want anyone to buy my stuff because I don't think anyone deserves it, to be honest with you. Because you have to demonstrate a certain degree of honesty and sincerity to benefit from it anyway.
Right.
So I don't like providing truth to people who are really insincere. It's a waste. It's a waste on my part. So that's the answer to you. That the word "convince" is a deal breaker right there.
Okay, so I mean, every business leader has to drive revenue to their company. So how can they go about that without prescribing solutions?
Yeah, I mean that's
There is a genuine way to do things in which things happen by themselves, and this is not the forum to go into that. I mean, that's a long sort of systematic approach deep into oneself to find out how that can organically happen. It absolutely can happen, but that isn't just do this.
Understood. Thank you.
Creates a filter. No good or evil relates to morals and how we see it. Does that mean our consciousness or our default programming is a filter?
The default programming is to believe in concepts. The default programming is to be bashed over the head with do's and don'ts, shoulds and should nots, goods and bads. You are good, you are evil. You've done the right thing, you've done the good thing, get a gold star or get a smack in the face. That's the conditioning. That's the filter that's been put upon human beings.
Sometimes there is a seeing or a recognition of something on myself or anything that happens without the mind. Same thing, for example, with a feeling that's like a wordless kind of question inside myself. But the moment right after it, there's a thought that tries to kind of explain it or rationalize it, and that I feel that it takes from the essence of the original feeling or seeing. What's the reason that that thought arises?
Because you've been conditioned to be intellectual and prescriptive, and therefore that doesn't go away very easily. And in all honesty, it'll likely never go away at all.
Two following things to be true. Nothing can be taught, and only when the student is ready, the teacher appears. How do you would like to hear your perspective on these two things?
It's too open-ended of a question. If you have a specific question, you can ask it.
Specific question is, if these are indeed true, what causes you to teach? I find your teaching to be true, but if it is indeed true that nothing can be taught.
Yeah, I don't. Well, first of all, no. I mean, you brought that. You brought the nothing can be taught part. Okay, I didn't bring it. And number two, I don't try to teach anybody anything. The learning happens by itself. I never give any prescriptions. I never say that you should do this. I never give you any method or technique. I never hope that you listen to what I say. In fact, I go out of my way to do the opposite because I don't listen to anything that I say. So I can hardly be described as a teacher. So I don't try to teach anybody anything. I don't enjoy teaching, to be honest with you. Where there is sincerity, learning will happen.
Great. Thanks.
How does one become a good custodian to someone who's vulnerable? Say you're a parent of a 5-year-old boy. How can you keep yourself away from offering those prescriptions which might lead him down the wrong path?
Well, there's no way that you're going to be able to do that because you're asking for a prescription as to how not to prescribe.
Hi, I was wondering, can you think of like, or point at like a specific time or time period where you personally felt like you transformed in your life or you became devoted to the truth?
No, these types of questions really are like questions they ask in interviews, and they have no meaning, and usually the answer is a lie. No, there's never really this before and after moment. I mean, it's never that clean.
Hi, Kapil. I've been following your work for a few years now. I've probably read all your books. I've watched all your videos on YouTube. I've listened to all your podcasts. This is my question, and I really, really need a genuine answer because it's been on my mind for quite some time. Some of my friends don't communicate the best, whatever the problem may be. I don't know why. Some of my friends communicate a lot better than others. I guess my question is, why do some people communicate better than others and some don't? Is it...
You had mentioned that you shouldn't have prescriptions, but to eradicate, for example, the ego, wouldn't you...
Okay, I never stop. Well, hang on. If you think that's what I said, then the rest of your question has no validity.
Okay.
Because the rest of the question will be based upon that false foundation. I never said that you should not follow prescriptions. That's not what I said. I could not care less if you follow prescriptions. I never said that you should not follow prescriptions. You will not find that phrase anywhere in my writings.
Okay. It's more about not allowing prescriptions to...
I'm not saying that you shouldn't allow prescriptions to do anything. The words are very, very important.
Right.
That this is not just semantics. If you you have the desire and the longing to look into if prescriptions have helped you or not,
then you may. But to take my lead on it, my lead isn't to lead you. I simply say the way things are. But I never say that I should convince you of them or that you should believe me. Don't believe anybody. If you wish to look into it for yourself, you can see for yourself where they have gotten you. And if you find that they've gotten you somewhere, you should never listen to me again.
Understood. Thank you.
Hey, my name's Alex. I read in your book, Direct Truth, something about you can either have your mind or you can have the moment, but you can't have both. If you could maybe say something about that, that's really been something I've thought about a lot. Thank you.
What don't you understand?
Can't you be in the moment as well as being aware you're in the moment? Or if you're aware of being in the moment, does that take you out of the moment? Kind of, yeah.
Well, I didn't say anything about awareness.
Okay.
I was comparing the mind to the moment.
Okay, thank you.
Hey, Kapil, what are the questions that a master asked himself to make the mind his slave?
I'm not sure. That sounds very much like you perhaps picked that up from Discourse and then are presenting it to me.
No, I haven't. I just have been thinking about that.
What is a question that a master asks himself for what?
To make the mind his slave.
That's too. That isn't a natural question.
Okay, thank you.
Hello, Kapil. My question is about. I'm curious to whether you have if you know for yourself that there's no value or any honor towards society whatsoever. I can see how there's like a pollution side to an individual from society, but for myself, I can't see how that society is not integral to an individual as well. That's my question.
Well, that isn't a question. That's your belief and your opinion. That's fine.
Well, I guess.
Why are humans obsessed with creating prescriptions? What is the value humans gain from giving prescriptions to other humans?
The human being is mired in cosmetics. The human being is a cardboard cutout. He's a plastic creature. He's really a semi-human. Therefore, he will look for the cosmetics in everything. He will look for the superficial in everything. He is not real. He is not deep. He is not genuine. He is false. And he lives in a world of cardboard cutouts and neon lights called society. That's why.
The DNA that you usually refer to, the DNA that is needed to be serious, is that DNA present by birth, just like some ability like sprinting? Some people just have.
It's a fair question. The DNA that I speak of is not genetic DNA, but the DNA that I speak of is more a sensibility DNA. Almost how the individual is wired, what his nature is, not what his biology is. So it should not be confused with chromosomes. So it is more along the lines of one's nature. And some people's nature is to be common, which is basically almost everybody. And then there are those rare individuals whose natural proclivity, their natural bent, their natural default, for whatever inexplicable reason, happens to be towards things that are not common in society. And because that DNA is very rare, the individuals who find truth or become supernatural in any field are rare.
Hello. Am I audible?
I didn't hear you.
Hi. Is there any thought which is not conflictive?
It's way too general a question. I don't know what you're talking about.
Thank you for taking the question. I find myself more attracted to seeking truths when my life isn't going well than when it is going well. Is that a sign that I'm not truly sincere? Is it just a place?
No, that's a fair question. And when someone's life is not going well, it isn't that they're seeking truth or seeking relief. So the individual who is seeking truth is, even when your life is going well, there are problems and there are even things in your business or it may be that you're trying to tackle, and each one of those has a practical truth to it. So what you're referring to truth as a scapegoat, as a pill to take for relief, and I am speaking of truth as there being nothing else.
Thank you.
Hi, Kapil. What is your reason behind having this open live discourse?
No reason.
Hey, Siddha. I joined a little late, so I wanted to know what is this about. Could we keep the conversation going?
Trying to look for where exactly I'm being
insincere and unserious, I'm sometimes confused because there might be things that I don't even know that to look for that. So I wanted to ask, what does insincerity and unseriousness look like?
Well, to ask that question means that you must live in sincerity and seriousness, which you may. If you're having a hard time finding what insincerity and unseriousness is, then perhaps you're living in seriousness.
Hi, Kapil. Is there any nuance in how one seeks truth, but then also would be attracted to something that's contradictory? And I mean from like a genuine desire standpoint. Could someone be deeply attracted to truth, but then also be, say, deeply attracted to pleasure seeking?
Well, there's no rules. There's no contracts. There's no guidelines. If someone is attracted to truth, then they are, and if they're not, then they're not. And if they're attracted to this and that, then they are. But there's no gold star or slap in the face. It really isn't. You're asking a question that's downstream and irrelevant. The real question is: does someone value truth? Not that they should. Does someone see that truth is the only thing there is? That's the real question. That's as it pertains to what you're asking. That's a more effective question than the one that you're asking. Because if you see that the truth is all there is, and when you remove yourself, the more you stray from truth, you move into disaster, which is untruth, and you bring harm upon yourself, whether it's emotionally or financially or whatever it may be, then naturally you will not leave truth.
May I ask a follow-up question?
Hello, Dr. Gupta. My question is, have you ever encountered a situation where you faced conflicting truths? If so, how do you weigh them?
Hi, Kapil. In one of your previous discourses, someone asked, "What is truth?" And your response was, "Truth is a genuine or sincere longing to finding the truth is itself the truth." So, to be honest, this response seemed like a conundrum to me. Maybe because I don't have a bandwidth to understand, and I think I got this at an abstract level or superficial level. Therefore, I'm wondering if you could help me understand what untruth is or how untruth is different from truth.
Everything that you're surrounded by is untruth. How is untruth different from truth? Untruth is untruth and truth is true.
Yeah, hi Kapil. I have a question. Basically, seeing at your title, it reminds me of one of the point what I think Dr. John Werwicki has mentioned in his YouTube lecture.
Hi, Kapil. I'm going to try to keep this question pretty concise. I attempted to stop. I think I was chasing a state of not wanting to chase because I felt this immense desire for pleasure. And over the past few years, I just gave into it, right? And I just thought, since technically there's a desire there, perhaps just continuously pursuing pleasure will eventually lead to its abatement. But it doesn't. But it feels as if even if we run out of pleasure to seek in specific areas, right, or specific categories, like let's say you're addicted to specific alcohol, then you run out of alcohol to be. I guess the question I have to ask is: the mind's pedal for pleasure, is that a result of not having a specific, not knowing exactly what you want? Is that like a default state of the mind if you're not moving toward a location?
Yes.
Hello. So I have like a deep-rooted question for a person who is living in a society. There is usually a sort of confusion. Should we chase the contentment part or
Once one has found truth, how does one ensure that they stay true? More generally, how does one avoid complacency? Should one avoid change?
First find it. Hey, couple. Can you hear me? Okay. So I was wondering, why do we do what we do, and what is the alternative? Thanks.
Work while seeking out truth.
Pass so lonely.
Does truth veers off, or is it unsincerity? And does meditation helps in clarity and seeing the truth? And how to meditate?
You can try it for yourself. There's no reason for me to say yes or no.
I understand.
There are millions of meditators in the world. How many of them do you know that will become realized? You have meditated yourself, most likely. If you had found clarity, then you wouldn't be asking me this question. So it doesn't matter what I say. you have gone through those own experiences yourself, and you've actually discovered for yourself that it didn't really do anything.
Hello, can you hear me?
My question is that if we pick the desires from society randomly, then is it possible for us to tame our desires and redirect it towards the truth and its devotion?
Well, anything at all that you get from society will not be transformed into anything but more on truth. Truth is the only thing there is. A person who moves towards truth, moves towards glory, moves towards peace, moves towards freedom, moves towards success, move towards all that they've ever truly wanted in their life. And truth comes from exposure to truth. Tonight's Q&A is primarily for those who are new to my work, and also for those who rarely ask questions, so that you may know how it works. If you're invited to the stage, you may ask your question. If a question is entirely prescriptive, or quite top of the head or insincere, it will likely not receive a response.
Hey, Kapil, can you hear me?
Hey, Kapil. I'm pretty new to your work, and I just want to say thank you for, putting out all the information that you do. I think some of the things you say are so important that, it seems like it's hard to convey, in the English language. Seems almost like a disservice. But thank you. And my question is, how do you sort of, the idea of desire, desperation, like how can you truly know if you desire something or it's not some sort of like prescription to help yourself?
You can often tell by the number of excuses you do or do not make. That's a fairly easy way to tell.
Hi, Kapil.
If you're invited to the stage, you can go ahead and ask your question.
Okay, so I don't have a question, but I just want to thank you for putting the stuff out. And I came across you via Naval Ravikant only. So yeah, I just wanted to say that.
Thank you.
How do we basically prolong the moment of clarity? Like it seems to go in and out.
There's no how.
This happens that I have been chasing something or other. So, and it's mostly FOMO. So how do we get out of this loop and do what we want while?
If you ask a how question, how do I do this? How do I do that? You are falling for the trap, which puts you in misery in the first place. So it is important to consider what one is asking to make sure that it is sincere. To ask a question like, how do I prolong clarity? Or how do I get out of the trap of this? Or how do I stop chasing? Or how do I do this? Do you truly and honestly, if you look in your heart of hearts, do you truly expect me to say, well, practice this technique and you will stop chasing? Practice this method and you will attain clarity. It's a nonsensical question. It isn't serious. Therefore, it deserves no response.
Hello? Is the best way. And when I say the best way, basically, if the goal of life is to be happy and comfortable, let's just remove the comfortable part. If the goal of life is to be happy, not knowing truth about certain things helps you to do that. If that's the goal, then why do we always have to seek truth? That's A. And
okay, I cannot ask about. Just stop there. You've made about 19 assumptions there. The goal of life is to be happy. Who told you that? Mm-hmm. That's something that you believe. That's baggage.
That's a personal belief. Yeah. That's a personal belief.
That's right. That's baggage that you brought with you. And as long as you believe that, the rest of your question and anything that you say after that is completely invalid, because that has no place. It isn't a reality. So you've already created fantasies for yourself. Then you ask yourself how to rectify and prolong and sustain and support fantasies. That doesn't exist, because the entire concept of happiness that you've been sold upon by society and spirituality, self-help, self-development, all the nonsense jargon that's out there has brainwashed you into believing in happiness. Therefore, you really can't be helped.
Hi, Kapil.
When I truly introspect and I try to figure out what is my mind saying and what is truly instinct or what is true, I find it sometimes difficult to decipher between the two. Is there a
that's a fair question. The most practical answer for you is that whatever you think is intuition, it is likely mind. So I think the most important thing to understand with regard to the question that you asked is nothing at all that you believe to be real is. It is all self-created jargon. And truth and the path and the journey towards permanence and whatever word that you wish to use very much has its foundation in cleansing oneself of all the brainwashing and conditioning and the beliefs and opinions that have been packed into oneself over decades upon decades.
What's the most limiting self-belief that you see in people you talk with?
One of the most limiting is a complete and utter enslavement to methods and techniques. That one might take lifetimes to get over.
Hello. Are you familiar with Judd McKenna's teachings? And if so, what do you think of some of his ideas?
No, I'm not.
And the narrative that you tell yourself?
Why would you believe that there would be no difference between that?
Hi, Kapil. Is the search for truth a truly solo pursuit in the sense that prescriptions from others cannot be relied upon and only you can determine truth for yourself?
Well, any prescription cannot be relied upon. Methods and techniques and prescriptions and how-tos really are circular chases which lead nowhere, and one need not by any means believe that. They can simply look into their own experiences of life and plainly see for themselves. There's no reason to have faith or believe anything that I say. One must verify for themselves through their own experiences. The truth, the truth is absolutely a solitary journey because one lives in a society and one is conditioned and brainwashed. And all that one hears by reading books and media and motivational speakers, authors, priests, pundits, gurus, whatever it may be, they all lie, and they don't lie with malintent, but all they do is prescribe. Therefore, they lie. So you have millions upon millions of people who attend various workshops and retreats, and speakers and spiritual gurus who give long talks and. One should never believe anything. One should examine for themselves. Survey the audience. Survey yourself afterwards. What they really do for you. Examine for yourself, and you'll see the evidence is very plain. None of those things help anybody. They're just entertainment.
Hi there. I have kind of an odd question just based off of my own personal experiences in the last 6 months or so. I lost someone to suicide. I was wondering if you could speak on that. What happens when you kill yourself? What does it do for your karma?
I don't know the answer to that. I don't know about what happens after death. I am sorry for the tragedy that you experienced, but I can't speak to as to what happens afterwards. In all honesty, life is a far greater question and a far more acute and relevant one than what happens after death.
Hi, Kapil. My question is around, I'm married and my mom lives with us, and I don't see a lot of things like eye to eye with my mom, especially when it comes to raising my kids. And we tend to get into a lot of arguments. And what is a good way to control the frustration and anger surrounding this?
It's a prescriptive question. These things take a long time to understand. There's nothing that I can say to you, we'll do this, and you'll get along better. It's not about that. It's far deeper than that.
Hi, Kapil. Are you familiar with the method of self-inquiry described by Nisargadatta Maharaj and Ramana Maharshi, and do you have any opinion on it?
You can try it for yourself and see if you get anywhere.
Hey, my question is, when you work with CEOs and athletes, how are you able to help them without giving them any how-tos?
Well, that also is a how-to that you just asked. So the understanding of the inefficiency and circular and dead end in nature of how-tos has not found you, and therefore anything that I say will see. So it's a journey you'll have to go on by yourself to look through the validity of prescriptions and how-tos and examine the outcomes that you've experienced based upon following such things in non-mechanical areas.
Hi Kapil, what does your mental image of final truth looks like?
Hi Kapil. I want to know if there is any truth in the statement that the difference between chases and devotion is that when you are in a chase, you seem to be operating from a place of fear, and when you're in a place of maybe not devotion, but in a place of true commitment and seeking the truth about something, you operate from a sense of certainty. Is that true, or
I don't know.
is there
Words are words. I mean, you can apply words to anything and say, "Is that true?" Everything depends upon one's interpretation of things. So, what does certainty mean? What is you cannot pigeonhole things into words. It really is about understanding the essence of something, and then if one understands the essence of it, then whatever words that one wishes to apply to it, they may, because that makes sense to them. So words are they're very personal, and they're so. But
I see. But if you feel like if there is anxiety while you're doing something or you're trying to achieve something, does that kind of mean that it's a chase?
There's anxiety when people are praying to God. There's always anxiety.
Yeah.
So then there's nothing in your life that isn't to varying degrees anxiety. So it isn't about finding something and putting a pin in it and saying, aha, that's this. It really is about understanding. And if you really look into it, you don't really need a waving flag. You'll be able to tell if something is a chase or when it's genuine, if you're sincere.
In the realm of sports and business, because there are metrics like victories and so on that separate them by miles. I'm a bit struggling in terms of understanding exactly what an only looks like in the craft of singing, because I'm in that craft and I'd like to have a better understanding of an only.
Well, if someone is an only, then that means that they can do what nobody else can do. And so whatever that is, whatever that looks like for a particular individual, only they can answer that. And obviously those who are enamored by the unique talent that they bring. But what we see in society across all disciplines is copycats. So everyone is basically trying to do the same thing, only better or cheaper. And so that doesn't, and they can do that if they wish, but that doesn't mean that one is an only. So what the precise specificity of the only, the manifestation and the characterization of that in a particular domain for a particular person is something that really they can answer, or their audience can answer.
May I ask?
So I want to ask that does I need to include blockchains and plans?
I cannot hear you.
Hello?
Hey, sorry, it took me a second. I have a question that it might seem a little obvious or redundant, but I'm genuinely curious. What is your reason for wanting to seek truth and promoting others to do that? Like, do you see a specific value to that as opposed to, let's say, maybe living like a more passive life?
Well, number one, I have no reason. Number two, I don't ask others to do it. I don't recommend it to anyone. I recommend nothing to anybody. Number three, the only thing there is truth. That which is not truth is untruth. So why would I want that?
Given that words create meaning and also create this sense of self and these structures, and the fact that everything appears to be happening on its own, what would be the proper mindset by which to digest all of what is occurring?
I don't understand your question. It's far too vague.
If I were to rephrase, given that words and concepts and constructs are things with which the mind lives by, what can be done?
I would say that you're premature in asking that question. And the reason that you're premature is because you're taking it at face value, and that doesn't go anywhere. You have not yet reached the point where you have truly realized deep in your heart of hearts that concepts have no relevance whatsoever. You have sort of taken it as somewhat of either 100% belief or X% belief, and nothing can be a belief. Nothing must be realized before there is any moving on to the next so-called level or stage. No.
Hello. Is something that is unvarnished and self-sustained is the truth?
Hi. Thank you so much for taking my question. I always find that I'm always trying to change my mood from one moment to another, and I was wondering if truth could impact one's mood, if it's beyond just the mind, I guess, and it goes to the body in that way.
Well, it doesn't matter if I say yes or no to you, because you're sort of like asking. You're sort of like asking if you can use an airplane to employ as a taxi around town. I mean, who cares? I mean, that's it. Mind the it is so beyond mood that why would you waste truth upon mood? So I could say yes to you. So what? Are you going to chase truth because of that? I mean, that isn't a powerful enough motive. You won't get past the first three steps.
Hi, Kapil. I'm just wanting to know, what is it that one does not understand about themselves that often prevents them from achieving a state of no mind, even if one often experiences it temporarily?
But the state of no mind is a chase, because you're chasing the state for pleasure.
Hello, sir. Sir, my question is exposing mind to truth daily, and it has come a stage where I'm very focused, productive in my work, but there is a disconnect among friends and family, and there is something like they are taking.
So every person, the more genuinely one is on the path to truth, the more deeply one longs for the truth. The more that they will be alienated if they decide to speak about it by others, the less they will be understood. So if one seeks the path of truth and they wish to talk about it with everyone and hope that others will understand, if they are truly genuine about the truth, then they are in for a grave disappointment. It is a solitary journey, and speaking about it with others will often bring more disappointment than encouragement.
Everyone has their own version of truth.
who gets to decide what truth is.
No, that is incorrect. People have their own version of opinion and belief. They don't have their own version of truth.
Hi. Is one's natural state to long for the truth?
That's a fair question. It's difficult to talk about one's natural state or to connect with that given the years and years of conditioning and brainwashing by society and New Age and self-help and spirituality and the entire world. So one is so far removed from one's natural state that if in one's natural state, one would likely be defaulted towards truth because the exposure to the brainwashing and the conditioning would not have been there. So it's a fair question.
You talk a lot about seeking truth individually. How do you think about leading a team?
There's no team truth. It doesn't exist.
Okay. So if you're looking to, say, perform, be a top performer as a CEO or a leader, does that encompass bringing a team to seeing truth, or
no? Like I said, I just told you, there's no team truth. Everything begins and ends with the individual, and the individual would have to go on a serious, genuine, deep, systematic journey in order to discover the truth within themselves, and therefore, in doing so, the more and more that would emanate from them would be the truth. And therefore, their very eyes would change, and how they would process things would change. And in their own unintended, non-prescriptive, non-methodological transformation that makes a ripple effect upon everything around them.
Could you define truth or give context for those who joined more recently into this space?
Truth is the genuine longing for truth.
Thank you.
Like, probably everyone is, if someone is seeking the truth with an agenda, like I am, because all the things I tried have not worked, and I have no choice but to at least be in touch with it. And I don't know if seek is the right word. So if I am, like reading a work or doing anything with an agenda to arrive somewhere, so where is purity in it? Like, is this even pure?
That's a fair question. I think purity is in the place in which, or it can begin when one recognizes that whatever they truly wish to attain in their life that is of any permanence, that is of any consistency, that has any lasting value, cannot be found in methods, techniques, how-tos, and prescriptions. It cannot be found in the jargon of spirituality, self-help, self-development, gurus, motivational speakers, the media, books, magazines. I think purity begins there, is in the absolute realization, without any form of belief or opinion or faith at all, but to recognize it and realize it for oneself, that nothing that they are seeking of any permanent value that doesn't last for more than a blip on a screen simply cannot be found in the world. It cannot be found in society. It cannot be found in the jargon, in the prescriptions, and all of those things. And if one genuinely and deeply realizes that, they will never be the same again.
When I'm experiencing truth, and which leads to other truths, why do I fear, or why do I have a sense of fear of what might come?
A sense of fear, because you're in uncharted territory if you actually experience truth.
Can I manage what they want to be, or is it already chosen for them?
If a man truly wants to be something and they relegate it to some other force that they feel decided for them, then they never really wanted to be it.
Is the truth a prerequisite in order to love another human?
I think humans should drop the idea of love. That it's a vague four-letter word that really is only intellectual and related to infatuation and attachment.
Hi, I think you're retarded and your brand is fake as fuck.
Thank you.
Do you think a person who is really seeking the truth cares about performance?
I don't think that's a real question. I think you've already made up your mind and you're asking for validation.
Hello. Thank you for taking my question. I was listening to one of the answers where you said that there should be a systematic inquiry, but there shouldn't be any methods. Like these two statements were not together, but I kind of thought that systematic inquiry and following a method aren't they very close to each other. Thank you.
So what's your question?
So my question is that systematic inquiry and methods, aren't they like the same thing? And what we were discussing was that you were saying that you should do a systematic inquiry or like,
okay, no, first of all,
but
I don't
not follow any methods
does
or any how-tos.
I don't recommend that someone does a systematic inquiry. It is more of a systematic exposure. So it is a journey in order to learn and understand. It is not a didactic journey. The moment that one applies a method to anything or a technique to anything, they will move in circles. They will not get anywhere. They will simply be trying to perfect the method, and they will never actually get to the thing. So they'll become an expert at the method, but they'll never actually get to the thing for which the method was ostensibly created. So it really is about one of the most fundamental things, one of the most fundamental truths that a human being can learn in their life is to realize the inefficacy and the anemic and circular and really empty, the emptiness behind methods. If one realizes that genuinely, without taking it as upon faith, they really put themselves in a very elevated sphere, and which allows them to then be. It gives them the opportunity to actually be available to truths which they otherwise had no possibility of attaining while they believed in methods.
What is real?
Hi, Kapil. What do you like to do for fun? Do you ever watch movies or listen to music?
There is no team, and a true leader doesn't care about what others think. So can a true leader maintain control of an organization, preventing betrayal and without getting any respect? Seemed like a conflicting idea, so I wanted to clear that.
The question is invalid, and if one was on the path to truth, the question that you just asked would change, because a lot of what you just asked would be irrelevant if one was genuinely. There's no what it would take. You can't rephrase the question; it's already out of the bag. Like I said, the questions would change. It wouldn't matter. The things that you mentioned wouldn't matter. It doesn't matter what the question would be because you're not there. So I could tell you the question should be this. There's no relevance to you. It's just, like I said, it's Japanese. But that's what would happen.
Okay.
Versus, let's say, doing good for others or the world. So is the journey of truth a kind of a selfish journey?
You're not ready for the truth. You're not ready for the answer. because you believe in words like selfish. That camaraderie it's too great and too voluminous inside of you for you to hear the truth.
My question is, where does the allure and pull to methods and prescriptions stem from?
Well, it's all you've ever known. It's all every human being has ever known since the day they came into this world. That's all there is. And swimming in the same swimming pool, so to speak, for their entire life. So, in all honesty, what else could come but that which you have been swimming in? In this society, in this world, in all facets and domains and cultures and subcultures, in all disciplines, in all fields and professions, there's only one thing available, and that is prescriptions. There's no prescription-free society anywhere, not from the highest level of sport to the lowest level of sport, not in the highest level of business to the lowest level of business, not to the highest level of spirituality to the lowest level of spirituality. It simply doesn't exist. The only thing available in society, the only thing available is didactics and methods and techniques and how-tos. And in fact, it is so much that way that if you were to go to a practitioner or an expert or a professional of any kind and say there is no how, he would look at you dumbfounded.
Hi, Kapil. How was your journey like when you started seeking the truth?
It doesn't matter.
Hi, Kapil. In the search for truth, can words be a tool? I understand that words can be a distraction, or language can be a distraction. And so can language be a tool at all in the search for truth? And I guess to go on to that and connect it with your earlier point on society, is the reason why everything in society is full of prescriptions because we all have language? Is that what connects us all since our birth?
No, that isn't the reason. The reason is that humans are cosmetic and superficial creatures. This is how they are. And in any field that you look, in any discipline, in any profession, you will see there's one or two who are the truly elite, and there's everybody else. And that's just human. That's how humans are. And that isn't because they're the most talented, and far from it. It's usually because those people have the DNA to actually learn the truth about that profession, and the rest simply don't. Those who genuinely are devoted to something are extraordinarily rare. That's the reason.
What can one do? Hey, Kapil. So the path to truth is extremely hard, and there are a lot of sacrifices between, the society, the way society wants you to be, versus what you need to be. How to manage that?
Hi, Kapil. This question's about something that you kind of touched on earlier about, fear and anxiety. I guess what I'm trying to ask is, are people that you work with normally afraid to arrive? When you look at a mountain, you obviously feel intimidated. Is that normal?
It doesn't matter what normal is. Why would anybody want to be normal? It has no relevance. The world is just a bunch of plastic sheep. Why would anyone want to be that?
Yeah, I guess what I'm trying to...
Hey, so you mentioned to me that the natural state was to long for the truth. And then I guess once you come out, you're just kind of hit with all these, you willingly take on prescriptions and you're kind of programmed a certain way. So from there is the productive, would you say a productive thing to do is just to kind of find
No, there is no productive thing to do. There's nothing to do. You're jumping 19 steps ahead. If it's within you to seek truth, then you will. If it's not, you won't. The rest is all chit-chat and window shopping.
Hello?
To know what you seek is the truth, not something that looks like it.
Hi, Kapil. My question is regarding the nature of truth. I remember in a middle school when I was trying to solve some geometry problems, I could come up with some truth by visualizing it. So this is one level of truth. And then there is another level of truth which Buddha had when he had this enlightenment experience. So obviously these two are not the same level of truth. Perhaps what I want to know is that can we say that there are different levels of truth, and perhaps there is like the ultimate truth or the Param Satya that we say?
Yeah, there are different levels of truth, but what you described aren't levels. What you described is essentially just different topics. Now, as for the level of truth that exists, the really relevant thing is the level of truth that one genuinely and deeply wishes to attain. That is the rate limiting step as to what level of truth they are truly and genuinely candidates for.
Hi. Kapil, one more question following up with my previous question. You mentioned that you have to, like, the systematic exposure you mentioned about. So if you could explain what is systematic exposure.
Exposure is a continual exposure to the truth. So what must be understood is that right now you are continually exposed to lies. Not just you, but everybody. Everybody is, when they open the internet, or when they watch TV, or they listen to media, or they read a book, or they listen to spirituality, they're just listening to lies. Therefore, if you are continually exposed to loudspeakers in your ears that tell half-truths or lies, then that is what will be inside of your head. Therefore, if one wishes to truly get somewhere, it isn't through following the lies, and it isn't through following prescriptions, because all the prescriptions are based upon lies themselves. It is about a systematic exposure. It is an exposing of the brain, an exposing of the mind, it is an exposing of the eyes and the ears to truth. And through that exposure, now there is a competitor for those lies. Without that, then the only thing there is are the lies.
Thank you.
Yeah, how's it going? Have you seen Squid Game?
Hello, am I audible?
Is there any truth in mindfulness and meditation, or are these just more prescriptions?
No, they're more empty prescriptions, but there's no reason to take my word for it. You can examine for yourself and see for yourself, find your own evidence, so that you can realize it, as opposed to believing me or having any faith in anything that I'm trying to tell you. I'm not detracting you from it or promoting it. But no, mindfulness and meditation are really just chases.
The need for control.
What is truth?
Understand your journey or your truth doesn't matter to us, but is there some prescription which you get or assign to your journey? So I want to ask, I want to know, there might be some principles for the journey that makes the journey to seek the truth.
You're asking me for a prescription?
No, I am not asking for your prescription. As you said that your journey is not relevant to us. So I want to know, is there some principles behind a journey that makes the journey the journey?
No, you're just substituting. You are just substituting the word principle for prescriptions in order to camouflage that you're asking for prescriptions.
Hi, Kapil. My question is, why do addictions arrive?
Pleasure.
Said that I think in Clubhouse that everything that is poison a scientist represents. And I completely understand that in today's context, but my question is that a pure, naturally non-conformist intellectual like Einstein, was he not a man of truth?
I don't know. I never met him.
What is the truth about performance?
articles and the blogs for a while now, and I want to be part of your paid discourses. But somehow, being in India, I find I can't afford those private discourses. So, is there?
Hi, Kapil. What are your thoughts on Vipassana meditation? Is there any truth to that, or just another prescription?
These are all just methods. They're just prescriptions. I mean, once again, but I don't like to say that because I don't want you to believe me. Just go to the millions who have done Vipassana, including maybe yourself. Take a survey. Just look at the evidence. It's very plain to see for anyone who simply has, even a cursory interest in discovering the evidence for themselves. If such things worked, then people would not continue doing them for 50 years.
Hi, Kapil. I've been listening to your podcast for a couple months now, and I'm still kind of confused on the idea of prescriptions. I'm just curious if you can try to elaborate a little bit more. What don't you understand? I think I guess getting rid of my innate problems. Still working on that.
No, what don't you understand about the non-validity of prescriptions?
That's a good question. I actually don't know.
It's very. I think this is very instructive because you haven't benefited from prescriptions, but you refuse to look there. And the reason you refuse to look to see if you have benefited or not is because you're addicted to asking for prescriptions. Therefore, you're going to ask me, I don't understand about no prescriptions. Can you explain that? And I could explain to you till I'm blue in the face. It won't matter. All you have to do is turn your head to the right and look behind you. And do I still have fear? Do I still have anxiety? Do I still have all of the things that I've been trying to through using 17.5 million methods and techniques and so-called hacks, which are given by hacks? Have they done anything for you? It's a very simple question. It isn't scientific. It is very basic and logical, and you could answer it in 5 minutes. But because you are so conditioned by society and poisoned, rather than asking that question for yourself, you will turn to me and say, what do you mean by no prescription? So that I can give you an answer.
Hello? Hello?
Hey, doctor, how are you? Hello?
Go ahead.
So with achievements, obviously at times, one has more desires with achievement. How have you found yourself to have less desires with the more achievement you had in your life with success?
Anything else, rather than searching for truth, the chase for pleasure?
Well, what has it been in your life? I mean, why do you talk in the abstract? The only thing that matters is what's relevant to you, not what's relevant for the world or humanity or someone else. Have you found that to be the case in your life?
Yeah, the problem is that with pleasure comes the pain, and the chase is unending, and that's why I'm searching for something that doesn't has some drawback as pain.
And that is exactly what prescriptions and methodologies and pleasure chases do. All they can bring is pain because there's nothing there for them to give you. They're all empty boxes. So if you come to that realization that any methodology that you follow and any pleasure chase that you pursue, and methodologies are all pleasure chases themselves because you think that you've been sold a bill of goods. You've been sold the lies, the tantalizing lies, that if you practice this, that you will get that. Sounds nice. But no one ever gets that. All they get is the instruction to practice more.
More of money. It is just not ending. What is that I need to see or understand to understand its limits?
And yet the reason that you seek more and more is because nothing is fulfilling to anybody. Nothing in this world fulfills or satisfies anyone or makes anyone truly content. It is all brainwashing and conditioning for people to be told what they should chase, such as happiness and all of these really empty things which go nowhere. And because you've been taught what to chase, and then you've been given methods how to chase it, you're on a hamster wheel. Therefore, you will live a life of discontentment, and you will die that way. That there's really no hope is for anyone. There's that rare human being who is willing to examine and who's willing to say, who has a DNA to search for truth and turn his back on society. That's 1 in 100 million. Everybody else, they don't stand a chance. That's just the practical reality of it. I'm not here to brainwash anybody and sell you nice, happy phrases. The bumper stickers are for that. There's plenty of people who'll do that for you. I won't.
My question is it possible for there to be any truth that comes from the mind, or does truth only come from beyond the mind?
Well, because the mind is so deeply conditioned, then all that comes from it will necessarily be lies. Now, if there was a human being whose mind was not conditioned and brainwashed by society, then that possibility would exist. But for anyone who's lived even a day in society, what is inside of his mind is whatever the soup that he's been living in. That's what enters. If there's a flood outside and you open your door, what's going to come inside? It's the flood. And nothing else can come inside. So that is why it is lies.
Hey, Kapil, thank you so much for what you do. I'm on my journey, but I have a question, especially around the prescription-seeking mentality of the world, right? I specifically look at my children, and they're not naturally prescription seekers, but the way people treat them, like teachers, even my wife, their grandparents, they are becoming they're being taught to become prescription seekers. And I'm wondering how can I keep that light within them?
Your children are doomed. Like everyone's children are doomed. And the only way they would not be doomed is if they were surrounded, if their primary and principal and predominant exposure was truth. Well, where are they going to get that? So whatever they're exposed to, that's what they're going to become. So as you have just explained correctly, and it isn't your wife's fault, it isn't their grandparents' fault, it's no one's fault. They're not evil and mean people who are. It's just the conditioning. It is so deep. And there probably isn't, like I said, a person in 100 million who understands that when they walk into society, they're walking into a death trap. No one understands that. They would consider that phrase to be hyperbole and dramatic. And because they would consider it hyperbole and dramatic, that would be plain evidence for the fact they simply don't get it. And these things are not taught to human beings. So it would be unreasonable to expect human beings to understand this. This is complete, utter German, French, and Japanese wrapped into one with a Spanish accent. No one is told these things. Therefore, you cannot blame anyone. So anyone who's exposed to, which is basically everyone, to lies, lives a life of lies. They will learn to talk like, they will learn to think like, they will learn to process, they will learn to act and behave, and they're just doomed. It isn't defeatist, it's simply a fact. And the only way to get around that fact is simply ask yourself the question, how can they not be doomed? If they were born to someone or one person, even one person who had discovered truth, even an X percentage of truth for themselves, then the child would have a possibility. But everyone is doomed.
Hi, Kapil. This is Naveen. My question is, regardless of what is truth or what our beliefs are, we live in a society to tell stories to get things done. Should we maintain this dual personality?
Well, the rest of your question has no validity. It really doesn't. Because you have already resigned yourself to the fact, or to your belief system, not to a fact, that we so-called live in a society in which we must tell stories and things must get done. Because that isn't wrong or right, that isn't good or bad, but because that's where you are, then the rest of your question has no meaning. Because you're beginning from a place in which you've already decided that that's what you believe society is, and therefore every road in your head is blocked from the truth. Truth is a genuine longing for truth.
Does God exist?
I wanted to ask that how to get out of the inner contemplation.
Avoid engaging society in some form or fashion. And so the question is it necessary to maintain a dual personality while seeking truth, but also having to deal with society?
There's no rules. It really just comes down to someone's DNA. There's no rules because the DNA will always take over. So if it's someone's DNA to be I'm not saying this is your case, but let's use it as an example. If there's a human being who has the DNA of being very social, they believe in communal things. They are excited by getting together with groups of people. It doesn't matter what I say. That is what's going to happen. And that is not compatible with truth. But it won't even matter to that person because their DNA is for that. So it isn't like if they're told that that's incompatible with truth, that they will all of a sudden drop all the societal and socialization. That's not going to happen. So when you ask me this question, you're asking for deal making. You're asking for rules, and there are no rules. From the context and from your tone, what it at least it appears is that of a particular value for society, that you that you think there's something to be gained from that, and that you enjoy that, or whatever words that you wish to apply to it, and to whatever degree it's true, only you can say. And if that is the case, then that is the case. But what must be understood, if one wishes to understand, and that isn't a must, if one seeks to understand, it is that every human being that you will ever meet in your life, you will never find in your life a single person. I can virtually guarantee it. You will never, in all of your travails, find a single person who is devoted to truth in any field. No one. Zero. And since that is the case, then by necessity, by default, it will necessarily be so that all that you commune with will be lies.
You harp on seeking truth.
No, I do not harp on seeking truth. That is a lie. I do not harp on seeking truth. Harp on seeking truth would mean that I am harping on others to seek truth, that I recommend it. You have no idea what I do.
What is truth?
For example, there is a public truth and something that is private, like personal to me. And if there is so much subjectivity about truth, then what is it that brings us all together in this platform today, seeking for one definition of truth?
Yeah, I don't know what brings people together here. That you would have to ask each one, what their own personal motivation is and what drew them here. but there's no such thing as a personal truth. I will say that every situation has a truth, but what is often conflated with so-called personal truth, or John's truth versus Sally's truth, is that they equate belief and opinion and interpretation with truth, and belief and opinion are the enemy of truth. So, but every situation, every circumstance has a truth, and the truth is the only thing that is relevant, because everything else is untruth. And yes, every single circumstance is a truth, and there are also universal truths, which are fundamental to all human beings. So, when you are saying it's interpretation, I would say that that's not really the case. It is the interpretation part, I think, is perhaps you misconstruing belief and opinion for your personal truth.
Hi, sir. So your handle name is Siddha Performance. So I was just curious to understand what would that mean. Siddha in the sense, the Siddhi that we call in Hindi, or what would be the idea of having that name as a handle?
Hi, does the real purpose depends on the DNA?
Truth. So, is there a possibility that the mind can, at some point of time, venture out to seeking truth?
You think X. You think whatever you want to think. That has nothing to do with me. You cannot make a proclamation and then ask a question based upon your own proclamation. You are free to have your own beliefs, but whatever you ask after stating your firm belief has no relevance.
Hi, I was wondering, what is the truth behind mental illness?
Well, everybody is mentally ill. Mind itself is mental illness. Psychotherapists are not the curers of disease. They are simply the categorizer of disease. They just gather a bunch of symptoms together and call it X versus Y versus Z, so that they have some language to communicate with each other. Prescribing psychotropics and anti-anxiety medications and all of these things, you could basically state that that's just as much mental illness as the so-called mental illness itself. There is nothing is being done for mental illness in this world, because human beings, especially the scientists and the doctors, have no earthly idea. They wouldn't even be in the same universe of knowing what the mind really is. And if they don't know what the mind is, how can they possibly treat mental illness? All they can do is throw a bunch of drugs at it.
Do you believe that schizophrenia exists?
I don't believe anything. The mind creates many illnesses, and even the ones that are not diagnosed, which is the majority of human beings. Every human being lives varying degrees of mental illness.
To everything.
I didn't hear the question.
Sir, right understanding of something is a solution to everything.
Well, you will very easily get caught up in the idea of right. You'll never get past right. I know what right means. You've been chasing right your whole life. Right is a moving goalpost.
Then what are the possible solutions?
What solution can there be if no one understands the mind? You're a logical person. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So what solution, how can a solution even be born? How can one even talk about the possibility of a solution, about mental illness. If the mind is not being taught and the mind is not being learned.
That's correct. I mean, so the first step, I guess, is to learn what the mind is all about.
Yes, and where are you going to learn that? Nowhere. Where are you going to learn that? In school? You're going to talk to a psychiatrist? You're going to read a book? This is the plight that no one understands. So let's say even if you come to the conclusion that one is a very basic level, that if one is going to treat, if one is going to do anything with mental illness, that they must understand the mind first. No one understands. There's no way that you can learn about that. No, there's no traditional avenues that you can learn about that. Who are you going to ask? If you ask the spiritualist, he will tell you to go meditate and do mindfulness. If you ask a psychotherapist, he will ask you about your childhood and prescribe you a bunch of medications. If you go to the books, they will tell you to think happy thoughts and to improve your behavior and be kind and compassionate and practice loving kindness. Where are you going to go? Where are you going to go in this world that doesn't give you nonsense? This is the real plight. This is the mass mental illness that no one sees. And there's no productivity either.
The mental illness.
No, it's just a word that really doesn't have much meaning. It's abstract. No one really knows what that word means. And like many words, it's simply tossed around.
Siddha, it's in a bird's DNA to build a nest. It just does it. There's no teaching. There's no learning. When you speak about the DNA for truth, is this the DNA that you're speaking about?
No, because you described a survival tactic in the setting of a bird. A human being is also practices survival tactics like drinking water, which don't need to be taught. The DNA for truth is along the lines of the DNA for rare things. The human beings are conformists because they're all societal. They weren't born that way, but very, very few people escape the trap, escape the Holocaust of society. And as a result, since almost no one escapes, there is a rare DNA of individual whose very blood, so to speak, it is to move against everything, to have some sort of innate inkling or perspective or suspicion that all that everyone is saying cannot be true. And that isn't a taught thing. One can be taught that it isn't true, but in order for them to truly hear that, they would have to have the DNA to move against everything. And that's what I mean by the DNA, that type of sensibility, that type of nature that is unique to that individual.
Hello, I have a question to add on to the topic you were just speaking about. Do you consider an ism like a word that ends in ism, so capitalism?
Yes, isms are lies.
Exactly. So do you consider those not pyramids?
If you wish to ask a question, you may raise your hand. If you're invited on stage, you can proceed with your question.
Hi, my question is, how do I get calmness and stillness in my mind? Thank you.
Yeah, that's a prescriptive question. Therefore, it has no meaning and no answer that will be effective. Do not raise your hand unless you wish to ask a question.
Okay, I wasn't aware I was on. So, what I wanted to ask was, what kind of environment have you set up around yourself which allows you to be at ease?
Your voice broke up. The question was not heard.
So, I'll try to repeat myself. What kind of environment have you set up around yourself which allows you to be in that state where you are much more in line with truth and not get pulled into the substandard reality?
Well, you can create any environment you wish to around yourself, but if the obsession for truth is not within you, then the environment won't create it.
My question is, what is freedom?
I assume you asked what is truth. Really, it begins with a deep longing and desire to search for truth. That is the beginning of truth.
What is it that, if satisfied, guarantees an understanding of the truth?
A deep obsession for the truth. It has to be genuine and real. That cannot be pursued because one feels that it's the proper thing to do, or through the vein of spirituality, because then it is artificial.
Hi, thanks for taking my question. I was just curious, is there any place for prescriptions or how-tos in someone's life?
Why do you ask that question?
Say, like, is there anything someone can teach you, or is it solely it's left up to you to discover anything that has to do with truth?
Why do you ask that question?
I'm curious.
Why are you curious? You aren't asking what you really wish to ask.
You said I'm not asking what I really want to ask?
Yes.
I guess it's more I don't know. I don't know what to come back with that. I was just thinking of like smaller situations and like what like people teach each other things all the time. So I was wondering, is this done under like some false understanding or something, I guess?
So yes, it's true. People teach each other things all the time. Is what they teach truth?
I missed the very last part. I'm sorry.
Is what they teach when they teach each other all the time, is what they teach truth about that particular topic, whatever it may be? Is it truth?
That's a good question. I guess you still have to take that and chew on it and discover for yourself.
Well, if you say that people teach each other things all the time, then whatever someone is taught, if it's truth, then it would be effective. So do you find that the things that have been taught to you, I'm sure that you're not talking about just generic people, I'm sure that you're part of those people and you've experienced that before, the so-called teaching, either be it you teaching someone else or someone else teaching you, you discovered that it has been effective, whether you're the one who's doing the teaching or you're the one receiving the teaching from others.
Maybe it's not something that's that becomes solidified once a teaching has been passed on, if you will. But maybe it's more so like it opens a door, or it gets you to ask more questions.
Oh well, there's no maybe. I mean, is that what happened? I'm sure this is involved.
Yeah.
With either doing the teaching of others teaching you. Did it so-called open a door, or did it provide effectiveness, or did it get you where you wanted to go?
For me, I'd say it's hard. For me, I don't know if I've like necessarily arrived anywhere, but it's gotten me to pay attention to things that I don't know if I would have paid attention to.
Okay, and then so when it got you to pay attention to something that you otherwise may not have paid attention to, what did the paying attention to that new thing do for you? Did the paying attention to that new thing get you anywhere, or was just it's nice that you paid attention to a new thing that you otherwise did not have? See, the very fact that you're pausing on that is precisely the point. The point is that everyone seeks platitudes. So if it made you pay attention to something else, so what? Nothing means anything besides results. Everyone is simply just going in circles. Oh, good job, you worked hard. Oh, nice job, you're paying attention to something new. You don't get points for any of that. So everything is just chit-chat, and you're right, everyone is teaching everyone else and everything. But everyone just likes to move in circles. Everyone is in a cul-de-sac, and they just move in circles. And they pat themselves on the back for completely irrelevant things. Human beings are just back patters. They pat each other's back, they pat their own back. Oh, look, I paid attention to a new thing. Bravo, good for you. Did they do anything for you? No. But at least I paid attention to something new. Okay, well, good job.
What have you changed your mind about in the last few months or year or two?
You're asking me?
Yes.
It doesn't matter.
No, just interested.
What if I'm not interested in your curiosity questions? Who cares? You might as well ask me what do I like, chocolate or vanilla? What does that affect anything? It's just chit chat.
Maybe something fun.
Hi, Siddha. Hi, everyone. As someone who feels that he has not been true to himself, how can I identify the signs of sincerity in myself?
Going back to the question of teaching, is it up to you to decipher then between what is true and then what is not?
Well, it depends what you mean by is it up to you.
See, for me, and like when it comes to the world of golf, I'm trying to find my way when it comes to reading books or even reading some of your discourses on your performance website. I'm trying to figure out myself what is the truth or what is the proper way to proceed, like in the game of golf when it comes to performance.
So if you read the things that I've written, you will clearly notice that I don't tell anyone what to do, and I don't tell anyone what to think. So it just provides a springboard that one must filter through themselves. So it would have to be up to you. It is just that the raw materials that you have to work with, if the only raw materials that you have to work with are the prescriptive chases that you have gained from the world, then it doesn't matter whether someone else gives it to you or you get it from yourself. None of it is true because it's all prescriptive and worldly. And on the other hand, if the raw materials that you have to work with is something that you've gained from exposure to truth, then there is definitely a possibility that you can move in the direction of truth through you, since you'll probably be the only one who has exposed himself to truth. So the answer to that question depends upon one's exposures, and if one has been exposed to truth, and if one has resonated with that exposure, then there's a fair chance, at least there's some chance, that when he is posed with a problem or a question, that he will perhaps view it through that lens in the direction of truth, as opposed to the person who has never been exposed to truth. He only has one thing through which to look at it through, which he has gained from society, and that is prescriptions. And therefore, he's essentially doomed from the beginning.
So for you to determine...
Therefore, your exposures determine.
So for you to determine, and what is that truth? Is it just the feeling within inside of you?
Well, now you're getting prescriptive. I mean, if you expose yourself to truth, then you will perhaps attempt to discover truth as opposed to discover a prescription or a way or a method or a technique. And whether, I don't know if it's a feeling or whatever it is, that's up to you. I'm not going to tell you it's a feeling or it's a thought. I can't pinpoint it for you. You'll discover it through the pursuit of truth. But you won't even have the option to pursue it through truth if you have never been exposed to truth. Because if you've never been exposed to truth, then you will go according to the only exposure that you've had, which is prescriptions.
So for me to expose... Isn't seeking truth a prescription in itself if you're telling someone to seek truth?
I have never in my life told anyone to seek truth.
Okay, thank you.
Why are you answering our questions tonight?
I have no idea.
Hello. Thank you for giving me the chance. I wanted to ask, are there more truths, or if you are obsessed by finding a truth, does it depend from the culture you're coming in or on the context where you grew up? How much does it depend?
How much does what depend?
The way, or let's say you develop the obsession to find the truth and you have it.
If you develop a what? I'm sorry.
If you develop the obsession to find the truth, how much does it depend from what culture you're coming from?
Why would the obsession for truth depend upon the culture?
Because
go ahead.
Okay, because there where you grew up, it created your world and your beliefs.
Every culture is like that. There isn't a single culture in the world that isn't like that. There's no culture.
Yeah, you're right. But is the truth, the one truth, is it's like an absolute thing that everybody?
Yes, there are absolute truths which apply to all human beings, and then there are truths which are unique to every single circumstance.
Can that be my truth, even though I know that's an empty chase?
If you're obsessed with something, it doesn't matter that if I say no to that, because you're obsessed, you're going to keep doing it. So it doesn't matter if I say yes, no, or maybe.
So I've heard you say that, children or younger people are closer to truth. Would that mean that truth is more instinctual?
The truth is closest to nature. And when a person is born, they are closest to nature. And as they grow older, they move towards societalness and away from naturalness.
I've been following you for a long time. I think I found you through Naval. And one of my questions a long time ago I wasn't going to ask you was, have you ever, it's just a very simple question, but have you ever heard of Jed McKinnon's book? And if so, what were your thoughts on how he describes truth?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Hi, Kapil. Your last Q&A session, you said one becomes what one is always surrounded with, and everything around us is untruth. But everything around me feels so real. The people, the emotions, the family, my job. What am I missing?
Well, just because it feels real doesn't mean it's true.
Good evening, Mr. Kapil. I don't really have a question right now. I just want to thank you for saving my life. I was in a very dark place about a year or so, two ago, and I came upon your tweet on Twitter, and yeah, my life has changed since then.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Namaste.
You. Why don't I feel more urgency in my life, even though I think I know that the time is fleeting? Thank you.
I think I've done a discourse on boredom somewhere.
Hello, Kapil. When you talked about one of the rarest things in the world is a true student, I like to believe that I'm somebody that has done as much homework as I can to find the truth. And one of the things that shocked me was when I came across things like the Federal Reserve and things like the pedophilia rings going on and all these things that are true, that are happening, but people don't know about. And so when you say everything is untruth, it almost seems like the Edward Bernier propaganda machine where they said we're trying to give everyone nothing but untruth. And so my question, I guess, is when you come across a truth that is unknown and is hard to stomach because you think, how evil could this world truly be? And how do I go into the world as a normal person pretending I don't know these things?
Well, the person who's trying to make the world a better place is just an escapist. The truths that must be learned are the truths about yourself, the truths about your life. There's no reason to look in the world.
Hi, Kapil. Good evening. I was reading today your book, Path to Atma Moon, and one question surged while reading one chapter on the mind. And the question is that I'm reading the book and my mind is processing your words. So do you think that not in terms of a prescription, but the mind is the one who's reading your words? So how can I prevent this trap of?
Well, it's not about preventing the trap. It's the things that will truly resonate with a human being are the things that hit him deep in his heart.
Thank you.
Hi, Kapil. Thanks. I believe I may have started to observe the truth and kind of vibrate at a frequency where I see it all around me, and I feel like I'm on the path. But as a corporate employee, maybe it's my fear that I become less employable in that sense. So I guess my question is there a role in society for somebody who's found the truth?
Every single thing from the truth is the only practical thing there is. Untruth certainly is not practical. So every situation that a person finds himself in, whether it's in business or sports or in life, whatever it may be, has a truth. The truth is not leaving the world and living in a cave. That's spirituality. Got nothing to do with truth. Truth is the realization that every single situation has a truth.
Hello. I just want to start by saying, Kapil, thank you for your work. It has really impacted my life, and I feel an enormous amount of gratitude that you are at the time that I am too. My question is, will there be a time where
I don't hear you. You broke up. Or you can raise your hand again when you get your mic fixed.
Hey, doctor. Why does one continue to seek desires?
It is in the nature of the mind.
Hi, Kapil. In what way, if at all, do you feel responsible for your own self?
Ask what you really wish to ask. Don't dress it up.
Do you feel responsible towards yourself?
I have no idea what that means, and it sounds very intellectual and very spiritual and largely meaningless.
Thank you.
My question is, are there indicators that one is in contact with truth? One
does not need indicators. I think one is a fairly reliable judge of his own level of sincerity. The indicator question comes up when one seeks to perhaps gain approval or to demonstrate to others that he or she is seeking truth. The human being has the capacity to look within himself and without feeling any pressure or compulsion to admit to anyone else, but just to one's own self. And they don't even have to do that if they don't wish to. There's no rules, there's no laws. But one certainly has the capacity, if one wishes to do so, to look inside himself and discover, is one really enamored by truth without any form of judgment whatsoever?
Like when I really want something, a goal I want to achieve. So when I work towards it, I work very hard towards it. So it also creates anxiety and fear to.
So why do you work hard toward your goal?
I mean, it's natural. Like if I want something, I will try to work as much as possible to achieve that goal.
What does that mean that you work as much as possible to achieve the goal? What does that mean?
It means that the goal I set, I feel like it's a bit difficult for me. I mean, naturally I set that kind of goal, which is a bit difficult for me, and to achieve that goal, I have to.
Okay, so to achieve that goal, you do a bunch of work and you work really hard. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And how do you know that what you're doing has any meaning? How do you know that what you're doing is going to get you closer to that goal? How do you know that? Now, if you reach your goal, then you could say that X, Y, and Z did really help me. But if you haven't reached your goal, how do you know that you're moving further from the goal or more closer to it?
Goal, I mean, the goal can be like simply solving some problem, and it's just writing
if the goal is a simple goal, if the goal is a simple goal, then you wouldn't need to work very hard. But you said you're working very hard. You said you're working very hard. You're putting in a lot of time and a lot of effort and a lot of work, which implies that the goal is not so simple and immediate.
Yes, so like solving a problem in the company, for an example, like there is a problem that came to me, and I know that problem is not so simple.
So I think that I think that you haven't. It's about reading between the lines, and you haven't really heard what's being said. You haven't really heard this. You haven't really heard the message. The message being in the direction of how can you be sure that all of your work and your trouble is, like everybody else, is that you have an immediate response to that question. And because you have an immediate response, you haven't really examined.
Thank you. What is truth?
Dr. Gupta, how can the mind be transcended?
See, that's I think that you should admonish yourself for asking such a question. I mean, you're an intelligent human being, I'm sure you're a logical human being. Do you really believe that I can give you some 5 steps and that you'll transcend your mind over Twitter?
Hi there, thanks for taking me up. A previous speaker just a second ago, and you had a discourse about why do you work so hard for your goals and to what end, and it resonated with me. I've found that I similarly work very, very hard on goals, and then if they are achieved or if they're not, either way, take the example of when they are achieved, I reflect back and say 99% of the stress and toil was a complete and total waste of time. And I totally understand that. My question is, why is that, and what way?
Okay, so you may want to. There's a podcast with myself and Novel on hard work, the truth about hard work. You may want to Google that. Number one. Number two, what must be understood is something that really few ever come to understand in their lifetimes. And that is that the number that society has done or has done on them, the degree of wool that society has pulled over their eyes. See, society has destroyed human beings. And it's one thing to be destroyed by, let's say, food poisoning, because the food poisoning you'll get over. In most cases, you'll get over that. You will heal. From societal destruction, you will never heal. No one ever comes back from that. You die and never having recovered. Society is not about results. Society is not about tangibility. Society is not about getting anywhere. Society itself is nowhere. Therefore, its minions and the people that it recruits are those who don't want to get anywhere. They just like to get on yoga mats and burn incense and preach nonsense. It doesn't matter. Society doesn't care if you get anywhere. In fact, it is so obvious that they don't care that they even celebrate failure. Now the new moniker, as the new bumper sticker, is failure is a good thing. Celebrate failure. You must fail, 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 and then eventually succeed. Society is for failures. And society does not value whether you get there or not. Society is interested in you patting yourself on the back for having achieved the principle, not the result. As long as you achieve the principle, that you gave effort, that you worked hard, that you meditated, that you tried, that you were kind and compassionate, that's all it cares about. It doesn't care about any outcomes. And that isn't a good thing or a bad thing. If you know that that's what you're getting, then so be it. But human beings don't really know that's what they're getting. And therefore, whenever you live in any environment for long enough, then you become a parent of that environment. You begin to mimic and voice the same words that are being pumped into your ears. And so society believes in ideals and having you live up to ideals. The person who truly wants to get somewhere, that person should never, ever be looking in society. That person, that's the last place they should look. They should never look for books or experts or authors or coaches. Those are all societal minions. They will just help you work hard. And they won't guarantee anything. They won't help you get anywhere. They're just in it for the principle. You will find a million people who will pat you on your back for working hard. So the answer to your question of where does it come from, that's where it comes from.
Hi, Kapil. Kind of a case in point to what you were saying just a moment ago. I kind of feel like for pretty much my entire life I've been trapped in that cycle of failure and not getting anywhere. But in my case, I don't even achieve the principle. It's just an extreme lack of consistency and a paralysis from fear of uncertainty, and also I think of wanting to have everything, but at the same time wanting to sacrifice nothing to get the things that I supposedly want. So I'm just trying to work out like where the truth is.
So if you're going to ask how to get out,
not necessarily how to get out of it, how to understand it.
Well, the truth is that you're not really interested in getting anywhere in anything, and that isn't a good or a bad thing. And there's no negative judgment against you. There's no you are not being. There's no summary judgment against you.
Yes.
But that's just where you are.
Can I ask a follow-up question?
Okay.
There is a suffering, even though I do realize that I don't really want it. So am I just doomed to suffer then?
I didn't hear half your question. It was bad connection.
Sorry, I just had a phone call come in. My question is that associated with, I realize that I kind of don't really want to get anywhere, but there is a suffering within me that kind of is attached to that. So am I just doomed to suffer?
Well, everyone is doomed to suffer unless they find the truth. And so if the suffering is simply unacceptable to you, then that may be your impetus for trying to discover truth in the realm of human suffering.
Mm-hmm.
You hate to give a prescription, but I just want to ask you one question that I'm following a path to learn truth, to reach truth. Is unlearning myself is the number one step I need to do? If you can...
Yeah, but it depends. I mean, what you mean? I mean, it's generally true, but it depends what words have their own definitions according to each different person, and so it depends what you mean by unlearning.
Like whatever the society has given to me, like whatever looks very fake after kind of a cosmetic thing, like which I truly believed it is right for the sake of the society, but started.
Yeah, I mean, if you believe that unlearning is to become less societal, if you believe that if by unlearning you mean to move away from societal doctrine and societal dogma, then the answer to that is absolutely yes.
Hey, Kapil, thanks to the live. I have a couple of questions. So the first one, what makes you qualified to talk about the truth?
Why are you here?
I was just curious, and I had some time in hand.
Well, you're better off going somewhere else.
Guilt of making mistakes which made you lose something that was very, very important to you. And second question is like, why do some patterns repeat in life?
Why is it difficult for oneself to accept the truth?
You've been brainwashed to believe in prescriptions.
Can you know truth without having peace? And can you have peace without knowing truth?
No, quite honestly, when a person begins to discover truth, he usually oftentimes experiences turmoil because it has the potential. It is so powerful that while it certainly will enlighten him and open up his eyes, it may also destroy all that he's ever known. Therefore, it oftentimes takes away peace in the short term.
Hello, Kapil. My question is is finding inner vocation prerequisite to find truth?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you. I didn't understand the question.
My question is finding inner vocation, you're the thing you mean to do is a prerequisite for truth?
No. Truth has nothing to do with what kind of work you do.
Okay.
Is it possible to start seeing truth and lose it afterwards and then not be able to get back?
No, once someone sees truth, it's irreversible. The reversibility results in when someone attempts to know something intellectually. That reverts back because that was never gotten to begin with.
Standing to actual realization. Why does it take so long?
Well, it doesn't take long. It's impossible.
Hi, Kapil. Is there a truth behind why one feels indecisive about pursuing a specific career path?
There's a truth behind everything. There are universal truths, and then there are truths that are specific to a given situation. And in order to know the truth that is specific to your particular given situation, there absolutely is a truth, but it would need to be investigated depending upon all the circumstances and what one thinks and believes and so forth.
Thank you.
Hi, Kapil.
I read in one of your podcasts or one of your discourses that you are exactly where you want to be in life. That is, that if you truly desire something, then you have it in your life. Then is it possible for a person to not desire something very deeply at all? And if so, then what is the point of such a life?
Well, even if a person desires something, there's no point to his life. There's no meaning. There's no purpose to life. But even if someone does not desire anything, unless they have reached some state of desirelessness, which is not what you're speaking of, then I'm assuming what you mean by not having a desire is that you don't have any professional desire, that you don't have any vocational desire. But one desire that every human being has is the desire for whatever the word that you wish to use, whether it is freedom or peace or realization or the end to all problems or the end of all conflict, or peace of mind or contentment or satisfaction, whatever your word is. Every human organism longs for that, and so that is a desire that no one is free of. And since that is the case, then and that is actually beyond all vocation and all profession. And in fact, the reason one seeks vocation and profession is to satisfy that very desire of the ones just mentioned. So that desire is always prevalent inside of the human organism. And so in order to satisfy that, the only path to that, the only way to discover that is through truth, because it never is through austerity, and it never is through prescriptions, and it never is through spirituality, and it never is through intellectualism, and it certainly isn't through self-help and self-development.
Then is the only way to find the truth, as you said, a devotion? But does it have to be a devotion to truth, or can it be a devotion to something in life? Like, does it have to be a desire for the truth about something?
Well, whatever something in life is, everything has a truth. So it can be the truth about that thing. So it isn't. There's no rules here, but it really is about. It truly is about devotion, and the most effective way to truth is exposure, plain and simple. The more systematically and the more consistently that one exposes him or herself to truth, then the more, it's like swimming in a swimming pool. The more that you jump in a swimming pool, the more often you'll become wet. And so since every human being is in a situation where they are surrounded by untruth at all times, day and night, by living in society and by having friends and by talking to experts and reading books and magazines and media, the human being is 360 degrees surrounded by untruth. And unless there is something to counteract that, then that will be the language that they speak. Those will be the words that they imbibe naturally, just by virtue of the exposure. Therefore, if one has a opposing exposure to truth, which virtually no one has, then that exposure will give them the opportunity to discover truth.
Thank you.
Well, if we have to expose ourselves to the truth, then nobody has truth.
Well, I'm not saying that you have to.
No, sure, but if I'm in the journey of discovery, and if society is lying, schools are lying, parents are lying, like I shouldn't say lying, but essentially not giving us all the prescriptions, and there's just not an ounce of truth in that. How one goes, and I shouldn't even ask how, but then is that even possible to even expose oneself to the truth in this society, and or is it the only way is to get rid of, recuse yourself from the society and then get the exposure?
No, because if you leave society, where will you go? Right? You must go somewhere, and so you really must expose yourself to what you consider to be truth. If you have found something in the form of something that you listen to, or something that somebody has written that deeply resonates with you, that is non-prescriptive, that does not tell you what to do, that has no 5-step plan, no method, no technique, no hack, and it is straight truth, then you have found an exposure to truth. It is just that that will not be found in the mainstream, that will not be found in the motivational books and the yogis and the gurus and the spirituality and the prescriptions. I think the biggest thing to realize it is not in that. So if you have not found anything that speaks truth, then you're correct. Then it's very difficult for you because you've not found anything. Got it. Thank you.
Hello?
Go ahead.
What I just got from that was life experience can be truth. If you've experienced loss and you can come to the conclusion that there is no control you had over that loss, whether it was going to take place, you can come to that truth that you have no control, which in my experience has brought me peace. Is that
Yes, that is
okay?
correct.
So that is in essence finding a truth in something.
Yes.
Good. Thank you.
Sure.
It seems like most of my experience is just going towards pleasure and away from things that are painful. And intellectually, I know that that's not useful, but it doesn't seem like there's an experience of the truth of that. I'm not sure how that usually looks.
Yeah, I mean, intellectually, nothing means anything.
Yeah.
Yeah, intellectually, so yes, that's intellectually doesn't matter what you know or don't know. You don't really know. So every human being lives over here. The thing is chasing pleasure and avoiding pain. That's just a fact.
How is?
No, there is no how.
Hey Kapil, I just wanted to understand if expose yourself to truth is also a prescription, or is it a prescription which we can?
No, there's no should. If you take it as a prescription, you can. I don't know everyone prescriptionizes my words, so no matter what I say, so that's just probably inevitable for some people, and there are those who have the sincerity to look into the essence of what is being said. So I'm not even recommending that you expose yourself to truth. I don't recommend it. But the question was asked before if one wishes to find truth. And if one wishes to find truth, then that would come through exposure to truth. But I'm not recommending that you find truth. I'm not recommending that you look for truth. I'm not recommending that you expose yourself to truth. But if one wishes to find truth, then that would need to come through exposure.
Thank you.
Is it a natural emotion because it is just too hard to understand?
Well, because society has given the human untruth, then that untruth will lead to all sorts of emotions, from fear to anxiety to concern to whatever it may be. So it's not just fear. Living in untruth creates all sorts of problematic things.
Hi, Kapil. Thanks for taking my question. I don't know how important this is, but I was wondering, when it comes to sort of arriving or, the mind itself, what do you think the bigger sort of question is? Like where you want to go or where you no longer want to be?
Either can be powerful enough to achieve anything.
Hey, Kapil. My question is, what are some of the sneakiest ways in which society delivers untruths, and why do we live in a society that is filled with untruth rather than truth?
Because society is full of common people. Society is full of people. Society recruits people who have the DNA for untruth. And that is created not because the person was necessarily born that way, but because they are filled with ideas, concepts, beliefs, dogmas, opinions, and the person imbibes them naturally. But then over time the person becomes them. The person begins to parrot them. So society is this man-made construct based upon communal things. And wherever there is any group, there's only untruth. Truth is only for the individual. There's no group truth. So society is full of politics and media and religion and ideals, and you should do this and don't do this, and think happy thoughts and spirituality and all of these things. And none of them goes anywhere, and no one needs to listen to me for that. They can examine their own experiences, and they will see for themselves that they haven't gotten anywhere by following any societal things. So society is what it is, and it isn't good and it isn't bad. The same way that a sewer isn't good or bad. If one recognizes that it's a sewer, then they won't step in it. They won't condemn it. They just won't step in it. The problem occurs that when they think the sewer is a swimming pool, and they begin to swim in it. So as for the subtle messages of society, there's nothing subtle. All that society gives is untruth. You don't have to dig deep. I mean, there isn't. All the messages that it gives is untruth.
Thank you.
I find myself naturally drawn to your work, but I don't know if this is a trap for myself, but sometimes my mind tells me that, okay, just expose yourself and you'll get there. Where I find myself hoping that, if I expose myself continuously, that I'll arrive at
Sure,
could that be a trap?
That's a very valid question. It's a very valid question. Essentially, you have turned exposure into a prescription,
right?
And it isn't good or bad. It's just realizing that that's what you have done, and that's what everybody does. And as long as someone realizes that, then at least they have a chance to get out of the trap. If they don't even realize that, then they're going to be stuck in the trap. So it is essentially realizing that you are turning basically the exposure to my words as, okay, well, expose yourself, and have I gotten there yet? Have I gotten there yet? And that's just insincerity. Really, the mature understanding, and it doesn't mean that you have to get it. It's just there's no judgment, there's no compulsion. The mature understanding would be really to just think about it. It's not very difficult to understand. You become what you're exposed to, and if you expose yourself to truth, what else could there be? I mean, it can't be expose yourself to untruth. But at the same time, if you're doing it as a shell of a human being, and you're just doing it as a mechanical thing, then I think that you won't have any difficulty understanding that doing anything just purely mechanically as a shell of a human being with nothing inside, that won't get you anywhere either. And I don't think that you would have any problem understanding that.
Thank you for this question. Does truth sometimes need to be confronted and overcome, or is truth always an exposure?
I'm not sure what you're asking.
Say, if I consistently run into a conflict with a parent, do I need to overcome that conflict, or can I just accept that that's just the way they are?
Well, if you accept it, you will pay. And if you confront it, pay. Truth lies in understanding. It does not lie in action. And acceptance is a forced action. That's a spirituality thing. Acceptness. Until the person grits their teeth and says, yes, I accept it. It's nonsense. Acceptance is nonsense.
Right, because the other...
It has nothing to do with the other person.
Hi. How do you separate understanding from intellectualization?
All intellectualization is non-understanding.
Thank you.
What is the root of untruth?
Explain your question.
You said society gives you untruth, so I want to figure out if the root of untruth is my memories and my thought, because society is filled with common people, and essentially what they're doing is thinking and storing it up as memories over centuries.
So the root of untruth is zero interest in truth.
Got it.
Hey, Kapil, thanks for the question. My question is about Buddha. Shall I go ahead and ask? Hello.
Go ahead.
I say that a person like Buddha, he had a very strong desire to reach realization. And
Okay, stop. You say that. You're saying that you say. This is a comment or this is a question?
No, just the content.
I'm not interested. I'm not interested in what your opinion is.
Okay.
If you have a specific question, that's fine. I'm not interested in what you think about something.
Okay, my question was how it took Buddha, how even Buddha succumbed to prescriptions for this long.
No, he didn't. Actually, you know what? Go to my website if you wish. Not that you should.
I've read
Kapil Gupta, MD.com. Go to one of the latest discourses there on Buddha and something else. And you didn't read that. Not that you should. But if you read that, you will see that Buddha did not. So Buddha, you're right. He succumbed to prescription in the beginning and therefore got nowhere.
Yes. I read.
Can a universal truth be in conflict with a situational truth?
What difference does it make? Is that really the pressing matter of your life? It's just intellectual curiosity.
Can you become your own teacher to guide yourself, not depending on anyone?
I don't know who is speaking here.
Why people continue to do bad things to themselves?
Okay, I don't know who is speaking here. Who are you?
This is Dalit Yogi.
Yes, you can become your own teacher.
And how is it that we know that some things are not good for us, even though it's called.
Hi, Dr. Kapil. My question is the truth something which is the default state of all humans, or is it something they have to learn and grow into?
When a human being is born, he is close to truth. He learns untruth through living in society.
Thank you.
You've spoken about the cost of socialization. When my parents speak to me, even though they want what's best for me, I hear society speaking through them in order to arrive at truth.
And you don't hear society speaking through your social circle?
I don't have a social circle.
So then why did you begin with socialization?
Because you speak of the cost of socialization, and my parents are the ones, if you count circle, they are my circle. So I'm just wondering, in order to arrive at truth, how much of that relationship with my parents is to be sacrificed?
None of it. It isn't about your parents. It's about truth within yourself. It's between you and you.
If at the end of the day we can pretty much only become what we believe ourselves to be, like as our defaults, and kind of return to that, is the way out of that loop to just look at all the, I guess, untruth in our lives or false beliefs and just kind of keep looking at them until they start to go away without much effort?
Well, no, because if you're asking for a mechanical prescription, I mean, you can look at things all day long. It doesn't mean anything. So there's no if I do this, then this will happen to me. If living in untruth is not okay with you, then you will naturally and organically find yourself a way to expose yourself to truth. If living with untruth is okay with you, then you will find yourself remaining there. So there's no practice this, and that's just doesn't work.
Hi, thank you for doing this. My question is, how does one know they've found the truth or reached the truth when we're surrounded by so many untruths? And also, people's perception of truth is so subjective. Thank you.
Well, people don't matter. Only what your experiences matter to you, not for someone else. So you will, I can't tell you how you will know. How do you know the taste of chocolate? There's no how. It's internal.
The societal man is a man whose biology is intact, but whose soul has been extracted, whose brain is intact, but intelligence has been dumped. So if we take, say, a 6-year-old very innocent child, unbiased, wild, playful, free, and a 21-year-old individual who has been conditioned for most of his life, are you saying that there is no change in the biology, that the conditioning has nothing to do with the biology?
I don't understand the question.
So, like, if a person who's like 21 years old, who has been conditioned for 15 years or however many years, you say that the societal man is a man whose biology is intact, but whose soul has been extracted, the brain is intact, etc. So you're saying that the conditioning has nothing to do with the physiological changes, the brain, the biology, or what exactly is the conditioning?
The conditioning is all the ideas, beliefs, opinions, dogmas that the person has been fed.
Okay. Thank you.
Hi, Kapil. Since I've come across your words, there has been a shattering. I am left with no questions but to thank you. And if you allow me, I would only like to offer a few words that have come through.
Okay.
I am the wise one looking over at you, the foolish one, the bright one. I am looking in. Oh, foolish one, I see you looking out, and that's okay. For it is not yet time for your arrival. You must live through this painful foolishness. Here I am your master. I call you my student. For you are on the correct path, the path not of answers, but of questions. Few fools see the path and walk backwards. Many fools lack the vision of a path. O young foolish one, your arrival is not far. Thank you.
Thank you. So it must be stated that people give me too much credit. The communion that happens is between the words and the individual. The resonation that happens is between the words and the individual. I have never met virtually none of these individuals. So it cannot really be stated that I did anything to transform them. The communion was between the words and the individual. It was there that the sincerity lay, the sincerity that the individual brings, the readiness that the individual brings. And whatever happens in that communion between the words and the person, it is there that the magic, if it is to occur, occurs. It is not me.
Hey Kapil, first of all, I want to confess a thing that I have come to a realization that I'm neither serious, and I know you have said in the past that when you come to this realization that you're not serious, that's when you are the most serious. But I don't think so, to be honest. And my visceral understanding is that I go on chasing the same pleasure chases whenever I wake up in the morning. So my question is, what causes the desire to chase? Thank you.
Pleasure. My question is, if you feel you're on a path, you see things in a more clear light and you have some sort of clarity, how do you handle other people's imagery, right? Like you start pushing out that boxes and they have kind of put you in a certain box themselves. How do you navigate that? And I'm talking about navigating with your family. There is nothing that you can do about other people. There's no condemning them and there's no trying to convince them. Others are never the problem. It is all within you.
Can somebody be both content and ambitious at the same time?
There's no rules. Good night. 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 Don't raise your hand unless you wish to ask a question. Not every question will necessarily be given a response. It will depend upon the nature and the sincerity of the question. Sloppy, top of the head question, essentially ask, how do I do this and how do I do that? Will not receive an answer.
Hi, Siddha. In one of your books, you've given the mirror analogy, where you say that what you see in the mirror is not the real self. And basically, you separate the physical and the mental structures that we have from the real self. And I've also observed, and that's my personal learning, that in life, that's the real motivator. People work to enhance their selves, right, to make it look good and stuff. So this is a sort of a contradiction. I mean, if one loses that self, what does one work for? What is his real motivation?
I think a simpler question to ask that would be more graspable, as a more effective place to begin, would be the recognition that everything that that person does is largely in the direction of self-help. Much of what they do is actually in the subdomain of self-help and self-development, but everything that they do is self-help. And the realization is the exploration of what precisely self-help has gotten someone. If they have improved themselves in some way, they have become a little bit more of this or a little bit less of that. The examination of where it has really gotten them without any form of judgment. If one is pleased or satisfied that the pursuit of self-help or self-adornment has got him or her what they have sought, then there is no reason to stop. But one must, if they wish to move towards truth for whatever reason, and there's no reason to move towards truth, but if one is moved to do so, then they will examine the nuts and bolts of self-help and discover the facade behind it. They will discover, or they will seek to discover, that the motivations behind pursuing it were automatic and default, as opposed to a conscious and deliberate act. It was almost as if one is defaulted to seeking self-help because everybody else does. The idea that one should not improve is an entirely foreign concept to the world. The world is interested in improvements, and the only improvements that one can make, the only adornments that one can make, are entirely cosmetic, and never should one take my word for that. These are things that one must explore for themselves. What is the true value of their pursuit of self-help?
What does it mean to be intelligent? What does it mean to be smart? I saw your tweet recently about that, and I'd love to hear you elaborate on it.
There was a private discourse written about that. I don't remember what I said. But human beings seek intelligence. That they have a name for many things, and intelligence is yet another form of self-adornment. That there's no real currency for being smart. There's no reward. The only reward for things is to know the truth. Because when one knows the truth, whether they're smart or they're dumb, whether they're a genius or they're an idiot, if a human being knows the truth, he instantly becomes effective. Because the truth is the only thing there is.
Hey, Siddha, how are you? In one of your solo podcasts, you talk about the moment as it being an otherworldly thing. Do you think that because that is so foreign to the average person through our conditioning, like we're so conditioned, you talk about this in the same solo podcast, how your mind will wage war with itself just to control you and to keep running. Do you think that this is kind of the same, I guess, logic behind why people are so after self-help and constant improvement, is that it's just for something for them to kind of, I guess, escape and focus on and use their mind on, even though it's really, they're kind of tricking themselves. Does that make sense?
Everything that a human being does is an escape. It's an escape from reality and towards pleasure. It's an escape from reality towards self-adornment. The more that one can feel about himself, the greater the more feathers one has in his cap, the greater one thinks of himself, perhaps the better qualities that he cultivates, and therefore can think better of himself about. I mean, these are not evil things. These are they're not wrongness or badness. It has nothing to do with that. Those are all societal judgments. It is the person who has the DNA to seek truth will be desirous of exploring what these self-adornments really do, aside from benefit him in some cosmetic way. Human beings look for chases. They are taught to chase by the world. And society is a series of endless neon lights and shiny objects. And the intellectuals believe that a shiny concept is superior to a shiny object. And they're all emptiness. They're all nothing. They are all empty chases to make one sound smarter, to make one feel that he knows more, so that he can show others how good he is, so that he can give to charity and show that he is benevolent, so that he can act humble, to say that he has humility, so that he can be proper and well-mannered. All of these things, and as was mentioned before, these are not evil things. They're not bad things. They're just empty things. And even being empty is not bad. But it's just up to a given individual if that is something that resonates with him or not. Not that it should or shouldn't.
Hello, Kapil. Hi, Kapil. I have a question about just your work. I got exposed to your work about 8 or 9 months ago, and it's truly been a transformative process. And I have nothing but gratitude for everything that you've done. However, what has come along with that has just been a great deal of turmoil in learning about what I have pretended to want this whole time. I was wondering if you could speak to any downside of exposing?
Well, there's no turmoil. Is if one has been chasing something for 30, 40 years, and then one day somehow they realize that what they've been chasing is a ghost, or they've been chasing a shadow, or they've been chasing their own tail, or that everything that they've ever known has been untrue. That absolutely will create turmoil. And for another individual, it may create relief. For some, it may create turmoil in the beginning and then relief later on. For some, it will create turmoil and turmoil forever, because they just cannot get over the fact that they wasted 40 years of their life. And every one of those is understandable, and none of them is right or wrong. But that is a very common thing, and it's perfectly reasonable to go through life and be told that X is X and Y is Y and Z is Z, and life is structured in this way, and this is who you are, and this is what you should get, and if you pursue this, you will get that, and if you practice these things, you will get joy or happiness or freedom and success or money, and if you don't do these things, then that will really help you, and if you make sure that you're better at these things. So the human being has an entire agenda, an entire curriculum before him, and he has practiced that agenda and that curriculum from the morning routines to the evening meditation to the yoga and the psychotherapy to reading self-help and the austerities and to lighting incense and practicing pujas and all of these things that a human being does. And if one day, if he genuinely realizes, not because he believes someone, but because he explores for himself, and it manages to hit home somehow, that he just wasted everything, that it was all wrong, it was all lies. Naturally, that's going to begin or bring upon an enormous amount of turmoil. And quite frankly, one could say that perhaps on a subconscious level, that the reason that humans do not tend to seek truth intentionally is because of the fear of what they might find. It is not, as you have discovered, a pleasant thing to find that you have wasted 30 years of your life, 40 years of your life, 50 years of your life that you will never get back. That is more than a slap in the face. And that isn't something that a given human being, really, it's possible that some never get over that.
Almost everything that is available in form of the books that are there, not the podcast, obviously. And I would just want to ask you this question that while pursuing the truth, because we are living in a society, we are not living in a cave. So do you think pursuing the truth might be detrimental for someone's progress in some or the other way? If I do not fabricate this question, you say that a good artist never has a lot of audience. But suppose if I'm creating a product, if I'm creating something where I'm pursuing my genuine intellectual curiosity and I've sort of productized myself, but if I do not market it well, if I do not sort of contact advertising agencies and get help from others to broadcast it, it won't help me financially. So do you think...
So it is not about going in the direction of logistics. It is not about in the direction of you should hire a marketing firm, or you should not, or you should try to get an audience, or you should not because one is good and the other is bad. It has nothing to do with what you do. It has everything to do with what resonates with you. Can you put yourself on mute?
Oh, sorry. Yeah, definitely.
So it has everything to do with what resonates with you, without any compulsion that something should or should not resonate with you. And if something resonates with you, that trying to get many people to laud and celebrate your product. If that resonates with you, then it does. So there's no. It would be untruth to say that you should not do that. If it resonates with you that for a given individual, it may resonate with him or her that they wish to create true art. And if the art sells, it sells, and if it doesn't, it doesn't. And their essence, their purity, is what speaks to them and drives them the most. And that isn't a good thing. It isn't good. There's nothing good. It just, that's what happens to resonate with them. Then they will pursue a particular path. They will or will not go marketing. They will or will not do X, Y, and Z. So it has nothing to do with logistics. It's just whatever resonates with you and wherever that resonation takes you. So do not raise your hand unless you wish to ask a question. And if you are invited on stage, ask your question.
And pursue truth.
Whether something is possible or not, there's no rules. There's no rules. But those people who tend to be social tend not to be the ones who pursue truth. But there's no rules.
Why is it that in spite of so many people always listening to this thought that wasting 30 to 40 years, 50 years of your life, and then it feels more than a slap in our face, people, at least besides like in close proximity to us, many people don't really find pursuing meditation or alternate means to introspection or discovering oneself. So I've always been curious to understand why isn't this becoming like a cultural phenomena rather than always, it's just like a textbook kind of a thought that keeps on propagating.
Well, there's no mass enlightenment. Every human being is entirely brainwashed and conditioned by society. Society has destroyed human beings irrevocably, largely irreversibly. The human beings who survive the assault of society are extraordinarily small. And it isn't really a human being's fault. It's when you live in a world of neon lights and you live in a world of messages propagated on bumper stickers and spirituality, self-help, and messages everywhere, from newspapers to books to magazines to media to whatever it may be, and that's all that you've ever heard. And all you've ever heard is untruth, because society's all based upon untruth. It is unreasonable and it is impractical to think that any semblance of the population would regard society as lies. It is impractical to believe that anybody would say, everything that I've heard is a lie. Experts don't know what they're talking about. Books tell cosmetic and completely ineffective methods and techniques which have no meaning, have no basis in reality. I'm going to turn everything off because it's all lies. No one does that. That's an extraordinarily rare human being. And those aren't walking around on the street in any large numbers.
Hello, good morning. My question is, why do I feel anxious oftentimes, and how to build resilience in hard times?
So, Kapil, I had an uncle who had Down syndrome who passed away a couple years ago. And when I observed the way that he lived his life, it was in a very pure manner. And what I'd love to know is, if you have an intellectual disability like Down syndrome, where you really have no concept of your own mind, are you more prone to the truth? Are you more prone to living a life that's aligned with the truth?
I don't know much about what a person with Down syndrome thinks or feels.
So what I've come to understand about myself through some exploration is that
my sense of self-worth is very much sort of determined by the work that I do, the passion I have for it, and also by external validation from peers and other people in the industry, right? While I know that there's nothing wrong with this, but sometimes when that external recognition doesn't come, it sort of hurts, right? And I've tried to figure out why this may be the case and haven't really found the root cause of this problem. So I would love to see if you have any thoughts on this one.
That's a self-help problem, and you're asking questions that really will not help you.
Okay.
What the previous speaker asked is very common to essentially everyone. I have this problem. How do I feel better? I seek validation. How do I get away from that? I get angry. How do I stop doing that? And for their entire life, the reason that that's considered a valid question is because society has taught them that that's a valid question. Because whenever they've asked such a question before, as the individual probably has experienced, all of the many answers that they received went nowhere. When those questions are posed to the world, to society, to spirituality, to motivational speakers, to gurus and priests and pundits and self-help authors, the answer is, well, do this, or don't think you're less of yourself, or improve your posture, or practice positive self-talk, or whatever the endless stream of the orange-colored pill of the day happens to be. And this is the cycle that everyone is in. And the reason they're in that cycle is not because they should not be. It is because they have been taught, and in their mind they believe that the only thing standing between them and their goal is the correct prescription. And that belief is deeply etched into their soul. It is so deeply etched, in fact, that it's never even seen. And if that was to be brought up to them to say that you're just waiting for the right technique, method, or prescription, they would say, well, of course. What kind of thing is that to say? That's how deeply ensconced, deeply conditioned the human organism has become by society, self-help, spirituality, the world, and everything in society and the culture. That's how deeply embedded in the culture that a human being has become. The idea that any prescription will not take them where they want to go is an entirely outlandish, outer space, unfathomable, unthinkable, unconsidered, and completely uncharted territory. It is so uncharted. You know something is uncharted when the thought of it arising never even comes. So it isn't that they have the wrong prescription. So those thoughts arise all the time. I have the wrong prescription, I must find the right one. I have the wrong how-to method, hack, or technique, I must find the right one. That comes all the time to human beings' minds. What never comes is, there is no how. That is a sentiment that is beyond the bounds of society.
Differentiating factor here, like spirituality and self-help seems to give hope to people. Like if you do this one thing, you would reach here. And the truth, as you mentioned, seems to be the uncharted territory. So how do you think that hope plays a role in this topic?
So hope is a disaster.
In seeking truth, or if you have a false sense of hope?
In anything. You see, if someone, in the most practical matter, If someone seeks to become, let's say, a success in something, and they hope, that hope will cause failure in the vast majority of cases. And because the hope was there, it will create unmatched turmoil. A person doesn't become successful, another person doesn't reach their goal because of hope. A person becomes successful or reaches their goal, whatever that thing may be, whether it's in conquering the mind or becoming enlightened or realized or becoming a multi-billionaire or whatever it may be. A person reaches those things by the truth. The truth of becoming a success. What path, what types of paths produce effectiveness and what types don't. Where the money is, so to speak, money, where the gold is, where the effectiveness is, so to speak, versus where it isn't. So human beings don't fail to get to where they want to go because of talent or lack thereof. They don't get there because they follow prescriptions. And hope is one of society's calling cards. Hope is one of society's poster children. And hope has no place in any human being's life who seeks peace and who seeks to arrive at whatever they wish to arrive at. Hope has no place.
I've heard you say that society creates the mind and the human being lives, a human creature lives and wastes all his life in that cubic box that we call mind. Now I'm getting really frustrated at this paradox that the society creates the mind or the mind creates the society. What it is that I'm missing? I just can't get it. What is it that I'm missing about the mind and its manipulation or whatever you want to call it?
What you're missing, the society has told you lies, and that may be something that you're not quite ready to see, and that perhaps could be the source of your frustration.
We are often said that we should pursue the truth, but what is this truth about? Is it about ourselves? Is it about the society or the universe or the nothingness?
So I've never said that you should pursue the truth. I don't recommend that anybody pursue the truth.
So what is exactly what we should be pursuing in life?
There's no should. You're exactly the victim of the title of this talk tonight. You are asking, what should you do? Because the world of society, spirituality, and self-help tells you this is good and this is bad. You should go for this and you shouldn't go for that. And therefore, you're just a puppet who cannot think for themselves, who basically is allowing someone else to pull their strings for them. And the reason that you do that is because that if you believe that if you do the right should, that'll lead to something good for you. And that's a trap that no one really escapes.
Hello. I'm sorry, I just joined and caught the last bit of exchange, but just grabbed my curiosity because the framing of the session did indeed strike me as kind of a paradox or perhaps even a nonsensical framing. The idea that spirituality and self-help are on one end versus the truth in all caps. It just felt like bait, so I just thought it was clever and I wanted to check it out. Anyway.
No, it isn't. No, it isn't bait, and I'm not sure that you'll get much by being here, to be honest. You might, but I doubt it.
Would you mind sharing why you feel that?
The part he plays in society too. Someone who you think people should be doing.
There is no how.
And I was reading that
I could feel that, after reading this message, that I would, probably change. I would change like never before, and I would live a different life. But I've somehow, after finishing that message, I'm back to what I am. I read that message again, and it makes, it touches my bones, but I'm still back to where I am.
Hello. Yeah. Hi. Good morning. My question is like how to deal with misunderstanding. So a person is really close to me, and
There is no how.
What is the truth of spirituality?
That's a very general question. What are you asking?
Because I understand that spirituality is nothing but experiences, and there is a truth in experiences. So I need to understand what spirituality actually is.
Well, I don't think that you're ready to understand because you have all these concepts. So you've already said that you think that spirituality is experiences, and that experiences is, I think that you said, is the truth. If you already have all the answers, then it is impossible for you to be open to the truth.
Maybe after I exposed to your work, I've been having like moments of realization or peacefulness, like maybe for 1 week or 2 week. But after that, I again get into the emotional moil or day-to-day life. I get involved in the day-to-day life work and those things. So why is it happen? Like, why doesn't it stay permanent? Like in that mode. I wanted to start.
You know, what happens in its own time. Firstly, I'm not saying that anyone should expose themselves to my work. Secondly, I'm not saying that anyone will gain anything from my work. Thirdly, I'm not saying that if you continue exposing yourself to my work, that the truth will seep into you. For some, it does, and for some, who are not ready for it, it doesn't. So I cannot tell you why it does or why it doesn't, or to continue to do it and one day it will. I don't know, and those things don't, frankly, interest me. Things happen if and when they happen.
What is the importance of guru in the modern world compared to the importance of
the importance, whatever importance you give to it.
I mind if I talk, Bubba?
What is the truth of one's existence? Is it same for all or different?
It's not a real question. What does that mean? What are you asking?
The purpose of existence?
There's no purpose.
Hi, Kapil. I have one question. I'm very intrigued by the idea of prescription. So, what frameworks can we have in today's time that can help us decide if this is a prescription which is getting handed to us consciously, subconsciously, and how can we
every
decide
single
those
thing
things?
that you have been handed, and every single thing that you are handed, and every single thing that you ever will be handed is a prescription. And the reason for that is, in society, there's nothing else but prescriptions. Well, everything has a truth. If you wish to open up a lock on a door, and you have a bushel of keys, the key that works is the truth. It isn't conjecture, it isn't opinion, it isn't belief, it isn't hope. It's the truth. So every situation has a truth, and then there are truths which are universal to all human beings. But the truth is the most practical thing in existence, because the only thing that works consistently is the truth.
Thank you for taking my questions. I have 3 questions. First, how do you think spirituality is needed for everyone? And the second one
I cannot answer 3 questions. You can ask what? Whoa, stop.
One more.
One question.
Okay. Yes, please. So first question would be spirituality. How do you think that spirituality is needed? Why do you think that it should be for everyone?
I don't think it's for anyone.
I think what you said, I've been saying is don't ask how and don't seek answers, but aren't those can be interpreted as prescriptions? And
you said that. I didn't say that. Okay. I didn't say don't ask how, and I didn't say don't seek answers. You said that.
Yeah.
I said there is no how.
Do you think if
I didn't say not to pursue how. If you wish to pursue it, you can. Do not put words into my mouth. I do not recommend that people seek truth. I do not say that you should not seek prescriptions. I do not say that you should not pursue methods or techniques or hacks. I do not say that you shouldn't listen to gurus or read newspapers or media or follow every societal tenet. I recommend nothing to you.
Thank you for having me here. I have one question. You mentioned that whatever speaks to us, we should pursue that, and that would be our truth. The challenge, though, is there's a problem in this itself, that we are so conditioned that we wouldn't know if whatever we are pursuing is because it's the truth or because it has been instilled or somehow, done the society has done that inception job on us, and hence we are doing it. For example, money.
A human being has the receptors within themselves to feel what truly deeply resonates, despite the intellect, despite the fact that they cannot explain it. And that which is intellectual, that which is a chase. A human being has the capacity to know that.
Hi, Kapil. What is your reason to share your work to others?
I have no reason.
I wanted to ask if I'm constantly self-questioning and self-examining myself. Will it help me in the journey to see the truth as it is, or the truth when it comes?
One has to examine for themselves that whatever they are doing, is it providing them something of any lasting value, rather than asking someone else if they should pursue that or not. One indeed has that intelligence.
After some exposure to your writings, I feel like I'm in some kind of void or some kind of precipice from the conditioning to the truth. Is exposure to truth and sincere examination the most effective way to completely erase all conditioning?
Okay, that's a good question. The most effective way to arrive at truth is the exposure to truth. Now, combined with the exposure to truth, one must have a readiness for truth. One must have the DNA to seek truth. A DNA meaning one's sensibilities, one's nature. If one has the nature to seek truth, to turn his back on society, to go against the grain, and then that individual is exposed to truth, then yes, that is a most potent combination and extraordinarily rare.
Thank you.
What do you think is the truth about what's going on right now in the world with all these mandates and changes?
Hi. My question is, why are we so fickle-minded? Why cannot we stay on one thought? Why does our mind keep jumping from one thought to the other?
That's a far deeper question than this forum. Mind restlessness is a systematic pursuit of one of the deepest truths in a human being's existence, and one of the most seminal to discover. But it is way beyond. There's nothing that I could tell you. These things happen through a system of exposure to specific truths, which over time bleed into the individual, penetrate his bloodstream, and a transformation happens from within.
Hi. How do you distinguish between truth in the human realm and it's kind of hard to explain, but truth in science, like gravity exists and the properties of electricity, and truth in the human realm? I think truth is supposed to be something human. So how do you think about it? Is a good way to think about it as reality or life or consciousness?
Well, truth penetrates everything. There's truth. There is truth in through scientific endeavors. There is truth in every discipline, every field, every pursuit, every journey, every situation, every circumstance. Everything has a truth. There is a truth behind getting from A to B. There's a truth behind discovering the true cause of something. There's a truth behind discovering the true cure of something. So everything has a truth. And so truth is not a spiritual thing. In fact, spirituality is untruth. Truth is the most practical thing in existence. And it goes across all bounds. And in fact, it's the only thing there is. Everything that is not truth is, by definition, untruth.
Hi, Dr. Gupta. I've noticed that all of my actions, a lot of them are just habitual things that whatever is happening is just kind of an echoes of things that have happened. And other actions are even more fundamental, tied to, being hungry or being tired. But in the interiority of myself, I feel a control, some sort of a control or some sort of a unity, identity of a person making those decisions. Is that just a concept?
Yeah, the decisions that you make are not, you're not making them. And society has made them for you. If you look at others around the world, if you look at others around you, they are doing similar things. Because the human being becomes his environment. A human being becomes that to which he is most exposed to. And there is no decision making that goes on there. Just in the same way that there's no decision making when a human being jumps into a pool and becomes wet. He does not decide to become wet. And that is the power of exposure. The power in the form of glory and the power in the form of destruction. So all of your decisions are not yours. The decision is made before the question even arises.
Hello. My question is the concept of silencing of mind or thoughts a valid way to truth, or is it just a prescription?
The best way that I can answer that is go ahead and try it. And when you try it, understand that millions before you have tried it, And also understand that whatever method you use, let's say that you practice meditation or mindfulness or one of the popular sweet flavored lollipops that are offered to the world. If you meditate for 2 hours a day, there have been people who have been meditating for 23 hours a day. And if you have meditated for 10 years, there are people who have meditated for their entire lives. And if you take time out of your day to meditate while you work for the rest of the day, there are people who have resigned themselves to a cave and meditated for as their profession. And neither they nor you will get there. But you shouldn't believe me. It would be silly of you to believe me. But it would not be silly for you to investigate and to ask, well, if millions before me have done it, and they have done it to a far greater degree, and likely a very higher quality than I've done it, and they've gotten nowhere, then there must be something here worth examining to note that perhaps it isn't there.
Only way to evolve better in any aspect of life?
Yes, so my question is, when you're faced with fighting for your life against something as, what I feel is corrupt as my own government, and you need the fortitude and the, I guess the power to go on, even though you feel you're a very strong person, you've been through a lot, as myself has been. What kind of advice can you give when you're at those dark moments?
All governments are criminal organizations. All governments are mafias. All governments are rapists and murderers and unconvicted killers and thieves. All politicians, all governments around every nation are the same. The same way that a slug is a slug. And no matter what anyone does, that's never going to change. And the reason is that human beings seek to be governed. The human being buys into the political parties. The human being is a dunce. He is a cardboard creation. He has been created by society. A societal creation cannot think on its own. It is an enslaved organism. And as long as then governments will exist as long as enslaved organisms exist. And enslaved organisms are not going anywhere.
And that's where...
Hey, hi. So my question is, there's a goal in your mind. You have to achieve it either in form of a partnership, either in business or in life. How do you do that without ruining the relationship?
You said at the beginning of this conversation that society has been destroyed by lies. I mean, basically, humanity has been fed too much of. You say they are lies.
No, I did not say that society has been destroyed.
Okay.
Society is the destroyer.
Okay. So, question is, when you say, I mean, what I'm trying to come to is truth based on context or is relative? Because when I'm born, I have an empty mind.
No,
I need to start.
It's not relative.
We usually make art for ourselves, but when we make something for others, does that dilute the truth of that art?
Okay. Do you ever in your life make anything for others?
I think we make things for others too.
Really? would you make something for others?
Because we try to get like validation from them and sometimes praise for them, and sometimes we like to do things for them.
So then if you, okay, so then you get validation, you like it, you feel good. How is that doing for others?
Okay, so what you're trying to say is ultimately the motivation is always a selfish thing.
I'm not trying to say anything. You have words like selfish embedded in your brain because society has implanted cockroaches in your brain. And therefore you bow down to all of these concepts of selfishness versus altruism. I'm not saying anything. I simply ask you some questions. And you're an intelligent person, you can examine that for yourself. I don't want you to believe me for anything. I simply asked you a very straightforward question.
Yeah.
And you can take
I'm doing it for myself. I'm doing it for myself most of the times. I got it.
Yeah, so the question is that sometimes we can see the truth very clearly, and most of the times we cannot see it. Why?
Because you are conditioned by lies. I don't know. That's a question for you to ask yourself.
Illusion of truth. And what can we do to come out from illusion of truth?
Why do you think hope is a disaster?
No, somebody asked some question related to hope, and you said hope is a disaster. So.
Yes, I'm asking you, why do you think hope is a disaster?
In my case, whenever I kept hope, I didn't get that. So for me, it's true. Hope is disaster.
Okay, so what's your question?
So my question is keeping hope means being in illusion of truth. And what can we do to come out from this illusion of truth? Because I can't stop myself from keeping hope.
So, if you truly realize that hope is a disaster, why would you have trouble getting rid of it? If you answer that question, you will not have explored it.
True for you is not true for me. Is truth subjective or objective? Or it lies?
Truth is something that you're not ready for because you have too many assumptions.
Hi there. I had a question regarding professional sports. I remember reading a quote from you. Your son had asked you, where does fear come from? And you had said, wherever there is a perceived consequence, there will be fear. When it comes to professional sports, golf, for an example, when you're on something other than, say, the PGA Tour, and your livelihood of making money and getting to the next step depends on you playing well, how exactly can you reconcile the fact that there is a consequence to how you play at that point? And I guess what would be the truth regarding that?
Well, one will have to examine for themselves that if they play with consequences, regardless of how real or unreal those consequences may be, then does that bring out the best in them?
Why should we not follow even the people who hone their skill by spending years and by not following them and not believing their single word?
You can follow them. I didn't say that you shouldn't follow anybody. You can do whatever you want.
What the last speaker asked, that actually there's no should. But in accordance to that, if I want to ask you, that since we are living in a society, we are not living in a cave. So is it beneficial for an individual to see through the lies but still follow them?
to an extent, because all the self-help, if I simply Google self-help books, it will tell me 10 ways how to make people, or how do I become financially independent, or so many other things. So quote unquote, it is helping me progress in society, in sort of filled with lies, but still I'm progressing. So do you feel that
so if you find that something that says 10 ways to make you feel this or that, and it works, then that's not a lie.
Sir,
so
just
you have to
one.
examine for yourself.
Got it. So just one follow-up, that even if I'm not driven towards it, but I understand this fact that even if I'm not driven towards it, but if I do it as a compulsion, so that in this world filled with lies, I might quote unquote progress.
Well, how can you progress? How can you progress if everything's a lie?
Got it.
You cannot progress. Ultimately, you cannot progress. So you can read 10 ways to do whatever. You're only going to progress according to the blog post. You don't have to progress in real life. And there are millions upon millions who read the 10 ways to become whatever. And examine the evidence for yourself. Don't believe me. Examine the evidence for yourself. Where is everybody? What percent actually become a success? So if it's 10 ways to become happy, what percent of the world is happy? If it's 10 ways to become wealthy, what percent of the world is happy or wealthy? If it's 10 ways to find peace, what percent of the world is peace? And one thing that you will not be able to say is that they have not had access to the 10 ways to become peaceful blog post. All of them have, because these are published in the most well-known places that have readerships in the millions. So there's no mysteries here. The beauty of all of this is that you can see for yourself. The beauty of all of this is that you are not the first generation ever to be born. There are thousands of years of data before you. And there are millions of human beings of data all around you. Who achieves in any form or fashion, to any degree of consistency, the 10 ways to become anything? And if they don't, then even the most base logical person would reason that those things don't work. Not because they're listening to me, but because they have a brain. They have 3 or 4 neurons at least in that brain, and they can do the very rudimentary mathematics by looking around and finding out that if all of these things are out here, if the 4 noble truths and the 8-fold path and Jesus' 10 commandments or Moses' 10 commandments and Jesus' words and all the religions and all of the spiritualities and the self-helps and the bestseller of how to, and the obstacle is the way, and read about stoicism, and ego is not the way, and this is not the way, and all of these things, they're not obscure. They are sold by the millions. They are on the bestseller lists. They are on the recommended reading lists of the Silicon Valley entrepreneurs. All the thought leaders have them published on their famous blogs and podcasts. So one can certainly not say that people have not read those, or listened to those, or bought those, or practiced those, or subscribed to those. And despite all of that, despite all of the wealth of knowledge from spirituality, despite all of the wealth of knowledge from the intellectuals, despite all of the wealth of knowledge from the Stoics, despite all of the wealth of knowledge from the Greeks, despite all the wealth of knowledge from the 7 Habits of Effective People and the latest guru talking about the latest business hack and how to do this and how to do that, despite all of that, where is everybody? Let's say, is 50% realized, enlightened, happy, successful, wealthy, whatever determinant that you wish to use? Okay, not 50, 40%? Okay, fine, not 40. 30%? Okay, forget 30. 20%? Okay, leave 20. 10%? Let's just go beyond that. How about 5%? 1%? A quarter percent? There's your answer.
Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot.
Hi there. So earlier just now you were pointing to what's not the way based on the 10 steps of this or 10 steps of that. So in your view, what would be a pointer to the way?
The truth. And by examining all of the things that are not truth, whatever's left is in the direction of truth. It is far more effective and far more instructive and far more powerful to see what is not true. If one Googles something about finding wealth or peace or freedom or happiness or joy or nirvana or building a business or whatever it may be, the person will get 5 million, 10 million, Google results. Until he comes to recognize, it may take him lifetimes to recognize this, to truly realize this. Until he comes to realize that all of those 30 million results are lies, that it isn't available there. He will search and chase forever, and he will marinate in untruth forever. So one cannot seek truth until one is willing, one is absolutely willing to discard untruth.
Speaks more to the masses or not?
I don't care about the masses. I could not care less.
Is there a practical way to understand the association between truth and paradox?
Intellectual. And if you wish to ask an intellectual question, the answer will be as nonsensical as the question. If you wish to come down from the high chair of intellectualism and ask a real grainy question, you may.
My question is, why are illusions often so comforting?
Well, the human being is fed illusions in the beginning and then is continued to be fed illusions throughout their lifetime. And so if someone already has illusions within them, if someone is given the receptor for something early on and then they are given things which attach to those receptors, then it's illusion feeding illusion.
Is the notion of daily progress an illusion of the mind too?
Yes.
Thanks for taking my question. I have read in one of your discourses that mind is cultivated. So, is there was, or I should say was there really a beginning for the mind?
It doesn't matter. That has nothing to do with the acute problems of your life.
Hi, Kapil. I'm in a bit of a weird spot. I don't exactly have a question for you because I can't really think of a question to help with where I'm at. It's just kind of where I'm at. But I also just want to say thank you for sharing the truth with us and creating these spaces.
Thank you.
Is ignorance truly bliss, or is there power in knowledge?
No, ignorance is expensive.
Hey, Kapil. I have a question for you. In one of your discourses, you mentioned that you can't go into society unguarded because it's sort of, but you can't go in unguarded because it sort of taints what's true inside you. But Krishnamurti sort of says that if you go in too guarded, you'll never truly understand the other person. I'm trying to reconcile these.
You'll have to ask Krishnamurti. You cannot bring someone else and a word from somebody else and then ask me to comment about their words. I don't care what Krishnamurti says.
Yep.
So the question is, what is the difference between spirituality and the truth?
Spirituality is a lie, and the truth is the truth, and you shouldn't believe anything that I just said because you haven't realized that for yourself.
Namaste, Kapil. Is it possible for someone to attain to truth without the guidance of a guru? Is it possible to attain to truth without an exposure?
You will never find, virtually impossible to find a guru, because the gurus that you will find are all prescriptionists. They are simply wearing sort of, the long hair and the incense and the facial markings. Today's world is a world of inauthenticity. Today's world is a world of artificiality. So whatever guru you find, he's going to prescribe to you, and that will be the single red flag that you will notice that will be a hallmark of untruth.
If there are no rules, there is no good nor bad, then why does the truth only come to those who are sincere?
Well, why do you think that there is no good and no bad and that there are no rules?
I saw it on your discourse and experienced it for myself.
Okay, so then you haven't okay, so yeah, because if you're taking my word for it. So because when you begin a sentence with, if this and this and this, and if this and this and this, you are implying that you're taking my word for it.
Well, it's multiple factors, not just your word.
So then there's no reason for you to say if there is no good and if there is no bad, if you have actually found that there is, in fact, no good or no bad or no rules. You wouldn't use the word if. If is a doubt.
Right. So there's no spectrum of doubt. It has to be 100.
Hi, Kapil. I heard you answer a question in one of your spaces, and you said something like, the master understands that everything that arises from him is mind. And it was as if a reset button has been pressed in me. That was months ago. But now I find myself in a situation where I'm asking, what is not mind? Thank you.
It would be safe to remain with everything that you experience is mind.
Hello, Kapil. So you have you have eloquently stated before that the men of society have hijacked the English language, and so me, based on what language I know, perception seems like a word that involves thought, but I don't. So I know that you are not really interested in playing definitional games, but I was wondering if you could please speak about perception, because I think I don't think you consider it to be a thoughtful entity.
It's too general of a question.
Good evening. Truth is the eye of the beholder. That's all I have to say.
Hi Kapil, I have a small question. As human beings, we evolve as a species. In spite of receiving a proper education and living like 25 to 30 years in life, why is the human mind still weak to hear better truths actually?
I cannot understand you because it's too unclear.
Hi. I just wanted to get your opinion on a question. When life takes away the forms that you thought were foundations, like what is that person left with? And is it even life, in your opinion, that takes away those forms, those constructs that a person was?
Well, I guess the things that one thought existed, if they're taken away, in many instances, they were just concepts and ideas that one thought was real, but in actuality wasn't. So the question is, was it really taken away, or did it never really exist to begin with? If one believes that the things that they believe are real, then they may have an easier time, perhaps, understanding, even though it may not be true, but it may be able to be a more palatable thing for them to believe that it was in fact taken away. And if that is the path that one wishes to take intellectually, then the truth would be to say that life will take everything away from you.
Thank you. I really appreciate that response.
Sure. There are many questions to be answered. And it's more about the questions than it is about the answer. You should not do this if you don't wish, but it may help to mitigate some of the questions here. One may find some answers that they're looking for on the website. KapilGuptaMD.com, or somewhere else throughout my writings. They may or they may not. I don't recommend them to anyone. But it really comes down to the sincerity of the individual who is pursuing the truth.